Wherever there are people, there exists a realm within the heart of every youth lies their own unique world. When confronted with darkness, do we endure in silence or muster the courage to fight back? This narrative chronicles the fervor and passion of youth, their oaths and contracts an origin story to all Bad Boy series. That summer, I invited a few close friends to the community activity room for a game of table tennis. After just 2 rounds, I suddenly felt the urge to relieve myself and headed to a public restroom outside. To my dismay, I encountered the infamous Ma Liang from County X. In our locality, such individuals loiter aimlessly, embodying the essence of mischief. Ma Liang, who was my age, had once been in the same class as me in elementary school. However, due to poor academic performance and frequent truancy, he had been held back 2 grades, landing him in the first year of junior high. He was notorious for his ruthless fighting style and his cunning nature, having teamed up with 3 other miscreants, collectively branding themselves the 4 Great Kings, an utterly uncultured moniker that reflected their lack of sophistication. At that moment, Ma Liang was perched on the toilet seat. Upon seeing me enter, he commanded, "Wait a moment." I was paralyzed with fear in the presence of this notorious figure, standing silently to the side. Once he finished, he beckoned me to follow him and led me to a dilapidated but spacious drainage area behind the community. I recognized this as a notorious hangout for the 4 Great Kings and their cohorts, where they indulged in smoking, drinking, and gambling, creating a foul atmosphere. Once inside, Ma Liang sat atop a heating pipe, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "You got into the first middle school, right?" I nodded, unable to utter a word, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. He exhaled a puff of smoke, adding, "Then you must have a fixed allowance. From now on, hand over half of your allowance to me each week. You're free to go now." Naturally, I objected, stubbornly stating, "My family isn't well off, my allowance barely covers my meals." Without hesitation, Ma Liang slapped me across the face, his cold gaze fixed upon me. I was stunned. It was my first encounter with such violence, and tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. "Don't cry," he sneered. "For every tear that falls, he'll slap you again." I found it impossible to contain my tears, which flowed like a torrential downpour. This brute had no qualms about striking me, delivering a series of slaps that left me in disbelief. Once he finished, he asked, "So, are you going to give me money or not?" My mind went blank, and I nodded, muttering, "I will." Ma Liang extinguished a cigarette and kicked me, commanding, "Now get lost." Feeling as though I'd been granted a reprieve, I crawled out of the drainage area like a dog. As I emerged into the blinding sunlight, more tears spilled from my eyes. Fearing he would see me and unleash another unwarranted slap, I quickly wiped my tears with my sleeve and attempted to leave nonchalantly. Only when I had distanced myself did I allow my sobs to echo freely. It wasn't the stinging pain on my face that tormented me, but the overwhelming sense of humiliation, having been beaten and my dignity trampled upon, yet lacking the courage to retaliate. As I walked, tears streaming down my face, I paid little heed to the curious glances of passers-by, my pride forgotten. With no tissues at hand, I wiped my runny nose and tears on my sleeve. After a while, I glanced back inadvertently and saw Ma Liang trailing me from a distance. My heart raced, fearing he might strike me again. I quickened my pace, only to realize he was merely following at a leisurely pace, keeping a watchful eye on me. I pondered his intentions and noticed a police station not far ahead. At that moment, dread enveloped me, my legs trembling with anxiety, apprehensive that Ma Liang would charge at me again. I darted into the duty room at the station. Just as I entered, I heard Ma Liang call out behind me, "Zhou Ming, don't go in." My heart raced, and I hastened my steps, lifting the curtain to enter. Inside, an elderly officer with graying hair sat sipping tea while watching television. I stepped in, and Ma Liang followed closely behind. Upon seeing him, I burst into tears, pleading with the officer, "Uncle, he hit me and is demanding money." The officer, surprised to see 2 boys, was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, I felt a hard kick to my backside, causing me to stumble and fall against the officer. Ma Liang yelled from behind, "Go ahead and report me." I was astonished that he would dare to strike me here, and my sobs intensified. Finally, the officer stood up and pushed Ma Liang aside, stating, "This is not a place for you to act out." Ma Liang glared at the officer but remained silent, plopping down on the sofa, seething with anger as he glared at me. The officer turned to me and said, "You can step outside for now." Panicking, I exclaimed, "Uncle, if you don't help me, he'll beat me to death once I leave." Ma Liang smirked, "You know it." The officer urged me outside. "Wait here, he'll have a word with him." He turned back, shutting the door behind him. I crouched down, pressing my ear to the door to listen. The officer said, "Liangzi, you're always causing trouble. Your father will be furious when he finds out." Surprised, Ma Liang replied, "Uncle, you know me?" The officer chuckled. "Everyone in County X knows the son of Shao Hai." Ma Liang laughed in return. "Get him off, uncle." The officer countered, "Not so fast. With your wealth, why are you extorting money from that boy? Have you reduced him to this?" Ma Liang fell silent. After a moment, he muttered, "I won't ask him for money anymore. Uncle, please let me go." Even I could sense the insincerity in his words, and I felt a pang of discomfort. I didn't want to listen any longer, retreating to a corner to cry again. I was certain that Ma Liang would come after my money again. I knew him too well. I recalled my own situation, me exceptional academic performance, the praise I received from teachers and family alike, being heralded as a dragon among men, destined for greatness. Why was I so afraid of this individual? Earlier that morning, my father had told me that a fortune teller once claimed I was the reincarnation of a just and noble figure, destined for glory. What kind of predicament was this where such a noble spirit was being bullied? The more I thought, the more it gnawed at me, my blood boiling like water on the verge of boiling over. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a broken iron ladder leaning against the wall, seemingly abandoned and in disrepair. I approached, crouched down, and tore off a piece of metal, gripping it tightly as I stood at the entrance, awaiting Ma Liang's return. In our small county town, under the midday sun, cicadas chirped incessantly, and the police station felt eerily vacant, resembling a desolate wasteland. I doubted anyone besides the elderly officer was present. After a while, Ma Liang finally emerged. However, the moment I saw him, my resolve wavered, and I hesitated, clutching the metal rod and refraining from confronting him. As I hesitated, Ma Liang caught sight of the iron rod in my hand and scoffed, TCH in a surge of fervor. I swung the rod at him, blood trickling down his forehead. I was unsure where I had struck him, but he stared at me in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend my audacity, before collapsing. In my daze, the elderly officer burst out from the duty room, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you can contend with Shao Hai?" I retorted, "I don't know any Shao Hai." The officer called up the stairs, "Lao Yu, Lao Yu." A voice responded sluggishly. The elderly police officer said, "Call Shao Hai and inform him that his son has been injured. He should head to the hospital." After speaking, he did not glance at me, but rushed out, cradling Ma Liang in his arms. Grasping the iron rod, I felt lost and apprehensive about Ma Liang's condition, prompting me to follow him. Upon arriving at the hospital, they commenced stitching and bandaging. By that time, Ma Liang had regained consciousness, yet remained silent, his gaze reflecting a hint of fear intertwined with a deeper resentment. The elderly officer and I stood outside the operating room. Seizing the moment, he inquired about my father's name, workplace, and phone number. Shortly thereafter, my father arrived in a flurry, for his workplace was not far from the hospital. The officer briefed him on the situation, mentioning that this was Shao Hai's son, urging my father to think of a way to reach out to someone who could intervene. My father replied, "I don't know anyone." The officer sighed, an expression that seemed to convey a sense of resignation. I could discern my father's anxiety as he paced back and forth, sighing repeatedly, yet he did not utter a single reprimand towards me. After a while, the doctor emerged, announcing that the stitching was complete and that my father needed to settle the bill, which amounted to over 200. Ma Liang lay on the bed, receiving an 4 infusion, presumably glucose or something similar. I did not catch the exact details. My father sat beside him, attempting to comfort him by recalling their past as classmates, suggesting that such disputes were unnecessary. Ma Liang, however, did not even spare a glance at my father, fixated instead on the endless white clouds outside the window. At that moment, 2 individuals entered. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an air of composure. Following closely was a young man in his 20s, sporting dyed blonde hair and a muscular physique, clad in a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated his strength. My father approached the middle-aged man, addressing him, "You must be Brother Hai. Kids often engage in rough play, but this seems a bit excessive." I crouched in the corner, clutching the iron rod, raising my gaze to the 2 men. The young blonde observed me, seemingly understanding something, and charged forward, delivering a kick to my chest while cursing, "Fuck you." The force of the kick sent me sprawling, my head striking the wall. The impact felt like a colossal blow to my chest, rendering me breathless and causing my head to throb, tears streaming down my face. I heard the middle-aged man say, "Datu, refrain from hitting the child." The young man, still cursing, retorted, "If you dare touch Liangzi, you're asking for trouble." However, He did not strike again, appearing to heed the middle-aged man's words. My father quickly positioned himself in front of the two, insisting, "Don't hit the child if you have grievances, direct them at me." Witnessing my father's submissive demeanor filled me with sorrow. The middle-aged man clarified, "I am not Brother Hai. He is currently in a meeting at the company. I came to check on the situation first. My name is Blind Man." I found the name amusing, but managed to suppress a laugh, pondering how he appeared unblemished in vision. My father seemed bewildered, remaining silent. The man added, "Brother Shrimp," as in a large shrimp. My father responded with a couple of O's, and then said, "Brother Shrimp, I will cover the child's surgical expenses and later purchase some nutritional supplements." Shrimp replied, "I have no authority to decide this. When Brother Hai arrives, you can discuss it with him." My father, not adept at expressing himself, repeatedly addressed the man as brother, nodding in agreement. He then inquired, "When will Brother Hai arrive?" Shrimp appeared slightly impatient. Brother Hai stated that if anything serious happened to the child, his presence would be futile. If all is well, he need not come. Regardless, he is currently in a meeting and will come afterward. My father nodded again, seemingly at a loss for words. The young man, sat beside Ma Liang, asking, "How are you holding up, little brother?" Ma Liang responded, "Just a bit dazed." The two turned to the doctor standing nearby, asking for an update. The doctor quickly replied, "Mild concussion, a few days of rest should suffice." Aware of the impending tension, he excused himself, stating he had other matters to attend to. My father said, "I will go buy some nutritional supplements for the child," beckoning me to accompany him. Shrimp, unconcerned about our potential escape, casually nodded. Once outside the hospital, my father took me to a supermarket, selecting various expensive items such as royal jelly and premium milk, spending around 400 to 500 yuan. At the checkout, my father remarked, "You've caused quite a bit of trouble this time." I mumbled, "I'm sorry," feeling tears welling up again. He sighed, "This morning I was so pleased you got into high school, yet here you are, causing distress." I remained silent. My father continued, "That Xiao Hai wields considerable influence in our area. He's been a notorious figure for over 20 years. I've heard of him before. He is not someone we can afford to provoke." I replied, "But it was Ma Liang who first asked me for money." Finally, the tears cascaded down my cheeks. This time, my father was rendered speechless, evidently unsure of how to handle the situation, merely patting my back. Upon returning to the hospital, we placed the items beside Ma Liang's bed. The elderly officer had seemingly departed, perhaps feeling that this matter was beyond his control, leaving without a word. My father asked Ma Liang, "Is there anything else you would like to eat? Uncle will buy it for you." Ma Liang glanced at my father, but remained mute. Shrimp and the two sat quietly by the bed, enveloped in silence. My father appeared awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit, seemingly uncomfortable. I remarked that they probably think little of these items. My father shot me a glare, but remained rooted in place. At that moment, I felt a sense of calm, possibly due to my father's presence. Regardless of his shortcomings, he was still my father, and I perceive him as a sturdy mountain, capable of shielding me at any moment. I returned to my corner, crouching down earlier. When the two had kicked me, the iron rod had rolled beneath the bed, and I dare not retrieve it. After approximately half an hour, once Ma Liang's forebag was empty, a middle-aged man entered. Shrimp and the two immediately rose, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, you have arrived." Ma Liang struggled to sit up, seemingly apprehensive of his father's presence. I observed Xiao Hai, whose dark skin and lean stature gave an imposing impression, almost as if he commanded respect without uttering a word. My father quickly approached to shake his hand, stating, "Brother Hai, the children were merely playing, but it seems it got out of hand." I sighed inwardly, realizing my father was reiterating the same few phrases, just as I had, lacking the gift of eloquence. Xiao Hai paid no attention to my father and approached Ma Liang, asking, "Are you all right?" At that moment, I recognized that Xiao Hai had come alone, contrary to my earlier assumptions of him bringing a crowd. Ma Liang replied, "I'm fine, just a bit dazed. The doctor said some rest will do." Xiao Hai nodded, then turned to my father. My father hastily remarked, "The medical expenses amounted to 270. I covered it and purchased some nutritional supplements. The children were just playing." Xiao Hai interrupted, "You should pay 30,000. The word struck me like thunder. 30,000. My father barely earned over 1,000 a month. Plus bonuses, it would take a year of living frugally to amass 30,000. My mother was unemployed. Xiao Hai was clearly attempting to extort us, far more ruthless than even Ma Liang. Truly a case of like father, like son. This realization dawned on me later. At that moment, my mind was blank, utterly speechless. I had swung that iron rod, inadvertently costing 30,000. Even if a heavenly being descended, surely I was not valued that highly. I noticed my father sway slightly, murmuring, the children were merely playing. It was evident he was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Xiao Hai glanced at the 4 bag, which still had some fluid remaining, and called over the doctor, asking, "What is this?" The doctor replied, "It's just something to soothe the nerves." In a swift motion, Xiao Hai yanked the needle from Yang's hand, dismissing it with disdain. "This is useless. A mere scratch like this doesn't even warrant a bandage. I've been cut before and didn't even bother stitching it up. Let's go." Yang remained silent, pressing the gauze against his injury, ready to follow his father. My father, in a state of agitation, grasped Xiao Hai's sleeve and implored, "Brother Hai, please, 30,000 is quite excessive. I've already purchased so many items." Suddenly, the large-headed fellow surged forward, overturning all the goods my father had bought. It appeared he'd been holding back his frustration for quite some time, and he spoke with a fierce tone. "These items are worthless. Before Brother Hai and I came here, he warned that if anything happened to Liangzi, your entire family would face the consequences. Now, you're unscathed and merely talking about money, and you dare to voice your grievances?" Clearly intimidated, my father released his grip on Xiao Hai's sleeve. With an impassive expression, Xiao Hai pushed open the door, ready to depart. At that moment, an unexpected surge of courage welled up within me, perhaps stirred by the sight of my father being intimidated by a young man. Fueled by a mix of indignation and a reckless bravado, I stood up and declared, "Xiao Hai, stop right there." Yang immediately seized his father's sleeve, exclaiming, "When he struck me earlier, he had that same look in his eyes." Xiao Hai turned to me and unexpectedly smiled, asking, "Are you planning to do the same to my head?" My father approached and enveloped me in an embrace, saying, "Child, don't stir up trouble. You still need to study in the city." His eyes glistened with unshed tears. My heart ached even more at that moment. I wriggled free from my father's grasp and strode toward Xiao Hai. At the entrance, a familiar hospital cart sat laden with empty 4 bottles. The large-headed fellow picked one up and advanced toward me. Xiao Hai cautioned, "The two, don't move against him. Let's see what he intends to do." I approached the cart, picked up a bottle, and stood defiantly before Xiao Hai. It was then I noticed how tall he was. I could barely reach his chest. I spoke earnestly, "Uncle Hai, I know you're doing quite well here. My father is a native of this land. Can you spare him some consideration and not make things difficult for him? I alone am responsible for my actions." With that, I brought the bottle to my own head. My father lunged forward, exclaiming in alarm, "Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor?" At that moment, Xiao Hai chuckled and remarked, "All right, you're quite the spirited child. For your sake, he'll settle for 10,000. Tomorrow night, he'll personally come to your home to collect." In response, I shouted, "My family won't pay you a single penny. A bottle saved 20,000. Xiao Hai and the others ignored me and departed. The doctor hurried over to tend to my head, assisting me onto the bed, followed by 2 nurses who entered with iodine to cleanse my wound, causing me to wince in pain. After stitching me up, they wrapped it, resembling the condition of Yang's injury. On the way home, my father chuckled at me, saying, "Well done, you rascal. You saved 20,000 with that fall." Upon arriving home, my father began discussing financial matters with my mother. At that time, my grandmother was chronically ill and was a constant burden on medication. Being the eldest son, my father had the responsibility of caring for her. We only had a little over 3,000 at home, which was meant for my tuition. My father suggested, "I can borrow some money. I should be able to secure 10,000. My emotions were complex. I felt a deep sense of guilt towards my parents, even though they did not voice their concerns. I had been performing well academically. In our small town, there were only elementary and junior high schools. Despite the 9-year compulsory education, to continue my studies, I would have to go to the city, where students with decent grades attended high school, while those with poorer grades went to vocational schools. I ranked among the top 20 in my grade, and my name was displayed on the notice board of the city's top school, akin to a triumphant announcement, filling me with pride. My parents had been jubilant all morning, only to encounter this unfortunate event in the evening. I felt restless, a surge of rebellious blood coursing through me, and truthfully, I entertained thoughts of harming Xiao Hai and Yang. I understood my father well. He was gentle and soft-hearted, much like myself, yet he was respected for his integrity, and people were willing to lend him money. An hour later, he returned with a stack of cash, placing it in the crevice of the cabinet. After a brief chat with my mother, he went to sleep. I spent the night awake, uncertain about my parents' feelings. As I continuously heard their sighs, unsure if they were speaking in their sleep. The next morning, I began searching for knives, any knives I could find. I pulled out a spring knife, a fruit knife, and a kitchen knife. These were all that were available in our home. Ultimately, I chose the spring knife and tucked it into my pocket. I did not intend to use it for anything sinister. I merely wished to hold it, to bolster my courage and confidence, for I felt exceedingly weak. The cold touch of the blade provided a strange reassurance. Within my pocket, I felt a sense of steadiness. I thought to myself, if it came to it, I could stab him without hesitation, come what may. But it was merely a fleeting thought. I knew myself too well. The atmosphere at home remained stifling throughout the day. Finally, night fell, and the silence was palpable. My father kept watch by the door. At that time, we lived in an old-style bungalow with a yard, the gate wide open, waiting for Xiaohai's arrival. After a while, someone came in. My father stood up and walked toward the door, his legs trembling slightly. The visitor opened his mouth to say, "Old Joe, let us have a drink." I was momentarily dazed. It wasn't Xiaohai, but rather a colleague of my father's, whom I referred to as Uncle Chow. My father, likely equally bewildered, replied, "Uncle Chow, what brings you here today?" "I have matters to attend to. Let us drink another time," my father said. Uncle Chow, seemingly undeterred, entered and plopped himself onto the sofa, appearing to have already indulged in some alcohol, intent on prolonging the evening. I must take a moment to elaborate on Uncle Chow, as he plays a role in the events that unfold. He was likely a decade older than my father, yet appeared much older, with numerous wrinkles. I wasn't fully aware of his character, but my mother held a particular disdain for him. He had a penchant for drinking and often frequented our home empty-handed, always eager to drink. His drunken antics annoyed my mother, yet it was said that he looked after my father at work, defending him when others would offload tasks onto him. My father, being an honest man, garnered respect from Uncle Chow. However, regarding the incident with Xiaohai extorting money, Uncle Chow found it humiliating and no one spoke of it. By sheer coincidence, he arrived that evening. My father, aware of Uncle Chow's drunken behavior, knew he would be persistent, so he asked my mother to prepare some dishes and retrieve the leftover half bottle of wine from their previous gathering. Soon, my mother had prepared 2 dishes, a plate of greens and a plate of tofu, clearly not treating Uncle Chow as a guest of honor. Uncle Chow, unperturbed, sampled the food and remarked, "It's a bit salty." No one acknowledged him. He chuckled and asked my father, "What is bothering you? Share it with me. I'll help you sort it out." My father smiled sheepishly. My mother, not one to let it go, jabbed at him. "If you're so capable, why not become an official?" Uncle Chow retorted, "I simply have no desire for that." My mother ignored him, well aware that his drunken bravado was nothing new. I had grown accustomed to his boisterous declarations when inebriated, proclaiming grandiose ideas about governance, threatening to obliterate nations, and belittling others. As the night progressed, the atmosphere in our home became markedly livelier. My father and Uncle Chow were in high spirits, the wine dwindling while the food remained untouched. My mother turned on the television, watching the usual legal dramas about ungrateful children abandoning their elderly parents or husbands leaving their wives, which brought tears to her eyes. Sometimes I wondered if my own propensity to cry stemmed from having such emotional parents. Uncle Chow announced he needed to use the restroom. At that time, our yard lacked a proper toilet. One had to venture several hundred meters to a public restroom, though it wasn't far. He left, and just moments later, Xiaohai entered, accompanied by Xia Zi and Datu. My father, once animated, instantly stiffened upon seeing them. Truly, weakness is hereditary. As Xiaohai stepped inside, the atmosphere turned icy. His expression was grave, exuding an aura that suggested he could explode at any moment. This was what people often referred to as charisma. He scanned the table filled with food and declared, "I've already eaten." At that moment, it felt as though my entire family was struck dumb. Even if the dishes remained untouched, his presumption was remarkable. Xiaohai then glanced at the alcohol and remarked, "I don't drink cheap liquor." I wanted to retort, "Stop being so pretentious," but I lacked the courage. I could barely suppress my laughter. My parents remained silent, likely stunned by his audacity. Xiaohai then inquired, "Is the money ready?" My father replied, "It's prepared," and proceeded to open the cabinet to retrieve the money. I don't know what came over me. Perhaps it was a surge of emotion, but I blurted out, "Dad, don't give him the money." Xiaohai smiled, dismissing my words entirely. My father, too, laughed along, continuing to retrieve the money to hand over. At that moment, the young Datu seemed displeased, striding over to slap me. My mother lunged forward, shielding me, casting an angry glare at him. The two then shoved my mother, who, being a gentle woman, lacked the strength to resist, and fell, dragging me down with her. My father, unable to witness my mother being assaulted, erupted with anger, rushing toward the two and pushing him, demanding, "What are you doing? Am I not giving you the money?" Xiaozi intervened, saying, "The two, don't lay a hand on him." Xiaohai remained silent, observing the scene. The two scoffed and stepped back. At that moment, I felt a boiling rage coursing through me, as if every drop of blood in me was ignited. I do not know if others have experienced such feelings, but my mind went blank. I placed my hand in my pocket, gripping the knife, yet hesitated to draw it out. Just then, Xiaohai broke the silence, taunting, "What's that? A knife in your pocket? Why don't you take it out and show me?" All eyes turned toward me. Xiaohai, Xiaozi, the two, my father and my mother were fixated on me. My father, his voice trembling, asked, "Ming Ming, what are you doing?" I had no idea how Xiaohai discerned my secret. My hand remained in my pocket, clutching the knife, but I lacked the courage to reveal it, sweat pouring down my palm. The two laughed mockingly, saying, "You think you can intimidate me with that pathetic little knife?" The tall figure approached menacingly, seemingly intent on delivering a kick. My father intervened, pushing him aside and declaring, "Do not lay a finger on my son, or I will not hesitate to confront you." I stood up, my gaze fixed on my father, tears welling in my eyes. My hands remained buried in my pockets, lacking the courage to draw them out. In that moment, I felt as though the very essence of my spirit had been shattered by Xiaohai's words. Suddenly, a fist from Dado swung towards my father's face. Despite his towering stature, he staggered, nearly losing his balance. Steadying himself, he attempted to advance, only to be met with another brutal kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Data merely stood there, grinning with that infuriating smirk typical of a petty thug. My mother gasped, rushing to shield my father, unleashing a torrent of expletives aimed at Datu, using the coarse language characteristic of rural women. Datu, irked, seemed ready to retaliate against my mother. Overwhelmed with rage, I drew a knife, shouting, "Datu, if you dare touch my mother, I will kill you." Data paused, chuckling, "You haven't even revealed the blade yet." My father slowly regained his footing, revealing blood streaming from his nose. He wiped it with his sleeve and repeated, "Do not harm my son, or I will end you." Data scoffed. "Who are you trying to intimidate? You think I'm scared? I'll take on not just your son, but your wife as well." My father exhaled deeply. "This is a consequence of your own actions." He turned to me, saying, "Son, hand me the knife." My mother exclaimed in alarm, "Joe, what are you planning? Don't be rash like Ming Ming." Xiaozi added, "Yes, your son is young and impulsive. Are you any different?" My father, looking at Xiaozi, responded, "I have been soft my entire life. I have never complained when others bullied me, but I cannot bear to see my son or wife suffer." Xiaozi opened his mouth, but fell silent. Dado, however, laughed. "All right then, let us see what you intend to do." My father declared, "I must protect my family," extending his hand toward me. My mother cried out, "Ming Ming, don't give it to your father." Ignoring her, I handed the knife to my father and moved closer to support my mother, saying, "Mom, you must trust Dad." As I spoke, tears streamed down my face. In my youth, I never dared to share my fights with my family, for I knew that once my father found out, I would face his wrath. His mantra was, "If you do not stir up trouble, others will not trouble you." He lived by this philosophy, attempting to shape my worldview. Yet, we both understood that even in the absence of provocation, troubles would inevitably find us. I looked at my father, standing before me like an unwavering mountain. Even when faced with blows, insults, and ridicule, he remained a bastion of protection. My father's thumb flicked the knife, and the blade gleamed coldly in the dim light. In the haze, I noticed Dada preparing to charge again, but suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop fighting. Uncle Chow is back." Dado halted abruptly, turning to see the diminutive figure of the old man entering. Seizing the opportunity, I half sat, leaning against the TV cabinet, striving to regain my composure. My father appeared to recover as well, rising unsteadily, supported by my mother, who cast me a concerned glance. I nodded reassuringly, signaling that I was all right. My father quickly urged, "Chow, this is not your concern. You should leave." Xiaohai interjected, Chow Ji, what brings you here?" Uncle Chow surveyed the living room, noting the scattered money, seemingly grasping the situation at hand. He shot a glance at Xiaohai and remarked, "You certainly know how to stir things up, Xiaohai." Everyone was taken aback. If Uncle Chow had known Xiaohai previously, it would not have been surprising for Xiaohai to address him as Chow, given their age difference. However, Xiaohai's previously icy demeanor softened, revealing a hint of surprise. Uncle Chao's nonchalance left everyone bewildered. Data seemed ready to confront Uncle Chao, but thought better of it. Falling silent, Xiaohai smiled, explaining, "It's nothing. My Liangzi was beaten by that kid, and I came to collect some medical expenses." Oh, Uncle Chao acknowledged. Approaching to pat my head, "This child appears to be injured as well." Xiaohai retorted, "That was self-inflicted. It has nothing to do with me." Datu, finally losing his patience, barked, "Who the hell are you, old man? Get lost, or I'll make sure you regret it." Uncle Chao, momentarily taken aback, slowly turned to face Dadu and suddenly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Dadu, caught off guard, erupted in rage, cursing loudly and preparing to retaliate. Xiaohai intervened. "Datu, stand down." Reluctantly, Datu complied, positioning himself behind Xiaohai. Uncle Chao leisurely remarked, "Today's youth lack manners. They need to be taught a lesson." Uncle Chao glanced at the scattered money, bent down to pick up 3 bills, shaking them as if inspecting their authenticity. He approached Xiaohai and handed him 300 yuan, stating, "Here." Xiaohai was momentarily stunned. "What's this for?" Uncle Chao replied, "Medical expenses, of course. You mentioned needing funds for that." He mused. Given that the child probably only required a few stitches, 200 should suffice. The remaining 100 can be spent on some nutritional supplements to help him recover. No more causing trouble, just like you did in your youth. Xiaohai's face fluctuated between anger and embarrassment, and after a long pause, he accepted the money, saying, "Chao Ji, let's have a meal together sometime." Uncle Chao ignored him, and Xiaohai turned to leave, followed by Shazi and Datu. After they departed, my father approached Uncle Chao, inquiring, "Chao Ji, do you know him?" Uncle Chao nodded. "Yes, we used to hang out together when we were young." He surveyed the mess of money strewn about, urging, "Hurry and clean this up." I looked at Uncle Chao, filled with admiration. My parents began organizing the money, cleaning up the blood Dadu had spilled, and locking away the knife. My father admonished me, "In the future, do not act so impulsively. What business does a child have with a knife?" It was ironic, given that he had just brandished a knife himself. My mother quickly put away the vegetables and tofu, then swiftly prepared a feast of 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. My father retrieved a cherished bottle of aged liquor, claiming it was meant for my future wedding celebration. Uncle Chao's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, this must be at least 20 years old." My father chuckled and poured a glass for Uncle Chao, who drank eagerly, deliberately losing at drinking games. I had often heard my father say that Uncle Chao was quite capable, but his penchant for alcohol had hindered his career. Otherwise, he would have advanced to a managerial position by now. As the evening progressed, my parents bombarded Uncle Chao with inquiries about Xiaohai, while I seized every opportunity to ask him about his youth. Yet, the old man seemed to feign drunkenness, sinking into slumber on the table without revealing a word. My father remarked, "Perhaps it's just an old friend from before. In this small place, everyone knows each other." My mother shot him a glance and retorted, "Then how come you don't know anyone?" Her words left my father momentarily speechless. Uncle Chao had dozed for half an hour. Upon waking, he inquired, "Where am I?" After surveying his surroundings, he exclaimed, "Oh, I'm at old Joe's house. I must return home, or my wife will scold me." My father assisted him towards the door, but Uncle Chao shrugged him off, saying, "Let me be. I'm not so old that I can't walk." My father merely chuckled, sharing a similar demeanor with me. No, I mirrored my father's disposition. That night, it was evident that my parents were quite cheerful, engaging in conversation until the early hours. Our home was rather modest. My bed was separated from my parents by merely a curtain, allowing me to overhear their discussions. Eventually, I drifted into a deep, sound sleep. For several consecutive days, I refrained from going outside, fearing I might stir up further trouble. With more than a month left before school commenced, I resolved to stay indoors to spare my family from worry. I suspected my parents understood my intentions and chose not to comment. Thus, I would sleep until well past noon. After a couple of days, I could no longer contain my restlessness and ventured to a neighbor's house, where a boy named Li Dong lived, who was 5 or 6 years my senior. Li Dong had previously attended the first high school, but had not studied diligently enough to gain admission to university. Instead, he lounged at home, engaging in petty theft. Just days prior, he had been incarcerated for stealing iron from a construction site. I visited him to borrow a few first-year high school textbooks for some early preparation. It was already noon, and having risen rather late, I found that Li Dong was still asleep when I arrived. Entering his small home, I announced, "Brother, I'll come to borrow a few high school books." Li Dong gestured towards a bookshelf, indicating I should help myself. Upon inspecting the disordered shelves, I found it quite challenging to locate the desired first-year books. After considerable effort, I finally unearthed a few volumes, also seizing some novels by Wang Xiaobo and Su Tong. I wished to procure some youthful literature, but found none. Holding the books up to Li Dong, I said, "Brother, I'll take a look at these and return them in a few days." By then, Li Dong had awoken and replied, "Sure, go ahead. They're all my father's books." I spotted a yellow-covered book titled The Road of X County. Since X County was our local area, I inquired, "What is this book about?" Li Dong glanced at it and replied, "It's an old book, been around for many years. It's my father's, detailing the notable figures in our county, technicians, model workers, esteemed leaders, that sort of thing. It's essentially just singing praises." I casually added it to my collection of borrowed books. After selecting my reading material, I felt a bit awkward about leaving immediately, so I sat down to chat with Li Dong. He remarked, "Mingming, I heard you got accepted into the first high school." I nodded and asked, "How's the school?" Li Dong responded, "Not great. There are quite a few delinquents." Surprised, I said, "Isn't it supposed to be for academically successful students? Shouldn't it be full of good pupils?" Li Dong burst into laughter. "I used to be a good student too, but I fell in with a bad crowd. And look at me now. Let me tell you, being good at studies doesn't equate to being a good person. It's the combination of both skill and intellect that truly counts." I nodded in agreement. Li Dong continued, "Moreover, it's not just academic excellence that gets you into the first high school. Having money helps too. Students also need to make some side income. These students are often the mainstay of delinquency, albeit more dispersed. Only 2 or 3 in each class, so it won't be overwhelming." He added, "But don't fear. If you find yourself in trouble, go seek Lu Jie from the security office. Just tell him you're Li Dong's brother, and he'll assist you." I committed that name to memory and said, "Brother, I must head home for lunch. I'll come find you another time." Li Dong seemed somewhat reluctant to part ways, but ultimately said, "All right, you go ahead." I returned home with a stack of books, and my father was preparing a meal, so I began to read. I opened The Road of X County, being the first book in the pile. To my dismay, it was rather tedious, filled with sycophantic praise. Yet one article captivated my attention: The Dual King, A Prodigal Returns. The content recounted a certain Chen Yunqiao, a notorious fighter in the 1970s, renowned for his prowess. Before a brawl, he would ask his opponent, one-on-one or all together. Back then, the local customs were simple, and due to Chen's slight stature, most opted for a one-on-one duel, only to be bested by him. Over time, he earned the moniker Dual King. However, after gravely injuring the son of a local leader, he was imprisoned. The latter half of the article monotonously detailed his rehabilitation under the leadership of the party and government, his painful regrets, and how he excelled at work, earning praise from his superiors. Finding the second half utterly tedious, I abandoned it and revisited the first part, truly admiring the charisma of Dual King Chen Yunqiao, allowing my imagination to conjure his myriad exploits. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled something and asked my father, "What is Uncle Chao's full name?" My father replied, "Chen Yunqiao, why do you ask?" My excitement surged as I exclaimed, "Isn't this him?" I pointed to the book. My father glanced at it and said, "By golly, it truly is him." I inquired, "If Uncle Chao is so famous and you grew up here, why don't you know him?" My father pondered for a moment and replied, "When I was your age, I was just focused on my studies, oblivious to the world outside. It wasn't until I entered the workforce that I began to socialize. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know who Xiao Hai was." After rereading the first half of the book, my father remarked, "He is over a decade older than me. When he was making a name for himself, I was still in school. He went to prison shortly after I started working, so I never heard of him." I tossed the book onto the bed and declared, "I'm going out for a bit." Ignoring my father's response, I dashed outside. Upon arriving at Uncle Chao's house, I found him sprawled on the sofa, watching television, with a spread of food and drink laid out on the coffee table, indicating he had indulged quite a bit. I struck a pose reminiscent of Huang Feihong and called out, "One-on-one, or all together." Uncle Chao visibly trembled before regaining his composure, remaining silent for a moment. I thought to myself that Uncle Chao was likely pretending to be drunk, so I said, "Uncle Chao, I want to learn how to fight." He continued to ignore me. Eyes closed. I chuckled. "Uncle Chao, there's a limit to your mystery. I know all about your past." Suddenly, he sat up and asked, "What do you know?" I grinned. "I read The Road of X County. There's an article about you. You were the Dual King." Uncle Chow seemed to exhale in relief, saying, "Ah, that was just youthful folly. Nothing serious." I pressed, "Then teach me to fight. They always bully me." Uncle Chow laughed. "You, with those little arms and legs, who could you possibly beat?" I protested. "But Uncle Chow, you're also quite slender, yet you still manage to make them crawl." Chuckling, Uncle Chow remarked, "So you won't learn to fight just to avoid being bullied, right?" I nodded. "Yes, they keep picking on me and even ask for money." Uncle Chow nodded in understanding and replied, "All right, just don't go down the wrong path." With that, Uncle Chow produced a machete from beneath the sofa and said, "Come with me." I was taken aback by the sight of that machete, hesitant to take a step forward. Uncle Chow grinned and taunted, "Are you scared now?" I retorted, "Not all. Let us go." I followed Uncle Chow downstairs. He concealed the machete behind his clothing and led me to a secluded area. I asked, "Where are we going?" He replied, "Zhou Wang Mountain." Our pace quickened. I hurried to keep up and questioned, "What are we going to do on the mountain?" Uncle Chow answered, "We're going to build your courage." I did not inquire further, surmising that upon reaching the mountain, I would be tasked with cutting down some scarecrows for practice. Upon arrival, I followed a narrow path to a fork in the road. Uncle Chow remarked, "This is the spot." I looked around but saw no scarecrows. He removed the dark scabbard from his belt and tossed it aside, handing me the knife. As I grasped the blade, feeling its genuine weight for the first time, an inexplicable thrill coursed through me. Uncle Chow instructed, "In a moment, someone will descend, and you shall confront him with this knife and demand money." Alarmed, I took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "I refuse to do such a thing." Uncle Chow persisted, "Whether you like it or not, you must do it. Otherwise, how will you build your courage? If he dares to withhold money, simply make a couple of slashes at his back." I flung the knife to the ground, glaring at Uncle Chow in indignation. "Uncle, how can you teach me such things?" Uncle Chow appeared perplexed. "Did you not wish to learn how to fight?" I replied, "I seek to learn how to fight, but not to kill, nor to rob. I want to master the art of combat." Uncle Chow chuckled. "Fighting has no real technique. Regardless of skill, a single brick can take you down. Do you honestly believe I rely on technique to be the champion of duels? I win through ambush." I was taken aback. "Ambush?" Uncle Chow nodded affirmatively. "Yes, ambush. If someone provokes me, I seize a brick and strike when they least expect it." I was bewildered. "So fighting lacks technique?" After a moment's thought, he replied, "There is indeed an emphasis on speed, ferocity, and precision, but that is a gift. It cannot be learned." He picked up the knife and said, "This blade is dull. It won't kill anyone, similar to a mere piece of iron." He then made a couple of harmless cuts on his own hand, demonstrating its safety. He continued, "Most people would tremble at the sight of such a weapon, too terrified to resist, unless they are particularly formidable." I nodded in agreement. It was certainly true. Uncle Chow added, "Fighting requires a commanding presence. If your aura is strong, even if your opponent has an army, your calm demeanor will make them question whether you possess a hidden strength, diminishing their resolve." I recalled that night when Xiaohai had mentioned my knife, which had shattered my spirit, and I nodded again in understanding. As we spoke, a figure descended the mountain. Uncle Chow handed me the knife, saying, "Go." I stubbornly retorted, "I refuse to rob." Uncle Chow insisted, "It is not a real robbery. It is to help you cultivate courage, merely to intimidate him. If he offers you money, you can return it afterward." Reluctantly, I accepted the knife and approached the man. He wore a straw hat, carried a hoe, and donned a faded blue shirt, as if he had just returned from tending to his field for lunch. I thought to myself, "What misfortune for you?" As I approached, the farmer seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly raising his hoe defensively against his chest and eyeing me warily. Glancing at my knife and then back at his hoe, I realized that in a confrontation, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Even for the sake of courage, there should be a gradual process, akin to leveling up by defeating low-level monsters outside a novice village. Why was I suddenly faced with such a high-level boss? I couldn't joke about my life. Even with Uncle Chow behind me, I couldn't guarantee that the farmer wouldn't swing his hoe at me. With this in mind, I fixed my gaze ahead, pretending that I had nothing to do with the farmer, and continued walking until I brushed past him. I exhaled in relief when Uncle Chow rushed over, scolding me. "You fool." He then snatched the knife from me and chased after the farmer, shouting, "Stop right there." The farmer, clearly prepared for this, turned around, brandishing his hoe at Uncle Chow. Seeing that the farmer had halted, Uncle Chow approached slowly, the knife in his hand glimmering under the sun, casting erratic reflections that enhanced the ominous atmosphere. He stopped 1 meter in front of the farmer, and I hurried to follow, eager to learn his approach. The farmer asked, "What do you want?" Uncle Chow shot him a glance and took a step closer, a smirk crossing his lips. "You dare point a hoe at me? Do you wish to fight?" He flicked the blade with his finger and regarded the farmer coldly. The farmer hesitated, lowering his hoe. "Brother, I'm just from the nearby village. What business do you have?" Uncle Chow stepped closer, tapping the blade against the farmer's face. "Why call me brother? We are not acquainted." The farmer, clearly frightened, likely never having encountered someone as confrontational as Uncle Chow, turned pale and fell silent, his hoe hanging limply at his side, too terrified to resist. I sensed an aura emanating from Uncle Chow, akin to that of King of Beasts. My admiration for him deepened further. Uncle Chow asked again, "You're from a nearby village. Do you know me?" The farmer shook his head. Uncle Chow lowered the knife and slapped the farmer's face with his palm. "I collect tolls here every day. You do not know who I am?" The farmer appeared utterly bewildered. Despite Uncle Chow's shorter stature, he had to tilt his head to strike the farmer's face, yet the farmer showed no inclination to resist. Uncle Chow called out to me, "Ming Ming, search him for money." I obliged, reasoning that it was not a real robbery, and I could always return the money later. I approached and searched him. The farmer remained still and compliant. Ultimately, I retrieved a crumpled 5 yuan note from his pocket. Uncle Chow snatched it from my hand and stowed it away, glaring at the farmer. "Is this all the money you brought?" The farmer, sweating profusely, stammered, "I just came to check on the fields." "Enough with the nonsense," Uncle Chow retorted, suddenly slapping the farmer again. "Go home and fetch more money. I will wait here for you." The farmer stumbled back, fearfully gazing at Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow continued, "Did you not hear what I said?" Preparing to strike again, I felt he was overstepping and quickly intervened, embracing him. "Uncle, please don't." Then I turned to the farmer. "You should leave. No need to bring more money." The farmer fled, abandoning his hoe as he dashed away. Uncle Chow watched his retreating figure, then took out the 5 yuan note, chuckling, "Well, this will buy a small bottle of liquor." I seized the note, running after the farmer, shouting, "Wait." The farmer, however, ran even faster, which left me feeling frustrated. After chasing for a while without success, I returned, the 5 yuan note in my hand, feeling like a burning ember. Too hot to hold. I had always despised those who robbed others. How had I inadvertently become one of them? I walked back to find Uncle Chow crouched down, observing something. I crouched beside him and discovered he was watching an ant mound, with dozens of ants bustling in and out in a frenzy of activity. I chuckled. "Uncle Chow, at your age, you still find this fascinating?" Uncle Chow rose and said, "Ming Ming, urinate on that mound." Surprised, I asked why. He replied sternly, "Do not question why. Do as I say." Reluctantly, I removed my pants and urinated on the ant mound. For the ants, it must have felt like a cataclysm. I envisioned countless ants struggling in my urine, bewildered by this sudden disaster. Once I finished, Uncle Chow asked, "Why did you douse the ant mound?" I paused. "Wasn't that what you instructed?" He then queried, "But when I asked you to rob, why did you not comply?" I paused for a moment and said, "This is entirely different. Pouring on an ant's nest requires merely the effort of a single urination, yet robbing someone." Uncle Chow interrupted me, saying, "Did you see the effort I expended while robbing? Did it exceed that of a single urination?" I replied, "Not really." Uncle Chow continued thus, "Robbing is as effortless as urinating on an ant's nest. Do you understand now?" I shook my head and said, "No, it's not the same. Those are living beings, while these are merely a mindless swarm of ants." Uncle Chow asked, "So, do you pity that farmer?" I nodded. He remarked, "In the eyes of the ants, you, who can destroy their home with just a single urination, possess an extraordinary presence." I replied, "Uncle Chow, I understand your point. You mean to say that if I view others as mere ants, I can naturally exude an aura that instills fear in them, correct?" Uncle Chow smiled and said, "You've had an epiphany." I asserted, "But I cannot do that." Uncle Chow inquired, "Why not?" "Isn't it simple?" I closed my eyes, recalling how even when armed, Xiaohai remained unfazed. Perhaps he saw me as an insignificant insect easily squashed. I said, "I cannot perceive them as ants. They have families, they have emotions, and they possess dignity." I further remembered my father standing before me, like an imposing mountain, and added, "They have people they wish to protect." Uncle Chow looked at me, shaking his head, and said, "Then you will never be able to overwhelm others with your presence, nor will you become the champion of one-on-one confrontations." I replied, "If being the champion means viewing others as inconsequential ants, then I refuse to do so." With that, I turned and began descending the mountain, feeling undeniably cool. After taking a few steps, I felt it inappropriate to leave Uncle Chow behind, so I turned back and said, "Uncle, let us go home. I no longer wish to learn how to fight." Uncle Chow looked at me, smiling, and said, "If you cannot overpower others with your presence, there is still one method that can ensure your victory in fights." My curiosity was piqued, for I was indeed weary of being bullied. I asked what method. Uncle Chow replied, "Brothers." I nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Chow continued, "You need a band of loyal brothers, not just anyone to eliminate." I said, "I have brothers, but they're even more useless than I. They all wet their pants at the sight of Ma Yang." Uncle Chow suggested, "Then find a strong ally. When you are bullied, turn to your leader." I chuckled. "Uncle Chow, you are my ally. I will come to you when I am bullied." Uncle Chow shook his head, saying, "I'm too old for that. It would be beneath me to fight someone your age. Unless it involves someone like Xiao Hai. I cannot help you against Ma Yang, even if he beats you half to death." I thought to myself, I wouldn't he constantly provoke someone like Xiao Hai? Those days, Ma Yang and his so-called 4 great kings were probably scouring the streets for me. I was in a bit of trouble. My mind began racing, pondering whom to choose as my ally. As Uncle Chow and I conversed, we made our way down the mountain and onto the streets. Suddenly, Uncle Chow stopped, his eyes darting around. I felt a chill run down my spine and asked, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Uncle Chow, grinning widely, with deeper wrinkles, replied, "Go buy me a bottle of Erguo 2, the small bottle kind." I protested, "I have no money." It was one thing to be hassled by small-time thugs, but now a big bully had his sights set on me. Uncle Chow's smile grew even brighter. "That 5 yuan we just acquired together, add 2 more, and you can buy a bottle." I retorted, "But that money was your theft, not ours." Uncle Chow rubbed his hands together. "Fine. I'll count it as mine. Just give me the money." Since I was already tired of holding on to that cash, I handed it over. Uncle Chow took the money but didn't retract his hand, still grinning at me. I asked, "Uncle, what now?" He replied, "Just give me 2 more yuan." I silently cursed the old drunkard and pulled out 2 yuan from my pocket to give to him. Uncle Chow cheerfully dashed into a nearby store, and after a short while, he emerged with a small bottle of Erguo 2, his face beaming with joy. He approached me eagerly, twisted open the cap, took a sip, looked at me, and his expression turned somewhat troubled. I asked, "What is wrong?" Uncle Chow said, "Children aren't allowed to drink alcohol." I replied, "I never intended to." Uncle Chow said, "That's good, that's good," and recapped it, placing it in his pocket, his hand protectively over it, as if guarding against thieves. Just then, we both felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Turning around, we saw the farmer from earlier, wielding a hoe, followed closely by 6 or 7 other farmers armed with various tools, advancing toward us with a menacing demeanor. At that moment, I thought to myself, what a ragtag bunch. They must be feeling bold to confront us. If they knew that Uncle Chow was once the champion of one-on-one fights 30 years ago, they would surely be terrified. I looked at the farmers and chuckled, knowing Uncle Chow would likely regard them as mere ants, easily crushed. "Right, Uncle Chow?" I spoke into the air beside me. "Wait, air!" I turned and yelled, "You old rogue! You didn't even call me." I hurriedly chased after him. Youth certainly grants speed, and in no time I was parallel to Uncle Chow. He clearly lacked stamina, his face flushed, and while running, he struggled to say, "Was it necessary to call you? Isn't this a natural instinct?" I retorted, "Where has that calm, commanding presence gone, facing thousands of adversaries? You old charlatan." Neither of us slowed our pace, while the group of farmers, likely just roused from their beds, in their slippers, lagged behind significantly. Uncle Chow stated, "I cannot strike them. They have families, emotions, and dignity." He paused and added, "They have people they wish to protect too." I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Reflecting on the situation, it was indeed miraculous that I could still laugh. Normally, I would have been in tears, but upon further thought, I realized I was not frightened. For beside me was the champion of X County from 30 years ago. As the shouts and chaos faded into the distance, we darted into a narrow alley, twisting and turning until we finally lost the group. Uncle Chow pulled out the Erguo 2 and took a small sip, saying, "Fortunately, they ran slowly. Otherwise, if they had caught up, I would have ensured each one of them left with broken limbs." I shot him a disdainful glance. He often boasted when he drank, and it was not without reason. Observing Uncle Chow panting heavily, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. No matter how formidable he had been in his youth, no matter how renowned, He was now merely an elderly man nearing his end. In his current state, he could scarcely fend off anyone, relying solely on his diluted aura to intimidate a few insignificant ants. If he were to face the two in a one-on-one, what chance would he have? With such thoughts, we returned to Uncle Chow's home, only to find the security door wide open. I asked, "Didn't we lock the door when we left?" Uncle Chow looked equally puzzled, saying, "I locked it." I then asked, "Could it be that Aunt has returned?" Uncle Chow replied, "Impossible. She just stormed off to her mother's house. Given her temperament, she wouldn't return so easily." I followed Uncle Chow inside and discovered someone lounging on the sofa, watching television. It was none other than the two. He had undoubtedly returned seeking revenge against Uncle Chow. I darted in front of Uncle Chow and asked, "How did you get in?" The two grinned. That infuriating smile plastered across his face, and replied, "If I can't even get through the door, how can I call myself a thug?" Uncle Chow remained silent, took a small sip from the ergo too, and then said, "Fortunately, I drank the last of the liquor on the coffee table before I left." Dado laughed and replied, "After we left that night, Haigo mentioned that you are Chun Yun Xiao, the champion of one-on-one duels from 30 years ago." Uncle Chow glanced at Dado with disdain, showing no interest in his words, and coldly retorted, "Get out." Dado chuckled. "Haigo said he owes you a favor, hence he gives you face. But I owe you nothing, so here I am." Uncle Chow ignored him, walked over to the empty bottle on the coffee table, tilted it downwards, and remarked, "I remember there were a few drops left. Where did it all go?" He looked at Dado in horror. "Did you steal my liquor?" Dado, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person?" Uncle Chow replied, "How would I know you are not here to steal my liquor?" Dado's face turned crimson from pent-up frustration. Indeed, young men cannot resist provocation. "If I were to steal your liquor, may I be cursed like a turtle." Uncle Chow smacked his lips and said, "If you buy me another bottle, I will believe you're not here just for this little bit of liquor." It was at this moment that Dado finally reacted, cursing, "Be serious. I want to challenge you to a duel. Let us see who is the real champion of duels. The one from 30 years ago or the one from 30 years later?" Uncle Chow replied, "The champion of 30 years later? Where is he?" He looked at me and added, "You mean Ming Ming? He is far from being a champion." I couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Chow asked what was truly remarkable. Dado, not falling for it this time, raised an eyebrow and said, "Enough talk, let us fight. You choose the location." Uncle Chow said, "Let us do it in the garden below the community. It's spacious there." I grew anxious. "Uncle Chow, don't fight him. Isn't that demeaning?" Judging by the sprint earlier, Uncle Chow's physical condition was clearly inferior and not a match for the muscular Dado. Although he excelled in using intimidation and surprise attacks to win, there was no chance for a sneak attack now. Dado grinned, "All right, I'll make the champion of duels beg for mercy." With that, Dado turned and prepared to walk out the door. In a flash, Uncle Chow pulled out an iron rod from beneath the sofa, took 2 steps forward, and struck Dado on the back of the head. I was left dumbfounded. Dado didn't even stagger. He collapsed to the ground, likely due to Uncle Chow's precise strike. I was so astonished that I couldn't utter a word. Uncle Chow tucked the iron rod back under the sofa, took a sip of liquor, and sat down, dialing a number on the landline. After a while, he got through and said, "Xiao Hai, that idiot Dado came to challenge me. Yes, he is currently lying on my floor. Please send someone to pick him up." After a while, 4 men in black arrived and carried Dado away without uttering a word, likely following Xiao Hai's special instructions. Once they left, Uncle Chow remarked, "Today's lesson on dueling has concluded. I trust you learned quite a bit." I replied, "I understand now. First intimidate with words, and if that fails, seize the opportunity for a surprise attack." Uncle Chow frowned. "What are you talking about?" "It's about using your presence to overwhelm first. And if that doesn't work, then strike opportunistically." I said, "It's the same thing." Uncle Chow disregarded this and continued, "Isn't your admiration for your uncle deepening now?" I replied, "Indeed, it has deepened immensely." After spending some more time at Uncle Chow's, and confirming that Xiao Hai wasn't causing any trouble, I returned home. Once home, I reflected on Uncle Chow's theories on fighting, treating people like ants. I found it impossible. Using presence to overpower another is simply not my style. In light of this, I was left with only 2 options, camaraderie and surprise attacks. But where could I find a group of loyal brothers? The few I usually hung out with were notoriously weak and utterly unreliable, more useless than I. As for the notorious thugs whose names I frequently heard, not one would be willing to befriend me. It was truly vexing. It seemed I could only be a coward, dutifully staying at home, as the outside world was not suited for me. After spending several days at home, I devoured a few novels I had borrowed from Lidong, while neglecting my academic books, leading me to lament my decline. That night, the weather finally cooled down. My parents sat on the porch chairs, enjoying the evening breeze and chatting. Suddenly, the home phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, I was taken aback to see it was the home of the girl I had secretly admired. Her name was Qingjie, a common name, but she was truly stunning. She was the most captivating girl in our class, excelling in singing and dancing, though her academic performance was lacking. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was that I liked her very, very much. Since we were from different circles, we didn't have much interaction. But after being notified of my acceptance into the prestigious Shi High School, I was so elated that I immediately called her to share the news. She was thrilled and showered me with congratulations. Unable to contain myself, I confessed my feelings to her. I then coolly added, "Don't reply just yet. Whether you reject or accept me, I'll focus on my studies. I want to have time for romance. 10 years from now, I will return to marry you." After hanging up, I felt exceptionally cool. Receiving her call today heightened my excitement tremendously. Qingjie's soft voice came through the phone. "Do you have time tonight?" I replied eagerly, "Yes. Forget everything about studying and 10 years into the future. I was determined to embrace my beauty tonight." I arranged to meet Qingjie at the square, hung up the phone, and dashed out. Looking back, I realized I was quite foolish, completely forgetting that the four great kings, what a ridiculous name, were still out on the streets looking for me. As I walked, I removed the bandage that had been wrapped around my head. Although I had just gotten my stitches out, I felt like a vigorous hero. Besides, who would want to go on a date with a bandaged head? Upon arriving at the square, I spotted Qingjie already waiting for me. In our small town, the square was equally small, featuring a grand old locust tree at its center. Qingjie stood beneath the tree, clad in a pink dress and white ankle boots. She was breathtaking from afar. I approached her gracefully, taking my time, calm and composed. Qingjie looked at me with a complex expression. I gently asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the tree. "I've been waiting for you for over a week." I took a step back, glancing at the person before me and then at Qingjie, as if understanding something. The figure before me was a scruffy-looking boy resembling a rat, and he was the fourth of the four great kings, known as Mouse. He stood beside Qingjie, his right arm draped around her waist, and asked me, "So, what is up? It's late, and you've invited my wife to the square. What are your intentions?" I was taken aback and replied, "How can Qingjie be your wife? Besides, she invited me." Mouse turned to Qingjie and asked, "Wife, did you invite him?" Qingjie shook her head and said, "He called me and told me to wait for him here." I grew frantic. "Qingjie, we're classmates. You can't falsely accuse me like this." Qingjie turned her head away, refusing to look at me. Mouse clapped his hands, and four more figures emerged from behind the locust tree, surrounding me in a circle. Mouse said, "Brothers, someone is trying to steal my girl, and I'm quite upset. What should we do?" The four men, seemingly trained, responded in unison, "Beat him up." In an instant, I realized this was a trap. From the moment Qingjie called me, it was destined that tonight would end in tragedy. I reminded myself not to panic. Among the four great kings, Mouse was the weakest in combat. He was infamous for his treachery, never engaging in direct confrontations, and skilled at stabbing from shadows. The Mouse released Qingjie, then came over and draped his arm around my shoulders, saying, "Come, let's go over there to have a heart-to-heart." He pointed to a dim corner of the square, where the absence of light created an ideal setting for such a conversation. I obediently followed him, my mind racing with all that Uncle Chow had taught me at noon. Ants, yes, I must perceive them as ants so that they would be intimidated by my presence. But where could I find ants of my own size? "Uncle Chow, you are playing tricks on me again, right? I must also use words to frighten them." So I said, "Mouse, have you ever heard of the Dual King?" The mouse replied, "Never heard of it." I hesitated for a moment, then asked, "So, shall we duel, or shall we take them on together?" The mouse responded, "Together." At this point, I was utterly speechless. It seemed I was doomed. Nowadays, people lack the simplicity of the past. Even a fight requires a group effort. In contrast, Datu's choice to confront Uncle Chow solo was truly admirable in its boldness. As we approached the dark corner, my heart was a tangled mess. Everything Uncle Chow had taught me was of no use. What should I do? Just as I took my first step into the darkness beside the mouse, a flash of insight struck me. Why was the mouse going through such elaborate measures? Or rather, Did he need to concoct such an elaborate trap to deal with me? He wanted to take revenge on Ma Liang, but couldn't find me, so he had Qin Jie lure me out. Now that he had achieved his goal, with Qin Jie retreating, the mouse could easily dispose of me. Why complicate matters further? I asked Mouse, why do you want to beat me? Without hesitation, he replied, isn't that obvious? You had designs on my wife. Of course, I must teach you a lesson. I immediately grasped part of the situation. It was clear that Ma Liang had forbidden him from confronting me, so he had to find another excuse. But why did Ma Liang not want him to? What was he wary of? Regardless, I was prepared to feign ignorance. It was better than receiving a beating for nothing. However, the mouse was too quick. As soon as we stepped into the darkness, he raised his hand and slapped me across the face, cursing, "You're trying to seduce my wife. You must be tired of living." I chuckled softly. The mouse said, "You still dare to laugh? Brothers, come on, give him a beating." The four of them charged at me, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I took 2 steps back and asked Mouse, "Do you know why Ma Liang doesn't want you to confront me?" The four paused, momentarily halted in their aggression. The mouse inquired why. I exhaled, realizing I had guessed correctly. It seemed Ma Liang had indeed spoken to him. I recalled Uncle Chao's commanding presence in battle. While I did not expect to emulate his dominance, I could at least strive for a composed demeanor. I feigned a sigh and said, "Xiao Hai has stopped bothering me. You're still so oblivious. Quite bold of you." The mouse appeared visibly shaken by my words, asking, "Yes, I find this strange as well. Didn't Ma Liang's father ask your family for 10,000? But it seems he didn't get it. Why is that?" I continued, "I have a relative who is particularly close to Ma Liang's father. They were thick as thieves in their youth. The issues between Ma Liang and me are trivial. We have long since reconciled. We are good brothers now." The mouse responded, "Is that so? Liangzi didn't mention any of this. He only told us to avoid you." I nodded. Of course, he was embarrassed after I had knocked him down a peg. Even though we reconciled, there is still a bit of awkwardness. It's reasonable for him not to share this with you. We're all family. Let us not go around fighting and hurting each other as feelings. The mouse pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know if what you say is true, but today I won't harm you. I'll go back and ask Liangzi. If this turns out to be nonsense, I won't let you off so easily next time." I trembled slightly. I had heard of the mouse's cruel methods, which were quite notorious. It was said that children he had dealt with became withdrawn and reticent, avoiding social interaction. I forced a smile and said, "How could I deceive you?" I put my arm around the mouse's shoulder. "We're all good brothers. Let us look out for each other." The mouse ignored me, but did not pull away. We all stepped out of the dark corner and headed toward the big locust tree. Qin Jie had not followed and was still waiting under the tree. I approached her, but she averted her gaze, looking away. 09, thanks to you, I'm still alive. I felt an overwhelming sadness. Is there anything more painful than being deceived by someone you love? Suddenly, I thought it might be better to let the mouse hit me. Perhaps she would feel some sympathy for me? I bid farewell to the mouse and glanced back at Qin Jie, who still refused to meet my eyes. As if I didn't exist. I left the square, making my way home. As I walked, I could no longer contain myself and began to sob quietly. It was not because of the mouse or the potential beating awaiting me, but because of Qin Jie. My cries grew louder, and since there were few people on the street, I felt emboldened to weep freely. I loathed my tears, hated my propensity to cry, and despised myself for shedding tears over a girl. In class, I was often seen as a bookworm, dull, stiff, and dreary, with an abysmally poor rapport with girls. I never dared to speak to them first. But Qin Jie was different. She was the first girl to approach me, and she was so beautiful. I still remember that day, the first day of 7th grade. I arrived at school early, and only a few students were present, including Qin Jie. She was busy arranging a pile of stickers in her pencil case. Upon seeing me, she smiled and said, "Here, take this one." She handed me a flower fairy sticker, which was twice the size of ordinary stickers, pinched between her thumb and index finger, extending it toward me. From that moment on, I was lost. Once home, I dug out that sticker, retreated to the kitchen, and cried aloud, tearing the sticker into shreds and tossing it into the fire. After a long while, my mother called from the living room. "Ming Ming, you have a phone call." I quickly wiped my tears and cleared my throat before answering. "Hello?" A soft voice came through. "I'm sorry." It was Qin Jie. I remained silent, fearing that I would unleash a torrent of profanity. Qin Jie asked, "Are you okay?" I coldly replied, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Qin Jie paused for a moment, then asked, "Is it convenient to meet now?" I scoffed. "What? Do you want to deceive me a second time?" Qin Jie responded, "This time, it's just me. They're not here." I huffed and fell silent. Jie sighed. Let's south meet at the square under the locust tree. If you don't come, I will wait all night. I glanced at the clock. It was already 10 p.m. The call had ended, and I held the receiver, staring blankly for a while. My mother seemed to sense something amiss and asked, "Are you all right?" I snapped back to reality, placing the phone down. I'm fine. My heart was still in turmoil over whether to go or not. If the mouse had already gone to Ma Liang to verify that my reconciliation with him was a lie, he would undoubtedly be furious. But would he really employ the same trick again? The mouse was exceedingly cunning. I had heard of some of his past deeds. Previously, he had borrowed homework from a diligent student who refused to lend it. The mouse said nothing at the time, but later slipped the class monitor's wallet into the diligent student's desk, falsely accusing him of theft and inciting the entire class to ostracize him. That diligent student became silent thereafter and eventually transferred schools. I sat in the courtyard for a while, then thought of Jie again. In my heart, she had always been a kind girl, despite my poor social standing. She had never treated me differently. She would talk to me, smile at me, and even inquire if I was unwell when I looked pale. Though she treats everyone this way, it still warms my heart. At 10:30, Jie struggles academically. Yet the homeroom teacher still appointed her as the English class representative. During her first examination, she failed, and the teacher inquired about her plan. With a smile, she suggested, "Let me sit next to Zhou Ming. He can help me with English." Thus, amidst the envy of our classmates, Jie became my desk mate. At 11 o'clock, it was evident that Jie was not fond of studying. While I diligently listened to the lesson, she disrupted me, drawing lines on my arm with a ballpoint pen and sketching various adorable rabbits in my book. At 11:30, I realized how much I truly liked her. Once, while she was drawing with a compass, she accidentally pricked her own hand. Although it didn't bleed, it broke the skin slightly. Alarmed, I grasped her hand and asked if it hurt. She remained silent, simply smiling, not withdrawing her hand, leaning on the desk and gazing at me with a captivating look. In that moment, my heart raced so fast that I instinctively released her hand. At noon, I closed the front door of my home and made my way to the square. As I walked, thoughts flooded my mind. If I were to die, it would undoubtedly be at the hands of a woman. Despite repeatedly telling myself this might be another trap, I found it impossible to halt my steps. Jie's radiant smile lingered in my thoughts. This woman could offer me a cup of poison, and I would drink it without hesitation. Upon reaching the square, it was already 12 o'clock, and not a soul was in sight. However, in the distance, I spotted Jie waiting for me under the locust tree. As I approached her again, the previous excitement had dissipated. Just like last time, a rat scurried out from behind the tree, cheerfully exclaiming, "I thought you weren't coming." I sighed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over me, compelling me to crouch down slowly. Yet, Jie stared at the rat in horror and exclaimed, "When were you hiding back there?" She then turned to me, saying, "Zhou Ming, he isn't with me. You have to believe me." I replied coolly, "Enough, Jie. Stop acting." I touched my ear and said, "In this world, only you could deceive me a second time." Suddenly, Jie lunged at me, crouching in front and pleading, "You must believe me." Ignoring her, I stood up and walked away, letting my actions speak volumes. Jie slumped to the ground, quietly sobbing. Standing before the rat, I gazed at this notorious troublemaker of my age, feeling no fear. Had my heart gone cold? If so, let this be my final sacrifice for a woman. The rat squinted at me, eyeing me like a cat with its prey. I said, "Where are your little brothers? Call them out." The rat scratched its nose and replied, "It's too late. They've all gone home." I took a step back and laughed. "Do you think you could take me on one-on-one?" As I spoke, my heart raced once more. At 16, I had never fought, only endured beatings. The only time I had retaliated was during the ambush at the police station, which had brought immense trouble to my family. Although the rat was the least capable of the four notorious figures, it was evident he could easily handle me. The rat seemed incredulous at my confidence. Perhaps he thought I was merely a bookworm. For a moment, he hesitated to charge at me. I recalled the image of Chao Shu during the robbery on Zhou Wang Mountain, every detail, every glance. Tack tough. Yes, that's it. How to project an image of invincibility flawlessly and without flaw. Within seconds, I pondered and finally found my answer. I walked towards a streetlight where a pile of scattered bricks lay. The rat asked, "What are you doing?" Ignoring him, I chuckled, picked up a brick, and turned to glare at the rat coldly. I exuded the aura of a duelist. I slowly approached the rat, step by step, my shadow elongated under the streetlight. If he turned and ran, I would have succeeded. I knew I lacked the courage to smash it against his head. One encounter with Ma Liang was already too much. My gaze was icy as I regarded the rat, like observing an ant busy on a mound, easily squashed with a single drop. The rat stepped back. Fear etched on its face. "Zhou Ming, you need to think this through." I sneered. "I hope you can run as fast as a rat." I took another step forward, my heart silently urging, "Why aren't you running yet?" Suddenly, the rat shrieked, "You've lost it." It retreated 2 steps before turning to flee, vanishing from my sight like a rat indeed. I exhaled, discarding the brick, my back drenched in cold sweat. I sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The rat was less than 5 meters away. Had he not fled, I genuinely didn't know what I would have done. After a moment's rest, I chuckled. It turned out these individuals were all bullies, only brave when confronting the weak. They were not so formidable after all. I sat alone, chuckling foolishly, picking up the brick once more and reveling in a sense of achievement. So this is how Chao Shu became the king of duels. My heart soared as I gazed at the stars in the night sky, feeling a sense of maturity. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned to find Qin Jie behind me. Still seated on the ground, I pivoted to see her smiling brightly, with traces of tears on her cheeks. My heart tightened once again. She must have witnessed my earlier display. Qin Jie assured me, "Don't worry, I won't tell the rat." Internally I scoffed. Trusting her was folly. I feigned indifference and replied, "It's fine." Qin Jie approached, bending down close to me, her face mere inches away. A sweet, youthful fragrance enveloped me, causing my heart to race anew. Qin Jie smiled again. "He tricked you twice. You tricked him twice. It's even now." I forced myself to regain clarity, standing up and stepping back, gazing at this girl who stirred such complex emotions within me. "Didn't you just tearfully claim he was with you?" Qin Jie chuckled shyly. "The rat made me do it." I scoffed. "Your acting skills are impressive." One moment crying, the next laughing, effortlessly switching between them. Qin Jie appeared unfazed by my sarcasm. "But you were quite impressive too. You tricked even me into thinking you were going to smash the rat with that brick. When he ran, you turned into this." I huffed, ignoring her, and turned to head home. I could not afford to offend someone like her. Avoiding confrontation seemed wise. However, Qin Jie grasped my arm and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" I replied, "Home." "Am I supposed to wait for you to summon the rat back to deal with me again?" Qin Jie seemed angered, rushing in front of me to block my path. "I told you I wouldn't tell him. Don't you believe me?" Hearing this made me laugh instead. "Count how many times you've asked for my trust today. If I believe you again, I wouldn't even know how I meet my end." With that, I resolutely shook her off and strode forward. Once was enough. A third time would make me a typical fool. Yet, Qin Jie caught up once more, gripping my arm. "Zhou Ming, where are you going?" I didn't stop, replying, "Home." Qin Jie declared, "Wherever you go, I will follow." I halted, gazing at this girl I had admired for 3 years, somewhat dazed. "What did you just say?" Qin Jie entwined her arm with mine. I said, "Wherever you go, I will follow." I gazed at Qin Jie, uncertain whether it was she who had lost her mind or I myself. Sensing my confusion, her eyes dimmed as she asked, "Do you think I'm the type of girl who is rather frivolous?" I refrained from responding to that query and instead retorted, "Aren't you the wife of a rat? Why are you following me?" Qin Jie grimaced in distaste, exclaiming, "I am not his wife. He is a pervert." Then, with a radiant smile, she added, "Right now, I wish to stay with you. Please don't abandon me." Enough was enough. If the angelic girl I had secretly adored for 3 years was reduced to this, then perhaps I was indeed blind. A wave of intense aversion washed over me, and I longed to distance myself from her. I forcefully shook her off once more, growling, "Get lost." Without another glance, I strode ahead. This time, however, Qin Jie did not pursue me. After a few steps, a sense of unease struck me, and I turned around to find her crouched down, weeping. "Why are you crying? Can't you just go home?" I asked. She lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at me with watery eyes, and said, "I can't go home. My parents will kill me." I thought, what game is she playing? Is she speaking truth or falsehood? Yet, I could not bear to see a woman cry. Despite her impressive acting skills, it didn't seem like a mere performance. With a sigh, I resigned myself to the fact that my life was in tatters. I turned back, crouched down, and asked, "What's really going on?" Qin Jie replied, "Weren't you ignoring me? Why are you back?" I stood up and said, "Fine, I'll leave then." "Wait." Qin Jie stood up and grasped my arm, asking, "You won't bully me, will you?" I was utterly bewildered. "What?" She pursed her lips and said, "You know that." I was even more confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Qin Jie fell silent, entwining her arm with mine as we walked forward. She inquired, "Where are we going?" I halted, insisting, "What do you mean, where are we going?" "You go home, and I'll go home." Qin Jie shook her head, declaring, "No, you must stay by my side tonight." A sudden feeling of ambiguity enveloped me. I found it difficult to adapt to the situation. I scrutinized Qin Jie's eyes, searching for any hint of her intentions. Did she have an ulterior motive? She then asked, "Do you have any money on you?" The question ignited my irritation, and my instinctive response was a curt, "No." Qin Jie replied, "I have some. Let us go to a hotel." "What?" I halted abruptly, staring at Qin Jie, demanding, "Tell me honestly, have you gotten into some trouble?" She shot me a glare, saying, "What trouble could I possibly have?" With a defiant look, she added, "Are you scared?" I countered, "Then go find the rat. You must know where he is." Qin Jie shook her head and tugged at my arm, urging me forward. I felt disoriented, entirely unaware of my own situation, simply following Qin Jie like a lost soul. It was as if she had drugged me, leading me to a bridge of no return. By the time I regained my senses, we were already standing at the bar of a hotel. Qin Jie instructed, "Get a double room." Behind the bar was a drowsy old woman. I instinctively lowered my head, fearing her inquisitive gaze, but she seemed indifferent, accustomed to such encounters. The old woman yawned, her breath heavy with the stench of decay. 50. Qin Jie remained silent, tossing 30 yuan from her wallet onto the counter. The old woman glanced at her, but said nothing, accepting the money and stating, "Room 303, no bathroom." Qin Jie replied, "I want one with a bathroom." The old woman looked at her, and I expected her to ask for more money. Instead, she said, "Room 305, with a bathroom." Qin Jie took my hand and led me upstairs. I was somewhat bewildered. Evidently, Qin Jie was a regular here. For reasons unknown, a sense of pain began to churn within me, yet I felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps she had liked me all along? Upon entering the room, Qin Jie released my hand, plopped onto the bed, and skillfully lit a cigarette. "Want one?" she asked. I shook my head, replying, "When did you start smoking this?" Qin Jie snapped, "Stop with the nonsense. If you find me displeasing, just leave." I was taken aback, unsure why her attitude had shifted so dramatically. Qin Jie ignored me, turning on the television as she exhaled smoke. I was at a loss, feeling like an extraneous presence. All the fantasies I had entertained before arriving at the hotel had dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a sense of humiliation. She was toying with me, wasn't she? Anger surged within me as I marched over, sat beside her, grabbed the cigarette from her lips, took a drag, and the acrid smoke assaulted my throat, provoking a fit of coughs. Qin Jie shot me a look and said, "If you can't smoke, then don't waste the tobacco." Infuriated, I tossed the cigarette to the floor and stamped on it, frowning. Is smoking this stuff supposed to make you cool? Walking around with a cigarette, thinking everyone admires you? They're all cursing you behind your back. After venting, I felt a surge of relief, exhaling deeply as I awaited Qin Jie's reaction. She appeared taken aback by my outburst, momentarily stunned, then remarked, "I never realized you could talk so much." I scoffed, "And now you do. Do you really think everyone sees you as a goddess, allowing you to trample on them? You play with me when you're happy and tell me to leave when you're not. Do you have the same audacity in front of the rat? You think I'm just infatuated with you?" I punctuated my tirade with an expletive. I felt a sense of catharsis. Perhaps never before had I been so unburdened. Even more so than when I had struck Ma Liang. I continued, "You deceived me twice over the phone, then feigned innocence and charm to lure me into this hotel, only to impatiently tell me to leave. Am I a punching bag to you, always getting up cheerfully after being knocked down?" Qin Jie stared at me, clearly taken aback by my outburst. I panted, gazing at this peculiar girl, a twinge of guilt creeping in as I realized my harshness. Qin Jie blinked her large eyes at me, and suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her cry only fueled my anger. She was a true actress, far superior to any renowned star. I sprang to my feet and slammed my fist against the wall, roaring, "Stop crying, Xingye froze." Yet her tears continued to flow unabated. In the end, I too succumbed to tears. The pain from my punch reverberated through my hand. Xingye himpered. "Why are you crying?" Embarrassed, I couldn't confess it was from the pain. So I replied, "I'm upset for being deceived by you so many times." She responded through her sobs, "Did I deliberately deceive you? I didn't think you wouldn't realize. It was the rat who pressured me." I fell silent as the pain in my hand subsided, and my tears ceased as well, leaving me to scorn myself. Suddenly, Qingjie asked, when you called that day, saying you would return to marry me in 10 years. Was that true? I was momentarily taken aback by her question, instinctively nodding. Qingjie, as tears stopped. And with a smile, she said, regardless of its truth, I thank you. With that, she stepped closer and swiftly planted a kiss on my cheek. Overwhelmed by happiness, I chastised myself for being such a fool. After the kiss, Qingjie transformed like a master of disguise, her demeanor chilling once more as she settled on the bed and pulled out a cigarette to smoke. After witnessing this sequence of events, I felt I had begun to understand her rhythm. Choosing not to pander anymore, I feigned indifference, pretending to watch television while quietly observing her, awaiting her next transformation. After a while, Qingjie finished a cigarette and remarked, that kiss I gave you earlier might lead to my pregnancy. Get lost, I shouted, leaping up. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? This time, I truly could no longer endure it. I had to leave to escape from this lunatic. I am your supporting character, I thought to myself as I stood up, determined to bolt out of that place, unwilling to linger for another moment. I had seen nonsense before, but nothing as absurd as this. Qingjie softly said, so you understand. I turned my head, remaining silent, waiting for her next words. She continued, every day, I see you buried in your studies, hardly socializing, and I thought you were utterly clueless. I retorted, so you intended to use me as your pawn? A sense of clarity pierced my heart, accompanied by a sharp pain. Qingjie did not respond to that, and simply said, pour me a glass of water. For reasons I cannot fathom, I found myself walking back to pour her a glass of water. She then retrieved a box of medication from the table and asked, do you know what this is? Qingjie added, this is for that purpose. At that moment, I could hear the sound of my heart shattering piece by piece. Back then, I had only focused on my studies, barely understanding what a girl's menstruation entailed. As for that, it was an even more distant and foreign concept. Noticing my silence, Qingjie sighed, I didn't want to go through this alone, so I called you here. If you're unwilling to stay with me, then just leave. I remained silent. There were countless reasons for me to refuse, yet I did not. After a long pause, I finally said, why not call Mouse to accompany you? Qingjie ignored me, absorbed in her cigarette. I felt a rush of understanding, and my fist clenched involuntarily. I said, you chose to be with him. I spoke those words with an unusual calmness, my voice devoid of any tremor, seemingly indifferent to Qingjie's situation. Yet, only I knew that if Mouse were standing right before me, I would not hesitate to kill him. Qingjie said, I've been taking this medication for 2 days. The doctor said today is the 3rd day, and after I take the last pill, it will be over. The cigarette she had been smoking was nearly burnt down to the filter, and suddenly, it dawned on me that once she finished that cigarette, she would take the medication. I felt a wave of panic and suggested, how about we go to the hospital? The doctor can monitor you. No need. Qingjie discarded the cigarette, but, and replied, I asked an older sister, after the last dose, it will come out within 2 to 3 hours. I'll go to the bathroom soon. You just stay outside. I just want someone out here, so I won't feel so scared. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. I felt an overwhelming sense of heartache, and, without knowing where my courage came from, walked over to embrace her. She did not resist but leaned into my arms, saying, do you think I'm dirty? I remained silent and held her tighter. My beloved girl, why must you be so foolish? After crying for a moment, Qingjie pushed me away and said, the water is about to cool. She grasped the medication in her hand, stared at the cup for a while, then touched her stomach. She placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it with water. I hurriedly asked, how do you feel? Qingjie forced a smile and replied, it won't be that quick. I nodded, grasping her hand, which felt icy cold. She said, tell me something amusing. If my stomach starts hurting, I'll head to the bathroom. Please don't tell anyone about this. I nodded, racking my brain for jokes I had heard, but in that crucial moment, not a single one came to mind. Qingjie sighed, forget it. Asking you to tell jokes is too much of a challenge. I tightened my grip on her hand, feeling a surge of warmth, and said, don't be with Mouse anymore. Someone like him doesn't deserve you. Qingjie lay her head on my shoulder and asked, given my current state, would you still want to marry me in 10 years? I remained silent, gazing at her in a daze. She pulled her hand from mine, sneering. I knew you would react like this. I grew anxious and grasped her hand again, insisting, no, you misunderstood me. I was thinking about how exceptional I need to be to deserve you. Qingjie smiled gently, placing her hand on my face and caressing it, saying, why didn't you say such things sooner? I replied, it's not too late now. Suddenly, my lips brushed against something soft as Qin Jie kissed me. Thus, my first kiss was lost. The good news was that my first kiss was with a girl I had cherished for a long time. The bad news was that she was in a predicament, and the child was not mine. I closed my eyes, desperately inhaling Qin Jie's scent, and before I knew it, we were lying on the bed together. After a moment of kissing, Qin Jie abruptly sat up, her brow furrowed, saying my stomach hurts a bit. I quickly urged, then hurried to the bathroom. I'll be right outside, don't worry. It seemed she remembered something, but said nothing, fidgeting anxiously. I asked, what is wrong? Oin, yet. A lot of blood will flow soon, but I forgot to bring sanitary pads. I dashed out of the room. I recalled there was a 24-hour convenience store just outside the hotel. Thus, at 2 a.m., the shopkeeper witnessed a boy rushing in to grab a pack of sanitary pads. When I returned to the hotel room, however, Qin Jie was not on the bed. The bathroom door was tightly shut, so I gently knocked and called, Qin Jie, are you in there? After a moment, her faint voice emerged, I'm here. Zhou Ming, could you stay outside and talk to me? Sure, I replied. I brought the sanitary pads. Do you want me to pass them in? Qin Jie responded, no need, don't come in. I interrupted her, all right. Don't worry, I'll stay right outside. I swear I won't leave. I swear I won't let anyone hurt you again. Silence followed, broken only by her subdued sobs. Hearing Qin Jie's cries pierced my heart like a knife. She continued, Zhou Ming, please don't be silent. Could you say something? Anything will do. Just know you're here. I agreed, quickly searching my mind for topics to discuss. When I was little, I raised a pigeon. It was very obedient and would go out every day to find food. I don't want to hear that. Lin Ye interrupted. Tell me something happy. Happy things. I pondered a few days ago, I received my acceptance letter from No. 1 middle school. It made me incredibly happy. My relatives came over one after another to congratulate me. There was a brief silence before she said, Zhou Ming, if you go to No. 1 middle school, won't you forget about me? I became anxious. How could that be? You have no idea how important you are in my heart. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, though I could sense a hint of bitterness in her laughter. She sighed, there are so many beautiful girls at No. 1 middle school. Once you're there, you'll definitely forget me. Oh, you worry too much. I try to sound relaxed, leaning against the bathroom door as I sat down. You can rest assured about that. You know my personality. No girl would ever approach me talk. All these years, you're the first girl to ever speak to me, and you're so beautiful. TCH, I didn't realize you were so good with sweet talk. You just know how to cheer me up. Although Qin Jie said that, I could still feel a trace of happiness woven into her words. I seemed to grasp what would make her happy, so I pressed on. It's true. Back when I just entered junior high, you gave me a sticker. I wonder if you still remember. It was because of that sticker that I started to like you. I still possess that poster. However, as the words left my lips, I suddenly recalled that I had torn it apart and incinerated it, leaving me hesitant to continue. What poster? I cannot remember. Qin Jie's voice was laced with confusion. Clearly, she had no recollection. I exhaled deeply and replied, of course you don't remember. Yet, for me, it remains a treasured memory. I closed my eyes, reminiscing about that day, and added, therefore, you're the protagonist in my life. Alas, I am merely a supporting character. Upon uttering this, a pang of melancholy washed over me. Suddenly, Qin Jie let out a low cry, and though she was desperately trying to suppress it, I could still sense her anguish. I quickly turned, pressed against the door, and asked, Qin Jie, are you all right? Do you want me to come in? No. Qin Jie hoarsely uttered those two words, as if straining to assert, please don't come in. I do not wish for you to witness me in my current state. I murmured in response, my hands gently resting on the door. It's okay. Qin Jie, regardless of what you have done, you shall forever remain the irreplaceable goddess in my heart. Qin Jie began to weep, her muffled sobs tearing my heart into shreds. My frustration surged. The mouse shall know the cost of its actions. Don't. Qin Jie seemed anxious. You cannot contend with him. He is treacherous. Another groan escaped her. It feels like it's about to come out. Zhou Ming, don't stop. Speak more. Say something. I hastily declared. Qin Jie, you are the girl I love most in this life in my heart. You shall eternally be an angel. A piercing scream shattered my heart once more, followed by an agonizing silence. I languidly leaned against the door, awaiting the next movement from within. I could not ascertain how much time had passed when the sound of the toilet flushing echoed from the inside, followed by a series of trivial noises, as if Qin Jie were tidying something up. Then, The bathroom door creaked open slightly, and Qin Jie said, "Zhou Ming, can you turn your back and pass me the sanitary napkin?" I complied, then stood up to pour a glass of water, placing it carefully down before resuming my vigil outside the bathroom door. I waited for what felt like an eternity. The bathroom door remained ajar. Yet Qin Jie had yet to speak, and I could not recklessly intrude. After an extended silence, I could not contain myself. "Qin Jie, are you all right?" There was no response, only silence. I inquired again. "Qin Jie, may I enter?" Still, no reply. A growing sense of panic enveloped me, and I pushed the door open. The floor beside the toilet, and on Qin Jie's skirt, bore scattered bloodstains. There she sat, dazed upon the toilet, her eyes vacant and unblinking for what felt like an eternity. I approached her, lifted her gently, and carried her out of the bathroom, laying her on the bed outside. I returned to fetch the glass of water, saying, "Take a sip, it's all over now." Qin Jie did not respond, her gaze fixated on the ceiling. I placed the glass back, embraced her once more, resting her head against my shoulder, my arms encircling her waist, hoping to offer her warmth. Suddenly, Qin Jie murmured, "It's so small. Once the water flushes, it vanishes." I remained silent, merely holding her tighter. I urged, "If you wish to cry, then cry." It seemed she did not hear me, nor did she shed a tear, remaining in a daze. Hours slipped by, and the dawn light began to filter through the window. Yet Qin Jie kept her eyes shut, uncrying, staring blankly at the ceiling. My arm had long lost its feeling, and finally, I released her to lie on the bed, gently caressing her eyelids, whispering, "Rest for a while. You are too weary." In that moment, Qin Jie finally closed her eyes. I sighed, stretched my arm, and began to dismantle a wooden chair. This chair was ancient, creaking ominously even when merely sat upon, and thus I easily pried off a wooden stick. Holding it, I swung it through the air a couple of times. It felt satisfactory, lacking the robust weight of metal, yet it would serve adequately in a confrontation, just barely sufficient. Heh. Suddenly, Qin Jie awoke with a start, sitting up and fixing her gaze upon me. "What are you planning to do?" I turned away, not looking back, and replied, "To confront the mouse." "No." Qin Jie's voice was muffled behind the door. I exited the inn, estimating the time to be just past 5 in the morning. I had ample time to gather information on the mouse's whereabouts, to lay an ambush, and launch a surprise attack. I made 7 phone calls from a 24-hour convenience store outside the inn, then proceeded towards the train station. The mouse's home lay adjacent to the railway, just beyond a peach tree, at the third house on the left upon entering the alley. From the exterior, the mouse's abode appeared impoverished, even more so than my own. Tattered images of deities were affixed to a dilapidated wooden door. The mud walls, low-roofed dwelling, and overgrown weeds surrounded a filthy drain that meandered beneath my feet, exuding a nauseating stench. This was where the mouse resided. I traversed the alley thrice, finally stopping at a corner to conceal myself. I ensured I could observe the entrance to the mouse's home without being spotted by the mouse should he emerge. Gripping the wooden stick, my heart raced with palpable tension. X County is impoverished, and this segment of residence by the railway constitutes the slums of X County, with a notoriously fierce disposition. Whenever theft or robbery incidents arise, the police invariably conduct their investigations here first. The number of ruffians and delinquents originating from this area is alarmingly high, and ordinary children dare not venture here for play. I had previously harbored a deep-seated aversion to this place, never daring to step even a toe inside. However, now, for the sake of a girl, I not only arrived, but also prepared to ambush a rather notorious hoodlum. The alley in which I now hid contained approximately 7 or 8 households, all silent at this early hour of 6 in the morning. If the mouse did not appear soon, the older kids who frequented this area would undoubtedly cause trouble upon spotting me. Even if fortune favored me, and the mouse arose early, could I successfully ambush him and escape unscathed? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I began to doubt whether I was being reckless. Having already incurred the wrath of one Ma Liang, was it wise to provoke another mouse, especially for the sake of A? I shook my head. Qin Jie is the girl I cherish above all, and this conviction must remain unwavering. Just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the alley's entrance. "Mouse. Home at last. Who told you to escort me home? I still want a drink." The mouse's voice. I tightened my grip on the wooden stick and concealed myself. The alley's entrance was a mere 7 or 8 meters from my hiding spot, just enough for me to peer out cautiously. 3 children surrounded the mouse as he staggered inside, clearly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as the children struggled to support him. One child exclaimed, "Mouse, we should team up to deal with that Zhou Ming another day." The mouse replied, "Yes, that little brat is far too audacious, daring to strike Liang Zi. Liang Zi is my older brother. If only I could catch him, I would tear him to shreds." "Yes," the children chorused, helping the mouse to his doorstep. One child added, "Mouse, you can knock on the door yourself. We'll head off first." "Yes." The mouse waved his arms, saying, "Go on, go on. If you see Zhou Ming on the street, be sure to call me." The children agreed, and their footsteps faded away. The mouse leaned against his doorway, retched for a spell, then slumped into unconsciousness. After a brief wait, ensuring the children did not return, I cautiously stepped out. I knew this opportunity was rare. At this moment, with a single strike, I could dispatch the mouse without a soul being the wiser. However, he is now asleep, his eyes slightly closed, with a bit of vomit smeared at the corner of his mouth, resembling an innocuous child. Perhaps when he is awake, he is a notorious troublemaker, feared by many, engaging in theft, fighting, bullying the weak, and preying upon young girls. Yet now, he is merely a child lost in slumber, just like me. Simply a child. But the thought of Qin Jie's hollow, lifeless eyes hardens my heart once more, though I find myself devoid of the courage to strike him down. I crouch down and gently pat the rat's face, and he opens his eyes in confusion. I press a stick against his chin and coldly inquire, "Do you still remember who I am?" The rat stares at me for a few seconds, his expression suddenly flickering with panic, his voice trembling. Zhou Ming. Excellent. I shift the stick from his chin to his eyes and say, "I believe I just heard you say you were going to deal with me?" "And no." The rat stutters, trembling all over. "Brother Ming, please don't hit me." I snore derisively, placing the stick across the rat's head in a menacing manner. What a pathetic group of four great kings. Nothing but this. The rat's eyes follow the stick, panting heavily, pleading, "Please don't hit me, don't hit." He struggles to rise, but alas, the effects of alcohol render him unable to stand. Suddenly, he begins to vomit again, and I quickly step aside as a mass of mushy substance spreads across the ground. After he finishes, the rat seems slightly more alert, half sitting up, and says, "Zhou Ming, aren't you afraid that our four great kings will come after you?" "Hey!" I step forward, seizing the rat by the collar and growling, "I am not afraid of Ma Liang's father. What are your four great kings to me?" Upon finishing, I deliver 2 sharp slaps to his face, then grasp his hair and forcefully slam him down. The rat, already unsteady, falls face first into the puddle of vomit. Struggling to rise, the rat remains silent, looking at me with fear in his eyes. I mimic Uncle Chow's demeanor, tapping the rat's face with a stick, saying, "Oh, weren't you just being tough? Let us see if your mouth is tougher than my stick." The rat lowers his head, seemingly resigned. A sense of fulfillment fills me. For the first time, I truly stand in the position of a victor. I take 2 steps back and declare, "Stay away from Qin Jie from now on. Otherwise, I'll catch you once and punish you once." Without waiting for the rat's response, I turn and walk away, feeling an overwhelming sense of coolness. I am indeed the king of one-on-one confrontations. I possess that aura now. I cannot conceal the smile on my face as I stroll through the alley. Suddenly, darkness engulfs me, and it feels as though something has struck the back of my head. A voice echoes, "So you really consider yourself a big shot, huh?" My last thought is that it seems Uncle Chow is not the only one capable of ambushing. After that, everything goes blank. When I awaken again, I feel as if I have descended into hell. The noise around me is cacophonous, and everything before my eyes is dim and indistinct. I realize that I am lying on 2 particularly thick heating pipes. Half sitting up, I could touch the back of my head and feel some dried blood. I recall being struck by the rat with a brick. So where am I now? The blurred scene before me gradually becomes clearer. I can vaguely see people nearby, playing cards, some drinking, and others embracing girls while their hands wander beneath their clothing. Laughter, curses, and shouts fill the air. Several candles flicker in this small space, illuminating and darkening sporadically. "Oh, you're awake?" The raucous noise suddenly quiets down, as if everyone has turned their gaze toward me. I am startled awake. It is Ma Liang's voice. I now find myself in the very sewer where the 4 great kings usually congregate. My senses sharpen. At least a dozen people are gathered in the sewer, and closest to me is the circle of the 4 great kings led by Ma Liang, who gazes at me with an ominous expression, his head wrapped in bandages. I move my limbs slightly, finding no injuries, and breathe a sigh of relief. Goodness, It was this guy who left you in such a state, a voice says, identifying itself as a rogue, aptly named for his nature. Still fondling a girl while speaking lewdly. He ranks third among the four great kings, and is notorious for his lecherous behavior. His attention remains fixated on the girl, completely disregarding me. Ma Liang, he acknowledges, seemingly unconcerned, playing a card and saying, "Second brother, it's your turn." Hey, the one referred to as second brother stands up, dressed in designer clothes, neat and handsome, the second-ranked Shunzi among the four great kings, whose affluent parents run a business. He approaches me, scrutinizing me closely, and remarks, "No matter how you look at it, this kid is a coward." He even dares to ambush Liang Zi and the rat. He truly has a death wish. Indeed, the previously silent rat stands up, slapping my face, grinning maliciously as he says, "Still feeling invincible?" I lower my head, realizing I am thoroughly trapped this time. A few nearby drinkers gather around, jeering, "Rat brother, beat him, beat him." Someone whistles. The rat grabs my hair and forcefully knees me in the head, and stars explode in my vision. "Rat, stop!" Ma Liang's grim voice cuts through the air. The rat slowly releases my hair and returns to his spot. Silence envelopes the group again, all awaiting Ma Liang's next words. I still feel dazed. The force of the rat's blow was too much, and I feel nauseated, nearly retching. Ma Liang speaks slowly. "I have told you many times. Do not hit him." No one responds. For them, the words of the leader among the four great kings are law. The rat says, "Liang Zi, I'm avenging you." "No need." Ma Liang approaches, gently touching my forehead. "Are you all right?" I push his hand away and softly reply, "You don't need to concern yourself. I'm utterly fed up with this person who once brought turmoil to my entire family." "Ha!" Ma Liang surprisingly chuckles, stepping back in the past few days. "You must have witnessed the reality. Reporting to the police is futile, self-harm is pointless, and ambushing is ineffective. You cannot protect yourself, nor can you safeguard your family or your beloved girl." I raise an eyebrow and ask, "And then?" Ma Liang proposes, "Join us." A surge of fury ignites within me, and before I can speak, the sewer erupts in chaos. Everyone seems more astonished than I am. The rat is the first to respond. "Liang Zi, you can't be serious." The rogue withdraws his hand from the girl's clothing, pointing at me, incredulously exclaiming him, "Liang Zi, you need to think this through." Shun Zi remains silent, watching me with interest, seemingly assessing something. The other lackeys chatter nonsensically, throwing around insults, such as "He is just a useless piece of trash. What is the point of him joining?" Everyone quiet. The crowd falls silent. And Ma Liang looks at me. "I'm awaiting your answer." I smile and say, "I want to know if I join, what position will I hold?" One visibly furious lackey retorts, "What position do you want? If you want to join, start by polishing my shoes." I turn to Ma Liang and ask, "Is this the attitude you have when inviting me to join?" Ma Liang frowns and strides towards the lackey who just spoke. The lackey protests, "Brother Liang, I refuse to accept him. All of you four great kings are intelligent and capable, which is why we follow you so devotedly. But what is he? Let him polish shoes. Brother Liang, you, let him polish shoes." Ma Liang's eyes glinted with a cold intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the young subordinate. The lad approached reluctantly, bending down to wipe my shoes with the hem of his clothing. In that moment, I felt a pang of pity for him, reminiscent of my own plight when Ma Liang had struck me that day. I withdrew my foot, gesturing for him to leave. He rose, casting a resentful glance my way before retreating. At this juncture, no one dared voice any dissent. Ma Liang continued, "If you join us, you shall stand on equal footing with the four golden kings." A murmur of discontent echoed through the sewer, yet under Ma Liang's menacing gaze, silence soon prevailed. I inquired, "May I know why you wanted to join?" All eyes turned to Ma Liang, their curiosity palpable. He replied slowly, "Because my father believes you are destined for greatness and advised me not to provoke you. I have always heeded my father's counsel." I chuckled softly and said, "To receive such praise from Shanghai is indeed flattering." Ma Liang remained silent, awaiting my response. I surveyed the assembly, the grim and fierce Ma Liang, the fair-skinned Shunzi, the hedonistic rogue, and the shifty-eyed rat, alongside a throng of sycophantic lackeys. Suddenly, I burst into laughter, bending over as tears nearly spilled from my eyes. I could hardly fathom the prospect of joining them, only to walk the streets with people spitting behind my back. "Ha ha ha!" Ma Liang's fists clenched tightly. Once I managed to stifle my laughter, I said, I apologize, but I'm not mentally prepared to be branded a scoundrel just yet. Therefore, I looked directly at Ma Liang and slowly stated, I must decline. Ma Liang's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Do you comprehend the consequences of your refusal? Hot interjected Ma Liang. Stop wasting time. Just beat him until his mother wouldn't recognize him. The other subordinates chimed in, eager to echo Rat's sentiments. Yes, boss. We've been waiting to teach this punk a lesson. I squinted at Ma Liang. Oh, I'm well aware of the consequences. Ma Liang retorted, then why do you still refuse? I chuckled once more. I glanced around the group, finally counting 14 individuals. How troublesome. I stretched lazily and proposed, so, shall we settle this with a one-on-one duel, or will it be a group effort? I had intended to toss my hair nonchalantly, but Ma Liang's hefty shoe came crashing down upon my face, and I was swiftly kicked to the ground, subjected to a barrage of booted feet. I shielded my head, reminiscing about Datu, that endearing rogue who had bravely challenged Uncle Chow alone. In contrast, he had seemed so much more charming. Although my body ached, my heart felt strangely content. I wanted to laugh out loud. For the first time, being beaten felt so liberating. In the first grade, I had learned to avoid the older boys congregating at the school gate, bowing my head and hastily walking past them. Yet they would still block my path, demanding my pocket money. It was futile to confide in anyone. It was utterly useless. I thought that growing up would change things, so I prayed to mature quickly. But when I witnessed my father's towering figure faltering against these ruffians, I finally understood. The only way to avoid being bullied throughout history has been to grow stronger. When I am as formidable as Uncle Chow, I will no longer be victimized. I would no longer fear having my pocket money pilfered by those petty thugs, nor worry about being accosted while courting beautiful girls, nor dread a misstep that could result in a slap from those ruffians. Uncle Chow, though slight of build, instilled fear in everyone. He said that one must regard those thugs as mere ants. Yet these ants were quite large and capable of delivering kicks. A mere whimper would not suffice. I lacked Uncle Chow's ruthless heart. Even with Rat sprawled before me, I couldn't bring myself to strike him down. I feared causing trouble for my family, feared my parents' long sighs. At some point, tears streamed down my face, mingling with my snot as they dripped onto the ground. I was unaware of when the crowd had dispersed, leaving me alone on the filthy floor of the sewer. My body ached all over. I had lost track of time, not knowing how long I had been unconscious. The sewer was dim, and I felt utterly lost. For the first time, despair loomed so close that I lacked the strength to stand. After lying there for what felt like an eternity, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. A delicate, jade-like arm brushed gently against my cheek, wiping away my tears. You're so foolish, she said, her voice tinged with sorrow. I managed to whisper, you're still quite weak. How can you get out of bed? It was Qingjie. Qingjie embraced me, bursting into tears, her tears tickling my neck. I weakly protested, why are you crying? I'm not dead, she replied. Your voice seems to have grown stronger. Are you all right? Not dead, me fine. As I was protecting my head, but my body still feels immobile. I just need to rest a bit longer, and I should be able to move. They were all children of similar age, and their strength wouldn't be overwhelming. All right, I'll stay with you, Qingjie said, helping me to sit up halfway. I gazed at her tear-streaked face and smiled. Now, it's your turn to keep me company and chat for a while. We sat there, reminiscing about the past. Qingjie remarked, I don't remember anything about stickers, but when I first met you and saw your shy demeanor, it was quite amusing. That's why I enjoyed teasing you, watching your face flush and your head lower. It was fascinating. She continued, the homeroom teacher appointed me as the English class representative. But since my grades are dismal, I had to sit next to you. This way, I could copy your answers during quizzes. Qingjie added, I always knew you liked me. Just speaking to me would make you giddy for ages. Yet I never considered you seriously. While you excel academically, you're a bit dull. Spending too much time with you could become tiresome. She then mentioned that girl, Yi Xiaoyu, always contended with me for spots in singing and dancing events, which infuriated me. So, I had Rat deal with her on the condition that I would be his girlfriend. As she spoke, her words faltered, and she began to cry again. After a bout of tears, she resumed, alternating between talking and weeping. I eventually realized that my limbs were beginning to regain some mobility. With Qingjie's help, I crawled out of the sewer. Looking at the sky, I saw it was completely dark. I had unknowingly slept the entire day. The impact of that brick, combined with the exhaustion of the previous night, had indeed taken its toll. I imagined Ma Liang and the others believed my constitution was particularly weak. I found a nearby supermarket and called home, fabricating a story about playing cards at a friend's house, staying up all night, and sleeping the whole day. I assured them I wouldn't be returning home that evening, with Qin Jie providing corroboration. I wondered if my mother would suspect I was in a relationship, but from her tone, she seemed quite pleased. Qin Jie and I returned to the inn, where she paid to extend our stay for another 3 days. Ample time for me to recuperate. I lay on the bed, clad only in my underwear. Qin Jie applied the newly purchased medicinal oil to my bruises, each touch eliciting winces of pain from me. TCH if it hurts? Don't be a hero. You really think you could take on anyone? She teased. Curiously, I asked, how do you know everything? Who told you? Oin yet. It's no mystery. Your predicament has spread throughout X County. Children under 18 all know your name. Despite the pain coursing through my body, I uttered a declaration I scarcely believed. Within a month, I will dismantle the 4 Golden Kings. Enough. Qin Jie forcefully patted my back, causing me to nearly cry out in pain. This morning, she had mentioned dealing with the rats, yet here I was incapacitated. Now she spoke of taking on the 4 great kings. What on earth was she planning to do? I remained silent, acknowledging that she had a point. My current strength was indeed insufficient to confront them. Perhaps my earlier aspirations were overly ambitious, yet a part of me still clung to the notion of not giving up. How wonderful it would be to have a band of brothers with whom I shared an unbreakable bond. Lost in thought, I eventually drifted off to sleep. As I recuperated at the inn, Qin Jie brought me meals at mealtime, but during the rest of the day, she seemed to vanish. I enjoyed the peace, watching television, while my mind continued to ponder how to dismantle the 4 great kings' dominance. Each day, I would call my mother, assuring her that I was having a splendid time and had no immediate plans to return home. She would merely remind me to be cautious, chuckling pleasantly. By the 3rd day, my body had nearly healed. Although there was still a faint ache, it was manageable. That evening, Qin Jie arrived with dinner, tidying up the room and arranging the bedding. Observing her busy demeanor, I could not help but ask, Qin Jie, will you be my girlfriend? Taken aback, she paused mid-folding, her hands frozen for a moment before she replied, I already have a boyfriend. Frustration surged within me as I grasped her hand and exclaimed, are you still with that rat? Standing before me, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at me, she insisted, he's not a rat. Then who is he? I pressed. With a playful blink, she replied, I just met him 2 days ago. What? My grip tightened on her hand. Weren't you with me then? Where did you meet someone else? She seemed to wince in my grip, furrowing her brow as she pulled her hand away. It was when I went to buy your meal. We had those delicious Xilong Bao from Hangzhou, remember? There were so many people in line, someone bumped into me, and I ended up arguing with him. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. Just like that, you ended up with him? Go away. I'm not that desperate. Qin Jie retorted. Someone came over and scolded the guy who was arguing with me. I thanked him, and he drove me back to the inn. I sat on the bed, coolly regarding her. He has a car? A rich kid? Impressive. How old is he? 15. Are you crazy? Am I someone who lacks money? Qin Jie snapped back. That was true. Her family was quite affluent. How old is he? I raised my voice. 19, older than us. She shot back, matching my volume. I scoffed, an old cow munching on tender grass. That's a bit much. Immediately regretting my words, I braced for her response. True to form, Qin Jie lunged at me, delivering a sharp slap while scolding, what is wrong with that? I'm not with anyone just because of you. You think you're something special? You helped me once, and now you act like a lord? With that, she stormed out without a backward glance. I stared at the empty room, lingering traces of her scent still present. I closed my eyes and collapsed onto the bed. I lost track of time, but it seemed someone entered the room, sitting at the edge of my bed and resting a hand on my back. I swiftly grasped her hand and turned to ask, aren't you leaving? Why are you back? Qin Jie replied, don't be so petty. How could I move on so quickly? Besides, can't you think of something other than that? I remained silent, releasing her hand and feigning death on the bed. She continued, I'm here every day taking care of you, and my boyfriend knows. P.S. not jealous. I shot her a sidelong glance and sat up. Oh really? Your boyfriend must be quite magnanimous, not worried about us getting into anything? What could happen? Qin Jie laughed softly, pecking my lips before adding, Zhou, I appreciate your kindness. It means a lot to me. But appreciation is not love. You understand? I retorted. So driving you back to the inn means you're with another guy? Qin Jie playfully scolded. If you keep this up, I won't pay you any attention. I fell silent. She then said, my boyfriend knows about you and told me to take good care of you. Oh, I chuckled. Looks like I'm quite famous now. Will I be swarmed for autographs when I go out? Qingjie replied, stop joking. I came to tell you something serious. The rat got stabbed and is currently in the hospital. I jolted upright, demanding, who did this? Who's taking justice into their own hands? Qingjie answered, do you know the brothers Lu Jinren and Lu Jini? I know Lu Jini. He was a classmate in elementary school, and we were on good terms. We just greet each other now. I know his brother Lu Jinren, but I don't know him well. Did they stab the rat? Yes, it was them, she confirmed. I fell silent. The Jin brothers had evidently been pushed to their limits. They hailed from Lijiakan, near X County, and for some reason, had not attended the village elementary school, but instead trekked an hour to the county for their education. Tragically, they often fell victim to the local bullies. The four great kings had tormented them repeatedly. I had witnessed their plight more than once. The Jin brothers were exceptionally robust, their daily trek rendering them strong. Yet they were outnumbered. On one occasion, they were assaulted over 10 times in a single day by various thugs. They never backed down, often targeting isolated bullies for a beating, only to be retaliated against later. This cycle had continued for nearly 8 years. The brothers had become notorious in X County, with nearly all thugs recognizing them. They had dropped out in the second year of junior high, but whenever they passed through X County, they were still frequently ambushed. They had reached the status of public enemies among the local thugs. So when Qingjie mentioned them, I felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, she recounted the specifics of the incident. Earlier that morning, the rat had been flaunting his authority near the market with a group of over 10 men. One of his underlings suddenly spotted the Jin brothers. Upon seeing them, the rat's mood lifted. He had been looking for something to do. The brothers were unwittingly walking into a trap. The rat, along with his entourage, swaggered toward the market, shouting, you two dogs sitting there eating liangpi, come here. The brothers exchanged glances, then simultaneously smashed their beer bottles on the table, brandishing the jagged edges as they charged forward. The thugs, having never encountered such defiance, scattered in fear. The rat, realizing the shift in momentum, attempted to flee, but the brothers pursued him relentlessly. Despite the rat's speed, the brothers' honed physical prowess allowed them to catch up swiftly. Lu Jinjun raised his leg and kicked the rat in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, they began to stab him with a broken beer bottle, striking him mercilessly. According to the vendors at the market, the two brothers were exceedingly ruthless. Not only did they thrust a bottle into the creature, but they also twisted it within its skin, an act that was quite lethal. At that moment, the mouse, undeterred, continued its desperate attempts to escape, only to be kicked down again by the brothers, who resumed their relentless stabbing. The poor creature was left with no unblemished skin, blood pooling around it, causing the onlookers to gasp in horror, retreating in fear of getting caught in the chaos. It seemed as if the brothers were intent on exacting every ounce of their accumulated grievances upon the mouse, stabbing it for a solid 20 minutes. Remarkably, the mouse managed to rise once more, dragging its bloodied body forward. The brothers, witnessing its tenacity, chose not to pursue, mounting their motorcycle to return to their village. The mouse, seemingly tapping into every ounce of its physical capacity, bled profusely yet still managed to reach a hospital, alone and without assistance. It limped, leaving a trail of blood behind, and upon entering the hospital lobby, cried out, where is the doctor? Hurry and come stitch me up. Eventually, succumbing to exhaustion, it collapsed, throwing the hospital into disarray as staff hurriedly carried it into surgery. Qingjie gestured towards her body and remarked, they stitched over 200 times. The doctor said there were no fatal injuries, but it's still serious. It will need at least 6 months to recover. I inquired about the current situation. Qingjie replied, the mouse's father has rallied a dozen strong men by the railway to confront the elf family, only to be driven off by the villagers wielding hoes. Reporting it to the police was futile. Our local station is merely a facade, claiming to dispatch officers, yet none dare confront the turmoil in L Village. The mouse's father is currently causing a ruckus at the county police station, but no one is paying him any mind. I chuckled softly and asked about the other ruffians. Qingjie said, those with timid hearts are too afraid to even step outside. Liang Zi, however, is quite loyal. He has taken Shun Zi, the rogue, and a dozen younger brothers armed with sticks and knives to scour the streets, hoping to encounter those two brothers. I scoffed. Is that what you call loyalty? Those brothers are unlikely to show their faces in X County right now. It's merely a display. Qin Jie conceded, perhaps, but everyone is praising Liang Z's loyalty. I huffed. An idea striking me. Let us summon your boyfriend. We shall pay a visit to El Village. Qin Jie looked taken aback. What do you intend to do? I smiled. Of course, we'll join forces with the Jin brothers to dismantle the four great kings. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've lost your mind. Xin, Ye, Atlimet, cupping my face with her hands. Zhou Ming, listen to me. The brothers are now the public enemies of all the ruffians in X County. If you align with them, you will place yourself in opposition to every thug in X County. I gritted my teeth. So be it. I never intended to reconcile with them anyway. I don't care. Qin Jie responded. Ma Yang has already declared he won't cause you trouble anymore. You both can go your separate ways. The other ruffians won't seek you out either. You've done enough? I grasped Qin Jie's hand, stating earnestly, perhaps you think I'm posturing, but I refuse to allow any child in our county to play in the streets while constantly fearing the gaze of ruffians. Upon saying this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps I was never a savior. Perhaps I was but a solitary figure lacking strength. Perhaps I could not even protect myself, but at least I was willing to act. Qin Jie shook her head. You're insane. You must truly be mad. I held her hand firmly and said, please help me. After a long contemplation, Qin Jie relented. All right, just wait for me. She stepped outside. After a considerable time, Qin Jie returned, leading a tall and handsome young man. Zhou Ming, this is my boyfriend. You can call him Xiao Yu, she introduced. I looked at Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat inferior. He was 3 years my senior, and I should rightfully refer to him as older brother. But I simply said, hello, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu approached and extended his right hand. I smiled and shook it. He suddenly asked, one-on-one, or shall we go all together? I was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yu flashed a bright smile. That phrase has become a saying in X County. I chuckled awkwardly, realizing his jest. Qin Jie nudged Xiao Yu. How old are you? Still playing around with kids? The three of us exited and climbed into Xiao Yu's car. Once more, I lamented the unfairness of creation. Xiao Yu was tall, handsome, and wealthy, a true rival to all men. Xiao Yu inquired, shall we go straight to El Village? It seemed Qin Jie had already briefed him on the situation. So I nodded. I visited Jin Yi's home once during elementary school. I should be able to find it. What would ordinarily take an hour on foot took less than 10 minutes by car to reach El Village. I directed Xiao Yu with turns until we halted before a farmer's gate. Observing the withered couplets beside the door, I alighted from the vehicle. Vigny, Jin Yi. I called out. Several burly men rushed out, armed with hoes and rakes, charging towards me. I stepped back in alarm. I'm a friend of Jin Yi. Only then did they halt, though they remained vigilant. Xiao Yu and Qin Jie also exited and stood beside me. I asked, Uncle, is Jin Yi home? Please summon him. I am Jin Yi's father. Speak to me about your matters. A farmer wearing a straw hat emerged from within. Upon seeing him, I nearly fainted. He was the very farmer I had encountered with Uncle Chao on Zhouwang Mountain during our robbery attempt. It was indeed Jin Yi's father. He recognized me instantly, trembling as he pointed. You dare come to my home? My mind was in disarray, and I struggled to find words. Uncle, what a coincidence this is. Jin Yi's father demanded. Where's that old man? I don't strike children. Bring him out. I forced a smile. Uncle, that was purely a misunderstanding. It was only 5 yuan, and I can repay you. I came to find Jin Yi. I am his friend. Qin Jie discreetly nudged me. What do you mean 5 yuan? How do you know Jin Yi's father so well? Ignoring her, I addressed Jin Yi's father. Uncle, my name is Zhou Ming. Please tell Jin Yi that he knows me. Jin Yi's father nodded, went inside to inquire, and returned to say, you can all come in. We entered the modest home, only to find nearly 30 people crammed into the less than 50 square meter space. Was every able-bodied villager convened here? I scanned the room, but did not spot Jin Ren or Jin Yi. Jin Yi's father led me further into the back room. Upon entering, I discovered Jin Ren and Jin Yi seated on the Kong, engrossed in a game of checkers. Jin Yi smiled upon seeing me. Zhou Ming, what brings you here? Jin Yi's father exited and locked the door behind him. I introduced Qin Jie and Xiao Yu to the Jin brothers. Jin Yi remarked, Qin Jie, I know her. She is the beauty from our school. Clearly unfamiliar with Jin Yi, Qin Jie could only smile politely and say nothing. Jin Ren gestured for us to sit. Come, have a seat. Xiao Yu and Qin Jie found a corner to sit down, holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. I felt a twinge of annoyance and chose to ignore them. Turning to Jin Ren and Jin Yi, you two have been quite formidable this time, putting the mouse out of commission. P.S. bound to be better for at least 6 months. Genie laughed. Oh, you've heard? But it has caused quite a bit of trouble for us. This afternoon, the mouse's father came by, demanding 100,000 yuan right off the bat. Ridiculous. The surgery only cost a few thousand. It was just over 200 stitches. In the end, we had to drive him out of the village. Jean Run, less familiar with me, remained silent, absorbed in strategizing for the checkers game. Though it was clear he was listening. I continued, Jean, will you and your brother still be going to the county? Of course, why wouldn't we? Jeannie remarked, there's nothing interesting in our village. It's much better in the county where there are more things to enjoy. As he spoke, his head drooped, adding, but I dare not go there recently. The four great kings are surely looking for us everywhere. I furrowed my brow and gently asked, Jeannie, have you ever considered seizing the moment to scatter the four great kings? At this, the room fell silent. Xiaoyu and Qingjie turned their gaze towards me, while Jinren set aside the chess he was playing to listen. Jeannie appeared startled. Zhou Ming, are you joking? There's so many of them, and besides, Liangzi's father. I snorted and replied, their lackeys are utterly useless. We need not consider their fighting prowess in critical moments. Don't you remember how, when your brothers charged the rat, those people scattered immediately? Jeannie nodded, but I continued, Liangzi's father is indeed formidable. However, now that the rat is incapacitated, if we can subdue both Lulang and Shunzi, Liangzi alone will pose no threat. In the future, when you both venture into X County, who would dare utter a single word against you? I then recounted the events that had transpired in recent days. Jeannie fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Jinren suggested, let us discuss this tomorrow. It's getting late. I recognized this as a polite dismissal and stood to leave, saying, all right, I shall return tomorrow. As Xiaoyu, Qingjie, and I exited Jeannie's home, he grasped my hand and said, brother, to be honest, I used to look down on you, thinking you were too soft. But now you have truly impressed me. I smiled at him. Then let us meet tomorrow. Jeannie nodded. Yes, I will discuss it thoroughly with my brother. On the way back, Xiaoyu asked, Zhou Ming, is there no other way to resolve this? I clenched my fist tightly and replied, I once believed there were alternatives. However, I approached teachers, sought help from parents, reported to the police, pleaded for leniency, and even humbled myself, shedding tears. None of it made any difference, truly, not a single bit. Silence enveloped us as I stared coldly out the window, the moon hanging full and bright. Upon returning to the county, I alighted from the vehicle, set a time to meet the next day, and Xiaoyu led Qingjie away. I wandered the streets alone, feeling a sense of loss as I reflected on my recent days with Qingjie. I had hoped something would naturally develop between us, only to realize it was a one-sided affection, leaving me to craft her wedding dress in vain. If Qingjie hadn't gone to fetch me food, I would never have met that Xiaoyu. Yet, I harbored no resentment towards Xiaoyu. In every regard, I fell short of him. Although our time together had been brief, he displayed a maturity and composure far beyond my own, not to mention his charming demeanor. It was no wonder Qingjie had fallen for him at first sight. As I made my way home, I passed the entrance of a park where I spotted Shunzi, surrounded by a few younger boys, intimidating a child. Hesitating for a moment, I approached them. Brother Shunzi, I truly have no money, the surrounded child whimpered. Heh, no money is no problem, Shunzi said, ruffling the boy's hair without resorting to violence. Smiling as he added, didn't I just teach you? Steal a little from your father's pocket when you get home and bring me a few packs of cigarettes tomorrow. The frightened child protested, if my dad finds out, he'll beat me to death. Shunzi continued to stroke his hair. Silly boy, how could that be? You're the apple of his eye. His demeanor was not that of a thief, but rather of a lover whispering sweet nothings. Shunzi, do you really need this little bit of money? I ventured closer. Shunzi turned to me, his smile illuminated by the moonlight, appearing like a benevolent youth. Zhou Ming, it's you. It's been several days since we last met. How is your health? I recalled the day a group had descended upon me, and I vaguely remembered Shunzi watching from a distance. It's quite late. Why are you still here tormenting this child? I glanced at the boy, who was roughly my age, his face streaked with tears, reminiscent of my own past. Shunzi replied, sometimes it's merely a source of amusement. One of Shunzi's companions interjected, hey, aren't you meddling a bit too much? I exhaled deeply, please, do me a favor and let him go. The companion retorted, who do you think you are to ask for favors? I shot him a glare, and he defiantly glared back. Fine. Shunzi smiled, patting the child's head this time. I shall let you off. With that, he and his group departed. I was taken aback by Shunzi's unexpected generosity, and my opinion of him improved significantly. Though I had heard many rumors about him, none were as notorious as those of others. Perhaps he was merely someone leading the life of a privileged youth seeking thrills. I pondered as I watched his retreating figure. "Thank you," the child said, tears still glistening in his eyes. I chuckled. "It's nothing. I was merely putting on a brave face myself." Suddenly, the boy broke into a smile. "You're Zhou Ming, the one known for one-on-one, or all together, right? Is the rumor spreading that quickly?" I thought to myself, clearing my throat to change the subject. "What is your name?" The child replied, "You can call me Ajing." Ajing. I had no real interest in his name. I only asked to shift the conversation. Yet, Ajing rambled on. It turned out that most boys in his class had been extorted by Shunzi and were required to pay regular protection fees, or else they would be beaten. Although Shunzi never personally resorted to violence, his lackeys were all too eager to follow his orders. Ajing grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, finally asking, "Brother Ming, could I have your phone number?" Hearing him call me Brother Ming left me momentarily dazed. No one had ever addressed me that way before. Feeling a bit shy, I waved my hand. "Why do you want my number?" "I'm not a girl." Ajing's expression turned serious. "Brother Ming, we all know your story and truly admire you. But we lack the courage to confront the four great kings, so I thought, if we are bullied again, we could call you, all right?" I shook my head. "You overestimate my abilities. Not long ago, I was in your shoes, receiving slaps from Aoyang. I felt a pang of sadness myself." Ajing said, "Brother Ming, we had a discussion a few days ago. If you were to form a Ming sect now, we would definitely follow you." No. I waved my hands awkwardly. "What Ming sect? I am not Jianghu." Seeing my outright rejection saddened Ajing, who reluctantly added, "Then, regardless, could you please give me your number?" I relented and provided him with my digits, and Ajing left, jubilant. As I watched his figure disappear, I thought, a Ming sect? If it were to form, how would it differ from the four great kings? Such a thing I would never engage in. Yet, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of vanity at my newfound reputation. Fame in youth must be seized while it lasts. Reflecting on it now, I knew I was destined for that beating, yet I had wanted to show off just once, uttering Uncle Chow's famous line, and now I was reaping unexpected consequences. Upon returning home, I was greeted by my parents, whom I hadn't seen in several days. Filled with excitement, I wanted to embrace them, but my father didn't even glance my way, engrossed in the television news. Luckily, my mother welcomed me warmly, gesturing for me to sit on the sofa. "Child, who is that girl?" I was bewildered. "Who? What girl?" My mother adopted a serious expression. "Stop pretending. It's the one who called that day." It turned out to be Qingjia. I nodded. "Oh, just a classmate." "What's up?" Mother grasped my hand. "Child, I do not oppose early romance, but you must focus on your studies. Do you understand? Early romance." I thought to myself, if only I were given the chance. I replied, "What are you talking about? Just an ordinary classmate. You're overthinking it." Mother suddenly became serious. Ming, you have never been talkative, especially with girls. I have hardly seen you interact with any girl, and that is not good. It is not beneficial for your future in society. Do you understand what I mean?" I nodded. "I understand, but forget it. I won't discuss it further." I lay down on my bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I woke up and saw that it was the time I had arranged to meet with Xiao Yu and Qingjia. I told my mother I was going out to play. With a beaming smile, she warned, "Be careful while playing. Don't get into any trouble." What kind of mother is this, educating her child like that? I walked down the street, feeling indignant. When I arrived at the meeting point, Xiao Yu and Qingjia had been waiting for me for quite a while. I got into the car, feeling a sense of appreciation for the perks of being with a beautiful girl. It meant having a ride at my disposal. Xiao Yu and I have been here for some time. We saw Mao Yang circling around here 3 times. He genuinely wants to catch Jin Ren and Jin E. I snorted dismissively. Just a paper tiger. No need to fear him. He is just putting on a show for his father. Xiao Yu chuckled, but said nothing. Qingjia continued. In any case, I feel anxious whenever I see him. Xiao Yu wrapped his arms around Qingjia, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here." I could not stand the mushiness and turned to gaze out the window, catching another glimpse of Ma Liang and his entourage. Ma Liang was at the forefront, wielding a gleaming machete, causing my heart to race with fear. Following closely behind were Shunzi and a thug. Shunzi wore his usual smile, appearing harmless, while the thug was busy ogling a girl, his eyes practically drooling. Trailing behind them were over a dozen underlings, clearly not the usual rabble, but rather seasoned ruffians capable of violence at any moment. Aside from Ma Liang, the rest were armed with wooden clubs and similar items, causing adults to avoid confrontation with these little tyrants. My anger boiled over. I clenched my fists, itching for fight. Fortunately, Xiaoyu did not give me that chance and started the car, heading towards Lujia village. Upon arriving at Jin Yi's house, the Jin brothers had been waiting for a long time. As soon as I stepped out of the car, Jin Yi exclaimed, "Zhou Ming, the rat has reported us to the city. The village chief came by this morning and said we might be sentenced." I was taken aback. Weren't they still young? How could they face sentencing? The elder brother, Jin Ren, explained, "It seems we were a bit too rough. If it escalates to criminal charges, we might end up in a juvenile detention center. Right now, the rat is in the city filing an injury report, and once the severity of the injuries is established, the police will come for us." I took a few steps back, leaning against Xiaoyu's car, feeling as if a storm was brewing inside me. Those thugs had tormented us for years, and we had never dared to fight back, becoming mere lambs to the slaughter. Now, when a couple of us finally wanted to change our fate, we faced sentencing. What use was there for justice or the law? A gust of wind blew, and the five of us remained silent for a long time. After a while, Jinrin said, "But my brother and I have decided that even if we end up in juvenile detention, we must first take down the 4 great kings." I was startled and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You've already got legal troubles due to the rat. If you escalate things further, your sentence will only increase." Vinyi intergested, "Zolming. My brother and I have discussed it. If we only deal with the rat, Ma Liang will think we acted out of impulse and won't take it seriously. If we let this slide, we will suffer even more when we get out." I fell silent, contemplating that even if they took down the 4 great kings now, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be pursued afterward. We were clearly lacking foresight, both myself and the Jin brothers. Jinren said, "Zhou Ming, even if you hadn't come, my brother and I would still have sought revenge on the 4 great kings. We've endured too much humiliation over the years. Living in such disgust is not worth it." His words ignited a fire within me, and I laughed heartily. "All right, let us go for it." Jinren shook his head. "Zhou Ming." "What?" I asked. He suddenly looked serious, his eyes cold. "Jin, he seemed anxious, brother." Jinren continued, "Now, how can I trust that you're not a spy sent by the 4 great kings to lure us into a trap?" The atmosphere grew tense, and silence enveloped us. Xiaoyu and Qin Jie looked at me, seemingly powerless against this inquiry. Jin said, "Brother, I trust Zhou Ming." Jinren shot him a glare. Sometimes, placing excessive trust in an old friend is not wise. "Indeed," I slowly replied, "I cannot prove that I am not an undercover agent sent by the 4 great kings." "Then what are you even saying?" Jinren retorted coldly. Jin Yi stood beside me, asserting, "Brother, I believe in him." Jinren frowned. "Do not act impulsively. He cannot even prove himself. So why should you believe him?" Jin Yi fell silent, turning to me, hoping I might offer some words. Yet, I found myself at a loss for words. Such a simple question had rendered me speechless. Suddenly, Jinren said, "Do you want to prove yourself?" "I have a way." Jin Yi's eyes widened. "Brother." I nodded. "What method?" "Please share." Jinren entered the house and emerged with a knife. It was an ordinary fruit knife, but in Jinren's grasp, it seemed to possess a life of its own, glinting coldly. Jinren looked at me. "You come with me." Then he turned to Qin Jie and Xiaoyu. "You two stay here." He turned and walked away. Qin Jie was about to protest, but I shot her a glance, and she fell silent, watching me with a look of apprehension. I took a deep breath and followed Jinren. Jin Yi walked beside me, patting my shoulder to reassure me. Following Jinren, we walked up the mountain along a dirt path, and he said nothing, not once glancing back, leaving me with his resolute silhouette. After about 20 minutes, a small red temple came into view. Jinren entered, and Jin Yi and I followed suit. Inside, it was dark, and a chilling wind rushed at us. On the altar stood a statue taller than a person, depicting the legendary Guan Yu wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Jinren stood firm, placing his palms together before Guan Yu, then suddenly knelt in reverence. Jin Yi too knelt with a look of devotion. I was moved by the atmosphere created by the 2 brothers and followed suit, kneeling with my heart racing. After bowing my head, Jinren rose, and Jin Yi and I followed suit. Jinren looked at me and asked, "Zhou Ming, how do you perceive my brother and me?" I gave a thumbs up. "No doubt about it. You're loyal friends." "Good," Jinren replied. "Then my brother wishes to formalize our brotherhood with you. Would you be willing?" I was taken aback by this statement. Brotherhood? Wasn't that something from ancient times? Yet, I found myself involuntarily responding, "I am willing." Jinren exhaled. his expression grave. "Zhou Ming, do you know why when something happens to my family, nearly all the villagers rush to our aid?" I shook my head. The scene from yesterday, still vivid in my memory. Jianren gazed at Guan Yu and said, "This story was told to me by my father." I stood quietly, listening intently as Jianren spoke. Several centuries ago, during a time of great turmoil, bandits roamed the hills, frequently descending upon the village of Lu to plunder its wealth. It was not merely riches they sought. Women of any beauty were seized and taken to the mountains as wives of the bandits. In such dire times, fear gripped the hearts of the villagers. When bandits invaded, everyone would secure their doors, regardless of the chaos outside, resolutely remaining silent. I closed my eyes, envisioning the state of Lu village then, a reflection of a declining moral fabric and the fickleness of human compassion. At that time, there was a young man named Lu Xianwei, well respected in the village. Disturbed by the rampant lawlessness, he rallied 10 other brave souls, forming a brotherhood of 11. They swore an oath under the watchful gaze of the deity Guan Yu, vowing to protect their fellow villagers. They pledged that if one family faced misfortune, the remaining 10 would come to their aid. If not, may they perish by divine wrath. In the years that followed, due to their unity, these 11 men indeed succeeded in driving away waves of bandits, fostering a growing camaraderie among the villagers, who increasingly revered these brave souls. However, a tragedy loomed. Frustrated by their repeated failures to conquer Lu village, a bandit chief conspired with 3 others from the surrounding areas, amassing over 100 men to threaten the life of Lu Xianwei, warning others not to interfere or face dire consequences. On the day of the anticipated assault, Lu Xianwei's home was filled with his sworn brothers. Amidst their jovial conversations, he suddenly realized one brother was missing. Heartbroken, he understood that this man had abandoned them. After consuming 3 bowls of liquor, he charged into the surrounding bandit throng wielding a chopping knife. The remaining 9 brothers followed suit, valiantly engaging the bandits in a ferocious battle. The clash was horrific, filled with the cries of the fallen, the skies darkening with despair. Ultimately, the entire village joined the fray, driving the bandits from Lu village, but tragically, Lu Xianwei and his 9 brothers perished. The families of these 10 brothers, along with the entire village, gathered at the door of the absent brother, demanding an explanation. When met with silence, they resorted to hurling stones and shouting curses. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the brothers' home, startling everyone into a retreat. It was later revealed that the lightning had indeed struck the very brother who had chosen not to fight. After recounting this tale, Jianren sighed and smiled at me, apologizing for the potential exaggerations that might have crept into this story, passed down through generations. I shook my head, expressing my admiration for Lu Xianwei and his loyal brothers. Jianren, pleased by my appreciation, revealed that Lu Xianwei was indeed his ancestor, and those gathered at his home the previous day were descendants of those sworn brothers. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Is this true? Jianren, filled with pride, was interrupted by Jin Yi, who exclaimed, "Of course it is. This has been the case for hundreds of years. Whenever one family is in need, the others will certainly rally to assist." I rubbed my hands together, astonished that such loyalty still existed in this age. Perhaps everyone fears the wrath of the heavens? Jianren's tone suddenly turned somber. Jin Yi added, "Zhou Ming, please don't be offended. Most of our villagers lack education, and thus they hold this story in unwavering belief. To this day, no one dares to betray." I nodded, acknowledging that possessing a devout belief is indeed a commendable trait. Vinyi Lafit. Children raised in our village believe that anyone who has bowed in reverence before Guan Yu must uphold their oath for life. Otherwise, they risk divine retribution. So, what you're implying is that if I become your sworn brother, I am guaranteed not to be an undercover agent. I inquired. Vinyi nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed with the oath. Jianren appeared to appreciate my decisiveness. He took a fruit knife and made a small cut on his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into a bowl on the table. A blood bowl used during the original oath of the 11 brothers. I followed suit, mimicking his actions, only to discover a hole in the bottom of the bowl, causing my blood to flow out without knowing how deep it went. Jin did the same, and we confirmed our birth dates. Jianren was the eldest, I was the second, and Jin the youngest, thus establishing our brotherhood. Filled with emotion, I reveled in this newfound bond, having gained 2 brothers, a rare treasure for an only child like myself, under the heavens and the earth. And with Guan Yu as our witness, we 3 hereby pledge brotherhood. From this day forth, we shall share fortunes and endure hardships together. Should we break this oath, may we be struck down by divine retribution. After 3 bows, we stood and embraced tightly. Following the ceremony, we discussed strategies to confront the 4 great kings. Jin Ren stated, "Zhou Ming, now that we are brothers, I shall be straightforward. Before coming here, I informed Jin E that if you truly dare to swear this oath, we would not involve you in our affairs." Jin E nodded, adding, "Right, we are already on the brink of being sent to a juvenile detention center. Adding more to our list of troubles is inconsequential. You, having no prior record, should stay clear of this mess." I was taken aback. Did we not just vow to share both fortunes and hardships? Why am I now being isolated? Jin Ren patted my back. "As the eldest, you must listen to me. If we are sent away, you will need to navigate the outside world well. When we return, we may rely on you." Vinyi nodded, chuckling forward. For reasons unknown, tears welled up in my eyes. In my life, aside from my parents, no one had ever shown me such kindness. Sometimes I wished for a brother or sister, and now, in a single day, that wish had come true. Jin Ren and Jin E were startled. Tears were likely foreign to them. Seeing me cry made them uneasy. One asked, "Second brother, what is the matter?" While the other queried, "Second brother, please don't frighten us. You aren't masquerading as a girl, are you?" I stifled my tears and, with deliberate clarity, announced, "Brothers, let us begin our venture against the 4 great kings." We descended the mountain. On the way, I speculated that Xiao Yu and Qin Jia might be growing impatient waiting for us. Upon reaching Jin Ren's home, I found them lost in their own world. Nestled in the car, music playing, wrapped in each other's embrace. I knocked on the window, prompting them to release their hold and step out. Qin Jia exclaimed, "Why'd you take so long?" "I was nearly bored to death." I replied, "Surely it wasn't that long. It seemed quite pleasant." I glanced at Xiao Yu, who smiled without comment, his gaze filled with affection for Qin Jia. She turned away, seemingly shy. Clearing my throat, I asked, "Qin Jia, we decided to confront the 4 great kings. Will you join us?" "Of course. As a lover of spectacle, how could I miss such a grand affair? But let me make it clear. Regardless of what transpires, Xiao Yu and I will not get involved." "Very well," I said, turning to Jin Ren and Jin E. "Let us get in the car and discuss our plans." As we drove away from Lu Village, I inquired, "What river is this?" Jin E replied, "This is Fengsheng River, also known as Qian Yin River. A grand name, though it is rather polluted." I observed the litter floating on the surface and shook my head, conceding, "The name is indeed impressive." We found a stone stairway to sit down. I remarked, "Now the mouse lies in the hospital, his fighting spirit completely shattered. Malong, leading Shunzi, Lu Lang, and a throng of underlings loiters about the streets, waiting to confront you too. Thus, a direct assault is certainly out of the question." Jin Ren nodded in agreement, saying, "Both Jin E and I are simple men, lacking understanding in these matters. You propose the plan, and we shall execute it." With that, he flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. I continued, "Last night, as I returned home, I witnessed Shunzi and his crew robbing children at the park entrance. This indicates they're not always together. There are moments when they are alone, and we must seize the opportunity to take them down one by one." I looked around, noting no dissent, and added, "Among the 4 great kings, the leader Malong is someone we cannot provoke under any circumstances. His father, Xiao Hai, wields unmatched power in X County, so he must be apprehended." Jin Ren stated, "Therefore, we only need to deal with Shunzi and Lu Lang." Suddenly, the quiet Xiao Yu interjected, "I've always wanted to ask, when you say deal with them, what exactly do you mean?" Jin Ren replied, fiercely, "Just like handling a mouse." Xiao Yu nodded, but made no objections, still wearing a serene expression as he reclined on the stone steps, gazing at the sky. I shook my head. "Older brother, do not act impulsively. One severely wounded mouse has already crossed the legal line for you. My intent is to ensure Malong loses his 2 right-hand men, Shunzi and Lu Lang. In doing so, we can pressure Malong into declaring the dissolution of the 4 great kings." Qin Jia seemed momentarily stunned. "What? You call him older brother?" Jin Ren, Jin E, and I exchanged glances and chuckled. I then explained to Qin Jia about our brotherhood, omitting the somewhat melodramatic historical reference from Lujia village, as it was their belief. To my surprise, Qin Jia burst into laughter struggling for breath. Brotherhood. Huh, do you think this is a television drama? How childish. Her laughter made me feel a bit embarrassed, and I noticed Jinren and Jin Yi's expressions darken, clearly on the verge of losing their temper. I quickly intervened. Qin Jie, please refrain from laughing. You wouldn't understand matters between men. Qin Jie continued to giggle, pointing at the three of us. Do you have nicknames for your brotherhood? Like dragon of the river or tiger of the mountain? Jinren could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet. Qin Jie, you are a friend of my second brother. I respect you. However, if you continue like this, I will become angry. Qin Jie seemed taken aback by Jinren's outburst, glancing at Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. Xiaoyu sat up and wrapped an arm around Qin Jie's shoulders, speaking calmly. Brotherhood is nothing to be astonished about. Who hasn't had a few good brothers in their youth? Jinren's demeanor softened, smiling at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu maintained a composed expression, as if unfazed by the unfolding events. I then added, let's first deal with that lecherous Lu Lang. With a smirk, I glanced at Qin Jie. She froze. Zhou Ming, you don't mean for me to seduce him, do you? Xiaoyu's previously calm demeanor shifted. I absolutely disagree. Didn't we agree that we would not partake in this matter? I shook my head. You misunderstand. I meant that Qin Jie's unique position might allow her to gather intelligence on Lu Lang. I wanted her input. I actually believe she may know something useful about the mouse from her past encounters. Yet, I hesitated to mention the mouse in front of Xiaoyu, so I opted for the phrase unique position instead. Upon realizing I wasn't suggesting Qin Jie to employ her charms, Xiaoyu sighed in relief, refraining from further inquiries. Qin Jie pondered for a moment. I seem to recall the mouse mentioning that Lu Lang frequents Iran Street every night. The revelation stunned everyone. Iran Street is the largest red light district in our county. How could Lu Lang, still so young, be involved in such activities? Xiaoyu shook his head. This Lu Lang truly lives up to his name. The mention of Iran Street made my cheeks flush. Ever since I was young, my father warned me to steer clear of that area, as children could easily go astray. I complied diligently, never venturing there. Even when I had to pass through, I would take a long detour if time permitted. If I were pressed for time, I'd lower my head and hastily walk past. Yet I could still hear the enticing cries of children beckoning. Come in, sister. I'll give you the red envelope. Returning home, my face would burn for the entire day, drinking water to cool down. Qin Jie continued. Lu Lang spends all the money he robs from those children on Iran Street, reveling every night as if he were newlywed. She blushed slightly as she spoke. The mouse told me all this. Xiaoyu finally remarked, Ah, it seems you and the mouse are quite familiar. This made me anxious for Qin Jie. Yet, she responded nonchalantly, Of course, I am quite the character at our school. Even the four great kings address me respectfully as Qin Jie. Xiaoyu simply replied with a soft "oh," falling silent. I glanced at Qin Jie, who met my gaze with a composed demeanor, and I could not help but admire her acting skills. It would be a shame for her not to enter a film academy. Jinren and Jin Yi, unaware of the situation, believed Qin Jie's words to be true and gazed at her with admiration. I cleared my throat, declaring, Then let us lay in wait for Lu Lang at Iran Street tonight. I had chosen to target Lu Lang first, driven by a hint of personal bias, as I sensed Shunzi was not entirely malevolent. Qin Jie checked the time. It's already noon. Everyone must be hungry. Xiaoyu and I will fetch some food. You two stay here. With that, she and Xiaoyu drove away. Only the three of us remained by the riverbank. Jinren asked, Second brother, who is that Xiaoyu? I was taken aback. Why do you ask? Jinren replied, I have a feeling he is not simple. He claims not to care about our affairs. Yet it seems he has been listening intently. After a moment of silence, I said, I am not entirely sure. I have only known him for 2 days. Jinren's eyes widened. 2 days? Really? Jin Yi grew anxious. Second brother, can we trust Xiaoyu? He won't betray us, will he? I shook my head. He appears to be a wealthy second generation, yet he seems to harbor no ill intentions towards us. Jinren contemplated for a moment. All right, I trust your instincts. I hope Xiaoyu does not sabotage our plans. We continued our conversation for a while until Xiaoyu's car returned. Qin Jie stepped out in a huff. Jinren, your village doesn't even have a decent restaurant. All you brought back was some fried pancakes. You can make do with that. Jinren chuckled, accepting the pancakes and devouring them hungrily. By the time Jin Yi and I had barely made a dent in our food, Jinren had already finished and was looking at Qin Jie with puppy dog eyes. Qin Jie exclaimed, There's none left. How about chewing some gum? She handed him a piece. After chewing for a while, Jinren spat it out. This can barely fill a gap. Jinren rolled up his pant legs and waded into the river, soon emerging with 3 fish. He built a fire on the spot to grill them. Jin followed suit, catching 2 more, indicating that the brothers were quite adept at this. Qin Jie frowned. The river is so filthy. Can we eat those fish? Jinren reassured her, don't worry. The villagers have been eating fish from here for hundreds of years without issue. Xiaoyu then retrieved some salt and pepper from the car, handing them to Jinren. Jinren glanced at him, took the seasoning, and sprinkled it over the fish. I teased, Xiaoyu, your car is well stocked. Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly. I had some leftovers from a barbecue outing with friends. Jinren queried, Q? I patted his back, chuckling, it means barbecuing outdoors. Jin laughed heartily. Indeed, Zhou Ming excels in English. While eating fish, Qin Jie pinched her nose and consumed a piece, exclaiming that it was delicious, prompting Jinren to grill 2 more. Once we finished the fish, the 5 of us gathered on the stone steps to play a card game called A, which required exactly 5 players. This game bears resemblance to the present-day 3 Kingdoms Kill, as it also involves identifying a traitor. After a while, I noticed that Xiaoyu is adept at concealing his role as the traitor, as he maintained an air of calmness that made it difficult to discern his true intentions. For some reason, a sense of unease began to creep into my heart. However, Xiaoyu's charming personality and handsome appearance quickly endeared him to everyone, and within moments, he was on familiar terms with the Jin brothers. Being the eldest, he was addressed as brother by them, both chuckling foolishly. I remained silent for a while, feeling a bit agitated by Jinren's earlier comments. As evening approached, we set off. Xiaoyu parked the car at the entrance of a ranch street. Xingyeda Market. It seems the rogue has been getting cozy with a young massage girl lately, seeking her out for several consecutive days. Jinren and Jin nodded, preparing to exit the vehicle, when I suddenly asked, Xiaoyu, are you from our county? X? Qin Jie interjected, of course, he lives in Sunshine Community. Zhou Ming. Why do you ask? I chuckled, just a casual inquiry. Xiaoyu, you can't be that much older than us, right? This county is so small. How come I've never seen you before? Both Jinren and Jin turned their gazes toward Xiaoyu. He smiled and replied, I've attended a private school in the city since childhood, so I didn't grow up here. I pressed further. Then can you tell me why you've been secretly looking at your pager? The atmosphere turned tense, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. He held the steering wheel, gazing ahead, and slowly said, That's my private matter. Qin Jie added, Exactly, Zhou Ming, what is wrong with you? Are you suspecting Xiaoyu? I remained silent, still staring at Xiaoyu. If you have private matters to attend to, feel free to leave. You needn't stay here. It seemed Jinren and Jin felt I was being excessive. Jinren said, Second brother, Xiaoyu hasn't done anything wrong, so why the fuss? Jin nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, my unease intensified, and I persisted, If you're so busy, why remain here? Xiaoyu was silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. He took out his pager, rolled down the window, and forcefully tossed it out. The pager vanished in an instant beneath the shimmering neon lights. I was taken aback. Xiaoyu said, Please forgive me for not being able to show you its contents. However, to prove a point, I've discarded it. I knew that no words would suffice. But then Xiaoyu turned to me, his tone earnest. I want to harm you. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I nodded. Just a few simple words rekindled my trust in Xiaoyu. Perhaps that was his charm. I signaled for Jinren and Jin to exit the vehicle. Just as I opened the door, Xiaoyu called out, Wait. I looked at him. He exited the car, retrieved something from the trunk, and returned, handing it to us. To my surprise, it was 3 hats. What is this? I asked. Xiaoyu explained. Ma Liang and his gang are searching for the Jin brothers everywhere. Although you can avoid Ma Liang, you can't guarantee that other thugs won't inform him if they spot you. So it's nighttime now. If you wear these hats, you should be perfectly concealed. I looked at Xiaoyu with gratitude. This was something I hadn't considered. He handed Jinren a large black plastic bag. If you're coming from behind, don't let them see your faces, lest you alert the snake and complicate matters with Shunzi. Xiaoyu's meticulous thinking made me regard him with renewed respect. In contrast, my plans were riddled with flaws and fraught with risk. Grateful, I glanced at him, donned the hats with Jinren and Jin and got out of the car. Xiaoyu instructed, If there's no opportunity, return swiftly. Qin Jie and I will be waiting here for you. If things go awry, we'll make our escape. I nodded, and together with Jinren and Jin we strolled down a ranch street, illuminated by vibrant neon lights. The pavement was indeed uneven, with pools of water accumulating from several days without rain, which was quite peculiar. This street was lined with hair salons and karaoke bars, subtly beckoning passers-by with their alluring lights. Occasionally, scantily clad women teased every passerby at the door. Drunken revelers stumbled about, and the air was filled with booming DJ music. In such a chaotic scene, how would we locate a woman named Xiao Jiao? Suddenly, Jinren spoke, second brother. I responded, feeling annoyed at my lack of preparation for the task at hand, when Jinren suggested, how about we lose our virginity while we're at it? Jin's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by his brother's proposal. I quipped, do you two have any money? Their expressions immediately fell, revealing their financial constraints. After all, their father once chased my Uncle Chao for a mere 5 yuan. It was hardly likely that his sons would be wealthy. As we moved a few steps forward, I spotted a group of thugs loitering outside a karaoke bar. They seemed familiar. I recalled seeing them in the sewer where the 4 great kings congregated. Rubbing my eyes, I recognized one of them as the shoeshine boy. I couldn't help but marvel at how paths cross unexpectedly in life. It seemed the rogue was hiding within that establishment. I told Jinren, the rogue must be inside there. Upon hearing this, Jinren and Jin immediately searched for bricks. I hastily stopped them. No need for weapons. Just take it easy. I have my own plan. Jinren and Jin nodded, awaiting my next instructions. I said, I'll lure those thugs away. You two hurry inside and act accordingly. If things don't go well, retreat. Xiaoyu is waiting for us. Jinren and Jin hid in a small alley, watching me. I approached the group of thugs smoking cigarettes. One of them remarked, Brother Rogue comes looking for that Xiao Jiao every day. At this rate, he'll soon be exhausted. The shoeshine thug chimed in, don't worry. Brother Rogue is seasoned. He won't falter. We'll just keep watch. They all burst into laughter, discussing whether to seek out some girls for fun. As I neared them, the shoeshine thug recognized me immediately. Zhou Ming. I chuckled. My shoes are dirty again. The thug huffed, seemingly trying to contain his anger. The others quickly pulled at his sleeves, saying, Liang Zi said not to get into a conflict with him. I smiled again. I've thought about it. You shine shoes the cleanest. Your family must have a long-standing tradition in this field, right? The shoeshine thug erupted. When have I, the Jianglong, ever endured such humiliation? I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jianglong? Someone really bears that foolish name? Jianglong grew enraged, his temper flaring as he prepared to charge at me. But his companions restrained him. Jianglong, Liang Zi will be angry, fearing Jianglong's flailing hands. I took a step back and pointed at him. Are you dissatisfied with me? He retorted, yes, I am. Who do you think you are to stand on equal footing with the 4 great kings? I've followed Brother Rogue since childhood, and I'm still just a lackey. Feigning contemplation, I said, actually, I was just with Liang Zi. We've reconciled. Jianglong halted abruptly. Really? I approached him with a smile, patting his shoulder. Of course. From now on, we are all on the same side. However, my gaze sharpened as I continued. I stand on equal footing with the 4 great kings. So you all must heed my words, understood? The little brothers, including Han Jianglong, immediately changed their expressions. Of course, Mingo. We have long recognized you are not an ordinary person. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, reflecting on how beneficial the day spent learning from Uncle Chao had been. Yet, such skills could only intimidate these small fry. They were insignificant before the likes of Xiao Hai and his crew. I nodded. Is Luleng inside? I need to speak with him. Yes, Luleng is in there, one of the little brothers replied, looking somewhat troubled. But he's quite busy at the moment. I darkened my expression. You all hurry to the square. There seems to be news about Jinren and Genie. Han Jinglong said, I'll quickly call Luleng. Just as he was about to rush inside, I stopped him. It's too late. You all go first. I'll inform Luleng inside and join you shortly. If you go in now, you might ruin the atmosphere and invite trouble. Han Jinglong nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Mingge. We'll head over now. The little brothers dashed towards Aran Street. I turned back, signaling Jinren and Jin, who quickly approached. I nodded at them, ready to enter together. Jinren placed a hand on my shoulder. Second brother, you should stay outside. Keep an eye on things for us. If anything happens, just call out. It's enough for the 2 of us to handle Luleng. I understood that Jinren didn't want to drag me into this mess, and I felt a surge of gratitude. All right, be careful, eldest brother and third brother. Don't go too hard. Just make sure he can't get out of bed for a few days. Remember, don't go overboard. Rest assured, I know my limits, Jinren assured me as he and Genie entered. I glanced inside. It was a small courtyard, looking quite dilapidated, and I felt a bit anxious about the situation within. Standing outside, I worried that Hun Jianglong and the others might return at any moment, so I kept a vigilant eye on the street. Suddenly, a heavily made-up woman across the street exposed a portion of her thigh, enticingly posing in front of me. But her appearance was far from attractive. I turned away, silently praying for some divine intervention to whisk her away. Just then, I heard a string of curses emanating from the courtyard. It was Lulang. They attacked me, brothers, beat them up. Startled, I peered inside, and to my surprise, 7 or 8 small ruffians emerged from the cramped courtyard. Jean Ren and Jean were fighting back while being pushed into a corner. Lulang, wearing a large black plastic bag on his head, was directing the chaos. Thank goodness I have backup inside and out. Where did that Hun Jianglong disappear to, allowing them to come in? At that moment, Lulang removed the plastic bag and tossed it aside, spitting on the ground before joining the fray. No matter how valiant Jean Run and Jean E were, they stood no chance against such numbers, especially without weapons, and were steadily being overwhelmed. Feeling a surge of urgency, I scanned the area and grabbed a brick, preparing to charge in, when suddenly someone held my shoulder. I turned to see it was Xiaoyu. Zhou Ming. Going in now would be like walking into a trap. I was frantic. I can't just stand by while they get beaten. If you're afraid, then just leave. Xiaoyu held me back, leveraging his height and strength to pull me aside, whispering urgently in my ear. Just do as I say. I nodded. All right, be quick. Inside the courtyard, Jean Ren and Jean E were reaching their limits, covered in footprints. Lulang dragged Jean E out, splitting the chaos into 2 groups. One surrounding Jean Ren and the other Jean E. I watched as Xiaoyu sprinted towards his car, my heart racing like a restless ant on a hot pan, praying he would hurry. Moments later, Xiaoyu drove up, sirens blaring. The street erupted into chaos, and the previously relaxed drunks and women rushed indoors, hastily shutting doors. I shouted into the courtyard, "The police are coming! Run!" The gang of small ruffians indeed fell into disarray, abandoning their fight and scrambling out the back door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All that remained in the courtyard were the sprawled Jean Run and Jean E. Lulang, however, did not flee. He yelled at the group escaping through the back. "What are you running for? Iran Street has been around for years. When have we ever feared the police? This is clearly a joke." He cursed while picking up a metal rod, preparing to unleash his wrath upon the defenseless Jean Ren and Jean E. In a moment of desperation, I charged forward and swung the brick fiercely at Liulong's head from behind. To my astonishment, he did not fall. Instead, he turned, furious, and swung the rod at me. I instinctively recoiled, feeling the rod crash painfully against my back, nearly bringing me to tears. Liulong's rage was palpable, and as he swung again, I stumbled back several steps. Just then, Lulang stumbled, having been kicked by Jean Run, who had managed to rise. Seizing the opportunity, I mimicked the move that the mouse had used on me the other day, grabbing Liulong's hair and driving my knee forcefully upward. Jean E also managed to rise, executing a sweeping kick that toppled Lulang to the ground, the metal rod clattering away. Jean Ren seized it and delivered a blow to Liulong's head, finally subduing him. Breathing heavily, the 3 of us, myself, Jean Ren, and Jean E, caught our breath as the police sirens faded outside. Jean Ren said, "The police are here? We should get out of here." I shook my head. "That's Xiaoyu. I don't know where he got those police lights, but he's just scaring those small-time thugs." Looking down at Lulang, I had initially thought he would be weak from indulgence, but he proved to be surprisingly robust. It dawned on me that someone capable of taming Hun Jianglong's fiery temper certainly had some skills. Jean Ren exhaled, glancing at Lulang, and couldn't resist delivering a few more kicks to his limp body. Jean E followed suit, kicking in imitation, as if they were venting pin-up frustration. From the recent altercation, I realized Liulong's strength was formidable. No wonder he frequented Iran Street to release his pent-up energy. This was not something that could be exhausted merely by playing basketball. After observing for a while, I deemed it sufficient and gestured for them to stop. By chance, I glanced to the side and noticed a pair of eyes peering from a dark window. "Who is there? Come out!" I shouted. The eyes vanished instantly, as if hiding away. Jean Ren and Jean E dashed over like leopards, entering the house, and soon emerged dragging out a few dainty women, only wrapped in thin blankets that barely concealed their fair skin under the light. Most importantly, it seemed the blankets were almost void of coverage. Tentatively, I asked, "Xiao Jiao." The girl nodded, Maintaining a smile, I am Xiao Jiao. She tilted her head adorably and added, if you need anything, find Xiao Jiao. As she spoke, the blanket slipped slightly, revealing tantalizing skin at her collarbone. Jean Ren and Jean Yi were nearly drooling, their eyes fixated on Xiao Jiao's exposed skin. I clear my throat, signaling them to look away, yet they remained entranced. Xiao Jiao showed no fear, even teasingly letting the blanket slip further. I realized I had to get Jean Ren and Jean Yi out of there. Otherwise, they might fall victim to Xiao Jiao instead of the 8 ruffians. To speak candidly, Xiao Jiao is indeed beautiful, though she pales in comparison to Qin Jie. Her alluring figure and the seductive aura she exudes with every gesture can captivate the gaze of every man in an instant. I asked, what do you plan to do now that we've dealt with that ruffian? Xiao Jiao glanced at the thug lying on the ground and replied, it's none of my concern. He is merely a client. However, he hasn't paid for tonight's services, so I would appreciate it if you 3 could cover his bill. What? We have to pay the ruffian for his debauchery? What nonsense is this? We came here to fight. Xiao Jiao retorted, fighting happens here every day. It's nothing new. But you must cover his expenses. I rummaged through my pockets and found a little over 10 yuan, which I handed over, then turned to the 2 brothers. How much do you have? Jean Ren dug into his pocket and revealed 5 yuan, while Jean Yi produced 3 yuan. Together, we gathered a total of 20 yuan, which I presented to Xiao Jiao. She shook her head, indicating it was insufficient. I felt a surge of frustration. I had never encountered such a situation before, and was at a loss for how to respond, feeling dizzy and desperate. Just then, Xiao Yi walked in. Is it still not over? I quickly pulled him aside. Do you have any money on you? I then recounted the situation. What? You expect me to pay a ruffian, a complete stranger, for his services after I've been running around with you all day, providing ideas? I sheepishly chuckled and gestured toward Xiao Jiao. It's tough for everyone. Xiao Yu asked, how much? Xiao Jiao replied, for 3 encounters, since he is a regular, for 100 yuan will suffice. Xiao Yu retrieved 400 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Xiao Jiao, who promptly tucked it into her bosom. Now let us go. I called to Jean Ren and Jean Yi. Suddenly, Jean Ren inquired, how much is it for 1 encounter? Xiao Jiao tightened her blanket, seemingly worried it might slip. Yet this gesture was undeniably enticing. I noticed Jean Ren and Jean Yi's eyes nearly popping out. They had likely never witnessed such a spectacle before. 200 for 1. But regulars can negotiate. Jean Ren cast a pleading glance at Xiao Yu, who averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. With a sigh, Jean Ren looked at Xiao Jiao and swallowed hard. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow me. As we exited, Xiao Jiao cheerfully called out, if you need anything, just look for Xiao Jiao. I distinctly felt Jean Ren shudder, wishing he could remain there indefinitely. I lower my head in despair, lamenting the peril that beauty brings. Once in Xiao Yu's car, Jean Yi clasped his brother's hand. Brother, we must earn a lot of money in the future to enjoy the finest things and the best women. Jean Ren nodded in agreement, their hands united in determination. I was taken aback by their aspirations and wished I could feign ignorance of their ambitions. As we drove, Qin Jie blinked her large eyes, clearly ablaze with curiosity. What is going on? What is happening? Xiao Yu parked in a secluded area, and I recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Qin Jie threw her arms around Xiao Yu's neck, exclaiming, darling, you're brilliant. How did you come up with that police impersonation? Xiao Yu chuckled bashfully. The police light was something I bought during my car decoration. I usually just play with it. It's technically illegal, which is why I don't use it often. But it seems it didn't scare off the thug after all. I nodded in agreement. The thug may appear brutish, but he is quite astute. He had several henchmen stationed outside, and despite the commotion, he quickly discerned the ruse when the lights flashed. Truly impressive. Impressive. If it weren't for those small-time thugs, I could have taken him down myself. He flexed his fists confidently, gazing out the window, seemingly reminiscing about Xiao Jiao. Xiao Yu remarked, now that your whereabouts are exposed, dealing with Shunzi will be even more challenging. I fell silent, reflecting on my own life experiences. Some plans indeed lacked foresight, and it often fell to Xiao Yu to resolve our messes, leaving me feeling somewhat inadequate. A man like him, tall, handsome, wealthy, intelligent, and kind, would surely capture any woman's heart. I glanced at Qin Jie, feeling happy for her in finding such a good man. Xiao Yu continued, the news of the ruffian's beating will spread like wildfire by tomorrow, and the alliance between Zhou Ming and Jin Run will be the talk of the county. Aside from Ma Yang tightening his defenses, Zhou Ming's future in this county may become quite precarious. My mind was in turmoil. I had initially been indifferent to these matters, but Xiao Yu's descriptions imbued me with a sense of melancholy. Jinren expressed, "Second brother, I truly apologize for dragging you into this. I felt a warmth in my heart. Were you saying, aren't we all brothers?" After saying this, I turned to Xiao Yu, aware he must have a clever plan to deal with Shunzi. His mere gaze seemed to instill a sense of calm within me, and through our recent interactions, my reliance on him was growing stronger. Xiao Yu inquired, "Do you have any good ideas moving forward?" I felt a wave of dizziness. "I thought you might have something in mind." Jinren seemed about to speak, and we all fixed our eyes on him. He asked, "What does Xiao Jiao mean by negotiating a different price for regulars?" I remained silent. Xiao Yu followed suit. Vinyi chiming, "It's probably around 150. I stared blankly. Xiao Yu remained silent. Jinren nodded, looking out the window. After a while, I suggested, "If there's no viable plan, we should temporarily disband." Xiao Yu agreed. "You certainly shouldn't act impulsively right now. The best course of action is to observe the developments and respond accordingly." Qin Jie wore a disappointed expression. "But I find it exhilarating and enjoyable to be with you all. I don't want to part ways." I asked Qin Jie, "What do you mean?" She proposed, "Why don't we get a room at the inn again? We could all stay together. If anything happens, we can react quickly." Everyone consented, and thus it was decided. We returned to the same inn as before, and the sight of the elderly woman gaping as Qin Jie sauntered in with 4 men was quite amusing. Qin Jie booked 2 rooms, the implications of which were clear. She would share a room with Xiao Yu, while I shared with the Jin brothers. The 2 rooms were conveniently opposite each other. After watching Xiao Yu and Qin Jie enter their room, jealousy welled within me, and I sulked in silence. I watched television for a while, but found it tedious. So I told the brothers I would head home and return the next day. They were too engrossed in discussing Xiao Jiao to pay me any mind. Walking alone, I glanced toward the park entrance, but Shunzi was nowhere to be seen. Returning home, my parents were as usual. I slept well this time, though my mood remained subdued. My mother seemed to notice, saying, "Heartbreak is normal. Boys must experience more to grow." Early the next morning, I hurried to the inn, but both rooms were still quiet. After knocking for a while, Jean Run and Jean, it didn't respond, likely still fast asleep. Meanwhile, the door across from me opened, revealing a groggy Qin Jie. "Zhou Ming, what are you doing?" I felt a surge of anger, but managed to maintain a calm demeanor. "Where's Xiao Yu?" "Oin Yi replied. He is still sleeping." "Weren't you here last night?" I nodded, glancing outside. "I was waiting for you on the rooftop. I need to speak with you." Regardless of whether she agreed, I went ahead. The rooftop of the inn was meant for drying clothes, but at this early hour, it was utterly empty. Standing by the railing, I could see the street below, where a few scattered figures roamed, creating a rather subdued atmosphere. After a while, Qin Jie joined me, standing beside me and asking, "Zhou Ming, what's wrong?" I gazed at her, my mind swirling with thoughts. I had harbored feelings for this girl for 3 whole years. Suddenly, I wrapped my arm around her waist and kissed her delicate lips. Qin Jie immediately pushed me away with an angry expression, exclaiming, "Zhou Ming, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." I stared at her in bewilderment and slowly replied, "You can kiss me whenever you wish. But when I want to kiss you, I must bear the risk of you ignoring me. Is that how it is?" Qin Jie seemed to feel guilty and turned her face away, saying, "That's different." I curiously inquired, "In what way is it different? Am I merely a dog at your beck and call, to be played with when you're happy and discarded when you're not?" Qin Jie took 2 steps back. "Zhou Ming, calm down. I'm not talking to you anymore." She descended from the rooftop. Watching her retreating figure, my heart ached, and tears almost spilled from my eyes. I hastily looked up at the sky. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, and I quickly wiped away the remnants of my tears. Turning around, I was surprised to see Xiao Yu. I forced a smile. "Hey, what are you doing up here?" "Where's Qin Jie?" I worried that Xiao Yu had witnessed the earlier scene, which would have been utterly embarrassing. Xiao Yu remained silent, stepping beside me and gazing down at the rooftop below, remarking, "Not many people." His seemingly random comment left me puzzled. "Do you like Qin Jie?" he asked again. I realized he must have seen what happened. "Yes," I admitted reluctantly. At that moment, I had no choice but to confess. "Hey," Xiao Yu chuckled. "Once you finish what you need to do, try confessing again. You might just succeed." "Huh?" I was utterly confused by his words. "Because what you're about to do is quite noble. If you succeed, you'll be a hero in everyone's eyes." Women always favor heroes, he explained. I scratched my head, feeling a bit shy. It's not like that. It's just an ideal situation. I hope the four great kings disband, and that the troublesome thugs in X County cease to exist. Xiao Yu sighed. That is quite difficult. I clenched my fist. It is indeed challenging, but I must strive for it. Xiao Yu patted my shoulder, standing half a head taller than me. He resembled a mature older brother. Although I like Qin Jie too, I genuinely fear that you might take her away from me, because you are quite formidable. I looked at Xiao Yu, my eyes misty. He extended his fist toward me. Promise me that if Qin Jie chooses you in the future, you'll treat her well. All right. I extended my fist to meet his, sealing this bond of brotherhood. I won't go easy on you, Xiao Yu teased mischievously. Neither will I responded confidently. The sunlight illuminated our fists, and that summer, I embarked on a journey that would resonate throughout the county, one that still ignites my passion when I reminisce. Thus, I must pen down this tale, a story of youth, dreams, contracts, and brotherhood. Upon returning to my room, my gloomy mood evaporated. I kicked awake Jinrun and Jin Yi, urging them to rise and create a ruckus at Qin Jie's room. The brothers, bewildered by the sudden excitement, joined in my merriment, singing and dancing in Qin Jie's room. Initially, she glared at me, but eventually, she couldn't suppress her laughter. My joy multiplied, and that day, we reveled in sheer happiness, singing and dancing together. Eventually, an elderly woman came to protest, claiming that the downstairs residents were on the verge of madness due to our antics, prompting us to quiet down. We then began playing cards, while Xiao Yu procured beer and barbecue, leaving a delightful mess in our wake. I incessantly made Qin Jie laugh, and she finally ceased to be angry with me, playfully punching me and calling me a rascal. During the revelry, Qin Jie inquired about the four great kings. Learning that a thug had indeed been hospitalized and wouldn't be out for a few days, Ma Yang had warned all the local ruffians to keep an eye on me. Jinrun and Jin Yi. Although we didn't take it seriously, we hesitated to venture outside. If anything arose, we would have Xiao Yu drive us. As evening approached, I insisted on returning home to sleep, and despite their protests, Xiao Yu had no choice but to drive me back. On the way, I noticed an increased presence of thugs on the streets, as if the entire county was under a manhunt. Arriving at my house, which was located on the outskirts of X County and relatively isolated, I found no thugs lurking about. I got out of the car, telling Xiao Yu to leave. He replied, "You go in first. I'll check around for any unusual activity to ensure you're not ambushed." The four great kings were indeed not to be underestimated. I nodded. Xiao Yu always spoke with reason and entered my home. Upon entering, I discovered my mother on the phone, saying, "Yes, Zhou Ming isn't here. Please call back later." I shouted, "Mom, I'm back." However, she was quicker than me, hanging up and turning around leisurely. "Oh, you're back. Someone just called looking for you." I approached her, checked the caller ID, and redialed. A voice filled with tears replied, "Brother Ming, is that you, Ajing?" I asked uncertainly. "Brother Ming, it's me." Ajing sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm so glad you're back. You must help my two classmates. They're being beaten up by Shunzi." Ajing's voice was choked with emotion. "Where are you now?" I inquired. "Near the small market in Sunshine Community. I'm in Genie Supermarket, and I can see them through the window." "Okay, stay put and don't panic. I'll be there shortly." I hung up, exited the house, and saw Xiao Yu's car still parked nearby. I dashed over, "Quick, let's head to the inn." On the way, I explained the situation to Xiao Yu. Upon reaching the inn, I recounted the details to Jinrun and Jin Yi, who were eager to head out. Qin Jie was particularly agitated, urging us to leave swiftly. Once in the car, Xiao Yu started the engine but hesitated, saying, "I feel something's off." I nodded in agreement, voicing my concerns. Given the recent incident involving the thugs, Shunzi shouldn't be so brazen unless he's deliberately luring us in. A heavy silence fell over us. Jinrun suggested, "Let's proceed cautiously. We'll drive over and observe from the car without getting out." Xiao Yu nodded and drove to the vicinity of the small market. He turned off the headlights and crept forward, finally spotting some indistinct figures within a market. I gestured for him to stop, cracked the window slightly to listen for any sounds, but heard nothing. Xiao Yu remarked, "They don't know me. I'll pretend to be a passerby and take a look." Qin Jie anxiously tugged at Xiao Yu's arm, but he smiled reassuringly and patted her shoulder. He exited the car and walked toward the market. As night fell, the small market appeared desolate, devoid of people, and the streetlights seemed to be malfunctioning, plunging the area into darkness. I glanced over at Genie Supermarket and suggested to Qin Jie, Go inside and find a kid named Ajing. Ask him to come over. Qin Jia nodded and got out of the car. Meanwhile, Jin Run, Jin Yi, and I kept our eyes fixed on Xiao Yu, whose silhouette gradually faded into the shadows, becoming a mere blur. After a while, Qin Jia returned with Ajing. He squeezed into the back seat with the three of us, filling the confined space to the brim. Ajing glanced at the Jin brothers, seemingly recalling their identities, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. The shocking incident a couple of days prior, where the brothers took on a rat, had completely overshadowed my earlier bravado about facing them one-on-one. Jinren smiled reassuringly. Fear not, young brother, for we only confront the four great kings. Ajing nodded, recounting, this afternoon, 2 classmates and I visited the arcade. On our way, we encountered Shunzi. After he extorted all the money from us, he demanded we gather 500 yuan and deliver it to the small market by 8 o'clock tonight, or we would suffer dire consequences. We returned home and attempted to call you, but you were unavailable. Each of us pilfered money from our parents and managed to scrape together the 500. When we arrived at the small market, I told them to go ahead and that I would follow shortly. I then hid in a supermarket, hoping to reach you again. At this point, Ajing began to cry. Minggu, thankfully you returned the second time. Just as I was about to comfort him, Xiaoyu entered the car. I introduced him to Ajing, and Xiaoyu nodded. I went over to check. Shunzi was furious because Ajing's classmates were 5 minutes late and one was missing. They were on the verge of being beaten to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Ajing anxiously exclaimed, Minggu. After a moment of contemplation, I asked, how many people did Shunzi bring? Only 2, Xiaoyu replied. Shunzi didn't act. It was just those 2 lackeys doing the beating. They looked quite weak. Upon hearing this, Jin Run and Jin Yi prepared to leap from the car. I restrained them, sensing something was amiss. Ajing, nearly in tears, pleaded, Minggu, please save them. Jin Run stated, at this point, even if there's an ambush, we must go and see. I sighed, very well, let us proceed. But should anything seem off, do not engage in a fight. The 3 of us exited the vehicle, with Ajing following suit, declaring, I will go with you. I nodded, recognizing the strength in numbers. Ajing's indomitable spirit reminded me of my own. As we walked, the cool summer breeze should have felt refreshing. It sent chills down my spine. Shunzi, upon hearing our footsteps, turned to us, signaling his lackeys to stop. We approached, and Ajing rushed to his classmates, asking, are you all right? Minggu is here. Shunzi beamed upon seeing me. You finally arrived? I was taken aback. Were you waiting for me? Shunzi nodded with a smile, indicating Ajing and his friends. Since this afternoon, I have been finding ways to compel them to call you. Ajing looked up. How did you know I would seek Minggu? Shunzi chuckled. The night you were rescued by Zhou Ming at the park, I knew you'd clutch at this lifeline. He then affectionately ruffled Ajing's hair, because you were never honest. Ajing's eyes blazed with fury, yet he dared not speak. Jin Run, undeterred, grinned ominously. Enough of your nonsense. I am here to finish you off today. He clenched his fist, and Jin Yi prepared for an attack as well. Shunzi maintained his calm demeanor, as if a gentle breeze had rippled across a lake. So, will it be a one-on-one, or shall we all engage? At that moment, the 4 streetlights above flickered to life, illuminating the small market as bright as day. Approximately 20 to 30 youths brandishing clubs encircled us, their faces radiating hostility, poised to strike at Shunzi's command. Jin Run, Jin Yi, and I huddled together, sizing up the youths, who appeared anything but the timid sort easily frightened away. Jinren suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Shunzi. You treacherous scoundrel. Shunzi merely smiled. Yet you have still lost. I remained silent, fully aware that we were indeed at a disadvantage. No matter how valiant the Jin brothers were, they could not contend with such overwhelming numbers. Moreover, we were unarmed, lacking even a simple beer bottle. The small market appeared meticulously cleaned, devoid of any bricks or debris. I reluctantly conceded. Indeed, we have lost. My mind raced, but no ideas came to me. What would Uncle Chow do? I couldn't fathom. What would Xiaoyu do? Again, I was at a loss. I merely gazed at Shunzi, that arrogant youth. Shunzi squinted and laughed, seemingly pleased that I resembled a lost puppy. He suddenly clapped his hands twice, causing the 4 streetlights to extinguish, and the ghostly youths vanished with the light. Jinren exclaimed furiously, Shunzi, what trickery are you plotting now? He moved to strike Shunzi, but I quickly restrained him, urging patience to assess the situation. Shunzi, unhurried, retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. With a smile, he spoke into the phone, Liangzi. My heart twisted in knots. Jean Run and Jean E seemed ready to charge again. I am withdrawing from the four great kings. Take care of yourself. Shunzi's voice echoed in the small market. I am truly weary of this life. There's simply no other way. He yawned lazily, passing the phone to a nearby lackey before turning away. Well then, Zhou Ming, see you at the first high school. I wish you success. His bright smile hinted at the challenge ahead, for Liang Zi was not one to be trifled with. As Shun Zi and his two lackeys receded from view, I was overcome with a peculiar feeling, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Perhaps the answers lay waiting at the first high school. Zheng plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly terrified, as were his classmates. Jean Ren and Jean He were still processing what had just transpired, staring at me in confusion, searching my expression for answers. Xiao Yu and Qin Jie rushed over. Are you all right? I was about to call the police. Xiao Yu panted. I'm unsure of what just happened, Jean Ren said. That Shunzi claimed he was quitting the four great kings and wished Erdi success. Xiao Yu appeared equally perplexed, gazing in the direction Shunzi had departed. This person is quite intriguing. Qin Jie, meanwhile, was starry-eyed. A handsome guy is still a handsome guy, always playing by his own rules. Tienre Insa. What does playing by one's own rules have to do with being handsome? Qin Jie ignored him, pulling Xiao Yu's arm, beaming. I am genuinely happy for you both. I looked around at the group, my heart warmed. With three of the four great kings gone, the next step was to confront the boss. I gazed at the starry sky. Turning to Zheng and his companions, I suggested, you should all head home if you are unscathed. But Zheng hesitated. Shunzi took our 500 yuan. We all turned our faces toward Xiao Yu, who exclaimed, me again, pointing at himself in disbelief. In Xiao Yu's car, he lamented as he rummaged through his empty wallet. How did I become an automatic teller machine? Darling. Qin Jie clung to Xiao Yu's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. You are such a kind person. Xiao Yu chuckled, embracing Qin Jie, leaving no room for complaints. I watched the happy couple, my spirits lifting. Upon returning to the inn, we celebrated wildly through the night. As we drank, Xiao Yu asked me, Zhou Ming, what is your plan moving forward? I shrugged. I've been intimidated by the ruffians and Shun Zi. Any idea I conceive now seems utterly futile, like clouds before Maoliang, impossible to realize. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, clinking glasses with me. No worries, the 36 stratagems are more than sufficient for you. Jinren also raised his cup, saying, why overthink? Let's hit the streets together. If we catch Maoliang alone, we'll deal with him. Laughter erupted among us, and with a resounding clink of our cups, we succumbed to intoxication, eventually collapsing onto the bed to sleep. The following morning, I awoke with a splitting headache and an insatiable hunger, prompting me to drag Xiao Yu outside to buy some buns. Jean Ren and Jean He insisted on accompanying us, claiming they were concerned we might sneak a bite on the way, as if we were that kind of people. We purchased buns at the commercial street, but before we could reach our destination, we had devoured them all. Xiao Yu remarked, Qin Jie is still waiting for us to return. Reluctantly, we turned back to buy more, blaming each other for overindulging. On our way back, Jinren insisted on taking a detour around X County, hoping to spot that scoundrel Maoliang alone. Xiao Yu, filled with vigor, drove while we sang loudly, our spirits inexplicably high. Suddenly, Jinren exclaimed, look! Xiao Yu slowed down, revealing a tennis court where only two individuals were playing. One of them was Maoliang, swinging his racket with great force, as if trying to send everything into outer space. The girl accompanying him, clad in a short white tennis skirt, was radiating youthful charm, her every move enticing. Even the sweat trickling down her forehead evoked an urge to draw closer. Jean Ren's fists tightened. The girl was none other than Xiao Jiao. Xiao Yu, stop the car. I want to get out, he said coldly. No way. Xiao Yu and I shouted in unison. Jean E looked at us in confusion, unsure of where to stand. Xiao Yu remarked, playing tennis so early with no one around must be a trap. I added, and bringing Xiao Jiao here means he must have extracted some information from her. Perhaps he suspects your feelings for her, thus deliberately luring you out. Jean E nodded yes. Brother, what Zhou Ming and Xiao Yu said is correct. This is a trap. I slowly shifted my gaze toward Ma Liang on the court, aware that he must know we were circling around trying to find him alone. Just then, Ma Liang suddenly tossed his racket aside, completely ignoring the ball that was flying toward him. He ambled over to Xiao Jiao, who remained calm, as if she already knew his intentions. Ma Liang grabbed her hair and kissed her. Xiao Jiao laughed dreamily, her body trembling slightly. Jean Ren's grip tightened further. If looks could kill, Ma Yang would surely be dead by now. After enough kissing, Ma Yang looked up, scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally landing on our car. His stare unervingly fixed on us. "It's all right," Xiaoyu said slowly. "He can't see us from out there." Yet I could clearly see the usually composed Xiaoyu, a bead of sweat trickling down his handsome profile. We found ourselves in a standoff with Ma Yang, unable to move for fear of drawing suspicion. Suddenly, Ma Yang approached our car, a hint of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Had he figured us out? Xiaoyu urged, "Duck down a bit." "Vingren, Xingyi," and I hurriedly lowered our heads. Xiaoyu cracked the window halfway and called out to Ma Yang, "Brother, how do I get to the cultural palace?" Ma Yang gulped, scrutinizing Xiaoyu before responding, "Just keep going straight. At the intersection, take a left and you'll see it." Xiaoyu smiled, "Thanks, brother," and casually glanced at Xiao Jiao, adding, "Your girlfriend is quite beautiful." "She's not my girlfriend," Ma Yang retorted. "She's just a whore." Jean Ren's body stiffened, and I quickly pressed down on him, fearing he might act impulsively. Xiaoyu interjected, "Even the most unseemly of girls deserve care." "Thanks, we'll be on our way." As the car began to move, Ma Yang remained stationary, his gaze still fixed on us. Until we were far away, his figure shrank to a mirrored, yet his piercing stare lingered in my mind. Upon returning to the hotel, Jean Ren sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. I beckoned Jeannie outside to discuss the crucial matters, urging him to keep a close watch on Jean Ren. Jeannie hesitated, saying, "If my brother insists on going, I will charge ahead with him." I shook my head, having witnessed their reckless, brotherly bond before. In the days that followed, according to news from Qingjie, Ma Yang continued to play tennis with Xiao Jiao daily. From dawn till dusk, often engaging in some risky performances that left passers-by scandalized and hurriedly looking away. For instance, just yesterday, Ma Yang had strewn a large sum of money across the court, compelling Xiao Jiao to crawl like a dog to collect it with her mouth while he sat back, observing coldly. Upon hearing this, Jean Ren smashed his fist against the glass table, shattering it to pieces. I understood that Jean Ren was like a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to release at any moment. Even though everyone recognized this as a trap, Jean Ren would inevitably plunge into it. It was only a matter of time. I took the opportunity to return home briefly with Xiaoyu, noting the caller ID for a Zheng S number, and called him, "How many kids have you been bullied by the four great kings?" A Zheng replied bitterly, "Almost everyone who isn't one of their own has been bullied." I inquired, "If something were to happen, could you rally everyone at once?" A Zheng paused before saying, "That might be difficult. Most prefer to remain silent." "Mingo, what are you planning?" "I need you to contact as many people as possible over the next few days. If you want to stop being bullied by the four great kings, just stay at home and await my orders." I firmly instructed a Zheng. "All right, I'll start right away." I knew that the people a Zheng could bring would pale in comparison to Jean Ren and Jean Yi in terms of combat capability. Yet they could still provide some leverage for our ultimate victory. As I returned to the hotel and opened the door, Qingjie rushed toward me. Jean Ren and Jean, he just ran out with knives. I couldn't stop them. Surprised, I asked what had happened. "I just saw Ma Yang tearing Xiao Jiao's clothes in front of many passers-by," she explained. So they both grabbed knives from under the bed and dashed out. Before Qingjie could finish, I handed her a note with a Zheng's number. "Qingjie, you need to call this number immediately and tell a Zheng to gather as many people as he can await for me at the Cultural Palace." Having said that, Xiaoyu and I rushed downstairs, jumping into his car. "Xiaoyu, take me to the tennis court first. Then go to a man named Uncle Chow. Just tell him I sent you. He has some handy tools under his sofa. Take as many as you can, then head to the Cultural Palace. When a Zheng arrives with people, distribute the tools and surround the tennis court." Xiaoyu drove at breakneck speed, and I pondered how the brothers had managed to hide knives under the bed. It seemed they were well prepared, and I had been completely oblivious. Upon reaching the tennis court, I provided Xiaoyu with Uncle Chow's address, urging him to hurry. I hastily exited the vehicle, just in time to witness Jean Ren and Jean each charging into the tennis court, wielding machetes. Overwhelmed with excitement, I shouted, "Brothers, don't act impulsively." The duo turned to face me, and Jean Ren stamped his foot in frustration. "Why are you still here?" I rushed to their side, breathless. "Do you still consider me a brother?" At that moment, laughter erupted from within the tennis court. "You finally showed up." Ma Yang laughed triumphantly. Nearby, on the cement ground, lay Xiao Jiao, her clothing nearly torn to shreds, leaving only a scanty undergarment to cover her. Jean Ren's eyes filled with concern as he slowly approached Ma Liang. Yet his gaze remained on Xiao Jiao. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Xiao Jiao turned her head away. "I'm fine." Sorry. Jean Run, visibly agitated, replied, "I came too late." Xiao Jiao, with her eyes closed, coldly stated, "I didn't ask you to come." Suddenly, Jean Ren removed his outer garment and draped it over Xiao Jiao's shoulders. Tears streamed down her closed eyes. "You still have the time to care for others." Ma Liang seemed infuriated. "You should worry about your own safety." Suddenly, a wave of teenagers surged forth, brandishing clubs, machetes, and other implements, charging towards the tennis court's entrance. Hearing their cries for blood, my legs trembled uncontrollably. Jean Ren abruptly turned to Jean E. Jean E. Jean E. responded, retrieving a padlock from his pocket, and, with a click, secured the entrance to the tennis court. I stood in stunned silence as Jean E. declared, "I scouted the terrain with my brother. This is the only entrance. Even if Ma Liang has others lying in ambush nearby, they must come through this door." My eyes sparkled with surprise as I gazed at Jean E. He shrugged. "The barbed wire fence is 3 meters high. It will take them quite some time to climb over." I continued, "So, we have ample time to deal with Ma Liang." Jean E., gripping his machete, spat on the ground. "Then we can take him hostage and break out. My brother and I have already devised a plan to turn ourselves in at the police station." I was left speechless, astonished that the notoriously reckless brothers could devise such a clever strategy, truly a combination of bravery and wit. Together, Jean E. and I charged forward. The teenagers brandishing clubs had noticed the locked gate and began cursing. How treacherous and despicable of those three. "Surrender now. You won't escape today." Some had begun to scale the barbed wire, but 3 meters was no easy feat. The gaps in the wire were far too narrow for a firm grip or foothold. It seemed we had more than enough time to subdue Ma Liang. Meanwhile, Jean Ren had taken the initiative, swinging his machete fiercely at Ma Liang. Ma Liang sidestepped, drawing a dagger from his waist, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze upon the now enraged Jean Ren. "How desperate you are," he sneered. Jean Ren emanated a chilling aura, raising his machete with fierce determination, wholly disregarding Ma Liang's dagger. With a swift strike, he landed a blow on Ma Liang's arm, staining his sleeve with blood. Jean E. seized the moment, landing a cut on Ma Liang's back. The brothers coordinated seamlessly, leaving Ma Liang with little room to maneuver. Suddenly, Ma Liang rolled to the ground, coming to rest beside Xiao Jiao. "This is bad," I shouted. "Xiao Jiao, hurry and get away." Xiao Jiao snapped to attention. Just as Ma Liang seized her hair, yanking her upwards, the dagger pressed against her neck. Jean Run and Jean E halted their attack, gritting their teeth in anger at Ma Liang. Outside the tennis court, Ma Liang's followers began to stack themselves, and soon, one of them climbed to the top of the barbed wire. In his excitement, he leaped down without regard for the 3-meter height, landing awkwardly and rolling about. Howling in pain, I approached, picked up the iron rod he had discarded, and stood alongside Jean Run and Jean E. "Ma Liang, who are you trying to intimidate? If you have the guts, go ahead and kill Xiao Jiao right here." I feigned indifference. Ma Liang smirked, shifting the dagger menacingly to Xiao Jiao's face. "I certainly wouldn't dare to kill her, but I have no qualms about leaving a few scars on her beautiful face." With that, he made a quick slash across Xiao Jiao's cheek, blood trickling down, mingling with her tears. Xiao Jiao's body trembled in fear, yet she remained silent, tears flowing freely. The mixture of blood and tears marred her face. Jean Ren, frantic, exclaimed, "Ma Liang, what kind of man threatens a woman like this?" "I have never claimed to be a good man," Ma Liang retorted, shifting the blade to the other side of Xiao Jiao's face, coldly observing us. "So you brave souls, do you care for her any more than I do?" Jean Run gritted his teeth, his grip on the machete trembling slightly. Ma Liang pressed the blade deeper, eliciting more blood. What? Still hesitating, his gaze flickered towards the outside, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. Following his gaze, I saw that Ma Liang's minions had procured a long ladder, and within moments, 4 or 5 of them had infiltrated the tennis court, armed with machetes and clubs. Charging toward us, Jean Ren turned and struck the fastest of them, landing a blow on his arm before kicking him to the ground. Jean Ren glared at the remaining attackers, his demeanor as fierce as a grim reaper. The others recoiled, hesitating to advance. "Pay attention, look here." Ma Liang pressed the dagger once more to Xiao Jiao's cheek, inflicting another wound. "Ma Liang, that's enough," Jean Ren shouted. "Don't harm Xiao Jiao." You can demand anything else. His eyes burned with fury. Very well. Ma Liang lowered the dagger but still clutched Xiao Jiao by the neck. Now, throw down all your weapons. Without hesitation, Jin Run discarded his machete onto the ground, followed by Jin Yi, both glaring at Ma Liang with indignation. Ma Liang turned his gaze toward me. Zhou Ming. Did I not mention you? I too tossed aside the iron rod, but continued scanning the surroundings, wondering if Xiao Yu had arrived with reinforcements. Outside the tennis court, Ma Liang's followers gradually encircled us, controlling the situation. Sensing he had the upper hand, Ma Liang pushed Xiao Jiao aside and broke into a triumphant grin. Xiao Jiao fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands, her outer garment, which Jin Run had draped over her, now discarded. At that moment, Xiao Jiao sobbed quietly, desperately trying to shield her bloodied face while also covering her exposed body, appearing utterly vulnerable. Everyone present, save for Ma Liang, cast sympathetic glances toward Xiao Jiao. Jin Run, suppressing his rising anger, slowly retrieved his clothing and draped it over Xiao Jiao once more. Despite her attempts to cover her face, blood continued to seep through her fingers, creating a horrifying sight as her eyes glazed over, fixated on the crouching Jin Run. It's all right. Jin Run comforted her, tears streaming down his rugged face. The real drama was just beginning. Ma Liang ignored Jin Run, slowly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with an air of arrogance, exhaling a long plume of smoke before turning away, revealing the bloody gash on his back from Jin Yi's earlier strike. Deal with these three mercilessly. In an instant, the tennis court erupted, and over 20 bloodthirsty youths glared at us with predatory eyes, raising their weapons and rushing toward us like a tidal wave. Instinctively, I shielded my head, back, chest, and legs, enduring 3 heavy blows simultaneously. I collapsed on the ground, curling into a ball as several figures surrounded me, mercilessly kicking and occasionally striking me with iron rods. Through the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Jin Ren's predicament, which bore a striking resemblance to my own. However, Jin Ren's hands remained protectively cradling Xiao Jiao behind him, neglecting to shield his head, resulting in a profusion of blood streaming from his wounds until he ultimately lost consciousness. His hands still desperately clinging to Xiao Jiao. In a sudden frenzy, Xiao Jiao lunged at Jin Run, exclaiming, "Stop hitting! Stop hitting!" As she raised her head, the blood mingled with her features, her mouth agape like a grotesque specter, startling the onlookers into retreating a few paces. In that moment, the world around me faded into darkness, as if the sun and moon had lost their glow. A throng of people pressed toward me, vying to deliver kicks, and I lost count of the punches and blows I endured. I heard a voice declare, "Didn't you ask me to shine your shoes?" I opened my eyes to find it was Han Jianlong. I managed a faint smile in his direction. Enraged, he retorted, "You still dare to smile," and delivered a vicious kick to my face, causing my head to strike the ground violently. Han Jianlong then seized my hair, yanking off his shoe and shoving it into my mouth, demanding, "Eat it." A wave of nauseating stench assaulted my throat, and no one dared to strike me further, instead mocking my unfortunate state. "Finish it, and I'll let you go." He slapped me hard and shoved the shoe in my mouth again. Overcome, I retched instinctively and, in a burst of anger, landed a direct punch to Han Jianlong's eye. I hurled his shoe to the ground, coughing violently, only to feel a sudden kick to my waist from an unknown assailant. Han Jianlong, clutching his eye and hunched over, eventually lifted his head, revealing a visage adorned with dark circles. "Enough!" A familiar voice erupted from outside the tennis court, but I couldn't quite place it. Turning, I was astonished to see Xia Zi, accompanied by the 2 and several younger individuals, all considerably older than us. Ma Liang, equally surprised, remarked, "Oncle Xia Zi, what brings you here? The uproar you've caused has stirred the entire city. It's hard not to notice. Is it too much to ask for your father to have a moment's peace?" Xia Zi approached the gate, shaking the iron bars, and shouted angrily, "Open up." Ma Liang replied, "The key is with Zhou Ming and the others." By now, the fighting had ceased, and the younger men, witnessing Ma Liang's deference toward this middle-aged man, began to understand his identity. Xia Zi glanced at me, his expression softening. "Zhou Ming, if you wish for your friends to remain alive, you'd best open that door." Jin Yi scrambled to Jin Ren's side. "Brother, are you all right?" Jin Yi, like me, had shielded his head during the assault, sustaining only minor injuries. Whereas Jin Ren was less fortunate, having shielded Xiao Jiao and now lay unconscious, bloodied and battered. I looked at Xia Zi, the composed middle-aged man, observing me with calm. Jin Yi and I requested the key to unlock the door. Xia Zi approached, assessing Jin Ren's injuries and gently touching the scars on Xiao Jiao's face. Sighing heavily as he shot Ma Liang a stern glare, instructing his companions, "Take them to the hospital." The young men swiftly and efficiently carried Jin Ren and Xiao Jiao to a vehicle outside the court, departing hastily. Xia Zi surveyed the surrounding crowd, calmly admonishing, "Young people, do not take things too far." Ma Liang lowered his head, silenced, while the younger men exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Xia Zi stepped forward, patting my shoulder. "You and Liang Zi could actually become good friends." I scoffed. "Uncle Xia Zi, have you come here to mediate?" Xia Zi frowned, and the two behind him suddenly kicked me to the ground again. I staggered to my feet, tasting the salty tang of blood at the corner of my mouth. Wiping it with the back of my hand, I managed a grim smile. "Mediation is fine. Let us say we four require 30,000 yuan each for medical expenses, totaling 120,000. Can you provide such a sum?" Xia Zi's expression darkened. "Zhou Ming, do you think having Chun Yun Chao backing you gives you the liberty to act recklessly? Your recent actions have been rather excessive." Ma Liang interjected sharply, pointing at me. "Don't push your luck. Asking for 30,000 more? I could kill you, and it would count as a freebie." I continued to chuckle, though I could vividly imagine my pitiful state, pain coursing through my body, feeling as though I might collapse at any moment. "Perhaps soon. It would be you who would be begging me." Before I finished speaking, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside, and I discerned 5 or 6 dozen youths brandishing weapons, charging towards the tennis court, with Xiao Yu leading the charge. He bore no weapon, yet his anxious expression warmed my heart. A throng of people filled the court, standing firmly behind me. Xiao Yu, breathless, stood beside me. "I'm not late, am I?" I bore the pain, placing my hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder as Jin Yi joined us, glaring at the bewildered Ma Liang and the impassive Xia Zi. I softly remarked, "You're not late. The real show is just beginning." Another hand patted my shoulder, and turning around, I found a Zhong, brandishing an iron rod, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Brother Ming, this is my first time wielding this thing. I'm a bit nervous." His words incited laughter from Ma Liang's group. "Huh, first time wielding a weapon. What a bunch of fools." I recognized one of the kids, the same who had knelt before me asking to call me father last time. Wasn't he the one who had cried home to his mother after I slapped him? Bringing this group of novices here is pointless. I could take on 3 of them alone. A Zheng's expression turned anxious. "Brother Ming, did I say something wrong?" I shook my head, waiting for the laughter to subside before pointing at Ma Liang, addressing my comrades. "Brothers, take note, it's him. If we take him down today, no one will dare look down on you again. Is that clear?" "Clear." The crowd raised their weapons, their cheers echoing into the heavens. Xia Zi's expression shifted, stepping in front of Ma Liang to shield him. "Zhou Ming, what exactly do you hope to gain from this?" "Nothing at all," I replied quietly. "Everything that has led to this moment is entirely Ma Liang's own doing." Ma Liang emerged from behind Xia Zi, venomously stating, "Zhou Ming, count how many times you've fallen into my hands. I've never let you off the hook. Just because my father said you're a decent person. I've endured your antics time and again, and this is the gratitude I receive." I closed my eyes, reciting the words I had rehearsed countless times in my mind. "Ma Liang, as long as you publicly disband the 4 great kings and vow to cease bullying any innocent person, I will let you go." It was only at this moment that I realized, in negotiations, the one with the strongest fist holds the advantage. "Dream on." Ma Liang's face turned crimson with rage. "You have no right to lecture me." Xia Zi once again positioned Ma Liang behind him, signaling him to remain silent. "Zhou Ming, this is utterly futile. Even if Ma Liang agrees now, in time, he can rise again." "Indeed," I nodded. "That is why I demand he swear publicly, should he renege on his promise. Everyone will look down upon him. Isn't that what you all value most in this line of work? Oaths?" I chuckled coldly, envisioning the scene. If Ma Liang publicly acquiesced today, nearly 100 witnesses would spread the word throughout X County. At that point, Ma Liang would find himself unable to backtrack, and with his removal, the other petty thugs would scatter like leaves in the wind, restoring peace to X County, a goal I had long pursued. I gazed at Xia Zi and the others, slowly articulating my thoughts. The small C has arrived. The shrimp seemed to find my words amusing and even chuckled. Can you tell me why you are doing this? In that moment, I, who had felt so confident, suddenly felt a pang of unease. Perhaps it was the self-assured smile of the shrimp that created a crack in my long-held beliefs, though I could not pinpoint the source of my doubt. Nevertheless, I replied, as a former victim of bullying, I hope that future children can stroll through the streets with pocket money, unafraid, and boldly confess their feelings to the girls they admire. Before I could finish, the shrimp pointed at Ma Liang and said, "So you mean to say that all these consequences are entirely Ma Liang's fault?" I was taken aback. The shrimp's penetrating gaze seemed to probe into my very soul. I said, "But now those thugs out there, robbing, extorting, and bullying others, all act under the banner of the four great kings. Even if we cannot place all the blame on Ma Liang, he has certainly encouraged this arrogance." The shrimp responded, "Fine, let's assume your reasoning holds merit. If you were to annihilate the four great kings, would X County transform into the utopia you envision?" I hesitated, an idea I had not previously considered. The shrimp continued, "Today, with the four great kings gone, what about tomorrow? The 5 young lords, the 7 killers, the 8 heavenly kings may just emerge like mushrooms after rain. Do you understand?" I gritted my teeth and said, "Then let one appear, and we shall eliminate it." The shrimp shook his head. "You are too naive." Suddenly, a headache hit me. Yes, I am indeed immature. I am only 16, and these issues are far too profound for me. The shrimp seemed to sense my internal struggle. "Today, you may have the fortune to bring down Ma Liang. But what if a new leader emerges tomorrow? What do you rely on to keep Ma Liang confined here?" I replied, "It is the support of the righteous that prevails, while the unrighteous stand alone. The multitude behind me is a testament to who embodies justice." Ah. Big Head suddenly laughed. The shrimp remarked, "If sheer numbers equate to righteousness, our faction could fill the entirety of X County." I gasped, yet I firmly believed the shrimp's words. Indeed, the small sea possessed that ability. I clenched my fists, then let begin. A resounding roar erupted behind me. Battle was imminent. Alas, is this truly not enough? The shrimp sighed and pulled out his phone to dial a number. "Brother, hi. You see everything happening here, right? It seems I cannot persuade that stubborn child." After hanging up, the shrimp glanced at the enthusiastic students behind me and helplessly remarked, "Have you all finished your homework, only to come out here to fight?" Just then, a sharp and piercing siren blared, and 4 police cars approached the tennis court. I frowned. "Did you call them?" The shrimp smiled and remained silent, watching me with keen interest, as if waiting to see how I would respond. At that moment, I realized my preparations were woefully inadequate, driven only by passion. I had overlooked some underlying forces I could not withstand. With the wailing sirens, my fellow students began to stir, some already wavering, while the timid among them had begun to whimper. "Is this what you call the power of justice?" The shrimp's expression was ambiguous. The police cars had now parked outside the gate, and a uniformed officer, holding a megaphone, began to address us. "Gathering for a fight is prohibited here. You have 3 minutes to dispose of your weapons and disperse, or you'll be arrested." Gathering for a fight is prohibited here. You have 3 minutes to dispose of your weapons and disperse, or you will be arrested. After the officer's announcement repeated thrice, several individuals behind me had already discarded their weapons and turned to leave. Ajing exclaimed in exasperation, "Why are you leaving? The negotiations aren't finished yet. Do you want to continue being bullied?" One child replied, "But I don't want to be arrested either." And with that, he tossed his weapon aside. The children standing behind Ma Liang also began to throw down their weapons and walk toward the exit. A few hesitant parents appeared, dragging their children away by their ears. One parent even pointed a finger at me, scolding, "If you ever call my child out to fight again, I will tear your mouth apart." In less than 10 minutes, the once crowded tennis court had emptied significantly, leaving only Xiaoyu, Jeannie, Ajing, and a few of his classmates who refused to leave on my side. On the opposite side, Ma Liang remained with the shrimp, Big Head, and a few young men, all of them casting sinister glances at us. The police officer, who had previously been authoritative with the megaphone, seemed to have completed his task and, satisfied, got into his car as the 4 police vehicles drove off. My heart sank further, feeling the weight of my insignificance. My earlier arrogance had led to this defeat, dragging my brothers, Jiren and Jeannie, into the turmoil. A tall, slender man in a black trench coat slowly walked into the tennis court. Upon his arrival, the shrimp, Big Head, and their entourage stood at attention, while the once arrogant Ma Liang shifted his posture, clearly showing respect for this man. I glanced around, surprised to find no sign of the expected gang reinforcements. Indeed, it seemed that addressing me did not require such a grand display. The man approached Ma Liang. Ma Liang looked up, shrinking back as he called out, "Dad." The shrimp, big head, and others chimed in, "Brother Hai." The newcomer was none other than the small C. A rush of mixed emotions surged within me. Anger, fear, trepidation, and dread. This was my second encounter with the small C, still positioned in opposition. This man, who always appeared vibrant and carefree, seemed indifferent to everyone around him, only casting a cold glance at the injuries on Ma Liang's arms and back, remarking coolly, "You're starting to act like a man." Ma Liang lowered his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, as if only in front of his father did he seem like a genuine child. The small C ruffled Ma Liang's hair. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to Dad." The small C then approached the shrimp, patting his shoulder. "You could have handled this yourself, yet you chose to summon me. Did you want to keep me from enjoying some peace?" His eyes sparkled with mirth. The shrimp laughed in reply. "I can't say that. That kid, Zhou Ming, is indeed quite troublesome." The small C turned to me, the warmth in his smile from earlier vanishing in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. It has been many years since anyone dared to oppose me. My limbs felt as if they had turned to ice, and the courage I once possessed was suddenly drained into a void, leaving me to listen in a daze as the small C continued. "I will cover all medical expenses for your two friends. As for the girl named Xiaojiao, I will ensure she is sent to the best plastic surgery hospital, guaranteeing she will bear no scars." Seeing my lack of reaction, the small C added, "Now, you should be satisfied, right?" He placed his arm around Ma Liang's shoulders, remarking, "This is truly a trivial children's farce, wasting so much of my time." With that, he prepared to leave the tennis court. The shrimp, big head, and others followed behind him, each casting mocking glances in my direction. Is this truly just a trivial children's farce? Even after all my efforts, is it all in vain? My heart felt as if it were being gnawed upon by countless insects. Was the perfect utopia merely a figment of my imagination? As the small C passed by me, he suddenly halted and said to Xiaoyu, "When you have the chance, please send my regards to your father." Xiaoyu remarked, "My father only regrets not being able to personally send you to prison before he was reassigned." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Daitu retorted angrily. Xiaohai, however, wore a smile. "Don't say that. This place is still under the city's jurisdiction. Your father still has a chance." With that, he continued forward, followed by a group of people marching in unison. My mind was in a state of chaos, leaving me no time to decipher the exchange between Xiaohai and Xiaoyu. I could only feel my courage fermenting within me, gradually taking shape. Finally, summoning all my strength, I shouted, "Everyone stop right there." Suddenly, Uncle Chao appeared. Xiaohai halted momentarily, turning back with a disdainful question, "What do you want?" I picked up a machete from the disordered tools on the ground, pointing the blade at Xiaohai and his entourage, speaking with a heavy and resolute tone. "Your son, Ma Liang, seems to owe me an answer." Seeing this, Ajing and a few others also picked up makeshift weapons from the ground, standing beside me. Even the usually polite Xiaoyu appeared to be stirred by my fervor, brandishing an iron rod. "Then let us stand together in this battle," he said lightly. "Huh, are we finally going to throw down?" Daitu was the first to laugh, picking up a dagger from the ground. "Go, let me deal with these little brats on my own." Xiaohai appeared indifferent, standing aside. "Then let us teach them a lesson." Suddenly, Uncle Chao's voice rang out from outside. "Xiaohai, isn't it a bit beneath you to trouble a few kids?" I looked outside in surprise and saw Uncle Chao approaching the entrance, accompanied by 4 or 5 others. Instantly, all activity in the room ceased, as everyone watched Uncle Chao's group walk closer. Among them, some resembled butchers, others appeared to be farmers, and one was dressed in a suit and tie, seemingly a government official. Strangely, there was even a monk with a shaved head, clad in robes, hands clasped in prayer, holding a string of prayer beads. Xiaohai's complexion changed dramatically, even more so than when he unexpectedly encountered Uncle Chao at my home last time. Xiaohai clenched his mouth shut, refusing to speak. Daitu noticed Xiaohai's sudden change and quietly retreated behind a shrimp. Uncle Chao led the group between our two factions. I asked excitedly, "Uncle Chao, how did you know I was here?" Uncle Chao chuckled. "With you sending someone to fetch so many weapons from my house, it's hard not to notice." He then turned to Xiaohai. "I've gathered our old brothers because I want you to show some mercy. What do you say?" It dawned on me that these men were once Xiaohai's comrades in arms, yet the disparity among them today was striking. Moreover, as Uncle Chao spoke, The men behind him deliberately avoided eye contact with Xiaohai, as if there was a significant rift between them. Xiaohai glanced at me. I never intended to do anything to him. He is the one who keeps pestering my son. I huffed, feeling a boost of confidence with Uncle Chao by my side. Then let your son agree to what I propose. Uncle Chao curiously asked, what do you want Liangzi to agree to? I replied, I want him to disband the 4 great kings. Uncle Chao appeared contemplative. What is this? Do you wish to usurp his position? I shook my head, not at all. I believe the toxic atmosphere in X County is a result of Ma Liang and his 4 great kings. I want them disbanded so that students like us, who have long been bullied, can walk freely without fear. Uncle Chao gave me a thumbs up. Good idea. However, even if the 4 great kings disband, other gangs will inevitably arise. I was taken aback, not anticipating Uncle Chao's reasoning echo that of shrimp, instinctively responding, then let one emerge, and we will eliminate it. After saying this, I suddenly felt my resolve waver. Ma Liang's group revealed disdainful smiles, as if mocking my naivety and immaturity. Uncle Chao patted my shoulder. Good lad. You got spirit. I was deeply moved. Uncle Chao then turned to Xiaohai. Your son's 4 great kings have caused significant distress to these children. What do you think? Xiaohai scoffed. My son Xiaohai doesn't engage in the underworld. Should he pursue a university degree instead? Hey, your son Xiaohai. Uncle Chao's eyes lit up with a newfound intensity. Without these few, you wouldn't be able to maintain your status as the underworld boss. Xiaohai suddenly turned away, seemingly to conceal his unease. Let us not dwell on the past. The monk, holding the prayer beads, suddenly interjected, Umitba, well said. Xiaohai turned back to the monk, dismissively saying, is that truly laying down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha? The monk closed his eyes, revealing a pained expression. The butcher beside him, seemingly enraged, muttered, ungrateful wretch. Xiaohai appeared to hold a degree of respect for him, remaining silent. Uncle Chao interjected, whether ungrateful or enlightened, let us not revisit the past. He continued, I have a strong connection with Zhou Ming, so his matters are my own. Zhou Ming is quite displeased with your son's 4 great kings and seeks to stir trouble. Given the recent events, it seems he is on the verge of success. However, an old underworld figure has intervened. Seeing Xiaohai silent, Uncle Chao chuckled. If you can come, so can I. If you're not satisfied, feel free to send your lackeys to take us old bones down. Otherwise, I shall intervene today. The atmosphere grew tense, with Daitu being the first to jump up. Puffed. You old coot who only knows how to sneak attacks, accompanied by a bunch of butchers, farmers, faux professionals, and a fake monk. Who are you trying to scare? Xiaohai raised his hand, silencing Daitu. Uncle Chao mocked. Are you a television? Did Hai Zi just hit mute on you? Daitu's face flushed in a mix of white and red, seething with anger. Xiaohai glanced at his former comrades, sighed deeply, and said, it's not that Hai Zi is ungrateful. After all these years, you should know how I've treated you. No one responded, and Xiaohai continued. Truth be told, I've grown weary of living on the edge of a knife. I don't wish for my son to tread the same path. Everyone seemed taken aback, unable to believe Xiaohai's drastic change in demeanor. Even Ma Liang could not help but utter dad. Xiaohai ignored him, adding, perhaps it's best to seize this opportunity for Liangzi to step out of this mess. Yet Uncle Chao and his group remained expressionless, as if they had anticipated Xiaohai's words. Uncle Chao smiled, offering no commentary on Xiaohai's statement. After Xiaohai finished speaking, he turned to leave, with the group following closely behind. Watching their retreating figures, I found myself in a daze, wondering if this meant success. Would X County truly be rid of those loathsome delinquents? Lost in thought, Uncle Chao patted my shoulder. The 4 great kings ceased to exist from today onward. What are your thoughts? Hesitantly, I replied, will Xiaohai truly follow through? Uncle Chao scoffed coldly, of course not. I felt a pang of anxiety. Then was everything done today in vain? Uncle Chao shot me a sidelong glance, just understand that. Are delinquents so easily dealt with? If your method were feasible, the underworld would have vanished long ago. With a sigh, I remarked, you are still young. Some matters are not as simple as you believe. I fell silent. After a prolonged period of silence, Xiaoyu suddenly suggested, in that case, let us visit Jinren at the hospital. Jeannie nodded in agreement, saying yes. We should check on my brother. If anything has happened to him, I will ensure that Ma Liang pays dearly for it. Uncle Chao exchanged a few words with his companions, who then departed. I instructed Ajung and the others to return first, promising to call if necessary. On the way to the hospital, Uncle Chao commented, Xiaohai spoke openly today. Ma Liang is unlikely to show himself in public from now on, but we must remain vigilant against his potential covert actions. That Ma Liang is just as malicious as his father. As we passed a supermarket, Uncle Chow suddenly cast a suggestive glance my way. I felt an involuntary shiver run down my spine. Uncle Chow, what are you up to? He chuckled. I've done you a great service. Aren't you going to buy me a drink? After pondering for a moment, I agreed it was only right to indulge him, considering it was one of his few pleasures. I glanced at Genie, and he returned my gaze. Together, we turned our attention to Xiao Yu, who conceded, all right, I'll pay. Uncle Chow took the alcohol as if it were a precious treasure and parted ways with us. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Yu, Genie, and I inquired about Jinren and Xiao Jiao's room, purchasing some nutritional supplies. Once again, Xiao Yu footed the bill. At Jinren's bedside, he had awakened and immediately inquired, how is Xiao Jiao? The doctor won't tell me. Xiao Jiao lay in the adjacent room, her face entirely swathed in bandages, with deep gashes marring the beauty of her visage. The reason the doctor refrained from informing Jinren was that when they were admitted together, Jinren had been unconscious, bleeding from his head and covered in bruises, while Xiao Jiao was bloodied and staring blankly at Jinren. The doctor assumed they were lovers, hence his reluctance to reveal the grim truth of Xiao Jiao's disfigurement to Jinren. However, Jinren witnessed the entire incident. His concern was not for Xiao Jiao's appearance, but whether she still bore that vacant expression. We all understood this, so we reassured him, don't worry, Xiao Jiao is fine. She even asked about you. In truth, Xiao Jiao lay in her bed, her face covered in bandages, revealing only her eyes, which stared blankly at the ceiling, ignoring all around her. Jinren, like a child, smiled brightly. That's good, that's good. As he spoke, Jinren attempted to rise to see Xiao Jiao, but we quickly restrained him. First, focus on your recovery. How wonderful it would be for Xiao Jiao to see a healthy and handsome you. Don't add to her distress with your sickly appearance. Jinren nodded eagerly, smiling once more. Just then, a nurse entered to administer fluids. Jinren asked, does this injection hurt? The nurse, probably in her 50s, glanced at him and replied, I've been in this profession for over 20 years. Jinren confidently extended his hand, only to let out a cry of agony. The nurse continued, there has never been a painless one, which sent us all into fits of laughter. Even the usually composed Xiao Yu was doubled over, clutching his stomach. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, I excused myself and made my way to Xiao Jiao's room. Xiaohai had generously arranged for Jinren and Xiao Jiao to have private rooms, equipped with various amenities, a privilege reserved for those of a higher status. I suddenly felt a sense of admiration for Xiaohai, even if his motives were merely to clean up Ma Yang's mess. Upon entering the room, I was struck by the oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Jiao lay under a thin blanket, and I took a seat beside her bed. Jinren has awakened and wishes to see how you are faring, I said gently. Xiao Jiao remained silent, her empty gaze fixated on the creaking old ceiling fan. Standing up, I noticed tears streaming from her eyes, dampening the surrounding bandages. I was at a loss for words to comfort her, my heart heavy with regret. If we hadn't sought out those ruffians, Xiao Jiao would not have been entangled in this turmoil. Yet, as I pondered, I realized that if Ma Liang hadn't demanded money from me, this situation would never have arisen. Perhaps deflecting responsibility is a common instinct among us all. Jinren cares for you deeply, I said. Xiaohai mentioned he would arrange for you to receive the finest reconstructive surgery. Jinren is strong and will be able to protect you. Xiao Jiao continued to ignore me, as if I were merely speaking to myself. I spoke at length about my reasons for disbanding the 4 great kings and the conflicts that ensued. I shared my dreams and my vision of a perfect utopia that existed only in my imagination, where no ruffians roamed and no bothersome flies buzzed about. I spoke until my throat was dry, downing 3 large cups of water, feeling as if I had never spoken so much in my life. Finally, I confessed my exhaustion and leaned back, following Xiao Jiao's gaze to the ceiling, finding nothing of interest. You wish to attend City Number 1 high school, correct? Xiao Jiao's sudden words startled me. Ah, yes, I stammered, flustered by her unexpected response after her prolonged silence. Please take care of my brother. Your brother? I inquired. You should know him. He entered City Number 1 high school with you, Zhao Yanan. Zhao Yanan. I was taken aback. He was the top student in the school, outpacing the second-place student by over 20 points. It was said that he had been an orphan since childhood, with only his sister to care for him. So, Xiao Jiao worked in that line of work to support Zhao Yanan's education. At that moment, I felt a newfound respect for this woman lying in bed. All right, I nodded in agreement, but I couldn't help feeling disheartened, realizing I couldn't even protect myself. Once again, silence enveloped us. No matter what I said, Xiao Jiao did not respond. Ultimately, I urged her to rest well before leaving the room. As I stepped outside, I found Xiao Yu sitting in a chair. Curiously, I asked, "Where's Genie?" "He is asleep on his brother's bed. Both brothers are exhausted." "Oh." I suddenly noticed the serious expression on Xiao Yu's face. "Zhou Ming, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you regarding my identity." At that moment, I recalled the conversation between Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu at the tennis court and took a seat. Xiao Yu produced a black identification card from his pocket, emblazoned with the words "Criminal Police." Observing my astonishment, he placed his hands in his pockets and continued, "I am secretly investigating the case of Jinren and Genie's involvement in the rat incident. You should recall Jinren mentioning that his family reported the matter to the city." I nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yu further explained, "I was originally on vacation a few days ago, staying at home for a few days when I met Qingjie. Following the rat incident, I was dispatched to investigate. As for how I came to know you and get involved with Jinren and Genie, that was purely coincidental. I recalled Xiaohai mentioning Xiao Yu's father, which led me to deduce that Xiao Yu's father must work in the judicial system and likely holds a significant position. However, as he did not elaborate, I refrained from pressing further. So what is the current situation?" I inquired. "The rat sustained severe injuries. If we follow proper procedures, Jinren and Genie could face a year in confinement." My expression darkened as I asked, "And if we do not follow standard protocols?" "Actually, there are numerous cases of juvenile delinquency in X County which have drawn the attention of the city. Many parents have reported the inaction of the local police to the city authorities. Although the four great kings are young, they are notoriously infamous. If you could rally some classmates to draft a joint letter for Jinren and Genie, detailing the misdeeds of the four great kings and emphasizing that Jinren and Genie were compelled to retaliate after prolonged oppression, it may result in a lighter sentence." I nodded. "All right, I will make sure to take care of this promptly." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Actually, I'm just an intern. I haven't been officially appointed yet." I inquired further, "Are Jinren and Genie aware of this?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "No, they don't know. That is why I came to speak with you." It dawned on me the predicament Xiao Yu found himself in through our conversations over the past few days. It was evident that he had developed a deep bond with the Jin brothers. If he were to suddenly reveal that he was the police officer sent to apprehend them, they would not only struggle to accept it emotionally, but would also likely suspect that his intentions in spending time with us were insincere. I was at a loss for what to do next. "So what do you plan to do?" Xiao Yu sat silently in his chair, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Regardless of how they perceive me, this is ultimately my duty. When the time comes to disclose the truth, I must face it head on." I contemplated for a moment. "Does Qin Jie know about this matter?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "I haven't had the chance to inform her." Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. "Qin Jie is still at the hotel. I completely forgot about her." He grabbed my arm, eager to head to the hotel. Upon our arrival, we found Qin Jie asleep. As she groggily opened her eyes and saw us, she asked, "Have you dealt with the four formidable ones?" I nodded and then shook my head, unsure of the current situation. Qin Jie shrugged it off and threw herself into Xiao Yu's arms, playfully chiding, "You've been gone for so long. I thought something happened to you." Xiao Yu tenderly stroked her hair with a slight smile. I felt a surge of irritation and coughed a couple of times. Mind the impression, mind the impression." Qin Jie laughed, taking my hand. "It's really a shame that in this day and age, one woman cannot have two husbands. Otherwise, I would love to be with both of you at the same time." I was taken aback by her boldness and cautiously glanced at Xiao Yu, fearing he might not be accustomed to her style of conversation. To my surprise, Xiao Yu grinned at me. "I cannot agree to that. Zhou Ming is too exceptional. I would surely lose my standing." Their banter left me astounded, yet I felt a wave of happiness wash over me. As we departed from the hotel, we made our way to the hospital. On the journey, I recounted everything to Qin Jie, who listened with rapt attention. Xiao Yu then revealed his identity and purpose to her, prompting her to frown. This is indeed a difficult situation to navigate. Upon reaching the hospital, Qin Jie suddenly suggested, "Why not report to the higher-ups and request that they send someone else to apprehend Jinren and Genie?" Just then, Jin emerged from the nearby men's restroom, still adjusting his trousers, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Qin Jie. In an instant, we all froze, as though waking from a dream to find ourselves in an examination hall. Jean E., clearly agitated, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Who's after us?" Xiao Yu stepped protectively behind Qin Jia. "It's me. I'm here to apprehend you and your brother." "You?" Jean E. looked incredulously at the slightly shorter Xiao Yu. "On what grounds?" Xiao Yu's expression turned pained. Despite his cleverness, he found himself at a loss when confronted by friends he had grown close to. I wrapped my arm around Jean E.'s shoulder. "Let us discuss this over there," attempting to guide him toward the corridor. "Let go of me, second brother." Jean E.'s strength surprised me as he easily shrugged me off, turning to point at Xiao Yu. "I've suspected something was off about you. Are you from the city's police department?" "Yes, I'm here to apprehend you," Jean E. shouted in a near hysterical tone, drawing the attention of several nurses and patients nearby, who began to whisper among themselves. Jean E. shouted again, "What are you looking at? You want to die?" The onlookers, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, retreated a few steps, though their curiosity remained piqued. Just then, the door swung open, and Jean Ren hobbled out, leaning against the doorframe. "Jean E., why are you shouting? I can't sleep with all this racket." Gasping for breath, Jean E. replied, "Brother, Xiao Yu is from the city police. He is here to capture us." Jean Ren slowly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu, asking, "Is that true?" Qin Jia quickly shook her head and waved her hands. No, Jean Ren, you've misunderstood. Let me explain." However, Jean Ren remained fixated on Xiao Yu, undeterred by Qin Jia's attempts to intervene. Realizing her efforts were futile, she fell silent, casting an apologetic look at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded. "Yes, I am here to apprehend you." An uneasy silence fell over the group. Even the onlookers fell quiet. I suddenly feared that the brothers might act recklessly, so I stepped forward, positioning myself between them, ready to react if needed. Jean Ren broke the silence. "Let us move to my hospital room." One by one, we entered, and those gathered outside dispersed. Realizing the excitement had dwindled, Qin Jia hurriedly poured water and cautiously stowed away any nearby glass bottles, just in case. Jean Ren sat on the bed, his gaze devoid of hostility. "Xiao Yu, thank you for being forthright." This statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Xiao Yu remained silent, simply gazing at Jean Ren. Jean Ren continued, "In truth, I had already suspected you were from the police." Before anyone could react, he produced a pager from his pocket. "I found this last time on Iran Street when Zhou Ming distracted the mixed gang." Jean E.'s face lit up with understanding. "Brother, when you said you were going to the restroom, you were actually retrieving this." Jean Ren nodded. "I was simply too curious about Xiao Yu's identity at that moment." At that moment, I realized Jean Ren was not merely the simple-minded brute he appeared to be. Rather, he was astute and perceptive. The plan he had devised with Jean E. to ambush Ma Liang showcased his strategic thinking, rivaling even Xiao Yu's intellect. Jean Ren continued, "I reviewed the messages on the pager, all of which contained tasks assigned to Xiao Yu by his superiors, specifically regarding our case. However, these assignments seem to have commenced after we became acquainted." Xiao Yu nodded. "Indeed, I received the assignment just as the three of you were pledging brotherhood on the mountain. Thus, my initial indifference transformed into..." Xiao Yu hesitated, seemingly searching for the right term to describe his actions. I interjected with a smile. "You developed feelings for us, which is why you later offered your assistance." Xiao Yu smiled bashfully. "I genuinely enjoy spending time with you. It's precisely because you have been so dedicated to helping us that I didn't expose you, even though I knew you would inevitably turn against us." His final remark plunged us back into silence, as this unavoidable truth loomed before us. Xiao Yu confessed, "I'm sorry. I deceived you. I should have revealed my identity and intentions from the outset." Jean Ren approached and patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. "It's all right. Sometimes, friends require kind-hearted lies." His expression then darkened. "For instance, Xiao Jiao still appears to be her oblivious self, yet you all told me." It became apparent that Jean Ren was already aware. My primary concern now was who would care for Xiao Jiao should Jean E. and I be placed in juvenile detention. I learned she had only one brother and would never allow him to know of her predicament. Qin Jia stepped in. "Jean Ren, don't worry. I will take care of her." Jean Ren offered Qin Jia a grateful smile. "Thank you. You are indeed a good girl." Qin Jia lowered her head, saying, "I'm not a good girl." Fearing that Qin Jia might say something to upset Xiao Yu, I interjected, "Of course you're a good girl. I have not given up on pursuing you yet." I nudged Xiao Yu with my elbow and added, "You must treat Qin Jia well, or I shall seize the opportunity." Xiao Yu smiled as he embraced Qin Jia, playfully showing off to me. Everyone laughed joyfully. Yet Jin Ren appeared sullen. We were aware that he was still distressed over Xiao Jiao, but we were at a loss as to how to comfort him. Thus we refrained from mentioning the matter. After a while, Jin Ren went to Xiao Jiao's hospital room, and this time no one attempted to stop him. It remained unclear what the two discussed inside, but after a considerable time, Jin Ren emerged, beaming with delight, as if he were ready to dance to some music. However, deep inside, I struggled to accept Jin Ren's feelings for a woman of dubious virtue. As the saying goes, a harlot is heartless, and an actor is ungrateful. No matter how much Xiao Jiao had done for her brother, it did not imply that she could cultivate genuine feelings for a man she merely viewed as a means to an end. Jin Ren had been hospitalized for nearly a week, and his physical injuries had mostly healed. During this time, Xiazi visited twice, bringing with him a plethora of nutritional supplements. None of us engaged him in conversation, though I found it difficult to harbor animosity towards him. He did not seem entirely malevolent. Seizing this opportunity, I hastily penned a joint letter, as per Xiao Yu's request, infused with pathos, emphasizing Jin Ren and Jin Yi's challenging circumstances, their filial piety, and the injustices they faced, written with heartfelt emotion. Accompanied by a video montage, they could participate in a program to garner votes. Subsequently, I asked Zheng to gather signatures from his classmates, believing in his leadership and organizational skills. According to him, once his classmates learned I authored the letter, they eagerly signed it, though I was unsure of the authenticity of their enthusiasm. Ultimately, Zheng fervently urged me to establish the Ming sect, but I firmly declined. A week later, the court's verdict was delivered. An unprecedented ruling of merely 3 months for the Jin brothers, with no requirement to enter a juvenile detention center, instead confined to a detention facility in the suburban area. As for the medical expenses for the rat, Jin Ren's family assumed full responsibility, though it amounted to little more than the cost of stitching up a wound. When I visited them days later, the brothers appeared radiant, seemingly living a carefree life. Jin Ren gleefully remarked, "Xiao Yu, your capabilities are remarkable. We are living better than emperors in here." How amusing that he had taken to addressing Xiao Yu as Brother Xiao Yu. With only a few days remaining until the start of the school year, my excitement was palpable, a mix of exhilaration and anxiety as I anticipated dormitory life. However, I heard from neighbor Li Dong that even at the prestigious city number 1 high school, incidents of bullying were common, and new students were required to pay a protection fee. A sigh escaped me, having bid farewell to the 4 great kings. I now faced a similar fate at city number 1 high school. Was every teenager's path to maturity so fraught with challenges? Why did those detestable ruffians not simply vanish? As for Qin Jia, I resolved to harbor no more improper thoughts about her. Not only due to Xiao Yu, but after careful consideration, I realized our personalities were fundamentally incompatible, akin to birds in the sky and fish in the sea. It would be better to part ways amicably. I refrained from expressing this to Qin Jia, believing she might not comprehend. Life continued in a mundane manner. It seemed the thugs on X County Street had significantly diminished, and my reputation appeared to be growing, as I often encountered adolescent boys springing forth to challenge me, shouting, one-on-one, or all together. In my moment of astonishment, they would burst into laughter and run off. This brought me joy, if my actions could instill even a modicum of courage in them when facing those nefarious youths, prompting them to stand tall and shout, one-on-one, or all together. Even if they were beaten to a pulp, their hearts would surely be filled with joy. Finally, the day of school arrived. My parents had begun packing my belongings days in advance, bedding, toiletries, and even 3 extra pairs of underwear. Early in the morning, the 3 of us set out, laden with bags, resembling a family relocating. Upon arriving at school, we proceeded to check into dormitories, assign classes, and pay tuition, each task executed methodically. The excitement I felt is beyond description. New students were to report 2 weeks earlier than the 2nd and 3rd year students for military training. The campus was adorned with rows of willow trees, their branches swaying in the breeze. Outside the cafeteria, a garden burst forth with blooming flowers. Flocks of birds flitted overhead, chirping merrily, and the new students all appeared so amicable, their faces adorned with smiles. My earlier apprehensions seemed unwarranted. How could a prestigious high school like this harbor any scoundrels akin to the 4 great kings? On the first day of school, I finally received the dormitory assignment. With this slip of paper in hand, I located my dormitory, marking the final task for the day. My parents assisted in moving my belongings into the dormitory, and after arranging my bedding, the weary couple refused to rest, claiming they feared interrupting my interactions with my new roommates, and thus departed. The 8-person dormitory now housed only 5 students, all of similar age, making it easy to bond. We hailed from various counties, and before long, the conversation turned to the topic of protection fees. "Hey, did you hear? Our school collects protection fees," one of the more mature-looking students remarked. He was the first to arrive at the dormitory and had naturally assumed the role of dorm leader after receiving the key, named Wang Chong. His personality, however, was in stark contrast to his name. He appeared soft-spoken and timid. "Is that true?" a bespectacled boy exclaimed with alarm. "Isn't this a key high school? How could such a thing happen? Don't the teachers care?" This nearsighted student would later earn the nickname Little Glasses. "No worries if someone comes asking for protection money. We have 8 people in our dorm. We can drive them off together." Ever since I experienced the 4 Great Kings incident, I had come to appreciate the strength in numbers. Now was the time to rally everyone's spirits. "You must be joking," retorted a boy in a shrunken red t-shirt, his hair a tangled mess. "How could you possibly fight them?" He seemed to have encountered such situations frequently and shared his experience with us. "Exactly," they all agreed. "We can't provoke those kinds of people. We must avoid them at all costs." They entirely dismissed my words. Disheartened, I sighed deeply. I had hoped to find a group of brothers akin to Jean Run, Jean E, and Xiao Yu here, yet instead, I had encountered a bunch even more timid than myself. How could I possibly stand against the long-standing bullies of the campus alone? As I shook my head, I suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent smoke. Cough, cough. Someone had already started coughing. At that moment, I noticed a slender, fair-skinned boy sitting by the window, observing us coldly with a cigarette dangling from his lips. I recalled that during the initial introductions, he had stated his name was Gao Xiaoshan, but after that, he had not spoken another word. "Gao Xiaoshan, what are you doing?" Little Glasses initiated an attack. "You're so young, and yet you're smoking?" "None of your business," Gao Xiaoshan replied without looking up. "What did you say?" Little Glasses' face flushed red. Gao Xiaoshan flicked away the cigarette, and coldly remarked, "None of your business," as he stood up. It was then that I realized he must be around 6 feet tall. Such height made him stand out among us first-year students. Little Glasses clearly felt intimidated, shrinking back in the presence of Gao Xiaoshan, who towered over him. "Oomph." Gao Xiaoshan disdainfully cast his gaze over everyone, a group of weaklings. "If you want to pay, go ahead. I will not contribute a single cent as protection money." Silence enveloped the room, as Gao Xiaoshan's imposing presence quelled any dissent. I observed this audacious individual with keen interest, admiring his defiance. If I were to make a friend, I would wish to fight alongside him. The dormitory fell into an icy stillness, devoid of conversation. Eventually, 3 more individuals arrived, completing our dormitory's assembly. Wang Chong, the dorm leader, attempted to restore the atmosphere to its previous harmonious state by prompting the newcomers to introduce themselves. One was named Guolei, another Huang Fei, and the last Chen Jiping. These newcomers appeared equally frail, seemingly lacking the courage to retaliate in the face of violence. I felt a deep disappointment at this scene. I had envisioned a brotherhood among the 8 of us, conquering the world together, but now that dream seemed to fade. After the lights were extinguished, Gao Xiaoshan lit a cigarette, the glowing ember starkly visible in the darkness. At this moment, no one dared to voice any objections, even the newcomers who, upon witnessing the wary glances exchanged among the others directed at Gao Xiaoshan, understood the need to avoid provoking this formidable figure. My intrigue toward him only deepened, prompting me to say, "Xiaoshan, could I have a cigarette?" He swiftly handed me one, and I continued, "Could you spare a light?" Gao Xiaoshan, momentarily speechless, begrudgingly passed me his lighter, muttering, "Damn, a 5th-rate smoker." I chuckled softly, recalling the classification of smokers I had read about, and thus was not particularly surprised. Having previously smoked Qin Jie cigarettes at a hotel, I found myself more adept this time, managing not to cough. The first night in the dormitory made sleep elusive, and gradually the atmosphere became lively again, with conversations flowing more freely, even Gao Xiaoshan occasionally interjecting. After some time, Wang Chong suddenly asked Xiao Yinjing, "Why are you crying?" We all turned in astonishment toward Xiao Yinjing's bunk. His body was entirely shrouded in his blanket, his head hidden, with faint sobs emanating from within. "What are you crying about?" I inquired. Slowly, he revealed his face, Although the lights were off, the corridor's illumination filtered through the glass, allowing us to see the tear-streaked visage, his head shaking rhythmically. No one has ever spoken to me like that. He pointed at Gao Xiaoshan. I was the top of my class in middle school, and no one has ever talked to me like that. The dormitory fell silent, as no one expected Xiao Yinjing to be crying over such matters. This proud student clearly felt deeply wronged. My mother said that once I arrive at the dormitory, I should get along well with my roommates. Gao Xiaoshan scoffed. If you're crying over this, you're in for a rough time. I recognized the truth in Gao Xiaoshan's words and understood Xiao Yinjing's feelings. A student accustomed to being elevated, basking in accolades and applause, could hardly endure such treatment. In him, I perceived a shadow of my former self, yet I could not articulate my thoughts, for some experiences must be lived through. Xiao Yinjing likely did not anticipate Gao Xiaoshan's lack of apology, instead met with further mockery, causing his sobs to intensify, yet no one addressed him any longer. After a while, his cries diminished, and he gradually fell asleep. The following morning, everyone donned their camouflage uniforms and gathered on the vast playground. All first-year students were arranged into 9 formations according to their classes, following the usual speech from the principal. 9 youthful instructors took their positions at the front of the lines. I felt little enthusiasm for military training. During my transition to middle school, we had endured a week of training that left us utterly exhausted. Could a few days of military training significantly enhance student quality? After the instructors led the groups away, we were reorganized by height, and I, being of short stature, inevitably found myself in the second row. In front of me stood a student even shorter than I, named Lu Xing. His skin was delicate and fair, smoother than that of many girls, and he often wore a cheerful smile that made him instantly likable. At that time, Taiwanese dramas like Meteor Garden were all the rage, and when he introduced himself, he quickly captured everyone's attention. During breaks, the boys gathered to playfully roughhouse, while the girls clustered together, chattering animatedly. Lu Xing and I swiftly became good friends, sitting on the steps and chatting. A few girls from our class approached us, and as we were all clad in camouflage, I had not taken the time to scrutinize their appearances. As they drew nearer, I realized that they were quite beautiful. I wondered what their purpose was. Perhaps they wanted to befriend me? However, Lu Xing stood up, smiling at the girl in the center. Are you tired? Before I could process the moment, she handed Lu Xing a bottle of water, her eyes filled with concern and affection. The 2 girls beside her teased, Lu Xing, you're so lucky. He smiled, took a sip, and then offered it to me, introducing me, this is Zhou Ming, my new friend. The girl smiled at me, and I felt my face flush. I had encountered beautiful girls before, but the sight of several together left me momentarily dazed. Their laughter rang like silver bells, yet I found myself a loss for words, feeling increasingly anxious. We're leaving now, they said after a brief conversation, retreating back to their group. I watched them go, a twinge of reluctance in my heart. She is my girlfriend, Lu Xing suddenly declared. What? I exclaimed in surprise. Isn't today our first day of school? How could it happen so quickly? It happened just like that. Lu Xing smiled, referring to the girl who had just handed him the water. A few boys gathered around. Lu Xing, not bad. A beautiful girl gave you water. It was Chun Jiping from our dorm, his eyes darting around behind his glasses. Not too shabby. Lu Xing continued to smile, his gaze fixed on the girl, his face radiating happiness. Lu Xing was indeed attractive, though he might appear somewhat effeminate by today's standards. He resembled a refined Korean star. While many boys might scorn such looks, it was evident that he garnered more admiration from girls. Pretty boy, what are you so proud of? Gao Xiaoshan leaned against a willow tree, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Xing. The goal is to win her over, I quickly interjected. Xiaoshan, don't say that. Gao Xiaoshan paid no heed, maintaining his snide demeanor. What's so great about being fair-skinned? He shot Lu Xing a derisive look, oblivious to the fact that he too was slender and pale. What did you say? Lu Xing's expression shifted abruptly. Gao Xiaoshan approached, and, at a height of barely 1.7 meters, Lu Xing barely reached his shoulder. If you have any objections, feel free to come find me, Gao Xiaoshan said with a sneer before walking away. I shook my head. If Gao Xiaoshan's earlier words had left me with a slight impression of camaraderie, his current behavior seemed unnecessarily provocative. Lu Xing continued to watch Gao Xiaoshan's departing figure, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. I quickly reassured him. He shares our dorm. It's just his personality. He means no harm. Don't take it to heart. Lu Xing huffed, remaining silent. After a moment, he resumed his smile, introducing me to the girls from earlier, particularly the one with long hair named Song Ying. The other two were named Li Sijia and Chu Tingting. Song Ying is my girlfriend. Li Sijia already has a boyfriend, who is my buddy in another class. Looks like you only have a chance with Chu Tingting. Lu Xing chuckled. Chu Tingting it is. I gazed at the slightly plump girl, her smile radiating an undeniable charm. It was she whom I wished to pursue. I looked at Chu Tingting with joy. You need to put in some effort, as she is the top student in our class. Lu Xing remarked with a deep, knowing smile. The more I observed Lu Xing, the more I found myself drawn to him. Appreciating his delightful character, I felt an urge to protect him. With his slender frame, he would surely be vulnerable to bullying in the future. I draped my arm over his shoulder. You must possess some remarkable skills to win the heart of such a beautiful girl. Do share your secrets with me. No secrets here. It was Song Ying who pursued me first. Lu Xing then recounted their story. They had attended the same middle school, and after an examination, they had seamlessly advanced to high school together. In truth, their relationship remained undefined, merely an unspoken understanding between them, waiting for one to break the ice. Listening to this, I felt an overwhelming envy. This state of being on the cusp of romance must be the most enchanting aspect of love. They had yet to be together, yet they shared a connection, cautiously contemplating each other's thoughts, gradually approaching the sweet moment they both anticipated, until blissful happiness enveloped them completely. With these thoughts swirling my mind, I glanced once more at Chu Tingting. In truth, my feelings for her were rather shallow, likely a mere distraction from my long-standing infatuation with Qin Jia. Thus, I had resolved to set my sights on winning over Chu Tingting. Admittedly, I was a boy of low emotional intelligence, utterly clueless about how to pursue a girl. Suddenly, Chu Tingting turned her gaze towards me. My heart raced, and I quickly lowered my head. When I looked up again, she had turned her attention elsewhere, leaving me to ponder whether she had truly been looking at me. If she had, what could her motivation be? Had she developed an interest in me? I spent the entire morning lost in such daydreams. Even during training, when I failed to hear the instructor's commands, resulting in several missteps. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and upon dismissal, the students flocked to the cafeteria. Lu Xing and I, having just become friends, naturally walked together. As we strolled, I suddenly realized how silly I was to be so flustered, given that I had yet to even make my intentions clear. I cast aside my thoughts and focused on serving my meal. After collecting my food, Lu Xing and I found a quiet corner to eat and exchange laughter. He seemed entirely unfazed by Gao Xiaoshan's earlier remarks, which stood in stark contrast to the teary-eyed boy hiding beneath his blanket. As we dined, I heard a voice behind me call out, Lu Xing, hiding here? It was Song Ying, Li Sijia, and Chu Tingting. The moment I spotted Chu Tingting, my heart raced again, prompting me to avert my gaze, fearing my embarrassment would be revealed. The three of them took a seat opposite us, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. I couldn't help but admire Lu Xing's charm. It was indeed advantageous to be handsome. Though their conversation flowed freely, I remained quiet, my head down as I focused on my meal. Then Song Ying inquired, "What happened between you and that tall kid this morning?" "Nothing much, just a bit of bickering," Lu Xing replied nonchalantly. Song Ying appeared to ponder this for a moment before adding, "Just be careful not to escalate things at her words." I nearly choked on my food. Surely, while love may render one blind, even if Lu Xing appeared dashing in her eyes, with his slight build, he likely couldn't contend with Gao Xiaoshan, who was far more imposing. It seemed a gross overestimation of Lu Xing's capabilities. To my surprise, both Li Sijia and Chu Tingting echoed her sentiments. Exactly, Lu Xing. It's the beginning of the school year. There's no need for conflict. Lu Xing remained silent, continuing to eat. I found the three girls to be rather amusing. Did they genuinely believe Lu Xing could transform into a fierce warrior? Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks reached into my bowl, retrieving a piece of pork rib. I looked up to find it was Chu Tingting. "I love pork ribs," she said playfully, a 1T stand on ceremony. I was at a loss for words, feeling both exhilarated and nervous, and promptly transferred all the ribs from my bowl to hers. "What a gentleman." Chu Tingting smiled at me as she savored the ribs. Indeed, Lu Xing seized the moment. "This morning, Zhou Ming told me he's interested in you really?" Song Ying and Li Sijia burst into laughter, rising to tease Chu Tingting. "Little piglet, you're going to get married soon." Chu Tingting giggled, playfully pushing them away. "I don't believe you. You just love to joke with me." My face burned like fire, and I focused intently on my meal, too shy to say anything further. Our lunch extended for a full half-hour, during which they made countless jokes at my and Chu Tingting's expense, suggesting everything from impromptu weddings to inquiries about dowries, until Chu Tingting finally grew somewhat displeased, and they relented. After lunch, the five of us made our way back to the dormitory together. The boys' and girls' dorms were situated side by side, making it a convenient walk. As we walked, I became acutely aware of the envious and resentful glances directed at us, particularly due to the three lovely girls by my side. Lu Xing and his companions appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such attention, whereas for me, it was a novel experience. I recognized that my appearance hardly warranted standing alongside them. After parting ways, Lu Xing asked where I lived, expressing a desire to visit. Upon learning that we resided next door to each other, he chuckled. Upon entering my dorm, I found the others engaged in conversation. I noticed Gao Xiaoshan sitting on his bed near the window, eating from his tray. I greeted him. Xiaoshan, did you bring your meal back? He responded, continuing his meal. Suddenly, the thought of Lu Xing coming to visit crossed my mind. I wondered if there was any lingering tension between them after this morning-s incident. If there was, it would be terribly awkward when Lu Xing arrived. Perhaps it would be best for me to find Lu Xing first? As I hesitated, the door swung open. It was Lu Xing, and, as I prepared to greet him, I noticed that he was completely ignoring me, his expression icy and resolute as he approached Gao Xiaoshan. At that moment, I realized that Lu Xing was accompanied by two imposing figures, both of whom bore a menacing demeanor. As Gao Xiaoshan sat eating, he suddenly found himself on the receiving end of a sharp slap to the face. Everyone froze in shock. I was equally stunned. The seemingly gentle Lu Xing had struck Gao Xiaoshan. Didn't you have something to say to me this morning? Lu Xing exclaimed fiercely. Though Lu Xing was shorter than Gao Xiaoshan, in that moment, standing tall, he seemed to tower over him. Lu Xing's presence eclipsed Gao Xiaoshan's. Gao Xiaoshan stared blankly at Lu Xing, taken aback by the ferocity of this boy who appeared so mild-mannered. His face twitched, and before he could react, one of Lu Xing's companions stepped forward and delivered another slap. In this school, you'd better watch your words and actions. This man was brutish and aggressive, a stark contrast to Lu Xing's more reserved demeanor. I'm sorry, Gao Xiaoshan managed to mutter after a moment of stunned silence. The incident unfolded so rapidly that we in the dorm could hardly process it. Lu Xing then added, be careful from now on, before leading his companions out. I stood at the doorway, utterly dumbfounded. As Lu Xing approached me, his expression softened into a smile. Zhou Ming, let us go hang out in our dorm. In that moment, all eyes in the dorm turned towards me. I suddenly felt a pressing need to stay put, shaking my head. I'm tired and want to rest for a bit. There's military training this afternoon. Lu Xing nodded, said nothing further, and departed. The dorm fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Gao Xiaoshan sat on his bed, a despondent look on his face. It seemed he had not anticipated such a violent turn of events. Wang Chong removed his shoes and lay on the bed, while Xiao Yanjing carried a basin out. Chen Jiping fiddled with a suitcase, and Huang Fei perused a basketball magazine. They all appeared so cautious. There were only 3 of them, yet they dared to intrude upon a dormitory of 8, openly delivering 2 resounding slaps to the once arrogant Gao Xiaoshan before all. A tremor coursed through me. Those slaps felt as if they had struck my own face, leaving a burning sensation. I felt utterly humiliated in this dormitory. Just imagine, had I been the one struck, would Jean Run, Jean E, and Xiao Yu have stood idly by? I stood at the door, motionless, observing the others' feigning busyness. I seemed to penetrate their thoughts. Beneath the seemingly expressionless faces lay hearts brimming with schadenfreude. The corners of their mouths appeared to curl into barely perceptible smirks. Had they never considered that when the time came for such slaps to land upon their own faces, no one would rise to defend them? Oh, these numb individuals. I silently sighed within. In that moment, an impulse to leave surged within me. I yearned to escape this callous dormitory, to distance myself from such timid, weak, and fearful classmates under the same roof. Eventually, Gao Xiaoshan finished his meal in silence, washed his bowl quietly, and lay down on his bed. I spent the entire afternoon in a gloomy mood, refraining from engaging with anyone. Even during a break in military training, when Lu Xing approached to chat, I quietly walked away, erecting an invisible barrier between us. Song Ying and the others seemed to sense my unease, casting furtive glances my way, while huddled with Lu Xing. Yet I pretended not to notice. I wished to maintain my distance from these people, unwilling to partake in any clique. Let me wander alone. After the afternoon training, I dined alone in the cafeteria and, as per school regulations, proceeded to evening study. I found a vacant corner by the window, staring blankly at my new textbooks. The classroom was chaotic, with over 20 boys and an equal number of girls chattering loudly. The homeroom teacher, a man past 60, made a brief round before vanishing. Is this what high school life is? Is this the boarding school existence I had longed for? Suddenly, a girl sat beside me, Chu Tingting. I glanced at her before returning to my book. Perhaps Lu Xing had summoned her to keep me company. They were seated not far away. Are you okay? Chu Tingting gently pulled my book away. For reasons unknown, my nose prickled, and I felt a surge of tears threatening to spill. I was bewildered. I was on the verge of crying. It wasn't me who had been struck. Yet those tears seemed uncontrollable, gathering at the corners of my eyes, awaiting a trigger to cascade down. I quickly lowered my head, fearing Chu Tingting might see my vulnerability. I inwardly questioned, what was I truly sorrowful about? Was it loneliness? Was I missing Jinren and the others? Indeed, how wonderful it would be to be with them, to share burdens and warmth together. Chu Tingting linit gelo. Whispering just for me, don't be sad. I ignored her, and she fell silent, merely sitting with me throughout the evening study. While laughter and noise filled the air, we remained in our own quiet world. As class ended and students gradually dispersed, tranquility returned, yet Chu Tingting remained by my side. Lu Xing and his friends also gathered around, observing me. Zhou what's wrong? Is it because I struck someone from your dorm that you're upset? I stood and walked towards the door, letting a remark drift back. With friends like you, I, Zhou cannot afford to associate. Upon returning to the dormitory, the oppressive atmosphere from earlier had vanished. They were playfully teasing each other. Gao Xiaoshan still sat by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Zhou why are you back so late? Impressive. That beauty, Chu Tingting actually sat beside you, Wang Chong said with a mischievous grin. None of your business, I replied coldly. The dorm fell silent, all eyes on me. Gao Xiaoshan ignored the exchange, focusing on the view outside, while Wang Chong's smile froze in surprise at my reaction. I shot him an exasperated glance before heading to the water room, allowing cold water to cascade over my head. Why did the sight of my dorm mates repulse me so? I asked myself. I filled the basin again, pouring water over myself, as if to wash away the discontent within. I stripped off my damp shorts, standing bare in the water room. It was nearing lights out, and few were around. I wrung out my clothes and hung them on the drying line. After splashing water on myself several more times, I felt a slight relief from my agitation. The sweltering heat had left me frazzled. What are you doing? Have you no decency? The night duty officer barked from the door of the water room. I donned my still damp underwear, carrying the basin back to the dorm. The lights were out, and everyone lay in their beds. I dried myself with a towel and crawled under the covers. Wang Chong, facing me, quietly asked, Zhou what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Nothing, I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. The dorm leader, though appearing mature, had no ill intentions. My previous reaction had indeed been a bit excessive. That's good. Wang Chong continued. I genuinely think that Chu Tingting girl is quite something. Tonight, our dorm is gathering to rate the girls in our class. In terms of looks, she would easily rank in the top 5. In terms of character, she is definitely first. Is that so? His words stirred my curiosity. While her looks were one thing, how could one discern character? Wang Chong, how can you tell character? How could she possibly rank first? Wang Chong explained, the girls in our class are all a bit wild, but Chu Tingting appears so serene, with an aura reminiscent of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, always carrying a hint of melancholy. I chuckled at Wang Chong's observation. It was rather poetic. However, I hadn't noticed any resemblance to Lin Daiyu. Tomorrow, I would have to observe her more closely, yet the earlier declaration of severing ties with them lingered in my mind, prompting a sigh. I chose not to respond to Wang Chong further. My thoughts scattered, drifting back to past events and people, Sijia, Xiaohai, Xiazi Dadu, Chaoshu, Jinrun, Jin Yi, Qingjia Xiaoyu. They paraded through my mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, I recalled Shunzi. Hadn't he mentioned we would meet at Municipal No. 1 High School? Given his family's resources, I believed he could indeed attend this school. Yet, a day had passed without a glimpse of him. With his unique aura, he would shine like a firefly in the dark, making it hard to believe he could be overlooked. The only conclusion was that he was not yet at municipal no. 1. As for Xiao Jiao's younger brother, Zhao Yanan, to which class had he been assigned? While I had caught a glimpse of Zhao Yanan at the middle school award ceremony, I couldn't recall his appearance. I would have to take it slow. Wang Chong and the others resumed their chatter about girls, scrutinizing every girl of even slight attractiveness, discussing them until past 1 in the morning, before gradually succumbing to slumber. As their conversation faded, I too drifted into sleep. In my dreams, I found myself once again by the riverside, seated on the stone steps beside Xiao Yu and Qin Jia, while Jean Run and Jean E grilled fish by the water's edge. Yet there was no trace of me. Life continued with military training by day and self-study by night. However, I made no effort to engage anyone, be it Gao Xiaoshan, Lu Xing, or anyone in the dormitory. I kept my distance. From various whispers, I learned that Lu Xing and his friends, having attended Municipal No. 1 since middle school, naturally wielded a certain influence. They are a group of students who have ascended from the junior high section, having mingled within the confines of the first high school for 3 years. Although they have been scattered into various classes upon entering high school, they swiftly rally together at any given moment, possessing an undeniable strength that is unmatched by the newcomers. Among these upperclassmen, one stands out, a sports prodigy from the neighboring class. Nicknamed Old Tuesday, he is the one who delivered the second slap to Gao Xiaoshan on that fateful day, towering at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds. Though he appears somewhat stout, he exudes a formidable strength akin to that of a tank. He and Lu Xing have been childhood companions, their bond deeply entrenched. Li Sijia, often seen in the company of Song Ying and Chu Tingting, happens to be Old Tu's girlfriend. This pairing evokes a vivid image of the beast and the beauty. Upon learning this information, I felt an even greater urge to distance myself from Lu Xing and his group. On several occasions during meals, when Lu Xing and his friend happened to sit not far from me, I would steal glances at Chu Tingting, realizing that she indeed possessed a certain resemblance to the melancholic beauty of Lin Daiyu, as Wang Chong had remarked. Despite her moments of laughter with Song Ying and Li Sijia, there seemed to linger a hint of sorrow in her expression. Chu Tingting es sao academasi, rightfully claiming the top spot in our class based on our entrance examination results. Of course, Lu Xing and his friends are no slouches either. Their good grades are what propelled them into this prestigious high school. However, during our military posture training today, I experienced an exceedingly embarrassing incident. Whether it was due to a restless night prior or the blistering sun, I unexpectedly fainted. I had often scoffed at other frail-looking students who collapsed, deeming them weak and overly pampered. Yet, the retribution came swiftly. After standing in military posture for what felt like the 10th minute, I began to notice my eyelids growing heavier and my vision dimming. Just as I sensed something was amiss and attempted to raise my hand to report, my consciousness slipped away and I collapsed. I vaguely recall Lu Xing turning around in alarm, followed by a throng of classmates converging around me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in the dormitory. To my surprise, Gao Xiaoshan was seated beside me, engrossed in a book. I felt utterly devoid of strength, struggling to sit up. Upon noticing my awakening, Gao Xiaoshan approached, informing me that the school nurse said I had fainted due to heat exhaustion and had prescribed some medication while advising me to drink sweetened water. Since I am taller than average, the instructor had requested him to carry me back. I nodded in acknowledgement, though I was puzzled by the term heat exhaustion, having only heard of heat stroke before. As I regained my senses, I spotted the medication by my pillow and a glass of water on the table. Grateful, I glanced at Gao Xiaoshan and took a sip. Yet, words escaped me. Now that I was awake, sleep eluded me. Gao Xiaoshan continued to read with rapt attention. Looking at the clock, I realized it was already 6 in the evening, nearly dinner time. However, my appetite had vanished, and I felt utterly drained, merely lying on my bed and staring at the ceiling. You must think very little of me, Gao Xiaoshan suddenly remarked out of the blue. What? I finally understood he was referring to the incident of the slap. No, it was just that there were many, I replied. I will have my revenge, he continued, as if speaking to himself while fixated on his book. I remained silent, contemplating whether to encourage him, asserting that he would undoubtedly become the next leader of our school, or perhaps advising him to endure this moment for a brighter future, as their numbers were merely a facade. Yet, Gao Xiaoshan did not speak again, although I sensed he was a man of his word. Approximately 20 minutes later, the corridor began to buzz with activity as students returned from dinner. Aren't you going to eat? I inquired. Wang Chong and the others will bring me something shortly. Oh, I didn't ask whether they would bring anything for me. After all, I wasn't hungry. Just then, the door swung open, and 6 boisterous youths tumbled in, singing military songs and marching as if returning from target practice. This is for you, Wang Chong exclaimed, thrusting 2 steaming buns into my hands. And this? Xiao Yanjing handed me a cup of milk tea. To replenish your strength. Huang Fei presented a grilled sausage with a mischievous grin. Here has some boiled corn. Chun Jiping noticed my hand were already full and placed it on my bed. One by one, my dorm mates came over, and soon my bed was overflowing with various foods. I was so moved that words failed me. What could I possibly say? Even Gao Xiaoshan, who rarely smiled, now wore a rare grin as he chatted with everyone, teasing me about being the first to faint in our dorm. Laughter erupted, filling the room. Was this not the essence of dormitory life? My eyes grew misty, and the emotions swirling within me were beyond words. All I felt was profound gratitude. Perhaps, in the face of formidable adversaries, they lacked the courage to resist. And when confronted by the unruly youths, they merely acquiesced. Yet, had I not once been the same? Who could claim they possessed a heart devoid of warmth? Who could say they reveled in others' misfortunes? I realized I needed to reassess my perspective on these dorm mates. As twilight descended, our group of 8 walked together towards the evening study hall, the gentle breeze caressing us, while the moon began its ascent in the eastern sky. I thought to myself, I have found a wonderful group of companions. Since the start of the semester, I had not experienced joy as I did now. I laughed heartily, playfully teasing each of them, mimicking the swift movements of cinematic martial arts and launching mock attacks. Our laughter echoed throughout the campus. Upon entering the classroom, Song Ying and her friends gathered around. Zhou Ming, are you all right? We were so worried this afternoon. Lu Xing, not far off, smiled at me, his eyes filled with concern. In good spirits, I replied, I'm fine. I'm as tough as nails. This little ailment cannot bring me down. Laughter erupted again in the classroom. Suddenly, Li Sijia playfully tapped my shoulder. When I turned, I saw her head tilted, a strand of hair falling delicately beside her cherry lips. A duel, or should we take you on together? She teased, looking adorably mischievous. Huh, I was taken aback. We heard a student from your county sharing stories about you at dinner. Song Ying explained merrily. So that is how it is. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire, I said, scratching my head, slightly embarrassed. That was all my youth. I recalled, laughing at how recent it all was. Chu Tingting, observing my embarrassment, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and the sorrow in her eyes seemed to vanish, stirring something within me. Our dorm mates all crowded around, eager for tales of my supposed duel. I stretched lazily, realizing it had been ages since I felt such unadulterated joy. Even though I had begun conversing with Lu Xing and his friends, the rift between us remained. I continued to deliberately maintain my distance from them while growing increasingly close to my dorm brothers, to the point where we were nearly inseparable. We ventured to the classroom, the cafeteria, and even to the restroom as a boisterous group, drawing attention wherever we went. Moreover, Guolei and Chun Jiping had taken up smoking, turning our dorm into a veritable chimney. Xiao Yanjing, who detested the smell of smoke, protested vehemently, but the 3 would pin him down until he begged for mercy. There was another individual I had not mentioned until now, the one in the red t-shirt from the first day, who claimed that as long as one paid them properly, everything would be fine. His name was Qian Kuailai, a testament to his father's high hopes for him. Yet, he was notoriously stingy. On the day I fainted, my dorm mates bought me some snacks. Qian Kuailai also handed me a packet of crispy noodles, and I was genuinely grateful. The next day, however, he accidentally cut his hand while opening the door and immediately cried out, Zhou Ming, go get me a Band-Aid. At that time, everyone in the dormitory was present, and without much thought, I glanced at his wound and remarked that it was nothing serious and that he didn't need that item. Qian Kuailai chimed in, saying, I bought you a pack of crispy noodles yesterday. I looked at him with suspicion, but reluctantly went downstairs to buy a Band-Aid for 30 cents. When he asked how much it cost, I casually replied, 30 cents. Qian Kuailai immediately became agitated, exclaiming, Why didn't you buy the 50-cent one? The pack of crispy noodles I bought you was 50 cents. I promptly pulled out the remaining 70 cents from my pocket and shoved it into his hands, saying, all right, I'm returning your money along with interest. Stop being so tedious. Later, My bespectacled friend discreetly informed me that the money he used to buy that pack of crispy noodles was borrowed, and he had yet to repay it, seemingly having forgotten all about it. This only deepened my discontent with him. Had it not been for the subsequent events that involved him, I would have preferred not to waste another word on him. That afternoon, my bespectacled friend, Chun Jiping, Qian Kuai, and I went to the cafeteria for a meal. In an era when 2 yuan could fill a bowl with fried noodles, a mere 30 yuan on the meal card could lavishly sustain one for a week. Our meal collection went smoothly until Qian Kuai inserted his card into the machine, and the cook accidentally wiped out the remaining 25 yuan on his card. As expected, Qian Kuai, true to his character, let out a loud wail, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the cafeteria. My bespectacled friend, Chun Jiping, and I wished we could disappear and pretend not to know him. You just wiped out my 25 yuan, Qian Kuai exclaimed, dramatically pointing at the cook. The cook, looking half awake, responded, 25? I thought I only charged you 250. Upon hearing the cook deny his claim, Qian Kuai wailed even more pitifully. You wiped out my 25. You wiped out my 25. You wiped out my 25. You're a parrot. Someone behind him expressed their dissatisfaction. Qian Kuai ignored them and continued pointing at the cook, repeating, you wiped out my 25. You wiped out my 25. The cook hurriedly said, all right, I understand. After my shift, I'll check your card in the office. If I indeed charge you 25, I'll reimburse you. Little did he know, this only heightened Qian Kuai's agitation as he nearly lunged at the window, shouting, what if you don't return it to me? You took my card, and 1T admitted. Before the cook could respond, Qian Kuai suddenly fell sideways onto the ground, having been kicked by the very person who had just called him a parrot. Damn it, you're so annoying. If you're not here to eat, then scram and don't disturb us, the assailant shouted. If Qian Kuai's earlier cries had merely attracted a crowd, this time, the entire cafeteria's attention was drawn towards the scene. The individual who kicked Qian Kuai wore a black short-sleeved shirt, with a snake tattoo visible on his arm. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet at that moment, Qian Kuai, struck by shock, lost his ability to discern danger and jumped up, shouting, you're in cahoots with him. You're both here to swindle my money. Get lost, you lunatic. The assailant cursed, seemingly preparing to deliver another blow to Qian Kuai. Although I typically held little fondness for him, I could not stand idly by while an outsider bullied my doormate, so I quickly intervened. Hey, let us just get our food first, I urged, pulling Qian Kuai aside and signaling him to be quiet. With a despondent look, Qian Kuai lamented, am I just supposed to endure this humiliation? Will I eat this week? The cook, now visibly irritated, retorted, didn't I say I'd check after my shift? Qian Kuai, in a fit of madness, pointed at both the assailant and the cook, accusing them. You two are in cahoots, trying to cheat me. The assailant finally lost his patience, delivering another kick toward Qian Kuai with such speed that I barely had time to react. Qian Kuai ended up sprawled on the floor, a rather comical sight. I felt a surge of anger and pushed the assailant back, saying, that's enough. He shot me a sideways glance, his expression challenging. What? Do you want to join him? A chilling aura emanated from him, causing me to shudder internally as I scanned the surroundings for any potential allies. To my dismay, my bespectacled friend and Chun Jiping had distanced themselves, peering over timidly. With a sigh, I realized that these people were only willing to share in good fortune, not adversity. If Gao Xiaoshan were here, he would have fought alongside me, but he typically preferred to eat elsewhere, often having Wang Chong bring him food. Seeing my silence, the assailant assumed I was belittling him, which only seemed to fuel his fury. He clenched his fists and lunged toward me. Instinctively, I raised my arm for defense, but suddenly a shadow stepped in front of me. Hey, Asha, why are you making such a fuss? The figure said, pushing the assailant aside. It was Lu Xing. The student known as Asha still wore a scowl. What, you know him? He asked. I was taken aback, realizing that Lu Xing, along with Song Ying and Chu Tingting, had come to my side. Are you all right? How did it escalate to this? Chu Tingting inquired with concern. We were over there eating and saw the commotion, so we came to check it out. We didn't expect it to be you. I was puzzled by the absence of Li Sijia, and upon looking around, I saw her nestled in Lao Tu's embrace, casting glances in my direction. He nodded a head, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite my efforts to distance myself from these individuals, their genuine concern for me was evident. Did I truly deserve their unwavering support? At that moment, Lu Xing spoke up, This is Zhou Ming, my buddy. Asha glanced at me and remarked, well, if he is your buddy, I'll let it slide. Just make sure he knows how to behave. I finally came to the cafeteria for a meal, and I end up encountering such a disgusting person. After saying that, he turned and left without eating. Qian Kuai seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, falling silent, his eyes darting nervously around as the crowd still lingered. I shot him an impatient glance and turned to the cook, saying, could you please check my friend S card? We'll return later this afternoon. Grabbing Qian Kuai by the collar, I prepared to leave but paused to thank Lu Xing, who remained silent. Chu Tingting then spoke. Zhou Ming, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. I released Qian Kuai and allowed him to return. Let S head to the school S small garden. Chu Tingting suggested. As Lu Xing and the others departed, I noticed Li Sijia slyly winking at me while holding onto Lao Tu's arm. A jolt of electricity coursed through me. She was such a charming and alluring girl, and it felt like a waste for her to be with Lao Tuesday. The garden lay just behind the cafeteria, and as I walked alongside Chu Tingting on a gravel path, I found myself distracted. Despite the lovely company, my thoughts lingered on Li Sijia, whose image stirred feelings within me like pebbles tossed into a serene lake, causing ripples of restlessness. Reaching a stone tablet, Chu Tingting suddenly halted, prompting me to stop as well. She gazed at me while I avoided her gaze. Fixated on the inscription on the tablet, the sea of books is boundless. Hard work is the vessel. It was signed by our principal. To be honest, the calligraphy was rather impressive, far surpassing my own skills. Lost in thought, I reached out to touch the characters, only to find that Chu Tingting was reaching for them as well. Our hands brushed against each other, and we quickly withdrew. I noticed her cheeks flush, and my heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Xing and the others indeed sought to bring together Chu Tingting and me. Of this I am aware. But what is Chu Tingting's mindset? Do you think we are a bad lot? Su Den Li, Chu Tingting spoke. Not all. Leaning against the stone tablet, I suddenly comprehended her intentions. She was attempting to salvage our friendship on behalf of Lu Xing and the others. They believed I had developed a fondness for Chu Tingting, thus they summoned her. A wave of emotions surged within me. They genuinely cared for me. Then why do you always avoid us? Chu Tingting's face appeared to flush deeper. She casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, twisting it in her fingers. I sighed, deciding to speak candidly. I think it is inappropriate for you to bully the newcomers like this. We do not. Chu Tingting seemed somewhat flustered, discarding the leaf onto the ground, struggling to articulate her defense until finally stating, we only band together for our own protection. Huh? I found myself puzzled by her words. We were all students from nearby counties and towns. If we did not unite, we would fall prey to the local students. It seemed Chu Tingting had meticulously organized her thoughts before expressing this. The one who had made things difficult for me in the cafeteria was a member of the Zodiac group, named as she explained. Through Chu Tingting's elucidation, I learned that in the first high school of the city, there existed two predominant factions, the local students and the outsiders. Among the local students, the most notorious was the Zodiac group, comprising 12 individuals, with the older members already having entered society and become involved in dubious activities. The younger ones, like Shi, were merely in their first year of high school. The ranking within the Zodiac group was not determined by their zodiac signs, as it would be a daunting task to find 12 individuals corresponding to each zodiac sign to form a brotherhood. They hail from a relatively upscale community in the city, and during their initiation, they had to first disclose their father's occupation and the type of car he drove to establish their rank. Thus, Shi, who was just starting high school, fortuitously secured the 6th position. The most distinctive feature of the Zodiac group was that each member had a tattoo of their respective zodiac animal on their arm. She bore the head of a cobra tattooed on his arm. Due to their societal connections, the Zodiac group undeniably constituted the most significant power within the first high school. Apart from Shi, several others from the Zodiac group were also in the school, but they were already in their 2nd or 3rd years. Conversely, Lao Tu led the largest faction of the outsiders. Since Lao Tu had an older brother who was reputedly involved in the underworld, the Zodiac group afforded him a degree of respect. The Zodiac members often extorted protection money from the boarding students, but those who were associated with Lao Tu were exempt from such fees. Lao Tu's reputation among the outsiders was exceptionally strong. He was chivalrous and generous, reminiscent of a heroic figure from ancient tales, indulging in banquets without ever making life difficult for his companions. He would assist anyone in need, which had led to several direct confrontations with the Zodiac group. Do you think the absence of protection fees in your dormitory is due to the benevolence of the students at the first high school? Striking a chord within me. It turned out that Lu Xing had already made it known that I was one of their brothers, which was why the Zodiac members avoided collecting fees from our dormitory. No wonder I had been puzzled when I heard about the protection fees for boarding students. I had waited in vain for someone to come and collect them, thinking it was merely a rumor. This revelation deepened my admiration and gratitude towards Lu Xing and the others. As for Gao Xiaoshan, it was due to his long-standing presence at the school that no one had dared to speak to Lu Xing in such a manner. His momentary anger had prompted him to return to the dormitory and rally Lao Tu and the others to teach Gao Xiaoshan a lesson. Regarding Shi, according to Chu Tingting, he was not inherently malicious. Rather, he had become arrogant over time due to his privileged upbringing and the flattery of those around him, leading him to disregard others. While a local student, who came from a well-off family and was known as a troublemaker, would still adhere to the rules by queuing for lunch in the school cafeteria remained a mystery. I suddenly recalled that if the Zodiac group merely bypassed the dormitory under Lao Tu's protection without collecting fees, then surely all other dormitories would be subject to such demands. What about Zhao Yanan's dormitory? I turned to Chu Tingting and said, "You seem well-connected. Could you help me inquire about someone?" A fellow student from County X, named Zhao Yanan. Chu Tingting nodded, indicating she would remember. We chatted a while longer in the small garden. Aside from Qin Jie, Chu Tingting was the second girl with whom I could comfortably converse for an extended period. Speaking with her always evoked a serene tranquility, free from any distracting thoughts, as if she were an ethereal goddess. In contrast, my time with Qin Jie was marked by exhilaration, akin to riding a roller coaster, thrilling and relentless. After returning to the dormitory for a brief respite, it was time for military training again. Clad in the pungent camouflage uniform, my dormitory companions and I sluggishly made our way to the grand playground. The instructors seemed to possess boundless energy, instructing us repeatedly on marching, running, and standing at attention. Within a short span, I felt dizzy, realizing they were all novices as well. It appeared they had endured oppressive treatment from seasoned soldiers and now relished the opportunity to exert authority over us. Finally, during the break, exhausted, I plopped down on the stone steps when Chu Tingting approached again. Wang Chong and the others exchanged knowing glances and made strange sounds in my direction. I gestured rudely at them, signaling them to keep their distance. Chu Tingting sat beside me and informed me that she had found out Zhao Yanan's current class and dormitory. I nodded. Could you perhaps ask Lao Tu to extend his protection over Zhao Yanan's dormitory? I have a good relationship with her sister, and she asked me to look out for her. I immediately regretted my words, fearing Chu Tingting might feel jealous, but she remained calm. Yes, that's simple. You can rest assured. I found it amusing that I had anticipated Chu Tingting might react negatively to my mention of Zhao Yanan's sister, yet she seemed unfazed. Indeed, Chu Tingting had never displayed any indication of affection towards me. It appeared I needed to amend my tendency to misinterpret her kindness as something more. Noticing Chu Tingting hesitating to speak, I inquired about her concerns. She remarked, "Zhao Yanan seems to be somewhat unpopular." I surmised it must be due to her perceived superiority as a diligent student and replied, "It's all right, as long as she remains safe at the first high school. That is all that matters." Chu Tingting nodded and then returned to the girl's side. I remained seated for a while longer. A group of classmates gathered around the instructor, listening to him boast about his impressive military exploits, eliciting gasps of admiration that seemed to delight him. "You pampered youths. If only you were thrown into the military for 3 years, would you then grow into true men?" the instructor proclaimed proudly, as if the students surrounding him were mere weaklings, while he stood as the embodiment of masculinity. It had been 5 days since my arrival. Aside from forming amicable relations with my dormitory mates, I had unexpectedly befriended Lu Xing and his companions, who were undeniably noble and valiant in spirit, which brought me immense contentment. However, I still refrained from mentioning my good rapport with Lu Xing in the dormitory, as the rift between Gao Xiaoshan and Lu Xing lingered, making such a conversation awkward. I contemplated the approaching weekend, eager to return home for a visit. I had not spent excessively, and thus, a substantial portion of the living allowance my father had provided remained. I pondered purchasing a bottle of wine for Uncle Chow and perhaps some other items to visit Jean Ren and Jean E at the detention center. ensuring that my 2 days of respite would not go to waste. The afternoon dragged on, and after what felt like an eternity, we finally dismissed for the day. I hastily returned to the dormitory to gather my belongings for my journey home. The journey back to X County takes merely an hour, and it feels as though I have merely dozed off before arriving home. Upon my return, a sense of warmth envelopes me, as every blade of grass and every tree seems to belong to me, nodding and smiling in the breeze. As I stroll through the streets, nostalgia washes over me, recalling my upbringing and struggles here, where I once faced the formidable four kings, leaving me in a whirlwind of emotions. Passing by a shopping mall, I suddenly noticed two children, seemingly around 15, lurking at the entrance, peering inside as if planning something nefarious. Intrigued, I feigned interest in entering the mall while eavesdropping on their conversation. Are we really going to steal? What if we get caught? The shorter boy's face is one of despair. Could they truly be contemplating theft? A flicker of concern stirs within me. Their attire does not suggest financial hardship. So what has spurred this audacity? The taller boy remarks, "What do we do? The Three Wolves gang is waiting for us at the Cultural Palace. If we don't steal, we'll get beaten up. Aren't you afraid of them? Three Wolves? What is this gang? I have never heard of them before. Is it possible that a new faction has emerged in X County?" Just as the words of Shazi and Uncle Chow echoed in my mind, I feared that these sordid elements were indeed proliferating, seemingly impossible to eradicate. Feeling a surge of urgency, I attempt to draw closer to listen more intently, but the two children appear to notice me, mistaking me for a mall employee, and they hurriedly flee. I instinctively pursue one of them, hoping to grasp him and inquire about the situation, but they quicken their pace and I shout, "Wait, I have questions for you." Ignoring my calls, they dash off toward the Cultural Palace. Perhaps it is best to discover what the Three Wolves gang is truly about. I press on, keeping them in sight. Suddenly, one of the boys looks back and declares, "Are you still following? We are part of the Three Wolves gang." I retort, "What Three Wolves? Who is your leader?" The other boy turns to me, maintaining his speed, and replies, "Our leader is Zhou Ming. Surely you know him. He was the one who scattered the four kings." A chill runs down my spine. Could it be that someone is misusing my name in X County, engaging in deceit and wrongdoing? This moment of hesitation causes me to lag, and the distance between us widens. I hastily try to catch up, but my lack of physical exertion, compounded by a day of military training, leaves me fatigued and breathless. After a grueling chase, I relent, reasoning that since they are headed to the Cultural Palace, I can simply follow. The boys, believing I am intimidated by Zhou Ming's reputation, burst into laughter as they fade into the distance. I stand there, hands on my hips, panting heavily, acutely aware of my physical weakness, sweat streaming down my forehead and soaking my neck. By the time I reach the Cultural Palace, half an hour has passed, and there is no sign of anyone. Only a few preschool children are entering and exiting with their parents. I cannot suspect them to be the gang. I linger at the entrance for a while, but seeing no unusual activity suggests that I will likely wait in vain. Disappointed, I return home, where my parents notice my discontent and inquire about it. I concoct a quick excuse to deflect their concern. After dinner, we engage in casual conversation, primarily about my living arrangements. When the topic turns to my need for a 50-cent Band-Aid, my parents chuckle, remarking that such people are common in reality and that I should not take them to heart. However, when discussing the altercation in the cafeteria, their expressions grow serious as they condemn the mischief of the school's unruly children. The conversation shifts to a few girls, including Li Sijia and Chu Tingting, and my parents exchange knowing glances, subtly advising me that I should prioritize my studies. After an extensive conversation, the hour grows late, and I decide to call Qin Jia, only to discover she is indeed home. "Hey, I'm back," I say. "You, is that Zhou Ming?" She replies, "Yes, you can't even recognize my voice?" I chuckle. "Oomph, I dislike you," she retorts before hanging up. I hold the phone in disbelief, momentarily perplexed. When I call back, only a busy tone greets me, as if Qin Jia has set the receiver aside. Confused, I wonder if I have inadvertently offended her recently. I consider reaching out to Xiaoyu for clarity, but lacking his contact information, I abandon that thought. The night passes with a sense of unease as I lie in bed, unable to sleep, my mind racing with these peculiar events. The next morning, I purchase some food and head to the detention center. Situated on the outskirts, I take a three-wheeled vehicle, arriving swiftly. Likely due to my connection with Xiaoyu, a police officer readily escorts me to the visiting room. mentioning that someone else is there to see the two brothers. Curious, I wonder who it might be. Could it be Qingjie? That would provide me the opportunity to inquire about the situation. Upon entering, I find Jinren holding hands with a girl. Her hand, delicate and smooth, resembles a piece of jade, yet it contrasts starkly with Jinren's rough, dark hand. The girl is dressed in a pale, yellow dress adorned with white floral patterns, accentuating her enchanting figure. Unfortunately, her face is obscured by a black scarf. Could it be Xiao Jiao? Jin E, seated nearby, notices my entrance and jumps up excitedly, exclaiming, "Second brother." Jinren releases Xiao Jiao's hand, greeting me warmly. "Second brother, you've come." Xiao Jiao stands, and though her mouth is covered, her eyes sparkle with delight. My own excitement builds. Eldest brother, third brother. They embrace me tightly, and I nearly feel tears welling up. "Are you both well?" I inquire, patting their backs. "Very well." They respond in unison, rolling up their sleeves to show off their muscles. Jinren exclaims, "I eat well and sleep well. I could live here forever." "Yes. If you stay forever, what will Xiao Jiao do?" Glancing at Xiao Jiao with a smile, we engage in conversation for quite some time, sharing stories of my high school life while they recount their experiences in detention. The reunion is filled with laughter and camaraderie. We eventually discuss Xiao Jiao, who will soon be undergoing surgery to remove the scars from her face. I find Xiao Hai to be quite dependable, despite his father being a rather unsavory character. Xiao Jiao inquires about Zhao Yanan, and I assure her, rest assured, with me around, he will be safe. No one at City know. One high school would dare bully him. Laughter ensues, even though they know I am exaggerating. Xiao Jiao respectfully pours me a cup of tea, her voice melodious and her form captivating, leaving me to marvel at her enchanting presence. No wonder Jinren is smitten. As we continue our conversation, I realize that no one has come to usher us out, indicating that the brothers are indeed faring well, reflecting Xiao Yu's remarkable capabilities. Remembering Xiao Yu, I inquire, "By the way, has Qingjie or Xiao Yu visited recently?" Jinren's expression darkens. "They were here just yesterday." He also looks down, averting his gaze. I sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and ask, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Jinren gazed at me, seemingly summoning immense courage. "Second brother, I must say a few unpleasant things, but please do not take them to heart." Suddenly, I recalled Qingjie's attitude towards me and jumped up in a panic. "What on earth is going on? You must clarify this matter for me." Jinren replied, "Brother, I've heard some things that suggest you're not being entirely genuine." I retorted, "Is this about the Sanlang Hui?" Based on the events that had transpired, it was evident that someone was impersonating me to organize a gang called the Sanlang Hui in County X, committing all manner of misdeeds, which would naturally provoke Qingjie's disdain. Just as I reached this conclusion, Jinren looked momentarily stunned. "What's Sanlang Hui? I have no idea what you're talking about." This left me perplexed. Could it be that besides the Sanlang Hui, this Zhou Ming had engaged in other activities? Jinren continued, "Brother, I know you've gained fame and become a sensation in County X. Many boys and girls idolize you and wish to converse or flirt with you, but..." My eyes widened in disbelief as Jinren, oblivious to my astonishment, continued, "You can't always rely on your reputation to lure out those girls who admire you. That. My mind was suddenly bombarded with thunderous thoughts. What did he mean by luring out girls based on my reputation? It turned out that this imposter Zhou Ming not only formed a Sanlang Hui, but was also a notorious womanizer. Here I was fretful about my own romantic prospects, while this fake Zhou Ming frolicked freely, playing the bridegroom every night. I was so infuriated I nearly spat blood, slamming my palm on the table and leaping to my feet. I've long been attending the first high school in the city. When would I have the leisure for such antics? Jinren and Jin were startled by my intense reaction, momentarily taken aback. Jinren added, "Well, which man isn't a bit flirtatious? This little matter is really nothing." He laughed, but it was more reminiscent of tears than mirth. "Enough," I shouted in fury, determined to unearth that scoundrel and reveal the truth. I then recounted the events of the previous day with fervor, vehemently assuring them that I had never established a Sanlang Hui, and finally swore that I had never invited any girl out. After listening, Jinren and Jin remained skeptical. "We can believe you didn't start the Sanlang Hui, but that other matter, it does seem rather characteristic of you." What do they mean by characteristic of me? Am I truly so lascivious? Have I always appeared as a lecher in your eyes? My grievances were countless. Jean Ren patted my shoulder. We all know about the incident where you forcibly kissed Qin Jie on the hotel rooftop. What? Qin Jie even shared that with you? She has quite the blabbermouth. I exclaimed, feeling completely cornered. The situation isn't what you think. I found myself at a loss for words. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if my privacy had been laid bare. Wishing for a hole to hide in, observing my flushed face, Jean Ren became even more convinced that the womanizing incident was undoubtedly my doing. And he consoled me. A man being a bit flirtatious is acceptable, but one must take responsibility. I took 2 steps back, raising my fist. So you both choose not to believe me, do you? I must capture that womanizer and present him before you to prove my innocence. Without waiting for their response, I turned and exited the reception room. I dashed away, my heart burdened with unexpressed grievances. Strangely, I did not feel particularly despondent. Perhaps the situation inadvertently affirmed my charm, bringing me a semblance of joy. Yet, the thought of this impostor tarnishing my reputation ignited a desire to tear him to shreds. This conflicting blend of happiness and anger truly put me in a quandary. My destination was Qin Jie's home. Only by finding her could I unravel this enigma. Having harbored a secret crush on her for 3 years, I had long memorized her address. Additionally, I frequently wandered near her home, hoping for a chance encounter, feigning casualness as I discussed the splendid weather, the burdensome coursework, and the annoying teachers, topics that would subtly illustrate our fateful connection. I even envisioned how I would act if I happened upon her while she was with her mother. I would present myself as exceptionally well-behaved and charming, leaving a perfect impression on her mother. After my departure, she would surely ask, "Who is that boy?" To which Qin Jie would respond, "He is my desk mate, an exceptionally brilliant fellow." Her mother would undoubtedly smile at my retreating figure. Each time I entertained such thoughts, my heart swelled with sweet satisfaction, even though none of these fantasies ever materialized. Yet, as I strolled near her home, I always hoped to glance up and see her playing with children at the street corner, to blink and find her swinging in the flower bed, to turn around and see her among the bustling crowd, carrying a basket of groceries. Despite countless intentional glances, blinks, and turns, I was met with disappointment time and again. However, I never considered giving up. I never felt weary, as my heart burned with endless passion and hope, my entire being radiating the vitality of the morning sun. I always believed that one day I would succeed, for a beautiful maiden is always suited for a talented youth. Whenever I left empty-handed, watching the sunset descend, I would remind myself of this. 20 minutes later, I finally stood breathlessly at the foot of Qin Jie's building. This place was familiar to me, and everything, the surrounding flora, the play equipment, even the green trash bins shaped like frogs, had remained unchanged. It felt as though I had returned to a cherished memory. I touched an aged locust tree, recalling how I once leaned against it in a white shirt, deliberately chewing on a blade of grass, waiting for an encounter that could never occur, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I also remembered the horizontal bar directly opposite Qin Jie's window, where I had once performed 30 consecutive pull-ups, entirely unaware of whether the girl I adored was watching from the 3rd-floor window. I had been so foolish. Touching the now paint-chipped bar, I turned to see those very trash bins, recalling how I had once collected the litter, discarded bags, popsicle sticks, and old newspapers to demonstrate my civic-mindedness, hoping she might notice. Those days, alas, were gone forever. I wondered if I would ever again act so foolishly for a girl. "Qin Jie," I shouted from below. "Qin Jie," I called again, yet there was no response. A few nearby elderly folk and children glanced over, some covering their mouths to stifle laughter. I was undeterred, continuing to shout, "Qin Jie." Over the years, I had never before shouted so fervently the name of a girl I liked. It felt exhilarating, as if every cell in my body had sprung to life, casting aside any feelings of guilt or shame, boldly declaring my sentiments. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the great locust tree, as if it were smiling down at me. Seemingly addicted to this act, I cupped my hand around my mouth and shouted once more, "Qin Jie." The window on the east side of the 3rd floor swung open, and Qin Jie peeked out. "What are you doing, you?" Her voice started strong, but faded to a whisper by the end. "Pervert," with a hint of disdain. How could such a label be cast upon me? I felt wronged, more wronged than Doi. It was summer, yet where was the heavy snow? "Come down." I gestured to her. "I have something to discuss with you." Qin Jie looked at me and sighed. "Come up." There's no one at home. As she closed the window, I could hardly believe my ears. Qin Jie invited me to her home? At that moment, I often pondered whether, if persistence bore fruit, I would ultimately encounter her here. After chatting for a while, would she extend an invitation for me to sit at her place? There were countless reasons she could offer, such as, help me with my homework, or Dragon Ball is about to start. You won't make it home in time, so why not watch it at my place? All these seemed splendid, and I would certainly not decline. My heart raced with excitement. This scene was one I had envisioned countless times, and now it was about to materialize. To visit the home of a girl I admired was such an honor. Within those walls lay her bed where she had slept, the sofa she had sat upon, the bowl she had eaten from, and the floor she had walked barefoot on. Although my feelings for her might have waned over time, my legs still trembled slightly. Was this the sensation that accompanied the approach of a long-anticipated dream? The 3 flights of stairs felt like an eternity as I ascended, each step taken with utmost caution, as if to avoid disturbing something fragile. Although I understood that once I arrived it would merely be a matter of sitting and conversing, I could not help but let my imagination run wild. Memories of my time with Qin Jie at the hotel flashed through my mind like scenes from a film. I'd held her hand, kissed her lips, embraced her. And now, I was about to visit her home. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's name intruded upon my thoughts. No, I shook my head. Qin Jie was Xiao Yu's girlfriend. Reflecting on Xiao Yu, on our past camaraderie, and on the trust he had placed in me, my tumultuous heart gradually began to settle. I silently resolved that I could not betray Xiao Yu any further. Lifting my foot, I stepped onto another stair. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, I found the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open and changed into slippers. Qin Jie emerged from her bedroom, still groggy and appearing as if she had just woken up. She pursed her lips and said, "The phone is over there. Call yourself." Call whom? I was perplexed. Qin Jie widened her eyes. Of course, those girls you've harmed. Don't you need to apologize? I sank into the sofa. Why are you so stubborn in believing it was me? Qin Jie, somewhat irate, stood before me, pointing a finger at my nose. Zhou Ming, you still refuse to admit it, don't you? Let me tell you, several of the girls you've been involved with are my friends. Fine, he replied nonchalantly. You can call them over. Do whatever you wish. Do you think I'm afraid? Qin Jie glared at me. I picked up the remote, turned on the television, and propped my leg up. In a huff, she stomped her foot and picked up the phone, dialing. Come to my house. Zhou Ming is here. She continued to call 4 or 5 times before stopping. After finishing, she sat on the other side of the sofa, seemingly trying to maintain distance from me. I feigned a casual demeanor, which only served to infuriate Qin Jie further, causing her to huff in exasperation. After about 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a girl stormed in, her face twisted in anger, though she was rather plain-looking. Where's Zhou Ming? She scanned the living room, and her gaze lingered on me before darting away, turning back to Qin Jie. Didn't you say Zhou Ming was here? Where is he? Qin Jie paused in surprise and pointed at me. Don't you recognize him? The girl looked at me again. Why would I know him? This left Qin Jie stunned. He is Zhou Ming. I regarded Qin Jie with a playful smile. The girl shook her head. He is not Zhou Ming. The real Zhou Ming is a bit chubbier. She gestured in the air to indicate a more robust physique than mine. Qin Jie rubbed her head, still trying to comprehend the situation, when the doorbell rang again. This time, a rather attractive girl entered, stylishly dressed. A pang of pain shot through me. Was such a beautiful girl also a victim? Just like the first girl? She surveyed the living room and asked, Where's Zhou Ming? Once more, Qin Jie pointed at me. Don't you recognize him? He is Zhou Ming. I endeavored to appear nonchalant, wishing to leave a good impression. The fashionable girl replied, How could he be Zhou Ming? Zhou Ming is much taller than him. I deliberately remarked to Qin Jie. It seems Zhou Ming is a tall and hefty fellow. Qin Jie ignored me and shot me a glare, countering the stylish girl. Are you sure he is not the Zhou Ming you were supposed to meet? The fashionable girl nodded. Absolutely. Zhou Ming is very tall. She gestured with her hands, indicating that he was a head taller than me. This gesture prompted the first, less attractive girl to interject. Zhou Ming isn't that tall. He is only slightly taller than me. The fashionable girl scoffed. He is exactly that tall. I've measured him. I had to stand on my tiptoes to kiss him. Realizing she had misspoken, her cheeks flushed. As the two girls argued, a third girl entered, seemingly dressed with care, leaving a faint scent in her wake, undoubtedly from perfume. After another round of identification, she declared, How could this be Zhou Ming? The real Zhou Ming has acne. The other two girls chimed in, No way. And then chaos ensued until all the girls had arrived, each describing Zhou Ming's features. Some tall, some short, some plump, some slender, some with acne, some with long hair, some with short hair. In short, they were a motley crew. I began to think I might be capable of transforming into 72 different forms. This was merely a portion of the girls. There were undoubtedly many more whom Qingjie did not know and who had also fallen victim to Zhou Ming's deceit. Although I had anticipated this outcome, I was surprised by the sheer number of imposters. After a round of inquiries, the methods of these false Zhou Mings were finally laid bare. It was quite simple. They would call, and upon discovering they were speaking to a young woman, they would follow these steps. First, they would ask, "Guess who I am?" After successfully piquing her curiosity, they would move to the second step. "Have you heard of one-on-one or group battles?" They would then regale her with tales of Zhou Ming's exploits. The third step involved asserting, "I am Zhou Ming," and employing flowery language to win her trust. Ultimately, they would arrange a meeting, knowing that no one truly knew what Zhou Ming looked like. These Na'vi girls genuinely believed love had come to them, and that it was with the legendary Zhou Ming. Thus, they fell head over heels, never to return, and afterwards, Zhou Ming vanished, leaving everyone to spread tales of how he was scoundrel, a beast in human guise, a villain of the worst kind. With so many girls before me voicing their thoughts, Qingjie finally grasped the entire situation. Yet these girls remained oblivious, each convinced that the other had been deceived, each believing that their own encounter had been with the true Zhou Ming. Qingjie cleared her throat, signaling for silence. As all eyes turned towards her, I marveled once more at the adage that one woman is worth 500 ducks. Qingjie asked, "Do you all still remember the phone number Zhou Ming used to call you?" The girls unanimously affirmed they remembered, and they began to recite numbers. As expected, the results varied wildly. Some gave landline numbers, others mobile, all different. Qingjie diligently noted these numbers, then said, "The boy sitting on the sofa is the real Zhou Ming. You've all been deceived." At this, every girl in the living room turned their gaze toward me. I had grown bored, absent-mindedly digging my nose, and when they looked at me, I found my fingers still in my nostril, wishing fervently that I could sever my hand. "He is Zhou Ming? Impossible. Although he is slightly more handsome than the Zhou Ming I have encountered, it is simply beyond my comprehension to accept this as the truth. Just look at him. He is as thin as a twig. How could he possibly contend with the four great kings?" The girls began to chatter once more, and I found my index finger idly resting in my nostril, completely unnoticed by anyone. I quietly withdrew my finger, waiting for Qingjie to take the next step. Qingjie offered an apologetic glance, to which I shrugged nonchalantly. The girls continued their animated discussion, and Qingjie approached me, asking if I intended to expose these imposters. With those phone numbers in hand, enlisting Xiao Yu's assistance would surely yield results. Given Xiao Yu's profession, it would indeed be a trivial matter to investigate a few phone numbers. However, even if we succeeded, what would be the point? Will we parade them through the streets? From the current situation, it seemed that one child, with a mischievous spirit, had initially impersonated me. To my surprise, he succeeded and, after boasting to his friends, they began to mimic him, leading to a chain reaction that resulted in Zhou Ming's name being everywhere. Is this the curse of fame? I shook my head and sighed. However, there couldn't possibly be many Zhou Mings affiliated with the Sanlang Hui. Could there? With this thought, I inquired, "Have you heard of the Sanlang Hui?" Yet the girls' voices were too loud, drowning mine like a stream flowing into an ocean. I tapped the table, cleared my throat, and raised my voice, "Ladies, have you heard of the Sanlang Hui?" The living room finally fell silent, and the girls looked at me, bewildered, claiming they had never heard of it. Seeing me deep in thought, they ceased their chatter and stared at me. Convincing them that I am the genuine Zhou Ming would likely be an arduous task, yet I had no time to dwell on their disbelief. As my mind raced, it appeared that the Sanlang Hui was newly established, hence their unfamiliarity. However, this leader, Zhou Ming, surely had not engaged in any immoral activities. Otherwise, he would have boasted of such an identity while courting girls. Nevertheless, the girls in this living room were merely a fraction of those deceived. I cannot guarantee that other girls had not encountered this so-called leader of the Sanlang Hui. The more I pondered, the greater my headache became. Meanwhile, Qingjie was tirelessly explaining the situation to the girls, expending a considerable amount of energy and saliva, and ultimately, After I produced my ID and recounted the details of my confrontation with the four great kings, the girls finally believed that I was the true Zhou Ming. Their expressions turned somber, devoid of the earlier spark. I informed them that I was currently studying at the municipal First High School and had no time to engage in such scandalous affairs in X County. Most importantly, I already had a girl I liked. As I uttered this, Qin Jie looked at me with a smile. But I swore to heaven, perhaps I was merely convincing myself, that I was truly thinking of Chu Tingting. As the girls dispersed, Qin Jie repeatedly urged them to spread the truth about the fake Zhou Ming, to prevent more girls from falling victim. Soon, only Qin Jie and I remained in the living room. I remarked, how could they possibly go around telling others that they encountered a fake Zhou Ming and were deceived? Qin Jie responded, what can we do? By the way, what was it you mentioned about the Sanlang Hui? I recounted the bizarre events of the previous night to Qin Jie. She exclaimed in astonishment, I can't believe someone is using your name for such debauchery. And now they want to act like a crime lord. I helplessly expressed, who knows that the real Zhou Ming cannot even find a girlfriend and is bullied wherever he goes. Qin Jie chuckled, and after chatting for a while, I inquired about Xiaoyu. She informed me that Xiaoyu was quite busy with work and had returned to the city, providing me with a phone number should I need to reach him. In an era where pagers were ubiquitous, very few could afford a mobile phone, and I marveled at this before discussing our next course of action with Qin Jie. Those girls would likely not fall for such lowbrow tricks again. Yet that did not mean they would agree to be used as cautionary tales to warn others against such paths. After much deliberation, we devised a rather simplistic plan to write a notice and post it in every bulletin board throughout X County, stating that the genuine Zhou Ming was a person of high ideals, seeking a tranquil life, and would never initiate contact with any girl, nor would he form any gangs. Any attempts to woo girls or act as a leader under his name were fraudulent. However, after drafting it, Qin Jie opposed the wording. She argued that such a description would only incite admiration among boys and girls, making them more susceptible to being misled by those with ill intentions. Thus, she crossed out the poetic phrases and replaced them with a less flattering description. Cross-eyed with severe myopia, a bulbous nose with unkempt nasal hair, sausage-like lips revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, covered in acne with a short stature and a strong body odor. I protested. Isn't that just giving those with such features an opportunity? Qin Jie shot me a disdainful glance. Rest assured, the younger girls have their idols before knowing your characteristics. They would have fantasized about you as Lu Dehua in their dreams. Now that they have a concrete image, you will forever be relegated to the toilet. Yet, I remained reluctant. While I disliked others using my name to pursue girls, if I truly could not find a girlfriend, I might as well choose from among those admirers. Of course, I did not voice this thought to Qin Jie. I merely expressed my dissent. In the end, we reached a compromise, stating only that the genuine Zhou Ming was studying at the municipal First High School and had no time to stir up trouble in X County. Once completed, we went downstairs to a copy shop to print the notices. The young woman at the copy shop looked at me with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, "Are you the Zhou Ming who can take on multiple opponents?" I quickly denied it, explaining that this was a task commissioned by him. After printing several copies, when it came time to pay, the young woman insisted it was her honor to assist Zhou Ming. I felt a surge of pride, while Qin Jie shot me a look of disdain. X County was not large, yet it allowed someone of my caliber to achieve overnight fame. Though it brought some complications, it also filled me with joy and pride. After all, vanity is a trait inherent to all. Qin Jie and I posted the notices at various community entrances, market entrances, and cultural centers. Once the task was accomplished, we headed to the detention center. With Qin Jie's help, we finally clarified the situation. Jean Ren and Jean E shook my hand, stating, "Brother, I knew you weren't that kind of person. I thought to myself, just as I said yesterday, a man can be a bit of a rogue, but he must take responsibility." Though the flower-picking incident had found resolution and an effective response plan, I was certain it would soon spread through the streets. However, the Sanlang Hui still remained a mystery. From the outset, I had a strong aversion to these gang-like delinquents, and now someone was using my name while inciting children to steal from stores, an act far worse than that of a flower thief. As I exited the detention center, night had fallen. This day had been both absurd and laughable, a true mix of emotions. My mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Sanlang Hui, while Qin Jie assumed I was still brooding over the flower thief incident and continuously offered words of comfort. Little did she know, I longed to ask a few girls out, though I lacked the courage to do so. As we parted ways, Qin Jie assured me not to worry about the Sanlang Hui, promising to inform Xiao Yu. With Xiao Yu's identity and intellect, investigating the Sanlang Hui would indeed be a straightforward task. I nodded in appreciation, still without a clue, and recalled that there was only one day left of the holiday. I had yet to visit Uncle Chow, so I decided to spend all I had on a few bottles of inferior liquor. Upon arriving at Uncle Chow's residence, I knocked on the door persistently, thinking no one was home and preparing to leave when, unexpectedly, the door swung open. Uncle Chow's aged visage appeared before me, yet there were faint scratches etched upon his face. Peering inside, I noticed his rather portly wife, resembling a fierce tigress, seated angrily upon the sofa. Suddenly, the circumstances became clear to me. Even a formidable champion of one-on-one confrontations has his unavoidable adversaries. Mingming, what brings you here? Uncle Chow forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Uncle, I brought you a few bottles of wine. I shook the bottles in my hand, and his furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Ah, Mingming, such filial piety. To my astonishment, Uncle Chow's wife lunged forward, snatching the bottles from me and hurling them outside, where they shattered upon the ground. Look at what you've become. Still drinking. Her corpulent form obstructed the space between Uncle Chow and myself, effectively concealing him. I stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Have you lost your mind? Uncle Chow pulled his wife back. Why are you getting angry like a child? He then ushered me outside, where we gazed at the shattered glass, sighed, and with a stomp of his foot, he led me down the stairs. Shunya Chow, once you step out that door, do not return. His wife's voice echoed in desperation. The night breeze swept by as I regarded this elderly gentleman beside me. Perhaps it was unfair to describe him as a relic of time, considering he was merely a few years older than my father. Yet, he appeared significantly older. Mingming, have you eaten? No, I shook my head. Do you have any money on you? No, I shook my head once more. Uncle Chow sighed. Then let's have it on credit. Uncle, why not come to my home for a meal? My parents would be delighted to welcome you. Uncle Chow shook his head stubbornly, continuing to walk ahead. I remained silent, trailing behind him, feeling a sense of desolation akin to autumn leaves drifting in the wind. Once celebrated figures from 2 decades past, one could see how glorious Shanghai had become, while Uncle Chow had fallen into despair, an undeniable contrast. Upon reaching a dilapidated eatery, Uncle Chow glanced at the sign before leading me inside. If Shanghai were to pass by such a place, he would likely not even spare to glance. The establishment was minuscule, furnished with merely 2 square tables, yet it was impeccably clean and elegant. A stout, middle-aged man emerged to greet us. Brother Chow, their hands clasped together firmly. I must trouble you again. Uncle Chow's voice trembled slightly. What are you saying? The portly man embraced Uncle Chow's shoulders as though they were brothers reunited after a long separation. Upon turning, he noticed me and grinned broadly, reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Ah, it's you. At that moment, I recognized him as the butcher I had seen with Uncle Chow at the tennis court. Hello, Uncle. I greeted him, recalling how Shanghai had seemed wary of him. Good, good, the burly man placed his large hand upon my shoulder, treating me as if I were his younger brother, which warmed my heart. You all take a seat. I'll go prepare some dishes. He disappeared into the kitchen while Uncle Chow and I sat on the stools, exchanging glances as our stomachs grumbled in unison. After a short while, several home-style dishes were presented before us. Uncle Chow's mouth watered as he eagerly grabbed a piece of tofu, only to exclaim, hot, hot, as he waved his hands to cool it down, unwilling to spit it out, creating a rather comical scene. One cannot rush to eat steaming tofu. Uncle Chow laughed heartily, and the butcher handed me a pair of chopsticks. Child, do try my cooking. I nodded, accepting the chopsticks, took a piece of tofu, blew on it, and tasted it. Delicious. It was truly the best tofu I had ever savored. Of course, with your culinary skills, how many beauties in County X wish to marry you back in the day? Uncle Chow finally managed to swallow the piece of tofu. I also addressed him as Uncle Kue, and after sampling all the dishes, gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Kue, your skills are exceptional. Ha ha. Uncle Kue's body shook with laughter, causing the table to wobble. Uncle Chow quickly steadied it. Old Kue, take it easy. Uncle Kue adjusted his chair, ensuring he wouldn't bump into the table. What has to worry? If it tips over, I'll just cook a few more dishes. Both Uncle Chow and Uncle Kue appeared to be enjoying themselves, and after a few drinks, Uncle Chow began to boast. The President of the United States? Nonsense. One day, I'll throw a brick and knock him out. Indet, unklequi interiectet. Our national soccer team is pathetically weak. They not only play poorly, but can't even fight. Absolutely. Uncle Chow continued, if I were the Secretary General of the United Nations. Indeed. Uncle Kuei responded with a nonchalant agreement, indicative of his accustomed acquiescence to Uncle Chow's ramblings. I found myself in stitches, unable to contain my laughter. Don't laugh. I'm being serious. Uncle Chow frowned. I mimicked Uncle Kuei's tone indeed. Uncle Kuei looked at me in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe how quickly I had learned. Seizing the opportunity, while Uncle Chow was occupied with his drink, I flashed a V sign at Uncle Kuei, a playful gesture. He and I exchanged knowing smiles. Uncle Kuei's restaurant, unfortunately, seemed to be struggling. We listened to Uncle Chow's boast for over an hour without a single customer entering. It was a pity for such culinary talent to go unnoticed. However, if I were to pass by, I might not have chosen to enter either. Uncle Chow picked up a piece of tofu and exclaimed, such a delicacy should only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to encounter such a taste on earth. Just then, a chilling voice drifted in from outside. The expressions on Uncle Chow and Uncle Kuei's faces instantly changed. A tall, lean figure pushed the door open and entered. It was none other than Xiaohai, the pinnacle of power in County X, and the father of Maoyong. Xiaohai carried a leather suitcase, stepping inside with a cold gaze sweeping over the room, pausing briefly on me before settling on Uncle Chow directly across from him. Uncle Chow, understanding the gravity of the situation, instructed, Ming, you should go to the kitchen for a moment. I nodded, retreated to the kitchen, and as I was about to close the door, I noticed Xiaohai taking the seat I had just vacated. My curiosity piqued. What could Xiaohai possibly want in Uncle Kuei's humble eatery at this hour? I left the door slightly ajar, enough to peer through and observe the three of them. Xiaohai set his suitcase aside and rubbed his hands together, eyeing the dishes on the table. Brother Kuei, pass me a pair of chopsticks. It's been a while since I've tasted your cooking. Uncle Kuei, with his back to me, remained silent, his voice cold as ice. My food is meant for people, not for beasts. Be it man or beast, Xiaohai replied, rising as if familiar with the place, grabbing a pair of chopsticks for himself, and sitting back down to pop a piece of tofu into his mouth. Despite the food being cold by now, Xiaohai savored it, praising excellent culinary skills. Uncle Chow and Uncle Kuei remained unusually silent, seemingly biding their time for Xiaohai to speak. Xiaohai chewed slowly, taking over a minute to finish a single piece of tofu before saying, Brother Kuei, your restaurant could use some renovations. Your skills are excellent, but without patrons, what a waste. Speak plainly or get out. Uncle Kuei's tone remained icy. Xiaohai ignored him, pouring a glass of low-quality liquor for Uncle Chow. Brother Chow, considering your status, it's a disgrace for you to drink this. Speak plainly or get out. Uncle Chow echoed Uncle Kuei's words. Xiaohai stood leisurely, clearing the remnants of food from the table, then picked up the suitcase he had placed on the floor. With a dramatic flourish, he dumped its contents onto the table, an abundance of brand-new banknotes. As I witnessed the pile of money from the kitchen, my heart raced, nearly leaping into my throat. I had never seen so much money in my life. How much could it be? 200,000? 300,000? Or perhaps even more? With this money, Xiaohai said leisurely, Brother Chow can drink whatever he desires from now on, and sister-in-law will no longer trouble you every day. He glanced at Uncle Chow's scarred face, revealing a hint of a smile. As for Brother Kuei, he could open a restaurant much larger than the current one, and with your skills, earning a fortune daily would not be an issue. Xiaohai looked at Uncle Kuei with a sincere expression. A wealthy beast remains a beast at heart. Suddenly, Uncle Kuei stood up, his towering figure emanating a formidable aura, as if a mighty army were charging forth. Even while standing in the kitchen, I felt my legs tremble. It seemed that Uncle Kuei was about to take a butcher's knife and butcher Xiaohai without mercy. To my surprise, Xiaohai did not react with anger or fear. He continued, My business is expanding rapidly, yet today's youth are reckless, with none of them capable of satisfying me. Although I have a shrimp helping me, it is still not enough. Xiaohai paused. The minor grievances we once had as brothers need not be held on forever, right? I genuinely wish for us brothers to make money together. X County will always be ours. Take your filthy money and get lost. Uncle Chow, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. At this point, Xiaohai's expression finally shifted. Brother Chow, I respect you for your abilities and because you were once my elder brother. But do not rely on your seniority. With my current capabilities, dealing with you is more than sufficient. Oh, Uncle Chow raised an eyebrow, seemingly looking down on Xiao Hai. With your band of misfits? I wouldn't fear 10 or 8 of them. Huh, Xiao Hai scoffed. You truly are a stubborn old fool. It's time to cast aside that archaic mindset. In this era, who still relies solely on brute strength, with money, one can outplay you. Uncle Chow fell silent, seemingly conceding to Xiao Hai's words. No matter how rich you are merely a newly wealthy upstart. Uncle Kuei pointed at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai lightly brushed aside Uncle Kuei's hand, disdainfully saying, Brother K, your notorious temper is unlikely to change anytime soon. In contrast, fifth brother knows to choose a good tree to perch upon. Clapping his hands, a monk clad in ragged robes entered, palms together, holding prayer beads. Uncle Chow looked at the monk in astonishment. Although I could not see Uncle Kuei's expression, it must have been similar. Old Five, why are you with him? Uncle Chow stood up, approached the monk, placing his hands on his shoulders, and asked with concern, Did Xiao Hai threaten you in any way? Speak up. I will support you. The monk shook his head, a sorrowful expression on his face. Brother Chow, forgive me. I can no longer endure the days of hunger. Uncle Kuei suddenly stood up, taking 2 steps forward. Old Five, if you are starving, come to me. I'll provide you with meals every day. But how can you associate with this beast? Have you forgotten that when you were imprisoned, this scoundrel forcibly took your fiancée, E? The monk trembled, closing his eyes, seemingly unwilling to recall those painful memories. Women, as long as there is money, one can have as many as one desires. Xiao Hai also stood up, looking at the 3. As long as you are willing to work with me, we brothers will remain loyal as before. Do not utter those 4 words. You do not deserve to. Uncle Kuei suddenly exploded in rage, turning around and throwing a punch at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai stepped back 2 paces, a trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. He smiled, extending his tongue to lick the blood. It has been many years since anyone has hit me like that. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from outside, kicking towards Uncle Kuei's lower back. Uncle Kuei caught off guard, stumbled, and fell to the ground with a thud. The newcomer attempted to strike again, but Uncle Kuei rolled over and began to fight back. Only then did I realize it was Big Head. This fellow wore a wicked grin, seemingly relishing the close combat. In an instant, they exchanged more than a dozen blows. Uncle Chow's past Uncle Kuei gradually grew weary, retreating step by step until his back pressed against the kitchen door. Enough, Big Head! Xiao Hai called out. Big Head halted, swiftly retreating to stand beside Xiao Hai. Only then could I clearly see his face, his left eye swollen like a panda, surrounded by a dark bruise, with blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Yet, despite this, Big Head wore a foolish grin, seemingly satisfied with the fight. Uncle Kuei leaned against the kitchen door, slowly descending, his heavy breaths audible. Uncle Chow approached. Old Kuei, are you all right? Is it serious? Uncle Kuei shook his head. Do not worry. This minor injury is bearable. Big Head rubbed his fist. Brother Hai, you truly are worthy of the comrades who fought alongside you to carve out this territory. You still have some skills. You are mistaken, Xiao Hai corrected Big Head. It is not they who follow me, but rather I who followed them. Seemingly having rested enough, Uncle Kuei swayed as he stood up. Hai Zi, you should leave. You must know that we will never forgive you. He then turned to the monk. Old Five, a dog cannot change its nature. One day, you will find that he has devoured every last bone. The monk remained silent, still with closed eyes, holding his prayer beads, muttering incantations. Xiao Hai laughed heartily. Old Kuei, you may not care about yourself, but do you not care about your daughter, who is still in high school? Uncle Kuei took a few steps forward, pointing at Xiao Hai. If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will not let you off. Xiao Hai shook his head. Brother Kuei, you are underestimating me. What I mean is, you live such a dismal life. Should your daughter also suffer alongside you? Uncle Kuei was rendered speechless, frozen in place. Xiao Hai seemed to have grasped Uncle Kuei's weakness, continuing, Honestly, Brother Kuei, I see your beautiful daughter, who should be enjoying her glorious youth. Yet look at her now, living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, with not even a decent new outfit to wear. It pains me for the child. At this, the small restaurant fell into a profound silence. Xiao Hai looked around and continued, appealing to their emotions with reason. We are all rough men, naturally suited for this line of work. Yet we are forced to become laborers, butchers, monks, and vegetable sellers. Only fourth brother has managed to achieve something, securing a position in the government, dressing impeccably every day. As Xiao Hai spoke, I recalled the day at the tennis court when a man dressed in a suit and tie, polished and refined, had come with Uncle Chow. He must have been the fourth brother Xiao Hai mentioned. While I pondered their tangled relationships, a clear female voice interrupted. Uncle Hai, have you said enough? You may leave now. The voice came from directly behind me. Turning around, I saw a tall, beautiful girl walking past me, opening the door, and stepping outside. I was taken aback, unaware of how long she had been standing behind me. I must have been too focused on the situation in the restaurant. Looking around, I noticed a door at an angle behind me, presumably leading to a bedroom, from which this enchanting girl had emerged. The girl approached Uncle Kuei, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and gently wiped the blood from his face. Dad, you got into a fight again. Her eyes filled with reproach. Uncle Kuei chuckled sheepishly, just exercising my fists a little. So this is Uncle Kuei's daughter. I examined her closely. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin as fair as snow, her demeanor proud, resembling a goddess descending from the Tian Shan Mountains. While her appearance might not rival that of Qin Jia, she stands on par with Li Sijia and Chu Tingting. However, her almost pristine aura surpasses even that of Chu Tingting, evoking no trace of impurity in one's thoughts. It is as if she has stepped out from a painting. The only lament is that her clothing is quite old and ill-fitting, reminiscent of styles from years past. Yet, it is precisely this that renders her beauty the most natural and authentic. It is Han Bing. Xiao Hai, unexpectedly shedding his previously frosty demeanor, smiled brightly. When do you start school? In a few days, Han Bing replied, her gaze averted from Xiao Hai. Busy de Xiao Hai, da tu wore a dazed expression. Fixated on Han Bing, as if entranced. Have you saved enough for tuition? If not, Uncle Hai can cover it for you, Xiao Hai remarked, undeterred by Han Bing's coldness. No need. I've been working over the summer, Han Bing replied, maintaining her frosty demeanor, truly living up to her name. Her chill seemed innate, evoking no discomfort, as if such a girl were destined to wear a perpetually icy expression. Bing, you've suffered. Uncle Kuei's large hand caressed Han Bing's face, his voice laced with guilt. Dad, you've done enough. Han Bing grasped Uncle Kuei's hand firmly, her eyes filled with resolve. Sorry, Dad. Uncle Kuei's voice quivered slightly. Han Bing shook her head, finally turning to Xiao Hai. Uncle Hai, you've already caused enough suffering for our family. I dare not ask for anything more. I only hope you keep your distance from us. Consider this a plea from your niece. Xiao Hai sighed, seemingly reluctant to see Han Bing in pain. Kuei-gu, think it over, if only for your daughter. Fifth brother, let us go. With that, he turned to leave, the monk following closely behind, murmuring something as they exited. Yet the two lingered, his gaze still fixed on Han Bing, his posture awkward as he slowly approached her. May I have your phone number? At this, both Uncle Chow and Uncle Kuei were taken aback. Han Bing, however, seemed unperturbed. Casting a cold glance at the two, you've beaten my father to this extent, and you still want my number? The two, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head, rubbing his palms together, his face flushed. Your dad is formidable. I admire him. I respect anyone who can fight. Han Bing sighed. You don't appear to be a bad person. Why follow someone like Xiao Hai? The two abruptly lifted his head. Brother, Hai has done me a favor. Han Bing ignored him, helping Uncle Kuei to sit on a stool. She then retrieved some iodine and gauze from the bedroom, adeptly tending to Uncle Kuei's wounds. Only then did Uncle Kuei react, glaring at the two. Why aren't you leaving? The two nodded, casting a lingering, tender glance at Han Bing before finally departing. Once Xiao Hai and the others had left, I emerged from the kitchen. Han Bing glanced at me and then asked Uncle Kuei, Dad, who is that boy? I stood behind him for quite some time, and he didn't even notice. Uncle Kuei chuckled, a rather decent lad, brought by your Uncle Chow. This boy is quite extraordinary, he thrashed Ma Liang, leaving Xiao Hai with no recourse. Uncle Kuei seemed to speak more freely when addressing his daughter. Han Bing appeared to have an epiphany. Oh, your name is Zhou Ming, right? Uncle Chow approached, playfully patting my shoulder. Seems you're quite famous. I scratched my head shyly, attributing it to the smallness of X County and the fact that I had fought Xiao Hai's son. Word had spread rapidly, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Uncle Kuei suddenly slammed his hand on the table. I never imagined Lao Wu would follow him. These years, Lao Wu has had it tougher than us. Ever since Wei Wei got involved with Xiao Hai, he has been despondent, even becoming a monk. For some reason, I felt Lao Wu's actions might have been motivated by a desire to see Wei Wei. Uncle Chow lit a cigarette, gazing out the door, speaking slowly. This Wei Wei must be the monk's fiancé they mentioned earlier. I pondered if what Uncle Chow said was true. Then the monk working with Xiao Hai was indeed driven by a longing for Wei Wei. He was truly infatuated. Uncle Kuei nodded, seemingly agreeing with Uncle Chow's perspective. After all these years, Lao Wu still hasn't seen through the worldly illusions. Who among us can truly see through such illusions? Uncle Chow exhaled a plume of smoke, eyeing the pile of money on the table. Xiao Hai left it here to tempt us. Does he think he can buy us off with this money? Uncle Kuei scoffed. The amount he took from us back then wouldn't even be a fraction of this. Unable to contain myself any longer, I asked Uncle Chow, Uncle K, what grievances do you have with Xiao Hai? Could you share them with me? Han Bing echoed, yes. Over the years, every time you mention Xiao Hai's name, it's with such loathing that it makes my teeth itch. I know you're in this state because of him, but I've never heard you recount the details. Uncle Chow knocked the ash off his cigarette, his gaze distant and profound, his pupils narrowing as if lost in distant memories. After a long silence, Uncle Kuei finally said, Chow go, you should tell them. Uncle Chow nodded, lighting another cigarette as the previous one burned down to the filter, the blue smoke curling upwards. His somewhat hoarse voice resonated within the confines of the small diner. It was in the 1970s, and we were all quite young. Uncle Chow suddenly rose, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one go. Before continuing, there were 6 of us at the Guandi Temple on the back mountain of Lujia village. We swore brotherhood over blood. I felt a surge of excitement. Uncle, I too swore brotherhood there with Jean Ren and Jeannie. Uncle Chow nodded. I was the eldest, and my strikes were the hardest, so everyone respected me, calling me Big Brother. He gestured towards Uncle Kuei. Your Uncle Kuei is the second brother, the most loyal among us. Uncle Chow continued. The third in line was that fellow from the tennis court, dressed like a farmer. He now sells vegetables at the market in X County. He is from Lujia village, and he was the one who suggested we swear brotherhood at the Guandi Temple. He shared some tales about his village and the legends of the temple, but due to time constraints, I won't delve into them today. I nodded. I've heard that story. Jean Rin told me. The people from their village are generally quite devout. Uncle Chow affirmed that is their belief. I continued. The fourth in line, nicknamed Monkey, was the one in a suit and tie last time. He is quite clever and resourceful, and he has made his way into government. It's precisely because of this that Xiao Hai dares not act recklessly towards us. The fifth is that monk from earlier. He and your Uncle Kuei have been friends since childhood. He is a bit timid, but knows a thing or two about yin and yang, always speaking in riddles. However, what makes him enviable is that he has a childhood betrothal to a girl named Wei Wei, who is stunningly beautiful and the dream girl of every man in X County. Uncle Chow closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about Wei Wei's beauty. Han Bing shook Uncle Kuei's leg. Dad, were you secretly in love with Wei Wei too? Uncle Kuei appeared to blush, repeatedly waving his hands. How could that be? I love only your mother. Besides, she is Lao Wu's fiancé. Even if I were a scoundrel, I wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts. As he spoke, Uncle Kuei seemed to recall Xiao Hai, clenching his fists in frustration. Lao Lu. Uncle Chow finally named Xiao Hai. He is the youngest, very articulate and resourceful, always calling everyone brother and endearing himself to us. This sixth brother was once the most cherished among our group. Regardless of the circumstances, we enveloped him, surrounded him, and bore the burden. The past grievances and entanglements are but echoes of bygone days. When the name Xiao Hai was mentioned, I sensed a palpable tension among those present, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with unease. There was also a seventh sister, the fiancée of Lao Wu, who had always trailed behind us, leading us to include her in our brotherhood ceremony. However, as our actions grew increasingly reckless, we worried that her presence would hinder her, and we endeavored to keep her from joining us. This led to a prolonged period of resentment from her. In the vicinity of County X and El Jiatsuan, we reigned supreme, becoming notorious far and wide. When Uncle Chow recounted this, a hint of pride colored his expression, as if he were transported back to the days of youthful vigor. No one could match our prowess. Within our group, there were those skilled in combat, others adept at making money, and some who possessed both courage and cunning. At this point, Uncle Chow paused, noting that the embodiment of courage and cunning was Xiao Hai. Yet, at that tender age of 17 or 18, We were reluctant to involve him in our risky ventures, relegating him to the role of lookout during our misdeeds. As for the nature of those deeds, Uncle Chow remained silent, and I refrained from probing further. During that time, a wave of tomb raiding swept through, with rumors circulating about significant discoveries and fortunes amassed through such exploits, igniting our own desires. It was the early 1980s, and we emulated others by conducting our own explorations. Yet our efforts yielded naught, merely unearthing the graves of ordinary folk without any rewards. We were all impoverished, struggling for means, resorting to petty theft, even for drinks. One fateful evening, while drinking, Lao Wu inadvertently remarked that treasures could indeed be found in El Jiazuan. This revelation sent a jolt through us, and we urged him to elaborate. He seemed to awaken, but when pressed, he merely claimed to be inebriated and talking nonsense. Frustrated, I resorted to unsavory tactics, forcing Lao Wu's head into a latrine until he relented and divulged the story behind the treasure. Though Lao Wu was not originally from El Jiazuan, his betrothal to the local girl, Wei Wei, made him claim allegiance to our village. The treasure, he hinted, had deep roots in El Jiazuan's lore. Legend spoke of a heroic figure surnamed El, who, in centuries past, rallied 10 valiant brothers to quell rampant banditry, subsequently burying vast riches. This tale had endured for hundreds of years, with many seeking its truth, yet all returned empty-handed. Over time, it became regarded as mere folklore, and the fervor to unearth it waned. In his drunken state, Lao Wu inadvertently recounted the tale, initially as a jest, but upon witnessing our earnestness, he feared leading us astray and fell silent. My stubbornness compelled him to speak, ultimately leading to dire consequences. After hearing the story, I maintained that such legends must hold a kernel of truth, and my conviction ignited excitement among us, spurring us to action. We hypothesized that the so-called treasure was likely comprised of ancient artifacts, and thus reasoned that locating the grave of the heroic El would yield our fortune. However, during that era, cultural relics were national property, and tomb raiding was met with severe crackdowns. Our youthful audacity spurred us to proceed without fear. Though the details of our undertaking need not be reiterated, fortune smiled upon us, and after several months of turmoil, we indeed stumbled upon a cache. We could hardly believe our eyes as we unearthed seemingly worthless dishes and vases, only to learn from experts that they were invaluable treasures. Uncle Chow gasped at the memory of hearing those words, which filled us with elation, yet we understood the need for discretion. Alas, news slipped through the cracks, attracting both criminal and lawful pursuits. We were unperturbed by the former, as we were already known for our ruthlessness. However, the latter posed a greater threat, as they could legally apprehend us and claim our findings. We found ourselves in a state of constant evasion, akin to hunted animals, until we devised a plan we believed infallible, to split the treasure into 2 parts. One portion would be surrendered to the authorities by the 5 of us, while the other would be entrusted to the youngest, Xiao Hai, for safekeeping. We rehearsed our story, asserting that Xiao Hai had no involvement in our misdeeds. Our vet led us to trust this 6th brother, who proved to be a master of disguise, manipulating us older siblings with ease. In hindsight, it was Xiao Hai who first proposed this scheme, given his youth, making his non-involvement plausible. During that time, our bonds of brotherhood were sacred, and we never entertained the thought that one of our own would betray us. Based on precedents from similar tomb raiding cases, we assumed a few years of imprisonment would suffice, prompting us to surrender. To our shock, the court opted for cumulative sentencing, dredging up numerous past offenses, including theft, robbery, and rioting. I received the harshest sentence of 10 years, while Monkey was sentenced to 8. The subsequent events unfolded as you might expect. During our incarceration, Xiao Hai exploited the wealth we had unearthed to expand his own influence, even marrying the 7th sister. By the time we were released, the world had transformed, and we found ourselves unable to contend with Xiao Hai's newfound power. The most affected was Lao Wu, who, in despair, retreated into monastic life. Later, a confidant informed us that it was Xiao Hai who had leaked information to both the criminal underworld and law enforcement, ultimately testifying against us in court. To be candid, had we been the men we once were, we would have confronted Xiao Hai without hesitation, willing to go down together. However, the long years in prison had dulled our edges and instilled a sense of timidity. We became cautious, indecisive, and fearful. Yet, our pride remained intact, and our hearts still retained the fervor of the 1970s. Thus, even when Shanghai offered monetary compensation, we resolutely declined. At this juncture, Uncle Chow wore a look of pride, akin to a dragon ensnared in shallow waters, disdainful of mingling with mere fish and shrimp. Shanghai's intentions were clear. He sought to enlist our loyalty and service. I am grateful that my band of brothers are all tough individuals, preferring to endure hunger rather than accept even a morsel of charity from Shanghai. However, after spending such a lengthy time in prison, what can we do upon our release? Due to my notoriety, I received substantial support from the government and became an ordinary worker at the coking plant. A journalist even crafted a feature article about me, portraying me as the former champion of one-on-one battles turned labor model. But it was merely an attempt to gloss over the harsh realities. Uncle Chow wore a face of disdain. Meanwhile, old Kuei, utilizing his well-honed skills accumulated over the years, opened a modest eatery that sustains him. He is blessed with a docile and obedient daughter, which even I envy. Han Bing shyly smiled, resting her head on Uncle Kuei's lap. I pondered why Uncle Kuei's wife was not mentioned. It has been so long since I last saw her. Had she perhaps passed away? The others had their own paths. The third brother still tended a few acres in El Jia village and resorted to selling vegetables. The fourth brother fared the best. Although not in a prominent position, he nonetheless found employment within the government, far better off than the rest of us. The fifth brother endured the greatest suffering. After becoming a monk, he could think only of Wei Wei, believing himself to be morally unclean. He constructed a simple hut atop Zhou Wang Mountain, reciting scriptures and chanting daily. Yet, without any source of income, how does he manage to eat and drink? Uncle Chow sighed heavily. When we moved in, the area from the cultural palace to the basketball court was still filled with cornfields. From the office building to the shopping mall, it was all orchards. Uncle Chow suddenly spoke with a forlorn expression. I never expected him to conclude this tale with such a statement. However, upon careful reflection, a profound sorrow emerged. As golden cornfields transformed into towering skyscrapers, the once limitless orchards morphed into bustling shopping centers. And the once dominant heroes of the underworld, upon their return, could not escape the fate of crawling through this world to merely survive. After the story concluded, we remained silent for a long time, submerged in the depths of this tale, filled with grievances and vendettas. It was not until nearly dawn that Uncle Chow uttered the words to disperse. Only then did we return to our homes. Upon arriving, my parents asked no questions. I slept restlessly through the night, feeling as though I had been transported back to that simpler era, galloping through vast orchards alongside Uncle Chow and the others. I was uncertain if the notice I posted had any effect. After all, only a day had passed. Was there still a chance to redeem my reputation in the hearts of those young ladies? Yet, at this moment, I seemed indifferent to the matter. Perhaps because Qin Jie, Jean Run, and Jean, he had already learned the truth, which sufficed for me. Early the next morning, I wandered the streets for quite some time, determined to find traces of the Sanlangui, hoping to encounter those two children, one tall and one short, but to no avail. Reluctantly, I returned home, placing my hopes on the little rookie police officer, Xiaoyu. Since there was a study session on Sunday evening, I packed my belongings and returned to school around 3 in the afternoon. Upon reaching the dormitory, I was surprised to find myself the first to arrive. After resting on my bed for a while, everyone else gradually came in, except for Qian Kuai Lai. After 2 days apart, we had much to discuss, filled with laughter. However, when it came time for evening study, Qian Kuai Lai still had not arrived. The Sunday evening study session was of utmost importance to the homeroom teacher, as it directly impacted attendance rates the following day and, consequently, his bonuses. He had been waiting by the door, and when all the students had arrived, yet Qian Kuai Lai still was not there, the teacher casually inquired who was from the same area as him. A student timidly raised their hand. Did you not come with him? The teacher, with a kind expression, likely intended to leave a good impression on the students. He said he would arrive later. Oh. The teacher appeared relieved, perhaps believing that as long as he showed up, it would suffice. Suddenly, Li Sijia, seated several rows away from me, winked. I was taken aback as a small note was passed to me. I was no stranger to such notes. When I shared a desk with Qin Jie, we would secretly write notes to each other during class, always concluding with a reminder to pay attention. Yet during the next class, Qin Jie would still present me with new notes, asking whether her dress looked nice today. But receiving Li Sijia's note felt altogether different. Eagerly opening it, I read, "I haven't seen you in days. How have you been?" I smiled faintly. It felt wonderful to be cared for. I replied, "I am well. My life is always vibrant." I was not lying. After hearing Uncle Chow's story, I felt significantly more mature than my peers, as if I had personally experienced those events. A short while later, another note from Li Sijia arrived. "Don't leave after study. Meet me at the playground." My heart raced at this message. I glanced at Lu Xing, then at Chu Tingting and Song Ying. They were engrossed in their books, seemingly unaware of my note exchange with Li Sijia. Would this meeting at the playground be just the two of us, or would they join as well? As I contemplated this, I discreetly tore the note into pieces and glanced at Li Sijia. She was looking at me, her hair cascading down as she winked. A jolt of electricity coursed through me. This enchanting girl, was this a stroke of fortune? My luck with romance seemed to be thriving lately. But she was a girlfriend of Lao too. Unless I wished to sabotage my standing at the school, I should not pursue Li Sijia. I shuddered at the thought. Perhaps Lu Xing and the others would accompany us? That seemed likely, right? Surely, there was something they wished to share with me. Otherwise, how would they explain a private rendezvous with Li Sijia? With this reasoning, I felt a sense of relief, realizing I had been overthinking. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and Qian Kuai-Lai entered, a backpack slung over his shoulder. How absurd for a high school student to still carry a backpack. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. He was indeed carrying a bag adorned with characters from My Fair Princess. What a joke. The F4 from Meteor Garden was all the rage now. And here he was, utterly out of fashion. The homeroom teacher, who had nearly dozed off at his desk, sprang to life and sternly asked, "Why are you arriving now?" Qian Kuai-Lai replied with a hint of indignation. "The bus I needed only departs at 7. The entire class paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. The Loop bus was a commuter service for workers, with only 2 departures each day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Having operated for over a decade, it was dilapidated and slow, with the sole advantage being its fare of just 1 yuan. However, the crucial point was that riding other buses only cost an extra 50 cents. The teacher was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Qian Kuai-Lai's frugality or reprimand him, ultimately allowing him to take his seat. Yet, the laughter persisted, with some teasing him, "Qian Kuai-Lai, if you wash my clothes, I'll give you 50 cents. Such degrading remarks would anger anyone. However, Qian Kuai-Lai's eyes brightened. Really? The teasing student was momentarily speechless. About that, Qian Kuai-Lai produced a crumpled, dark 5-dime coin from his pocket, still smeared with something, and handed it to the bespectacled student beside him. "This is what I owed you from the last time I bought snacks." The student accepted it in surprise. Yet before he could respond, Qian Kuai-Lai immersed himself in his studies. Regardless of how others ridiculed him, he appeared unfazed, and the class gradually quieted down. The homeroom teacher, seeing that most students had arrived, stepped out, leaving us to our own devices. However, number 1 high school is still number 1 high school. It is comprised of selected elites from various regions. A profound silence enveloped the room, as everyone immersed themselves in their studies. I too took out my chemistry book, feigning concentration for a while, yet my thoughts remained fixated on the note from Li Sijia. Was it just the two of us? Or were Lu Xing and the others included? This question lingered in my mind, and, as the class finally came to an end, Wang Chong and a few others beckoned me to return to the dormitory with them. I feigned a polite refusal, claiming I had matters to attend to, and pretended to read my book, my gaze subtly drifting towards Li Sijia. Suddenly, Chu Tingting cast me a peculiar glance, prompting me to lower my head, reciting several chemical equations in my mind. I overheard Song Ying say, "Li Sijia, Chu Tingting, shall we head back to the dormitory?" Chu Tingting zet ponde ap fi mai si. But Li Sijia interjected, "You go ahead. I need to find Lao Tu in a bit." A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Hadn't she agreed to meet me at the playground? Realization dawned on me. This was merely her excuse to dismiss Song Ying and Chu Tingting. Analyzing this, I found myself drenched in cold sweat. It would undoubtedly be a private rendezvous between us. My heart raced with a blend of exhilaration and trepidation, perhaps both emotions intertwined. As I felt an inexplicable thrill, as I listened to the girls engage in casual conversation, Song Ying and Chu Tingting prepared to leave, bidding me farewell. I responded vaguely, still focused on my chemistry book. Lu Xing inquired, "Zhou Ming, aren't you leaving?" I mumbled an excuse about finishing a few chemical formulas. They chuckled softly before departing the classroom. As Chu Tingting passed by, she discreetly tossed a crumpled piece of paper onto my desk. My heart tightened as I clutched it tightly in my hand. The classroom gradually emptied. It was indeed number 1 high school, where even after an extended evening study session, some students remained reluctant to return to their dorms. Remarkably, despite not having attended a single formal class, a few had already pre-studied several chapters. I dared not glance at Li Sijia's movements, only aware that she remained seated, engrossed in her book. I wondered if she, too, felt the gnawing anxiety that plagued me. Li Sijia sat in front of me, allowing me a view of her, while she remained oblivious to my presence. Moments later, she turned her head, flashed me a radiant smile, and silently mouthed, "Follow me in a bit." I nodded, my heart racing as if engaged in a clandestine affair. Once Li Sijia turned away, I cautiously unfolded the note that Chu Tingting had given me, revealing a delicate line of script. "Beware, she might consume you." I tore the note to shreds, feeling utterly drained, as if my very strength had been sapped. After a brief moment, Li Sijia abruptly stood up and cast a meaningful glance in my direction. It was as if I were compelled to rise in response. Li Sijia smiled and walked towards the door, with me trailing closely behind. We traversed the teaching building, passed the water room, and crossed the basketball court, yet she never glanced back. She resembled a siren, captivating my thoughts as I followed her in a daze. The expansive playground lay ahead, shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, with faint echoes of students jogging within. Li Sijia ventured deeper into the playground, her silhouette gradually enveloped by the encroaching mist. Fearing I might lose her, I quickened my pace, maintaining a few meters' distance. Upon reaching the opposite end of the playground, Li Sijia finally paused. The moon hung amidst the distant branches, and not a soul was in sight, with the air still and silent. Li Sijia turned around, her expression enigmatic. How mesmerizing she was! What manner of woman was she? I silently contemplated. "Beware, she might consume you," echoed Chu Tingting's warning in my mind like a sharp blade, piercing my heart. Yet at that moment, I cast aside all caution, unperturbed by the potential consequences, even if it led to my demise. I could not fathom why Li Sijia's allure was so potent. Perhaps I perceived a reflection of Qingjia within her, that tantalizing proximity, the ebb and flow, the elusive presence. She was like a poppy, intoxicating in her charm. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting Li Sijia's long hair momentarily before it settled back into tranquility. I stepped forward, positioning myself directly across from her. Li Sijia's hand lightly caressed my cheek, her touch icy despite the summer warmth. It seemed many girls possessed such a quality. Qingjia did, as did Chu Tingting. I closed my eyes, reveling in the cool sensation of Li Sijia's touch. A thrill of transgression surged within me. This was Lao Tu's girlfriend. My heart raced. Did Li Sijia harbor feelings for me? Yet, our interactions had been minimal. Such a beautiful girl was now gently resting her hand upon my face, and she was acknowledged as the leader among the out-of-town students, Lao Tu's girlfriend. I breathed heavily, lost in a daze, feeling as though I were ensnared in a dream. I kept my eyes shut, fearful of opening them and discovering I was merely sprawled on my dormitory bed. "You are quite special," Li Sijia murmured softly. I remained silent, aware that her invitation to this secluded spot was not merely to utter such words. "Do you have feelings for Chu Tingting?" she inquired. "It's not love, just a bit of fondness," I replied truthfully. Li Sijia laugaligli. Our proximity was so intimate that I could see her long eyelashes, soft and mesmerizing, fluttering above her electrifying gaze. We could feel each other's breath. Li Sijia's exhalation was fragrant, intoxicating me further. "Embrace me," she said gently. I mechanically opened my arms, drawing her into my embrace. The moonlight bathed us in its glow, and at that moment, I realized I had fallen for her. Was it truly this simple to love someone? I did not know. All I understood was my desire to hold her forever. Embracing Li Sijia y recallat Qingjia. Recalling that night in the inn, steeped in ambiguity, I dared not disrupt this serene atmosphere, fearing the tranquility might shatter unexpectedly. I held on to Li Sijia until my arms ached, reluctant to let go. After a while, I softly asked, "Aren't you dating Lao Tu?" "I don't love him." Li Sijia raplia nonchalantly. Yes, although I had anticipated this revelation, Hearing it from her lips felt entirely different. So what about us? I ventured cautiously. Can you compete with Lao, too? Li Sijia pulled away from my embrace, regarding me intently. I was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, I found it difficult to contend with Lao Tuesday. Nevertheless, I placed my hands on her shoulders and declared, I will strive. Li Sijia shrugged off my hands with a smile, though I detected a hint of disdain within it. I understood that she harbored little faith in my ability to rival Lao Tu, and honestly, I lacked confidence myself. Lao Tu's reputation loomed large. All the out-of-town students revered him. Rumors suggested he bore no semblance of a tyrant and treated his followers like brothers. If I were to oppose him, would it not mean standing against the entire school? Thus, her skepticism was entirely justified. Li Sijia turned her gaze towards the moonlit sky. Everyone believes that being Lao Tu's girlfriend is a fortune earned over 3 lifetimes, yet I remain indifferent. I fell silent. Being with someone one does not admire, regardless of their commendable achievements, does not equate to happiness. Li Sijia took a few steps forward and seated herself on a stone step. I followed suit, sitting beside her, leaning her chin on her arm. She scrutinized me as if she were seeing me for the very first time. We exchanged glances for a moment before I finally succumbed, turning my face away. Your bashful demeanor is quite amusing, reminiscent of Chu Tingting. I'm not shy, I retorted, turning back to meet her gaze. I had to admit, Li Sijia's eyes were captivating, large and enchanting, each blink sending a jolt of electricity my way. In fact, you and Chu Tingting seem quite compatible, she remarked with a smile. I lowered my head, recalling Chu Tingting's image, stirring something within me. In the dormitory, we often jest about you, teasing Chu Tingting, who merely chuckles foolishly, unperturbed. Li Sijia, however, has ceased to regard me, seemingly due to the presence of several students jogging nearby. It is the first time in years that I have seen Chu Tingting in such a light. Li Sijia gazes into the distance and implores, promise me you'll treat Chu Tingting well. I am taken aback. Only moments ago, we were discussing matters between us, and now, unexpectedly, the conversation shifts to Chu Tingting. Does she believe I cannot compete with the old-fashioned types, thus losing faith in me? It must be so. I am seized by an uncharacteristic boldness, grasping Li Sijia's hand. But I wish to be with you. Li Sijia shakes her head. You are merely enchanted by me for the moment. Her words strike me like a heavy blow to the heart. Indeed, before arriving at this vast playground, I had not felt such an intense dependency on her. What has changed now? I release her hand, scrutinizing her closely, as if seeking the reason she captivated me so swiftly. Li Sijia, surprisingly bashful, shields her face with her hand. Don't look. Yet her voice carries a playful reproach, undeniably inviting. At this moment, I am utterly dazed by Li Sijia, emboldened by an impulsive desire to stroke her face and kiss her alluring lips. Sensing my intentions, she gasps and pushes me away. No. I regain my composure. I'm sorry. The memory of forcefully kissing Qin Jie on the hotel balcony resurfaces when she was infuriated. A wound from a snake leaves one wary of ropes for a decade. Ashamed of my desires, I withdraw my hands. Li Sijia stands. Let's go. Her tone is somewhat frosty. I panic. Why can I never decipher the thoughts of these girls? Why do they always lead me by the nose? When they are joyful, they wish to hold hands, to embrace, to kiss. Anything is permissible. Yet, if I take the slightest initiative, I am ruthlessly cast into despair. Without uttering a word, Li Sijia begins to walk away. Are you angry? I inquire, trailing behind. Li Sijia halts, gazing at me. I am not angry. It is my fault. I am perplexed by her sudden admission, rendered speechless. Let us go. It's getting late. Like a specter, Li Sijia strides forward. I follow closely, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to clasp her hand and walk together to the dormitory. Fortunately, this absurd thought is quelled by my rationality. Otherwise, I would likely be ambushed by a throng of her admirers before we even reach the basketball court. Lost in thought, I cannot help but scorn my own cowardice when Li Sijia abruptly stops. I snap to attention, mirroring her stance. She turns, regarding me, as the wind tousles her hair. After a prolonged silence that sends shivers down my spine, Li Sijia finally speaks. Keep your distance. Pardon? I am utterly bewildered. We mustn't allow others to see us leaving the playground together, or it will be hard to explain. I nod, then shake my head, uncertain of my own intentions. Li Sijia lets out a soft laugh, turning away. I squat down slowly, my nails digging into my palm, the sharp pain resonating within. Why am I so feeble? Why can't I even protect the girl I like? After what feels like an eternity, once Li Sijia has walked a fair distance away, I rise and proceed forward. As I cross the basketball court, I hear someone calling, Zhou Ming. It is Chu Tingting. She stands beneath the basketball hoop, gazing in my direction. I approach her. What brings you here? Chu Tingting disregards my question, instead asking, what did Li Sijia want with you? I casually respond, oh, nothing much. She was trying to matchmake us, saying we are quite suited for each other. I think to myself, this isn't entirely a lie, as Li Sijia did mention such things. Oh, Chu Tingting locks her gaze onto mine, and I sense her eyes brimming with tenderness. A thunderclap reverberates in my mind. Could it be that these beautiful girls are consecutively approaching me, vying to express their affections? How have I never realized my own allure before? Logically, my only advantage lies in my academic performance. But in a school brimming with top students, what significance does that hold? I'm a bit flustered. Having just parted with Li Sijia, here is Chu Tingting, and suddenly I feel exhilarated. For an inexperienced young man, being favored by two stunning girls feels like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts floods my mind. Regardless of how one views it, Li Sijia is already in a relationship. Snatching her away from her boyfriend would require immense effort. Whereas Chu Tingting, as I have heard, has never been in a relationship. Her warm yet slightly melancholic demeanor is far more accessible than Li Sijia's enigmatic nature. Thus, from any angle, Chu Tingting emerges as the preferred choice. With this realization, I smile. You seem quite concerned about me. After a moment's thought, Chu Tingting nods. A girl like Li Sijia is not one you should provoke. A wave of warmth washes over me. In contrast, it is clear Chu Tingting genuinely cares for my well-being. I inquire further. How do you know about my relationship with Li Sijia? My words trail off, unnecessary to finish. Intuition, she points to her head. I observed you 2 passing notes in class and lingering afterward with excuses which aroused my suspicion. So, that was why you wrote me that note? Yes. Chu Tingting speaks plainly. It seems Li Sijia has a slight interest in you. I am astonished by her accurate and profound deduction. Feeling a twinge of guilt as I ask, do Lu Xing and Songning know about this? Chu Tingting shakes her head. They likely don't. They're too busy indulging in their own sweetness to concern themselves with such matters. I breathe a sigh of relief. The fewer who know, the better, lest it reach the ears of her boyfriend, and I would be in quite a predicament. I feel a pang of guilt towards Chu Tingting and apologize. Have you been waiting here long? Not too long. I saw you both enter the playground and thought it best not to follow, so I waited here. I suppose I watched for quite a while, waiting for Li Sijia to pass before thinking you would come by too. I am touched at a loss for words. Chu Tingting continues. Just keep your distance from Li Sijia. The old-fashioned type is not someone you can afford to offend. At the mention of this, I grow anxious. Li Sijia had just said something similar, and now Chu Tingting is warning me too. Do I truly appear to be a pushover, someone everyone feels they can toy with? Well, thank you, I reply coldly, but I think I'll head back. Hey you. Chu Tingting follows behind me. I quicken my pace, then feel a pang of guilt. She is only looking out for me, and she isn't wrong. Why am I reacting so harshly? I turn back. Chu Tingting, I understand. I will be more cautious in the future. And, thank you. Chu Tingting lowers her gaze. No need to thank me. I smile and walk alongside Chu Tingting. The thrill and excitement I felt with Li Sijia dissipate like smoke, replaced by the comfort of this tranquil moment with Chu Tingting. Free of any psychological burden. We chat casually, yet the conversation invariably veers back to academics, particularly new material from our first year, which I have neglected to prepare for these past few days, rendering me quite awkward. Zhou Ming, gaining admission to this school isn't easy. I hope you cherish it. Chu Tingting remarks as she departs. My face flushed with embarrassment. I had always been one to encourage others to study diligently. Yet this was the first time I had been spoken to in such a manner. Resolutely, I decided that upon returning to my dormitory, I would commit myself to my studies. Allow me to briefly describe the layout of the dormitory. Each floor contains 3 corridors, one directly opposite and one on each side, designated as groups A, B, and C. Each corridor houses approximately a dozen dorm rooms, and the 3rd floor is reserved for the freshman students. As I arrived on the 3rd floor, preparing to make my way to my dorm in Group C, I was startled by a commotion emanating from Group A. Curiosity piqued. I glanced inside, only to find a gathering of shirtless young men in the hallway, the atmosphere decidedly tense. To my dismay, I spotted Lao Tu and Lu Xing among them. A shiver ran down my spine as I recalled that when Li Sijia mentioned looking for Lao Tu, Lu Xing had been present. Would Lu Xing, upon returning to the dormitory and encountering Lao Tu, dare to ask, "Hey, finish your date?" The thought sent me into a panic, as if my own secrets had been laid bare. I quickly lowered my gaze, attempting to slip into the corridor of Group C. "Lao Tu, you're meddling too much." I thought I heard a she-yes voice. The notion crossed my mind that perhaps the Zodiac gang had returned to collect their protection fees. "I've claimed this dormitory. If you want protection fees, go elsewhere." Lao Tu, maintaining his composure, clearly wished to avoid escalating conflict with the Zodiac gang. "Claiming this place? Yet none of these students know you. Whom are you fooling?" She scoffed, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to overshadow Lao Tu and his companions. Strangely, I found myself reveling in their turmoil, thinking, let them fight. It will be delightful to see them both suffer. "Zhou Ming, you're back? Come here." Lao Tu called out to me. Why would he summon me in such a moment? Reluctantly, I approached, berating myself for lingering and eavesdropping instead of hastily entering the dormitory. Among the crowd of shirtless young men, I noticed they were gathered at the entrance of one particular dormitory. The door stood wide open, with students seated on their beds, timidly observing the scene outside. Lu Xing offered me a hesitant smile, to which I responded with an awkward grin. Lao Tu wrapped his arm around my shoulder and addressed a she. "This student, surely you recognize him?" As she regarded me with a hint of recognition. "Isn't he the one I clashed with in the cafeteria?" "I remember." Lao Tu continued, "This is my brother." Confusion washed over me. Why was Lao Tu introducing me with such formality? We had barely exchanged words before. As she glanced at me dismissively, "Oh, I'm aware. I showed him leniency last time in the cafeteria. What more do you want?" I then noticed that although the crowd was substantial, they were all positioned behind a she, clearly his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lao Tu had only Lu Xing by his side, and now he had summoned me. Was I merely a pawn in this confrontation? Though I had a reputation, my combat prowess was lacking, and there were no makeshift weapons like bricks nearby. Was Lao Tu truly leading me to my doom? Lao Tu declared, "Zhou Ming is my brother. I cannot turn a blind eye to his affairs." His affairs? Why was this suddenly my concern? Just as I was grappling with this bewilderment, Lao Tu shouted towards the dormitory, "Zhao Yanan, come out." My heart raced thunderous in my chest. This was indeed Zhao Yanan's dormitory. Lao Tu and Lu Xing were embroiled in conflict over Zhao Yanan and the Zodiac gang. I had merely mentioned Zhao Yanan in passing to Chu Tingting, yet Lao Tu and his friends were so invested in my behalf. What had I done to deserve such loyalty? Thoughts of Lu Xing, Lao Tu, Li Sijia, Song Ying, and Chu Tingting flooded my mind, and tears threatened to spill. In that moment, I felt utterly despicable. Just moments before, I had been embracing Lao Tu's girlfriend on the playground, whispering sweet nothings, while Lao Tu and the others were defending Zhao Yanan, the very person I had casually mentioned. What had happened to me? When had my integrity diminished to such insignificance? The courageous Zhou Ming, who once bravely faced the 4 great kings in X County, who had sworn brotherhood with Xiao Yu, and who had boldly confronted Xiao Hai. Where had he gone? A slender youth emerged from the dormitory. I recognized him as Zhao Yanan, the top student at our school and the younger brother of Xiao Jiao, who had asked me to look after him. Zhao Yanan's timid gaze scanned the intimidating throng, his fear palpable. Lao Tu prompted, "Zhao Yanan, you don't know me, but do you recognize him?" Zhao Yanan scrutinized me closely, shook his head, "Familiar, but I don't know him." At this, everyone, including myself, was taken aback. Lao Tu and Lu Xing looked utterly astonished. She smirked coldly. "Lao Tu, what more can you say now? Even if you're eager to expand your influence, you must consider whether the students wish for it." Lao Tu and Lu Xing fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. I felt a pang of urgency and nudged Zhao Yanan. "You don't recognize me? We're both from X County." Zhao Yanan peered at me again, suddenly dawning with realization. "Oh, it's you. Thank goodness. He finally remembered me." I breathed a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically at Lao Tuesday. Zhao Yanan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You're Zhou Ming, right?" I nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that's me." Zhao Yanan beamed with pride. "You're not as good at studying as I am." Fuming, I felt the urge to lash out, but I restrained myself. "I know your sister. She asked me to look after you. Upon hearing about his sister, Zhao Yanan's expression brightened. You know my sister? I nodded, noticing that Zhao Yanan seemed unaware of Xiao Jiao's profession. He then added, my sister is a businesswoman. She makes a lot of money. How do you know her? This confirmed my suspicions. Xiao Jiao had concealed her occupation well, keeping it from Zhao Yanan. My admiration for her increased, realizing the sacrifices she made as his sister. I'll tell you later, I replied, glancing at Shi. Can we let them go now? She raised an eyebrow. Sure, but Zhao Yanan can go. The others in the dorm must pay. Students from other dormitories gathered at the door, peeking in. I glanced at Lao Tu, uncertain if he would agree to Shi's terms. Can't we let the whole dorm off? Lao Tu asked solemnly. Shi, furious, retorted, Lao Tu. You know the money I collect ISNT for personal use. I have to hand it over. You are making this difficult for me. Zhao Yanan, sensing Shi's anger, stood ready to defend himself, his companions poised for a fight. The tension was palpable. Lao Tu nonchalantly surveyed the group, stating coolly, you should know how many people would emerge if I clapped my hands in the boys' dormitory. His gaze sharpened, filled with menace. Shi, clearly wary, glanced around, realizing Lao Tu was not bluffing. Lao Tu, we've always coexisted peacefully. I give you face this time, but that doesn't mean you can trample me. You should be aware of the consequences of offending our 12 zodiac signs. With that, she stormed down the stairs with a group of menacing companions. Lao Tu, Lu Xing, and I headed towards her dormitory. Lao Tu remarked, actually, Shi's proposal wasn't that outrageous. Apart from Zhao Yanan, I don't know the others either. It's irrelevant to me. I'm sorry it caused a rift between you and them. Lao Tu chuckled. Zhou Ming, you don't grasp the intricacies of this matter, do you? Oh, I gazed at the robust Lao Tuesday. Lu Xing chuckled, adding, fortunately, it was Shi collecting protection fees today. Had it been someone else from the 12 zodiac signs, the situation might not have been resolved so smoothly. Lao Tu nodded, while I remained utterly bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at the two of them. Shi isn't a bad person. He merely follows orders to collect protection fees. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lao Tu halted, and I entered my room. Lu Xing would explain the rest. I was utterly exhausted today and needed rest. Stretching my back, I stepped inside. After bidding farewell to Lu Xing and Lao Tu, I reflected on their words. The notion that omitting one person or one dormitory made little difference to the 12 zodiac signs lingered in my mind. However, Shi, in front of so many people, couldn't directly agree with Lao Tu, so he pretended to be angry. In truth, our relationships were amicable. Not all of the 12 zodiac signs were malevolent. Lu Xing arrived at his dormitory door, patted my shoulder, and said, remember, there are no permanent enemies. After Lu Xing entered, I stood alone in the corridor, contemplating his words. After some time, still perplexed, I entered my dormitory. I filled my water bottle, completed my ablutions, and noted there was still some time before lights out. I decided to look for Zhao Yanan. From Lao Tu and Lu Xing's demeanor, it seemed they harbored no suspicions regarding my rendezvous with Li Sijia. Moreover, Chu Tingting was certainly not the type to gossip, so I felt no need for guilt. Lao Tu was indeed a commendable person, possessing a touch of the classic heroic spirit. He certainly held a moral compass. I resolved in my heart to keep my distance from Li Sijia in the future. Upon reaching Zhao Yanan's dormitory door, I had to even pushed it open when I heard her voice from inside. Look at these, the latest Adidas shoes. Worth over 1,000 yuan. The room erupted in sounds of envy and astonishment. Zhao Yanan continued her boast. Not just that, even my clothes, pants, and study materials are all designer brands. Are they counterfeit? Someone questioned. I bought all of these personally from brand stores. They're definitely not fake. A surge of anger welled up within me, and I pushed the door open. Upon seeing me, Zhao Yanan exclaimed, Zhou Ming, tell them my sister is a successful businesswoman. This amount of money is nothing. Without uttering a word, I stepped forward and slapped Zhao Yanan across the face. The entire dorm fell silent, stunned into stillness. Zhao Yanan held her cheek, looking at me in disbelief. Why did you hit me? I stared at my hand, realizing this was the first time I had struck someone, and it was the younger sister of the girl I cared for. Why did you hit me? Zhao Yanan pushed me slightly. You think you can bully me just because you helped us avoid the protection fee? Let me tell you, I don't lack that little bit of money. I looked up at Zhao Yanan, anger flaring in my eyes. This girl had no idea how hard her sister worked, seemingly intimidated by my gaze. Zhao Yanan took a couple of steps back. What are you going to do? I glanced at the Adidas shoes on the nearby table side and grabbed Zhao Yanan by the collar, dragging her outside. Not a single person in the dorm dared to speak, yet all craned their necks to watch. Everyone get under the covers. I commanded coldly, and instantly, everyone dove under their blankets, not daring to steal another glance. What are you doing? What are you doing? Zhao Yanan pleaded, but offered no resistance as I pulled her out of the dormitory and into the restroom. A few people were chatting and smoking inside. Upon seeing me drag Zhao Yanan in, they sensed something was amiss and prepared to stay and watch. However, a mere glance from me sent them scurrying away. This was the first time I'd slapped someone, the first time I had acted so ruthlessly, and the first time my mere gaze had intimidated others. Had I grown stronger? No. Had I become a champion of one-on-one confrontations? No. They merely sensed the danger in the air and chose to flee and remain silent. The source of this aura was me. Was this what it meant to have presence? I had no time to ponder such thoughts. My mind was consumed with images of Xiao Jiao laboriously earning money on Iran Street, being slashed across the face by Ma Liang, lying in bed with her face bandaged, tears streaming down. The restroom was now devoid of anyone. I seized Zhao Yanan by her hair and thrust my knee forcefully into her face. She began to wail, and as I released her hair, she staggered back, her cries growing louder. For some reason, I instinctively craved a cigarette, reaching into my pocket. I remembered I had never smoked before. I approached the restroom door and shouted toward my dormitory, Gao Xiaoshan, Gao Xiaoshan. By now it was close to lights out, and the corridor was nearly empty. The restroom was located at an intersection of 3 corridors, making it easy for my voice to carry. What? Gao Xiaoshan emerged. Give me a cigarette. I shouted at him. Are you crazy? Gao Xiaoshan retorted, but reached into his pocket, walked over, handed me a cigarette, and seemed to want to say something. However, upon glancing inside at the sobbing Zhao Yanan, he appeared to understand the situation. Gao Xiaoshan didn't say another word. Lit it for me, patted my shoulder, and returned. As I smoked, I walked back into the restroom. Zhao Yanan was trembling, looking at me fearfully. The cigarette cleared my mind somewhat, allowing me to recall Xiao Jiao's words when she entrusted me to look after her brother. And I refrained from further violence against Zhao Yanan. Do you know why I hit you? I asked, looking at her. Zhao Yanan shook her head, touching her nose, seemingly pained from the earlier blow. Her sobs gradually subsided into soft whimpers. After finishing the cigarette, my anger had finally dissipated. I approached the trembling Zhao Yanan and gently patted her back. Does it still hurt? Zhao Yanan's eyes reflected fear. As if she couldn't comprehend why I had suddenly turned so gentle, she merely nodded mechanically. You'll be fine after a night's rest. I pondered how to convey my thoughts. I couldn't just tell her that her sister's work was arduous, that every penny was hard-won, and that she should cherish it. Why did you hit me? Zhao Yanan countered. Didn't you say my sister asked you to look after me? Your sister earns money with great difficulty, I replied vaguely. Don't spend recklessly. Your sister will be upset if she finds out. Why was I speaking to Zhao Yanan, who was my age, as if I were a mentor lecturing a junior? Yet, Zhao Yanan seemed to find nothing amiss, merely nodding, I understand. I won't do this anymore. I recognized that her words stemmed from fear of another hit, just as I had reluctantly agreed to give Ma Liang money when he had beaten me. At this point, I could only accept this temporary resolution. I nodded. I have a good relationship with your sister. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. If there's nothing else, you may go back. Zhao Yanan said nothing and left the restroom, her steps unsteady. I watched her retreating figure, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears again. Regret washed over me for my earlier rash actions. If Xiao Jiao were to find out, even if she wouldn't blame me, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Entrusting her brother to my care on the very first day of our acquaintance, and I had already struck him. What kind of impression was that? The sudden sound of the lights going out echoed through the hallway, extinguishing all the lamps in the dormitories. I returned to my room, stripped off my clothes, and lay on my bed. My roommate, Wang Chong, sat up and asked, Zhou Ming, why are you smoking? Perhaps it was due to my discontent. I casually replied and prepared to sleep. You're still feeling down? With a beauty like Chu Tingting surrounding you all the time, you should count your blessings. Wang Chong sighed deeply. The mention of Chu Tingting invigorated me, and I sat up to inquire, do you really think Chu Tingting is that wonderful? Seeing my newfound enthusiasm, Wang Chong eagerly continued the conversation. Of course. We talked about her when you weren't around. Oh, you were discussing Chu Tingting again? I felt a thrill. Although she wasn't my girlfriend at the moment, I was still delighted to hear her praised. Indeed, your Chu Tingting is not only beautiful, but also excels academically. Piped in Xiao Yanjing. The phrase your Chu Tingting struck a chord with me, making me feel elated, almost floating, though I stubbornly retorted. Song Ying and Li Sijia are equally beautiful and studious. Upon hearing Li Sijia's name, a flicker of emotion stirred within me, as if pricked by a needle. Huang Fei joined the conversation. Not only that, but your Chu Tingting has a lovely personality too. I once had difficulty with a problem during evening study, and she patiently explained it to me. Oh. I nodded repeatedly. It seemed everyone referred to Chu Tingting as your girl, indicating they had already paired us off behind the scenes. Wang Chong continued, I'm not particularly bright. I rely solely on hard work. When I asked Chu Tingting about a problem, others might grasp it after one explanation, but she had to explain it to me 4 or 5 times before I understood. I was worried she would get annoyed, but her patience never wavered, explaining it again and again. I felt embarrassed to keep asking. Listening to Wang Chong, it appeared he had developed feelings for Chu Tingting, so I teased, You admire her so much? Why not pursue her? I can help you out. The dorm erupted in laughter, prompting Wang Chong to dismissively respond. I'd love to, but Chu Tingting always has her eyes on Zhou Ming. I never get a chance. What a pity. She is watching me? I was taken aback. Absolutely, echoed the voices in the dorm. Chu Tingting always gazes at you, and her eyes are undoubtedly filled with affection. Zhou Ming, you're in luck. A beauty is presenting herself to you. Don't let it slip away. A flower blooming amidst cow dung. I'm far more handsome than Zhou Ming. Anyone could say that, but hearing it from Qian Kuailai made me want to spit blood. Even the cool Gao Xiao Shan chimed in. Chu Tingting is indeed quite remarkable. Zhou Ming, you should pay attention. I felt an overwhelming sweetness in my heart. Grinning throughout the night, I resolved to live up to everyone's expectations and successfully win over Chu Tingting. Early the next morning, I bought breakfast, 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk, and rushed to the girls' dormitory. Not daring to shout, I waited for Chu Tingting to come down. After a while, I finally encountered a few classmates and quickly asked, Hey, could you call Chu Tingting for me? Naturally, the girls, being inherently gossipy, obliged without hesitation and went back to summon her. Chu Tingting descended the stairs like a delicate bird, and I found myself entranced. As she approached, she shot me a glance. Why did you call me down so early? I presented the buns and soybean milk. I brought you breakfast. It was my first bold attempt at pursuing a girl, and I felt a tinge of nervousness. I touched the plastic bag and lamented it's gone cold. I waited too long. Did you put on makeup? Chu Tingting, gulp. I just woke up. I heard you were waiting for me. She came down without even washing her face, and I had the audacity to suggest she was made up. I chuckled, unable to resist the urge to touch her hair. But she recoiled, glaring at me. What are you doing? Just wanted to touch it. I replied playfully, emboldened by my sense that she didn't dislike me. No way. Chu Tingting firmly refused. She inserted a straw into the soybean milk and took a sip. Cold ones taste dreadful. It'll have to do, I persisted, attempting to reach for her again, but she stepped back, evading me. Undeterred, I made another attempt, but this time she turned and walked away. Hey, why are you leaving? I bought you breakfast, and you want tea, even let me touch you? ISNT, that a loss for me. As soon as the words left my lips, I realized I had become rather cheeky, something I would never have said before. Go away. Chu Tingting shot me a look before hastening toward the girls' dormitory. I hadn't even washed up yet. I watched her retreating figure, somewhat entranced. I wondered which dormitory she belonged to. Glancing up at the windows of the girls' dormitory, I suddenly spotted a figure peering down at me. I discerned it was Li Sijia. Upon seeing her, a wave of panic surged through me, akin to a husband caught in the act with his mistress by his wife. But then I reminded myself that Li Sijia and I had no relationship. So why be afraid? Returning to my dorm, I changed into my camouflage uniform and prepared for another day of military training. Arriving at the sports field with my dorm mates, I spotted Song Ying, Chu Tingting, and Li Sijia standing gracefully beneath the basketball hoop. They were impossible to ignore, as their presence was simply too striking. I believed that regardless of gender, both boys and girls would unconsciously scan their figures, lingering on them for quite a while. Boys would fantasize about dating such beautiful girls, while girls would wish to be equally stunning. Hesitant about whether to greet them, I suddenly saw Chu Tingting waving at me. With no other option, I steeled myself and approached. Here you go. Chu Tingting handed me a bottle of mineral water. In that moment, I felt the weight of many piercing gazes converging on me. Li Zijiao looked up at the sky, seemingly indifferent to it all. Damn it. Wang Chong and Xiao Yinjing are still heckling. Ting Ting, I want some water too. I'm so thirsty. I accepted the water, silently enduring the scrutiny of my peers. Twisted the cap off and took a sip, savoring its sweetness. Was this the taste of love? After a grueling morning of training, I felt exhausted like a dog. Yet I couldn't bear to finish the bottle of water. I sipped it slowly, taking small sips, while Wang Chong and the others laughed at me for ages. With an air of dignity, I proclaimed, "You inexperienced fools who have never been in love wouldn't understand. This is what love feels like." When noon arrived, I naturally sat with Chu Tingting and the others for lunch. I found that being with Chu Tingting didn't invoke that heart-stirring tension or unsettling disorientation. Instead, it was filled with tranquility and comfort. Lu Xing and the others, being considerate, swiftly finished their meals and left, giving us some time alone. Both Chu Tingting and I were too shy to speak, and once they departed, we managed to exchange a few words. But Chu Tingting opened with, "Did you review your lessons last night?" No, I stammered, unsure how to respond. I thought to myself that this was rather unromantic. "Hey, Tingting, what are you doing here?" A pair of hands landed on Chu Tingting's shoulders. A lewd-looking boy, smoking a cigarette, provocatively stared at me. Chu Tingting's face instantly contorted in disgust, yet she seemed hesitant to pull away. I stood up, removing the hand resting on her shoulder, and returned his challenging gaze. "Who are you?" From the expression on Chu Tingting's face, it was evident that this individual was far from benevolent. However, in the presence of beauty, one must never lose face. "Oh, you don't recognize me?" the boy exclaimed dramatically, feigning surprise. "Zhou Ming, ignore him," Chu Tingting urged, rising to take my hand. Ready to leave, the boy, seemingly provoked, shoved me forcefully. "What's so special about you that you can be so close to her?" He challenged Chu Tingting. "Who are you cursing?" I retorted, genuinely furious. This person was clearly looking for trouble. Rolling up my sleeves, I prepared to confront him. "Zhou Ming." Chu Tingting pulled on my arm, her eyes pleading, "Don't stoop to his level." Realizing she was worried about me, I smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, I've got this." I shot a fierce glare at the boy. "If you have the guts, say that again." The boy opened his mouth to curse you, but before he could finish, I kicked him squarely in the stomach. Taken by surprise, he stumbled and fell flat on his back. "You bastard," he exclaimed as he quickly scrambled to his feet and swung a kick towards me. Noticing a food tray on the nearby table, I picked it up, ready to retaliate. Just then, Chu Tingting pulled me behind her. "Zhou Ming, stop." Unfortunately, the boy's kick landed solidly on Chu Tingting's thigh. She staggered backward, and we both fell to the ground. Seeing that he had inadvertently injured her, the boy rushed over, concerned. "Are you all right? Why are you protecting him?" Chu Tingting was both furious and anxious. "Aren't you afraid of Lao, too, causing you trouble?" "When have we ever feared Lao, too?" The boy shot back, his eyes blazing with fury. It became apparent that he was affiliated with the 12 Zodiac. From the moment he appeared, I sensed his intentions were directed at Chu Tingting, and it was clear they had a prior acquaintance. Clad in a long-sleeved t-shirt, I couldn't discern the tattoo of any animal on his arm, nor could I ascertain his rank among the Zodiac. However, this was of no consequence to me. I helped Chu Tingting to her feet. "Are you all right?" She shook her head, visibly unsteady. A girl as delicate as her, struck forcefully in the thigh by a boy, would inevitably bear the consequences. I positioned myself in front of her. "What do you want with me?" Although the cafeteria was relatively empty, the commotion had attracted a few onlookers. In the northeast corner, several teachers were dining, one of whom bellowed, "What are you doing? No fighting allowed here. Try to throw a punch again, and you'll find yourself in the security office." The boy, whose rank among the Zodiac remained unknown, chuckled softly and said, "Kid, if you've got guts, come out. I'll be waiting for you at the cafeteria entrance." With that, he turned and left. I supported Chu Tingting for a moment before scanning the area for anything I could use as a weapon. However, this was a cafeteria, not a construction site. There were no bricks or iron rods in sight, only the possibility of grabbing a ladle. Chu Tingting, observing my search, quickly deduced my thoughts and suggested, "Zhou Ming, let us exit through the back door." I shook my head, filled with resolve. "No worries, he's alone. I'm not afraid of him. He's definitely not alone. He must have friends waiting outside." Chu Tingting insisted, growing anxious. I sat down in silence, feeling a deep sense of frustration. I had hoped to enjoy a lovely meal with Chu Tingting, believing her lack of a boyfriend would spare me from trouble. Clearly, I had underestimated the allure of a girl like her. It was no wonder flies buzzed around her constantly. He's one of the zodiac? Amuse, I'll go, right? Chu Tingting continued to plead. Let us just exit through the back. Lu Xing and the others aren't here. I'll go. I repeated, realizing he must be the 11th among the zodiac, but merely a minor player. Why should I fear him? Besides, I can't lose face in front of Chu Tingting. Determined, I replied, we'll go out the front. Let us see what he can do. Oh, you. Chu Tingting seemed to see through my intentions. I've warned you before, their ranks aren't based on strength, but on family background. Ago is notorious for being reckless in fights. No one can control him except Lao Tu. Lao Tu can handle him. I can too, I replied defiantly, recalling my plan to confront Lao Tu and win over Li Sijia. Why not wait here while I go out the back and get Lu Xing? I suggested. As Chu Tingting stood and took a step, she winced and sat down again. Ago's kick had indeed been hard. Seeing her in pain only fueled my anger. I, Zhou Ming, was not one to be trifled with. Grabbing a food tray, I marched towards the exit, resolved to deliver a blow to his head and draw blood. Don't go. Chu Tingting followed, but after a couple of steps, she sat down again, pleading, please don't. I ignored her, gripping the stainless steel tray, seething with rage, feeling akin to a warrior ready for battle. Deep down, I calculated that this was a school, under the clear daylight and amidst the bustle of students. Could Ago truly harm me? You are such a disappointment. Chu Tingting suddenly exclaimed from behind. I brushed her words aside, thinking that if I chose to be a coward and slink away through the back door, it would only deepen her disappointment. No matter what, I had to protect the girl I admired. That fiery, passionate feeling surged within me once more. In the spacious cafeteria, sunlight streamed through the large transparent windows, bathing my face in warmth. All I wanted was to share a meal with the girl I liked. Yet these unruly youths had to disturb my peace. Stepping out of the cafeteria, I spotted Ago leaning against a railing, smoking, with a group of over a dozen unsavory-looking youths behind him. I approached quietly. You really dared to come out? I thought you'd scurry out the back. Ago taunted, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I surveyed the group before me. So, shall we settle this one-on-one, or will you all come at me together? Huh? Ago appeared momentarily confused, the half-burnt cigarette falling from his lips. What did he just say? He asked a nearby youth. Boss, he asked if we want to face him one-on-one or all together. The youth replied honestly. Ha ha. Ago erupted in exaggerated laughter, his entourage joining in. I frowned. Was it truly that amusing? Once the laughter subsided, Ago pounded his chest, catching his breath. All right, since you're so earnest, let us make it a one-on-one. Huh. This time, I was the one taken aback. Based on my experience, one would typically choose to gang up on someone in such situations. Was Ago, like the two, a thug with a sense of ethics? However, he laid down the terms clearly. If you win, my crew will step back, but if I win, they all join in on the beating. Agu grind kunangli. Do you understand now? Damn, did that mean I had no chance at all? I had just praised his sense of ethics in my mind, only to find him even more deceitful. All right then, I feigned reluctance, scratching my head as if pondering this dilemma, putting on a silly act. The scene indeed provoked the laughter of a dog and his companions. Haha, what does Chu Tingting even see in this fool? A dog doubled over with laughter. And in a flash, I raised the stainless steel bowl in my hand and brought it down forcefully upon the back of his large head, simultaneously delivering a kick to his chest. I then took 2 steps forward, seized his hair, and delivered a sharp knee strike to his face. These actions were executed in the blink of an eye, and no one anticipated my sudden aggression. I merely recalled what Uncle Chow had said. To strike first is to seize the advantage, while to strike second is to suffer the consequences. A dog finally reacted, launching an uppercut aimed at my chin, and I was immediately overwhelmed by a mix of sensations. Pain shot through me as I staggered back 2 steps. A dog's friends finally caught on, rushing towards me with bloodshot eyes, looking as though they wished to devour me. If I didn't T-run now, when would I? I had no idea how badly a dog was hurt, but at the very least, that blow with the bowl must have drawn blood from the back of his head. I saw him touch it, and his palm turned crimson. I took off, retracing my steps into the cafeteria, with a throng of people following me inside. I vaguely heard a dog shout, "Catch him and beat him to pulp." I sprinted through the cafeteria, heading towards the northeast corner where the teachers had just been dining, only to find it littered with remnants of their meals. The educators had already departed. Instinctively, I searched for Chu Tingting, hoping she had slipped out the back door to summon reinforcements. A glance around revealed no trace of her, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me. If I could hold out a little longer, Lao Tu and the others would surely arrive. Bolstered by this thought, I began to engage with the crowd, hurling dishes from the tables in their direction. They ducked and dodged, and the plates shattered on the floor. "What are you doing?" "No fighting allowed," bellowed a chef who emerged from behind the serving window, wearing a white hat and coat, clutching a large ladle used for stir-frying. "That it." I dashed towards the chef, snatched the ladle from his hands, and swung it at the nearest boy's face. While he crouched down, clutching his face, and I could vaguely see a few teeth scattered on the ground. Another boy darted in from my side, delivering a kick to my ribs. My footing faltered, and I fell to the ground, my face hitting the floor with a sharp pain, as if I had scraped my skin. Immediately, a flurry of fists and kicks rained down upon me, and instinctively, I shielded my head. Despite the pain, I felt a strange sense of joy. Could it be that I was capable of protecting the girl I liked? Surely, this new version of me had the right to protect her, didn't I? The timid, cowardly me was finally a thing of the past, right? Heh, I chuckled, allowing the blows to rain upon me. "Clear out," a dog's voice commanded, and a circle quickly formed around me. I half sat up to see a dog, clutching the back of his head, glaring at me with murderous intent. Damn! His large foot came barreling toward my face, and I raised my arm to deflect much of the force, yet I still toppled backward, rolling over. "Don't you dare touch my brother." Lao Tu's voice rang out powerfully in the spacious cafeteria. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a large group quickly encircled the area. "Come on, you bastards." Finally, "You're here." My muscles relaxed, and I lay back on the cool concrete floor. I had never yearned for someone like this before. My one of you brothers. It felt wonderful to have brothers. Jean Ren and Jean, who were likely enjoying a lavish meal at the detention center right now, perhaps occasionally holding Xiao Jiao's small hand. Living a blissful life. I must introduce you to each other one day. I've made some great brothers. I exhaled, gazing at the somewhat yellowed ceiling, where I could even see a few sparrows circling above. "Mom and Dad, I will no longer cry to you about being bullied." Mom and Dad, those delinquents are so detestable. How can I rid myself of the mom and dad? You worked so hard to raise me, don't you? You didn't raise me just to be bullied, surely not? A dog, you've gone too far, bringing this many people to trouble my brother. Lao Tu's voice was deep and powerful, sounding so familiar, much like Jean Ren and Jeannie. "I'm the one causing trouble," I retorted. "Look, I'm the one bleeding now, and my brother had a few teeth knocked out by him. Are you blind?" Someone squatted beside me and helped me up. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I was too slow to run." Shu Tingting's concerned gaze pierced my heart. Why? Why is this girl so kind?" Lu Xing smiled brightly, patting my face. "Not bad. Didn't he expect you to be able to fight?" "Ah." I chuckled. "I almost died here. You can only blame yourselves for being useless. So many of you were beaten so badly by my brother." Lao Tu was furious, and it seemed he was ready to confront a dog decisively. "You want to fight, don't you?" A dog gritted his teeth. "Then let us have a brawl." Lao Tu clenched his fists, not wasting any words, and threw a punch straight at a dog's face. A dog had no defense against it. Under Lao Tu's powerful blow, he toppled backward, sliding 4 or 5 meters across the floor. A dog was not only bleeding from the back of his head, but was also now bleeding from his nose. He half sat up. "What are you all standing around for? Beat him." A swarm of his lackeys surged towards Lao Tu, taking full advantage of their numbers. Lao Tu stepped back, and his group surged forward, engaging in a chaotic melee with the dog's followers. The din of shouts, curses, and cries filled the air. Shu Tingting supported me as I stood to the side, brushing off the dust from my clothes. Watching the melee unfold, I could hardly believe that these people were fighting for me. Throughout my life, no one had ever cared for me this much. Lao Tu and Lu Xing joined the fray, targeting a dog. A dog was in dire straits, already overwhelmed by Lao Tu, and now, with Lu Xing joining the fray, he was in a position to take a beating, yet he was remarkably resilient, repeatedly getting knocked down, but always getting back up. "The security is here," someone shouted. Lao Tu turned around, and indeed, a group of security personnel in uniforms brandishing batons rushed through the cafeteria doors. "Brothers, run," he shouted. A dog panicked. "Stop fighting. Everyone run." Without a moment's hesitation, both sides fled towards the back door, each trying to outpace the other. "Can you still run?" Chu Tingting asked anxiously. I was puzzled as to why everyone was so afraid of the security. At most, we would be taken in for a lecture, perhaps a checkup, and a serious reprimand wouldn't be the end of the world, would it? But the situation was urgent, and there was no time to ponder. No problem. I've endured worse before. Together, Chu Tingting and I helped each other as we hurriedly made our escape through the back door. Lao Tu, a dog. You can't run away. I've recognized you. A stern-looking middle-aged man shouted. Damn it, a dog exclaimed. Shit, Lao Tu Gu said. The two sides, once bitter enemies, now united in their effort to evade the security. In an instant, the crowd dispersed cleanly, leaving only a few stragglers caught by the security, who were crying out. It's not my fault. I was just passing by, could no longer contain my curiosity, and asked Chu Tingting, why are we so afraid of the security? Because they hit harder, she replied succinctly. A large group of us raced along the winding paths of the garden, sprinting through the campus. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lao Tu and his group quickly dashed inside. As Ago and his companions fled outside the school, it appeared they were all local students. The situation was far from over, and Ago remained defiant. The thought of enduring the disciplinary committee's interrogation in the afternoon loomed over them. Lao Tu dismissed the concern, but there was an undercurrent of worry in his words. Brother Tu, last time you faced the disciplinary committee, you were bettered in for 3 months. One of his friends bluntly remarked. Damn it. Lao Tu slammed his hand on the table. Those bastards were ruthless, treating us like we were worth nothing. I felt a pang of guilt and said, it's all my fault today. I've caused everyone trouble. It's all right. That Ago is too arrogant. We'll stir things up sooner or later, Lao Tu responded, puffing on a cigarette. He had been pursuing Chu Tingting for a long time, ever since middle school, but she had shown no interest in him. I chuckled, as my relationship with Chu Tingting was merely that of friends. Hey, Zhou Ming. Don't play coy after gaining the advantage, Lu Xing teased. In all these years, I've never seen Chu Tingting have a meal alone with any boy. Hey, you guys. A student interjected. How do we resolve this afternoon's issue? Lao Tu waved his hand dismissively. It's not your concern. They recognized only me and Ago. They'll just call us, and I'll take the blame without implicating you. How can you do that, Brother Tu? They hit hard. A tall student seemed apprehensive. It's fine. Lao Tu exhaled smoke. It's not my first time. He stood up. All right, disperse. Go back to sleep. We have military training in the afternoon. After some coaxing, Lao Tu was resolute, and we had no choice but to leave. Only I, Lao Tu, and Lu Xing remained in the dormitory. Brother Tu, this is my fault. I'll accompany you to the disciplinary committee this afternoon. This was the first time I sincerely addressed Lao Tu as brother, fully acknowledging him as the leader in the eyes of the out-of-town students. Don't be ridiculous, Lao Tu scoffed. It's not your problem. I know the people in the disciplinary committee. They won't be too harsh. Lu Xing chuckled. I'll prepare some Yunnan Baiyao for you. Get lost. Lao Tu lai ti get Liu Xing, Gu Xing me. I continued, even if you don't speak up. Ago will surely spill everything, and I'll still be implicated. That's true. Lao Tu pondered, but you should be fine. They started the trouble first. I sighed, my mind surprisingly calm, likely due to Lao Tu's presence as a pillar of support. I realized I had developed a dependency on him, much like in the past with Xiao Yu, always seeking his guidance. By the way, how'd the fight start? Why do they seem to be more injured than you? Lu Xing inquired. I recounted the events of lunch, how I had dined with Chu Tingting, how Ago provoked us, kicked her, and how we had clashed outside the cafeteria, smashing his meal tray, fleeing, grabbing a ladle, and hitting that student in the face, detailing everything to Lao Tu and Lu Xing. They listened in awe, repeatedly praising, bro, you did great. I smiled bashfully, reflecting on how, in the past, I would have lacked the courage to fight back in such a situation. This newfound bravery stemmed largely from Chu Tingting's presence. For as the saying goes, with a beauty by one's side, one cannot afford to lose face. Throughout history, there have always been individuals like me. Who could forget Wu Sangue, who rallied troops for his beloved, or Zhou Yuang, who staged a farce for the sake of his concubine's smile? Yet, it seemed that throughout history, these tales often led to treachery or folly. However, it is said that beauty brings disaster. Back in X County, witnessing Qin Jia's plight had spurred my determination to stand against the 4 great kings. Now, for Chu Tingting's sake, I had stirred chaos in the cafeteria. It appeared I would now be at odds with the 12 zodiac animals. But that was of little concern. With steadfast brothers like Lao Tu and Lu Xing by my side, I felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, reminiscent of my days with Jean Ren and Jean E. Come on, you bastards. During military training in the afternoon, Lao Tu was indeed taken away by the disciplinary committee, and far off on the other side, Ago was also apprehended. Anxiously, I turned to Lu Xing. What do we do now? Lu Xing replied nonchalantly, don't worry, we'll be called up soon. That scoundrel Ago will definitely sell us out. I was exasperated. That is not my concern. Lu Xing patted my shoulder. Don't fret. What is meant to happen will happen. My mind was in turmoil, fearing that Lao Tu might truly suffer at the hands of the disciplinary committee and end up bedridden for 3 months again. That would be a heavy burden on my conscience. After Lu Xing and the others had enlightened me about the disciplinary committee, I had learned that most of its members were former troublemakers from the city's first high school, thriving both on and off campus. Those who had no prospects after graduation often remained behind to manage the unruly junior students. Among them, the head of the disciplinary committee was particularly notorious. His name alone could send shivers throughout the city, making him a formidable figure. Both local and out-of-town ruffians held him in great reverence, daring not to breathe a word in his presence. According to Lu Xing's description, the head of the disciplinary committee was the stern-faced, middle-aged man who had spoken to Lao Tu and Ago earlier. However, at that moment, I was too focused on fleeing to notice his appearance, but his voice indicated he was no ordinary person. It was easy to see that without such a formidable figure to maintain order, the first high school would descend into chaos. The head's name was familiar to me. It was Lu Jia. I vaguely recalled hearing it somewhere, but couldn't place it, causing me to stumble in my marching, eliciting laughter from my peers. Frustrated, I found the instructor organizing games during our break, demanding that those who lost sing a song. My distracted state made me an easy target, and, under their encouragement, I began to sing. I opened my mouth and started, I haven't been the big brother for many years. The instructor frowned. This is not the right song for here. I asked, then what should I sing? The instructor, adopting a sage-like demeanor, replied, sing a song about being a soldier. I protested, but I'm not a soldier. Then you can aspire to be one. I have no such aspiration. I deliberately pushed back against the instructor. So you aspire to be a big brother then? He retorted cleverly. I thought to myself. Others had even suggested I form a sect, and now someone was impersonating me as the leader of the Sanlang Society. If I wanted to be a big brother, it would be a piece of cake. Seeing me silent, the instructor believed he had convinced me. I'll start you off. You sing about being a soldier. I found his insistence utterly foolish and remained silent. The surrounding classmates burst into laughter, and the instructor felt humiliated. Being a soldier is wonderful. It's about protecting the homeland, strengthening the body, a true man among men. Suddenly, a student leader shouted, Zhou Ming, Lu Xing, to the disciplinary committee. I felt as if I had been granted amnesty. Just moments ago, I had been terrified of the disciplinary committee, yet now I longed to escape this place, fearing the instructor would force me to finish the song about being a soldier. Indeed, serving in the military has its merits, and the song holds significant educational value. However, that instructor truly exhibits a foolish demeanor. His air of superiority is quite irksome. Lu Xing and I stepped out of the ranks and inquired of a student leader, are you from the security department as well? The leader, with an arrogant demeanor, replied, I am from the student union, merely responsible for relaying messages. He appeared rather full of himself. Lu Xing interjected, oh, so you're just a messenger then? This remark provoked the student union member, causing him to seethe with anger. You may leave. I must call a few more people over there. With that, he dashed away, refusing to cast another glance our way. I turned to Lu Xing and asked, who was he going to call? Ago must have revealed us, and Lao Tu likely mentioned a few acquaintances of his on Ago's side. Otherwise, the security department would have a hard time explaining things, especially since there were dozens of people in the cafeteria at noon. I enjoy spending time with Lu Xing, as I stand a bit taller than him, which give me a sense of pride. While I might not know the way to the security department, Lu Xing, being an experienced student, led me to the office building, veering into the dimmest corner on the east side of the first floor. As we walked deeper, the chill intensified, compounded by the dimming lights, almost making me feel as though I were descending into hell. Upon reaching the entrance of the security department, Lu Xing called out, report. Before pushing the door open, I followed closely behind, almost like his subordinate, which was particularly displeasing given my height advantage. Inside, the room was small, resembling our dormitory, and despite it being daytime, the lights remained on due to the lack of sunlight. On either side of the room, 2 or 3 young members of the security department lounged on sofas, casually smoking, Yet there was no sign of Lao Tu or Ah Go, nor the rumored section chief. Lu Xing, is this your new little brother? One of them smirked. No, this is my brother, Lu Xing replied with his signature smile. I thought to myself that his charm might work on girls, but it was unnecessary among these older men. Lu Xing continued, Xiaobin, how are Lao Tu and Ah Go doing? The person Lu Xing referred to as Xiaobin shrugged, not great. Chief, Lu happens to be in a foul mood. Lu Xing frowned. That Lu Jie is such a scoundrel. Xiaobin stood up. Hey, be careful what you say. If he hears you, you'll be in for it. Lu Xing scoffed, clearly unimpressed, yet he refrained from further insults. So what exactly happened? Xiaobin resumed his relaxed posture, and his demeanor suggested he was once a professional slacker. Lu Xing pointed at me, saying, this is my brother. We had lunch with Chu Tingting today, you know, the stunning girl from our class. Xiaobin nodded. I know her. She's quite close with your girlfriend, right? Along with Li Sijia. They were once known as the Three Flower Beauties. I was taken aback. IT realized they were so renowned on campus. And it appeared Lu Xing had a solid rapport with them, akin to old acquaintances. Lu Xing continued. Then that rascal, Ah Go, showed up. He's had his eyes on Chu Tingting for quite some time, you know? Xiaobin nodded, seemingly well-versed in the affairs of the students, proving himself a competent security guard. Thus, he sought trouble with my brother, Zhou Ming, and inadvertently kicked Chu Tingting, then called Zhou Ming outside the cafeteria. That scoundrel was cunning, gathering a dozen followers to wait for him. And then what happened? Xiao bin feignet curiosity. Zhou Ming, believing that fighting was inappropriate, decided to take the high road and speak to Ah Go and his gang. Enough of the nonsense. Xiaobin raised an eyebrow. Ah Go said he was bringing his lunch tray outside. Indeed, Lu Xing continued with his tall tales. Zhou Ming was planning to treat them to a meal. Look at his sincerity. Xiaobin was amused, but replied, Lu Xing, spare me the theatrics. You know I'm just doing my job and have to report you to Chief Lu soon. Can't you be straightforward? I chuckled inwardly. Lu Xing's fabrications were quite impressive, and my admiration for him surged like an unrelenting tide. The others besides Xiaobin were also laughing, and the atmosphere in the security department lightened. Don't laugh. Lu Xing scratched his head, clearly accustomed to joking with them. You all know how troublesome the 12 Zodiac gang can be. When have we ever instigated anything? That is not our concern. Xiaobin suddenly turned serious. In Chief Lu's eyes, you're all small rodents. Whoever causes a ruckus will be dealt with, so be cautious. Lu Xing touched his head, as if a hammer were about to strike him, prompting further laughter. Xiaobin, sensing the humor had run its course, said seriously, is Lu Jie really in such a bad mood? Wouldn't that mean we're in for it? Xiaobin feigned helplessness. That's a given. You know Lu Jie's methods. At this point, Lu Xing seemed to grow anxious, sighing and glancing at me. I felt a pang of guilt. It was all my fault. Can you take a beating? Lu Xing suddenly asked. What? I was momentarily confused. Can you withstand a beating? Lu Jie doesn't hold back. He'll lay into you thoroughly. No problem. I straightened my posture. I had endured my share of beatings before. Be careful, Lu Xing warned. His brow furrowed. Those who have hit you before are merely our peers. How much strength could they possess? But Lu Jie, he once caused a classmate's eardrum to rupture with a single slap. Lu Xing's gaze darted anxiously toward the door, beyond which lay the office of the feared Lu Jie. Suddenly, a voice called out, report, and 3 students entered, their faces marked by dejection and dirt. Unmistakably the ones who had followed Ah Go earlier. Xiaobin chuckled. More familiar faces have arrived. Let us hear what happened. Lu Xing turned his face away, indicating he knew these students, but typically kept his distance. I mimicked Lu Xing, turning away, yet the dreary security department lacked windows, leaving me with nowhere to look and a sense of suffocation. The 3 students glanced around before one, seemingly the most astute, spoke up. Earlier today, Ah Go called us to the cafeteria entrance, claiming he wanted a reason with someone who had stolen his girlfriend. He insisted we mustn't resort to violence, as we are all well-mannered and principled students. Enough of this nonsense. Stop right there. Xiaobin shook his head in despair. With this lot, I've been far too lenient. Each one of you is so silver-tongued. It seems Lu Jie himself must deal with you. As he trailed off, Lu Xing and the 3 students grew anxious. Xiaobin, don't. We were just, but it was too late. Xiaobin, Han Yu, take these 2 to the school nurse. A calm, authoritative voice resonated from the chief's office. Xiaobin and another young man stood up, rallying the others. Let us go. We have work to do. Xiaobin approached Lu Xing, patting him on the shoulder. You and Zhoming go inside. Be cautious. His tone was filled with sympathy, shaking his head meaningfully. Lu Xing and I stepped outside the chief's office. Watching as Xiao Bin and Han Yu carried the now motionless Lao Tu and I go away. A wave of dizziness washed over me. Was this really a school? Such severity. Did they not fear students reporting them to the Education Bureau? It's nothing to worry about. Lu Xing lowered his voice and said to me, Lu Jie knows how to control his strength. It seems that Lao Tu and Go will be fine. They just need to rest for a few days. Is that really nothing? I exclaimed, feeling anxious. Go might be deserving of a beating, but Lao Tu took that hit solely for my sake. How could I bear the weight of such guilt? Had it not been for Lu Xing's indifference, I would have rushed to check on Lao Tu's injuries. Soon, Xiao Bin and several members of the security department entered in succession, carrying Lao Tu and Go out from the office of the department head. As they passed us, Lao Tu suddenly blinked. Lu Xing let out a sigh, watching them disappear down the hallway, and continued quietly. Lu Jie can indeed be ruthless, but he always exercises restraint. He never leaves a student with lasting injuries. But just earlier, you mentioned that he once struck a student so hard that the eardrum burst. That was different. Lu Xing pushed the door open and added in a low voice, the student who suffered the eardrum injury sneaked into the girls' dormitory and did something untoward. I followed Lu Xing inside, increasingly perplexed by the true character of Lu Jie. Lu Jie's office was noticeably brighter, and a middle-aged man sat in a swivel chair, coldly observing Lu Xing and me with a gaze sharp as a sword. This piercing sensation had only been evoked in me once before by Xiao Hai. Before Lu Jie was a vast desk, upon which rested a nameplate that read, Head of the Security Department, Lu Jie. A flash of realization struck me. I recalled a conversation from about a month ago when I borrowed high school textbook from my neighbor, Li Dong. He had mentioned that if I encountered any insurmountable troubles at number 1 high school, I should seek out someone named Lu Jie. I gasped, excitement swelling within me. I had found my salvation. I never anticipated that the Lu Jie Li Dong spoke of was indeed the head of the security department. Lu Jie placed his hand on the desk, suddenly clenching it into a fist, coldly addressing us, Lu Xing, Zhoming. An overwhelming pressure enveloped me, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Xing's signature smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression, Department Head Lu. I echoed Department Head Lu while my mind raced, contemplating how to approach this superior and mention Li Dong. Lu Jie slowly stood and walked towards us, causing Lu Xing's legs to tremble slightly. The simple question, do you know Li Dong? Lodged in my throat, refusing to escape my lips. It felt as if I had lost the ability to speak in his presence. Suddenly, Lu Jie seized Lu Xing by the neck and threw him to the ground. Lu Jie, in a moment of panic, I shouted the name of the head of the security department. Lu Jie halted his foot, which was poised to kick Lu Xing, and turned his cold gaze towards me. What did you just call me? The brevity of his words made me break into a cold sweat. Was it psychological or real pressure? Department Head Lu. I stammered. Do you know Li Dong? A flicker of light crossed Lu Jie's otherwise vacant eyes. Why? It seemed they indeed knew each other, and I couldn't help but relax slightly. I am his younger brother. Oh, Lu Jie stepped closer, scrutinizing me coldly. You are Li Dong's brother? I nodded. We grew up together. However, realizing that Li Dong was several years my senior, I quickly amended. He is my neighbor and has always included me in his games. At that moment, Lu Xing managed to rise, sitting on the floor in disbelief, filled with questions directed at me. Lu Jie's frosty demeanor seemed to thaw a little, making him appear more approachable. That kid Li Dong, it's been a while since I've seen him. I smiled, yes, before I came here. He specifically told me to seek you out if anything happened at number 1 high school. Lu Jie surprisingly chuckled. Yes, that brat certainly knows how to bring me trouble. Lu Xing stood up, realizing that Lu Jie likely wouldn't resort to violence again, and discreetly gave me a thumbs up. I continued. I believe you're already aware of the situation. It was Go who sought me out first. I had no choice but to defend myself. Yes, I am aware. Lu Jie's demeanor noticeably softened, suggesting that Li Dong held significant influence. You seem to be at a disadvantage against Go, especially with so many of them around. How did you manage to fight back so fiercely? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I chuckled. A wise elder once taught me that a small person like me, if I must engage in a fight and wish to win, must strike unexpectedly and seize the initiative. So, I first distracted Go with words before suddenly attacking him with a bowl. I realized Lu Jie bore no ill will towards us, and I felt emboldened to share my experiences, unaware that discussing such matters in front of him was akin to boasting before a martial arts master. Lu Jie listened quietly before laughing. Which elder imparted such practical wisdom? With pride, I replied, Chinyan Chao. Noticing Lu Jie's bewildered expression, I recalled that Uncle Chao was a champion from 30 years ago, and being from the city, he might not be familiar with certain local affairs. He's a colleague of my father's, I added. Lu Jie nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Since you are indeed Li Dong's brother, I must take good care of you. He patted my head, yet I pondered how Lu Jie, appearing to be in his 30s, was significantly older than Li Dong, and wondered how their relationship was so close. In school, I can look after you. Lu Jie resumed his seat at his desk, devoid of his previous oppressive aura. However, I knew that his influence in society could not be easily wielded. Lu Xing inquired, Department Head Lu, are there matters in Xian City that you cannot resolve? Lu Jie chuckled wryly. You are too young. Some things are beyond your understanding. He gazed out the window. This is now a world dominated by the wealthy. Lu Xing bowed his head, seemingly lost in thought. I then asked, so, Department Head Lu, how should we handle this matter? Lu Jie waved his hand. You need not call me Department Head Lu. From now on, refer to me as Lu Ge. I nodded, feeling a sense of honor as I called out, Lu Ge. Lu Jie continued, I will suppress this incident. However, you must refrain from provoking the 12 Zodiac members in the future, in terms of both financial and social power. You are no match for them. Remember my words. Lu Xing and I nodded vigorously, the gravity of Lu Jie's final statement resonating deeply. Lu Jie sighed, of course. My identity as the head of the security department imposes certain limitations. There are matters I can assist with and those I cannot. I hope you can discern this clearly. Lu Xing looked at me with joy, as if congratulating me for securing a powerful ally. Yet I understood that Lu Jie's message implied I should avoid disturbing him and rely on my own capabilities. I casually inquired, Lu Ge, how did you become so close with my brother Li Dong? Lu Jie seemed to drift into memories, his gaze distant and profound. That kid once shielded me from a knife. I prepared to ask further questions when Lu Jie waved his hand dismissively. Let bygones be bygones. Lu Xing discreetly tugged at my arm and whispered, as long as it happened at number 1 high school, my friend will surely help you find out. Don't press him further. I nodded and remarked, then, Lu Ge, shall we take our leave? Lu Jie shook his head. You cannot simply walk away. What? Lu Xing and I exchanged glances, uncertain of Lu Jie's intentions. Not a single student who exited through this door has been able to stand up, Lu Jie warned. You can ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing nodded helplessly, wearing an expression that suggested our doom was imminent. Lu Jie flexed his wrists and stood up. Could it be? They said they would take care of me. Would they resort to violence? What difference would it make if I mentioned Li Dong? Lu Jie, do you have any humanity at all? Just moments ago, I've been calling you Lu Ge incessantly. Lu Ge, I observed Lu Jie's sly grin, which sent a shiver down my spine. You too, why aren't you lying down? Lu Jie suddenly exclaimed. Lu Xing and I immediately understood and feigned a few dramatic cries before collapsing to the ground. I wondered if Lao Tu and Ago were pretending in the same manner. Once Lu Jie confirmed we were ready, he shouted, Xiao Bin, Hanyu, take them away. The door swung open, and several strong hands lifted Lu Xing and me, moving us outside with fluid precision, devoid of any hesitation. Their injuries are not severe. Just toss them onto the dormitory bed. There's no need to visit the school doctor, Lu Jie added. I sensed a momentary pause in the hands that carried me, as if they couldn't believe that those who had undergone Lu Jie's education didn't require medical attention. Yet they did not question further as we were carried out of the department head's office. Since Lao Tu blinked when he was carried out, I felt no need to feign unconsciousness and kept my eyes open, putting on a slight grimace of pain as I noticed Ago as 3 lackeys entering the department head's office. I could only wish that they too had a brother like Li Dong Amitba. Good luck. As we were carried out of the building, Lu Xing groaned all the way. Ouch, ouch, I couldn't tell whether he was in pain or enjoying it, making it difficult for me to feign suffering convincingly. Xiao Bin and the others suddenly halted, exchanged glances, and simultaneously dropped Lu Xing and me onto the cement ground. The students were all engaged in military training on the large playground, rendering the campus exceptionally tranquil. Lu Xing and I lay awkwardly together, and he exaggerated his act even further. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch, or I'd stop pretending, Xiao Bin scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Lu Xing. We've been doing this for years. We can tell when someone is genuinely hurt. With that, Lu Xing felt embarrassed to continue his charade, and we helped each other to stand up. You two can walk back yourself. Did you really expect us to carry you? A security guard named Han Yu shared a similarly contemptuous expression. Although I couldn't fathom why the department head had let us off the hook and played along with our act, those matters were of no concern to us. Xiao Bin was indeed a seasoned veteran. Most people would have been curious, asking a plethora of questions like a blue cat. But what about Lao Tu and a Go? This thought suddenly crossed my mind. Xiao Bin smacked his lips. Those two were genuinely beaten. They're currently lying in the school clinic applying medicine. After saying that, the security guards bid us farewell and left. I asked Lu Xing, should we go check on Lao Tu? Better not. Lu Xing brushed off the dust from his clothes. A Go is there too. If he finds out we're perfectly fine, he might hold it against us. Which would be good for Lu Ge? Lu Xing echoed my calls for Lu Jia. I nodded. Let us head back to the dormitory first. We returned to the dormitory, grateful for the opportunity to skip military training, feeling elated as we cast aside thoughts of the injured Lao Tuesday. We found an empty bed in Lu Xing's dormitory and lay down to sleep. It felt as though we had barely closed our eyes when the dormitory door was flung open, causing both of us to sit up abruptly to see Lao Tu limping inside. Hey, you two. Lao Tu, initially anxious, looked at us and upon seeing we seemed unscathed, asked suspiciously, did you two not get beaten? What's going on? Lu Xing gestured for silence and whispered, what time is it? Lao Tu replied, it's almost mealtime. What's the deal? We recounted the events, and Lao Tu listened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, you actually got involved with that Lu Jia guy? I chuckled. This time we're in the clear. Lu Ge said he would help us smooth things over. I then realized the discrepancy. While Lao Tu referred to Lu Jia as a rascal, I referred to him as Go, indicating a significant difference in our standings. The incident of our brawl with a Go in the cafeteria and the subsequent reprimand from the security department quickly spread throughout the entire first year. Lu Xing and I could not emulate Lao Tu's convincingly painful demeanor, so we resorted to lying in bed, feigning death. During mealtime, with a bustling crowd, we had to maintain appearances. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Lu Jia. Thus, Lu Xing and I lay back down, leaving the dormitory door wide open. My dormitory was just next door, waiting to see who would return first from either side to send them for food. As fate would have it, Qian Kuai came back first. Since the incident with the card occurred, Qian Kuai, despite enduring some ups and downs to retrieve his card, had received compensation from the cafeteria in the form of 2 eggs. However, he remained deeply suspicious and distrustful of the cafeteria's card reader. Thus, after depleting his card's balance, he decided against reloading it and opted for cash instead. Yet, his cash was locked away in the dormitory cabinet, treated like treasure, and he refused to carry it on him. Consequently, every mealtime, he had to return to the dormitory, unlock the cabinet, retrieve 2 yuan, and then lock the cabinet again before heading to the cafeteria. Qian Kuai's figure darted past the door of Lao Tu's dormitory, and Lu Xing, with his keen eyes, spotted him. Qian Kuai. Huh? Qian Kuai, taken aback, stood at the dormitory entrance, gazing at Lu Xing. Gumin. Lu Xing lay on the bed, tilting his head. Ever since Lu Xing had slapped Gao Xiaoshan in our dormitory, Wang Chong and his gang had developed an immense fear of Lu Xing and his companions, but later realized it was precisely because of them that they were spared from paying protection fees, leading to a shift towards reverence. Qian Kuai approached Lu Xing's bedside, glancing at Lao Tu sitting nearby and then at me lying down. Are you guys all right? Qian Kuai showed some concern. Lao Tu pulled out a meal card. Help us get 3 servings of fried noodles and bring them back. I quickly took out my meal card, used mine. This matter originated with me. I can't let it go without making amends. Qian Kuai had already taken Lao Tu's card, but was now caught in a dilemma, staring blankly at us. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, Lao Tu said with mild impatience. His tone often carried that flavor. He wasn't genuinely angry. Oh, Qian Kuai, clutching Lao Tu's card, stood up to leave. Didn't I tell you to use my card? Didn't you hear me? I grew a bit anxious. Lao Tu had helped me considerably and had taken a beating from Lu Jia on my behalf. How could I let him treat me to a meal? Qian Kuai paused again, walking over to me with a teasing look. Ever since the incident with the ghost spread, I had likely become a figure they deemed fearsome. Please, I am quite amiable, striving for harmony and camaraderie. I shoved my card into Qian Kuai's hand. Stop dawdling, just go. However, Lao Tu had the advantage of mobility. Well, I did not. Lao Tzu stood up, albeit limping, snatched my meal card from Qian Kuai's hand, tossed it onto my bed, and pushed Qian Kuai towards the door. If you don't return with the food within 10 minutes, I'll make you regret it. Lao Tzu resorted to intimidation once more. Hearing this, Qian Kuai dashed away like the wind, vanishing in an instant. Tuga, I sat up. You're making me feel so guilty. Lao Tzu shot me a glance. Keep that little money of yours. It may still be of use. Of what use? I asked, somewhat bewildered. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier. Lao Tzu resumed, sitting beside my bed. Although Lu Jie managed to suppress the incident, we still have to cover a Go's medical expenses. Medical expenses? It suddenly dawned on me that I had caused a Go a cut on the back of his head and knocked out a few teeth from his lackey. So, approximately how much will that cost? I asked, trembling. 1,000 yuan. Lao Tzu patted my back, and that's if they don't overcharge us. A dog's head wound was stitched up with several sutures, while his companion needed dental work. Regardless, 1,000 yuan hardly seemed excessive. This brawl was a tremendous drain on both human and financial resources. It is no wonder that ordinary families refrain from fighting. When faced with bullying, they can only swallow their grievances. Otherwise, with a single misstep, their hard-earned savings could vanish into thin air. 1,000 yuan. Indeed, it is scarcely considered a large sum. To put it into perspective, my weekly living expenses amount to only 50 yuan. It would take me 20 weeks of abstaining from food and drink, 5 months, to save that much. Where would I possibly procure such funds? I resolved never to engage in fights again. Those who do are truly foolish. Observing my troubled expression, Lu Xing reassured me. Don't worry, we will assist you. Lao Tzu nodded in agreement, stating that both he and Lu Xing had participated in the altercation with the dog, and thus shared some responsibility. I felt a surge of gratitude. It was clear that both Lao Tzu and Lu Xing did not come from affluent backgrounds. Even with their assistance, it felt like a futile effort. A drop in the ocean. Lu Xing hesitated, and Lao Tzu urged, speak your mind. He then proposed that we collect a protection fee from the boarding students. What distinguishes you from the 12 zodiac signs? Lao Tzu pointed at Lu Xing's nose, jesting. You are fortunate to be physically weak. Otherwise, you would surely be a terror. Lu Xing chuckled, but offered no viable solution, falling silent. Just then, Gao Xiaoshan strolled past our dormitory, glancing in casually. Upon spotting me, he prepared to greet me, but, noticing Lao Tzu and Lu Xing beside me, he merely opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and walked away. It seemed he might harbor some resentment towards us. Lao Tzu shot him a sidelong glance. It's fine, it's fine. I quickly intervened, thinking it was high time to host a meal to mend fences between Gao Xiaoshan and the two of them. However, while Lao Tzu and Lu Xing might be amenable, would Gao Xiaoshan's proud temperament allow him to agree? Shortly thereafter, Qian Kuai returned with a plastic bag containing fried noodles. After we three finished our meal, more residents gradually returned to the dormitory, feeling somewhat guilty for occupying another's bed. I allowed someone to assist me as I lay down on the same bed, as Lu Xing, Lao Tzu's friends, continually dropped by to inquire about our injuries, and soon, praise filled the air. Some lauded my bravery, claiming I could take on 1,000 foes. Others praised Lu Xing and Lao Tzu for their loyalty, saving lives in the cafeteria, and many extolled our camaraderie, vowing that we would never betray our friends, even under severe punishment from the security office. In my life thus far, aside from the time I gained admission to the prestigious school, I had never heard so many people showering me with compliments simultaneously. A sense of elation washed over me. I felt like a hero, elevated to the rank of champion. Yet, only I knew that my victory was merely a result of a surprise attack. In a fair confrontation with a dog, my chances of success would be a mere 0%. I would surely be trampled beneath his heavy boots. The dormitory residents were not content to remain idle. Aside from Gao Xiaoshan, many came to check on us. Lao Tzu's dormitory became crowded, with no room to stand. Yet people continued to filter in. Initially, I relished the attention, but as the numbers swelled, I found it stifling and hot. Having just eaten, the various odors began to overwhelm me, and I felt the fried noodles churning in my stomach. I could hear voices calling my name, some even proclaiming their intention to follow me in the future, which nearly made me retch. Finally, as evening study hours approached, the crowd began to disperse. Someone had already informed us that they had procured leave slips for the three of us and attended to all necessary arrangements. Thus, we felt justified in resting in the dormitory. Once the last of the visitors departed, I leaped from my bed and dashed into the corridor. Though a faint odor lingered, the air was significantly fresher than in the dormitory. While reveling in my cleverness, I turned to see Lu Xing leisurely gazing at me from the window. Soon, we resumed our discussion regarding medical expenses. I inquired of Lao Tu, who determined this figure of 1,000 yuan. Lao Tu explained. Lu Jie instructed me to resolve this matter privately with the dog. We reached an agreement in the infirmary. I proposed the sum, and a dog did not object. I thought if a dog had suggested the amount, I might have negotiated further. However, knowing it was Lao Tu's proposition, I felt there was little I could say. It was evident that 1,000 yuan was indeed not an unreasonable amount for the medical expenses incurred from the few blows I had landed at noon. I noticed that whenever I felt anxious, I had an urge to smoke, unsure whether I was merely succumbing to addiction. Lighting a cigarette, I asked Lao Tu, "What do you think we should do about this situation?" Lao Tu replied, "We can only borrow it. We have plenty of brothers. Collecting 1,000 yuan shouldn't pose a significant problem." I was immediately filled with gratitude. Lao Tu's reliability was commendable. However, I knew that borrowed money must be repaid. I told Lao Tu to inform them in advance that it might take some time to return the money, asking everyone to be patient. Lao Tu agreed, and we settled on this course of action. As the evening study period approached, the lights went out, and Lao Tu suggested we visit an internet CAF. The thought of an internet CAF made me anxious. In X County, we only had arcade halls. I had only seen computers in the school as computer lab, having only touched the keyboard, as the teacher refused to teach us even how to turn them on or off. Under the cover of night, the three of us stealthily navigated the campus, wary of encountering any teachers or familiar students. Once we finally exited the school gate, we walked with a newfound swagger. Not far from the school stood an internet CAF, and by today's standards, it was equipped with antiquated systems, most still operating on Windows 98. With only a few running Windows 2000, which patrons found uncomfortable. The machines were in disrepair. None had fully functional keyboards, mice, or headsets. One part or another was invariably broken. Yet, despite the conditions, throngs of children were glued to their screens day and night. Back then, internet CAFs were lax in their regulations, and it was common to see minors engrossed in gaming. The most popular game at that time was Counter-Strike. Given the CAF's equipment, that was the only game most could play. Upon entering, I found that the majority were engaged in it. Under the guidance of Lao Tu and Lu Xing, I gradually learned to move forward and backward, switch weapons, fire bullets, and throw grenades. My first experience was exhilarating. I felt as though I had wasted years solely on academics. Although I was frequently eliminated, I reveled in the experience, experiencing the visceral thrill of simulated combat. My mind electrified as if confronting real adversaries. Eventually, I glanced at the time. Study hours were concluding, and we needed to return to the dormitory to continue feigning our incapacitation. Reluctantly, we left the internet CAF. Back at school, we cautiously slipped into the dormitory. Lao Tu and Lu Xing returned to their room, while I opened the door to mine, lay on my bed, and covered myself with a blanket, lost in thought. One cannot afford to be idle. When one is, the mind begins to wander. Was the fight I engaged in at noon truly worth it? On the surface, it appeared I had gained the upper hand, having struck one in the back of the head and broken another's tooth. I had achieved a swift victory, and as the saying goes, one morning of fame brings recognition far and wide. Everyone seemed eager to elevate me to hero status. However, had I entered this school without befriending Lao Tu and Lu Xing, would I have emerged unscathed from the midday confrontation? Conversely, if I had not met Lao Tu and Lu Xing, I would not have grown close to Chu Tingting, and a dog would not have targeted me, thereby preventing the cascade of troubles that followed. Thus, every event is interconnected, with cause and effect entwined. Although Lao Tu claimed he could help me borrow the amount, I pondered how long it would take to repay it. While Lao Tu and Lu Xing would assist me in this endeavor, I felt a pang of guilt. Their circumstances were not exceptionally favorable either. Why should they endure this burden alongside me? The more I pondered, the more I felt that my actions were utterly misguided. In the past, when I struck Ma Liang with an iron rod, his father, Xiao Hai, demanded 30,000 yuan from my family, and I did not dare to retaliate. A person devoid of funds becomes timid, even in confrontations. What is the point of standing up to bullies without financial means? If my family were as affluent as Shun Zi's, I would not fear causing trouble, for my father would always clean up after me. Reflecting on Shun Zi brought back memories of that night at the small market when he mentioned meeting me at the first middle school. To this day, there has been no sign of him, turning it into a significant mystery. In any case, I resolved never to engage in fights again. If someone were to bully me in the future, I would endure it. After all, even Han Xin had to endure humiliation beneath the legs of others. Or my minor grievances in comparison. Finally, the outside world grew lively as evening study sessions concluded and students returned to their dormitories. Wang Chong and his group rushed to my bedside, insisting I recount the heroic deeds of the afternoon once more. Observing their enthusiasm, I realized that although Lao Tu was willing to solve my financial dilemma of 1,000 yuan, I could not simply turn a blind eye to it. Once everyone had gathered in the dormitory, I mustered the courage to ask, "Could you lend me some money?" At this, silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. I felt a pang of self-reproach. This is what reality feels like. After a while, Gao Xiaoshan stood up and withdrew 50 yuan from his wallet, handing it to me. I held the 50 yuan in disbelief, for it represented my entire week's allowance. Initially, I had hoped that each of them could lend me 10 or 20 yuan, but now, with no one else saying a word, Gao Xiaoshan had responded with a direct 50. Consequently, the silence deepened. Quick Money suddenly inquired, "If I lend you this, when can you repay me?" I realized I could not repay him anytime soon. I needed 1,000 yuan. As soon as I voiced this, I sensed trouble, and indeed, Quick Money replied, "That won't he do. I have my own expenses." I had noticed that the others seemed eager to help until this statement extinguished their enthusiasm. I understood that I would not be able to borrow any more money in the dormitory. Nevertheless, the 50 yuan from Gao Xiaoshan provided me with considerable solace. In the following days, Lao Tu, Lu Xing, and I continued to avoid military training, indulging in leisurely days filled with sleep until noon, awaiting meals, and then heading to internet cafes for entertainment, living a life more carefree than that of deities. Lao Tu leveraged his extensive connections to gather 1,000 yuan for me within a few days, which I handed to a go. Thus, the enmity with the 12 zodiac was temporarily resolved, yet I felt an undercurrent of tension lurking beneath the surface. Occasionally, Song Ying and a few other girls would visit the internet CAF to find us. Song Ying would sit beside Lu Xing, Li Sijia next to Lao Tu, and Chu Tingting beside me, creating a rather regal atmosphere. My relationship with Chu Tingting remained ambiguous. It seemed that a mere spark could ignite something, yet I hesitated, fearing I might lose something valuable. Among our trio, only Lao Tu and Li Sijia had clearly defined their relationship. Lu Xing and Song Ying never spoke of it, yet they were always together, embodying an unspoken understanding. In contrast, Chu Tingting and I had not reached that level, as her most frequent remark to me was, "You need to study hard. Some classmates have already finished previewing their lessons." Damn, those lunatics. I clicked the mouse, blasting Lu Xing in the game. "I despise you for this," Chu Tingting continued. "Rest assured, I'm just goofing off for a few days." I tossed a grenade into the fray. Although Chu Tingting was beside me, I couldn't help but occasionally glance at Li Sijia. Seeing Lao Tu's hand caressing Li Sijia's thigh ignited my fury, prompting me to unleash a furious assault on Lao Tu in the game. Yet, Lao Tu was formidable in real-life confrontations and had impressive skills in CS, repeatedly sending me sprawling several meters away. Perhaps I would never be his equal. I crouched behind a large box, watching Lao Tu brandishing his weapon in front of me. Yet I lacked the courage to confront him, even in ambush. Victory seemed unattainable. Sometimes, Li Sijia would glance my way, and our eyes would meet. Yet we would swiftly avert our gazes. Over time, it felt as though we had developed a tacit understanding, regularly checking on one another at fixed intervals. Li Sijia, perhaps intentionally provoking me, would immediately cling to Lao Tu's arm and rest her head upon it as soon as she caught my gaze. This only fueled my anger further, leading me to jump around wildly in the game, suffering numerous defeats. Chu Tingting, being the astute girl she was, undoubtedly sensed the tension. On one occasion, after being eliminated, she pulled my hand and traced a few words in my palm. "Don't be like this." I looked into her concerned eyes. A wave of guilt washed over me, and I clasped her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Xing's girlfriend, Song Ying, was somewhat affluent. Every time she visited, our table would overflow with drinks and snacks. Lao Tu and I would beam with delight upon her arrival, exclaiming, "Our sister-in-law is truly considerate." Gradually, Lao Tu and I no longer had to feign injuries before classmates, but we continued to avoid military training, spending our days in the internet CAF. A week soon passed. The night before the holiday, we returned from the CAF and headed to our respective dormitories. As I lay on my bed, the sounds of gunfire from CS echoed in my mind. Just as I was settling down to sleep, Wang Chong shook my shoulder. "What is it?" I mumbled. I still shut. Recently, Wang Chong hesitated, and the dorm fell silent, as if everyone had conspired to be quiet. Sensing something was amiss, I sat up. "What's wrong? I hope you want to be angry when I tell you. Just say it." "I want to be upset." Wang Chong glanced around, evidently pleased with the silence surrounding us. "There has been talk outside about you." "What are they saying?" I inquired, puzzled. "They say you're openly borrowing money, but it's actually for protection fees." Wang Chong's voice dwindled to a whisper. "What?" I leapt from my bed, furious. "Which scoundrel said that? I always repay my debts." On that sweltering summer night, I stood barefoot on the concrete floor of the dormitory, my temper flaring. "Tell me, which rascal is spreading rumors?" Wang Chong looked taken aback. "Didn't you say you wouldn't get angry?" It dawned on me that I had overreacted. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I returned to my bed and asked, "What exactly is going on?" My reaction was understandable. I had always loathed those ruffians, especially their despicable acts of extorting money from vulnerable students. After my encounters with the four great kings, I had come to see myself as the champion of justice. Yet I was now being labeled as a delinquent collecting protection fees. How could I not be infuriated? "First, tell me, what do you need the money for?" Wang Chong resumed when he saw I was no longer angry. "To compensate a Go and his lackeys for medical expenses. Don't you guys know?" A hush fell over the dormitory as I suddenly grasped the root of the problem. I had always assumed that when Lao Tu borrowed money, he would mention the reason and the identity of the borrower. Yet clearly, Lao Tu, for the sake of pride, had refrained from explaining the situation to others, merely stating who was borrowing the money without divulging why. It is known that the term borrowing money is frequently employed by those unruly youths. Imagine Lao Tu casually approaching a fellow gang member, sounding nonchalant yet laced with impatience. "Zhou Ming is in urgent need of some cash." It resembled a scene where bizarrely dressed youths encircle you in the street, saying, "Hey buddy, lend us some money." They feign indifference, yet their eyes betray a menacing glint. Adding to this, under my guidance, Lao Tu would mention, "Zhou Ming said he wanted to be able to repay it anytime soon." Given Lao Tu's character, he would certainly not elaborate further. Upon hearing the name, everyone immediately recognized it as Zhou Ming, the one who boldly took on a group of adversaries outside the cafeteria. Fierce and ruthless, he mingled daily with the likes of Lao Tuesday. When he approached us for a loan, how could we refuse? Thus we complied, as who would dare provoke him? This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all who had lent him money. Consequently, as the number of those he borrowed from grew, rumors of Zhou Ming covertly borrowing money while overtly collecting protection fees began to swell. There was no need to investigate the source of these rumors. It was evident that this was a widely held belief. The only solution was not to explain my reasons for borrowing, but to repay the money swiftly. Once repaid, any gossip regarding Zhou Ming's extortion would undoubtedly dissipate. But where could I possibly acquire 1,000 yuan? Lying in bed, I recalled the previous night at Uncle Kuei's restaurant, where Xiaohai had mentioned the large suitcase full of cash. I wondered how it had been dealt with afterward, as I had merely sat on the table while Uncle Chow and I returned home. If I could simply take a few stacks, wouldn't this minor issue be effortlessly resolved? After indulging in such fanciful thoughts, I reflected on those I knew who might lend me money. The only individuals from well-off backgrounds willing to help were Xiao Yu and Qin Jie. However, as Qin Jie was a girl, it would be inappropriate to ask her for financial assistance, which naturally led me to Xiao Yu, the son of officials, wealthy and kind-hearted, often regarded as our personal ATM. I recalled that Qin Jie had once given me Xiao Yu's phone number and hurriedly rummaged through my belongings. Thankfully, I discovered the note tucked away in the back pocket of a pair of jeans I had recently changed out of. It was fortunate that I had the habit of bringing a bag of dirty laundry home to my mother. Otherwise, that note would have been lost. I held the note as if it were a treasure. Xiao Yu had been working in the city for nearly half a month, and I hadn't contacted him yet. I wonder how he was faring, remembering the trials we had endured together. I felt grateful to have such an older brother figure by my side to navigate through perilous situations. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door, almost timid in nature. "Who is it?" I called out. The lights had already been turned off, and it was unusual for anyone to visit at this hour. A timid voice replied, "Who are you?" My tone became slightly impatient. How amusing. You expect me to recognize you with merely that. I am Zhao Yanan. Came a reply again. I quickly opened the door to find Zhao Yanan standing there, looking rather pitiful. Were it not for the absence of visible bruises, I might have thought he had been assaulted. What brings you here? I invited him into the dormitory. It appeared that my previous confrontation had left him intimidated. As he trembled upon seeing me, Zhao Yanan glanced around at the others in the dorm. Aside from Gao Xiaoshan, none of them had met him before. It's all right, we're all friends here. Just speak your mind. I suspected he had been bullied and was hesitant to share. The others in the dormitory also tilted their heads, curiously observing this unexpected visitor. Zhao Yanan produced a stack of money from his pocket. Ming Yi, I heard you were in urgent need of cash, so I brought you some. Everyone in the dorm, including myself, was rendered speechless. That stack of money amounted to at least 1,000 yuan. In those times, most students had a weekly allowance of around 50 yuan, so anyone able to casually wave around 1,000 was undoubtedly affluent. I could almost hear the sound of drool at the sight of the money. This fellow was notoriously sensitive to cash and could sniff out where students stashed their allowances. Zhao Yanan shakily extended the money towards me. Although I understood his good intentions, I felt an overwhelming heat course through my body. Step outside with me. Without looking back, I led Zhao Yanan to the restroom. After the matter was settled, I pointed at Zhao Yanan, who was sobbing on the floor. You have the ability. Go earn your own money instead of flaunting your sister's funds. I glared at him, relieved myself, and then returned to the dormitory. The others stared at me in shock, clearly having just witnessed the scene. I forced a smile. I'm usually not this fierce, truly, yet they continued to regard me with wide eyes, trembling in their beds. Only Gao Xiaoshan stifled laughter, covering his mouth. They simply could not comprehend why I would lash out at a classmate who came to bring me money, and even more so, why I would react with such anger. I knew my image was irreparably tarnished. In their eyes, I was likely no different from those delinquent youths who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. They would never learn of Xiao Jiao or the fury that simmered within me. The following morning, I visited the small supermarket on campus and called Xiao Yu, arranging to meet him for lunch at a small restaurant near the first middle school. I refrained from mentioning the 1,000 yuan. After so long without seeing him, I didn't want to initiate our reunion by asking for money. I had initially planned to include Lao Tu and Lu Xing to introduce them to one another. However, since my purpose for inviting Xiao Yu was strictly for the money, it felt inappropriate to discuss it in front of Lao Tu, who might inadvertently expose my intentions. After spending the morning in an internet CAF with Lao Tu and Lu Xing, we reached the appointed time to meet Xiao Yu. I fabricated a reason, claiming an old friend was visiting, and made my way to the restaurant. After waiting outside for a while, I spotted Xiao Yu's car speeding toward me. As I opened the door, I was met with the sight of Xiao Yu, and a rush of emotions surged within me, nearly compelling me to embrace him in public. Xiao Yu smiled, his sun-kissed skin glowing handsomely in the light. We entered the restaurant and chose a secluded corner, ordering a selection of home-style dishes and, for a change, a dozen beers. As we ate and drank, we reminisced and caught up on the events that had transpired since my departure from X County. For instance, after Qin Jie and I plastered the streets of X County with notices, coupled with the word of mouth spread among the townsfolk, the false Zhou Mings quickly vanished, and no further reports of naive girls being deceived surfaced. Moreover, following the dissolution of the four great kings, while Shunzi had completely disappeared, the others had either laid low or pursued other agendas. It seemed that Ma Liang had become more subdued, perhaps intentionally avoiding the limelight, no longer parading a large entourage. However, the lingering aura of his past reputation still caused many children to shy away upon encountering him on the streets. The local ruffians no longer extorted money from students. Having lost their source of income, they now only sporadically visited Iran Street, relying on the meager allowances pooled together by a few individuals to satisfy their cravings. The most unfortunate of all was the rat, who, upon leaving the hospital, was said to be covered in scars and reluctant to step outside, spending his days holed up at home playing video games, until his father forced him to work in a remote lumber yard, where he went unnoticed. In conclusion, Xiao Yu remarked, "You have truly accomplished something monumental. All the children in X County regard you as an idol." I then shared tales of my time at the first middle school, the exhaustion of military training, the absurdity of the drill instructors, and the friction between local and non-local students, eventually touching upon the topic of the 12 zodiac signs. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu said, "I know that gang. They are a rapidly rising force in recent years in the Xinjiang city, backed by substantial financial resources and a deep network, leading to their swift ascendance. However, their ranks are uneven, with many petty criminals drawn by their wealth. People perish for wealth, and birds perish for food. I mused, taking a bite of my dish. In this world, it's all about money. Without it, who would follow you? Xiaoyu regarded me thoughtfully. You have changed. I shook my head. I have not changed. I have merely gained insight. I once again recounted the friction between myself and the 12 zodiac signs. Initially, I had a quarrel with Shi, but after reaching a truce, I found myself embroiled in a brawl with Go and his companions, all over a beautiful woman. Xiaoyu inquired about this enchanting lady, prompting me to introduce Chu Tingting and a few others, deliberately omitting any mention of my entanglement with Li Sijia. Let Xiaoyu assume I had nothing better to do than poach for my brothers. Xiaoyu raised his glass to toast. When will you bring your sister-in-law out to meet us? I clinked my glass with his, responding affirmatively, though my thoughts lingered on the uncertainty of our relationship. However, I mused that if I invited Chu Tingting to dinner, she would likely grace me with her presence. The mere thought of her ignited a tender warmth within me, a feeling distinct from that which I experienced with Qin Jia and Li Sijia. With those two, I felt compelled to secure my heart with a seatbelt, as I could never predict where my emotions might take me. Engaging in mind games and schemes, I knew I stood no chance against them, so I opted to steer clear. The conversation then shifted to Lao Tuesday. I raised my thumb in admiration, exclaiming to Xiaoyu, "This person is undoubtedly a hero. Have you seen demigods and semi-devils?" The character Qiao Feng is a true reflection of him. He is brimming with spirit and charisma. Xiaoyu, spitting out a piece of chicken bone, replied, "Good. Let us bring this person out to meet us one day." Eventually, I broached the subject of Zhao Yanan, detailing how I had assisted him in resolving his protection fee dilemma, how I had witnessed him flaunting wealth in front of his roommates, and how I had taken him to the restroom to teach him a lesson. Xiaoyu remarked, "The others can be overlooked, but since we're meeting today, you ought to bring Zhao Yanan out, especially since Xiao Jiao has a decent relationship with us, right?" I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I confessed. I may have given him another beating last night upon hearing this. Xiaoyu dropped a piece of tofu in shock, gazing at me incredulously. "Why did you hit him again? Have you developed a penchant for violence?" Seizing the moment, I felt it was appropriate to discuss finances after such lengthy conversation. I informed him of my obligation to repay Go and his group 1,000 yuan from medical expenses, which I had borrowed from Lao Tuesday. Unfortunately, this led everyone to mistakenly believe I was clandestinely collecting protection fees. Thus, I was in urgent need of funds to settle the debt. I recounted how Zhao Yanan had visited my dormitory with money, only to end up receiving a second thrashing in the restroom. I anticipated that Xiaoyu would generously offer me 1,000 yuan, saying, "It's no big deal, brother. Just take it. No need to pay me back." Then I would surely respond with righteous indignation, "Xiaoyu, if you say that, it truly displeases me. Am I the kind of person who borrows money and never repays it?" I gazed at Xiaoyu, my eyes betraying my desire. This time, Xiaoyu was so taken aback that he dropped his chopsticks onto the table, clutching his wallet tightly. "What do you want to do?" I waved 1,000 yuan at him through the car window, calling out, "Come find me to hang out sometime." Xiaoyu shot me a resentful glance, promptly rolled up the car window, and sped away. I tucked the money into my pocket, feeling as if the sky had brightened, the water had turned greener, and the air had become fresher. A harmonious scene enveloped me. Just as I prepared to return to the internet CAF, Xiaoyu's vehicle reversed back to me. Had he perhaps changed his mind? I clutched my pocket, asking, "What do you want?" Xiaoyu wore an expression of disdain, as if to say, "Look at your pitiful state." That was fine. As long as the money remained in my possession, he could look down on me all he wished. I didn't care. Xiaoyu inquired, "Do you remember the Sanlang Society?" At his mention, I recalled and slapped my forehead. "Right. Qin Jia said you were investigating for me. What is the current situation?" Xiaoyu glanced at me coolly. "You'll be free this afternoon, right?" I nodded affirmatively. "All right," he replied, as his car slowly began to move again. "I'll pick you up in the afternoon and take you to see the Sanlang Society." The name lingered in my mind. I had almost forgotten it. That figure, who had no interest in beauty and preferred to wield power instead, I longed to meet. Remembering that Lao Tu and Lu Xing likely hadn't eaten yet, I returned to the restaurant to order 2 servings of fried rice, which I brought back to the internet CAF, discovering the two were engrossed in a movie with headphones on. Upon seeing me, Lao Tu beamed, I knew you'd bring food. We didn't go out to eat. Eat quickly, and then come help me with something, I instructed, tossing the fried rice in front of them. Who are we helping? Speak up. Lu Xing devoured his meal ravenously. Fighting is not for good kids, Lao Tu remarked, polishing off his food swiftly. Taking advantage of a lull, I approached the internet CAF manager and requested to exchange my large bills for smaller denominations. Soon, my pockets were filled with 5 and 10 yuan notes, bulging like a small hill. You've struck it rich. Lao Tu and Lu Xing stared in disbelief. No, I just pressed down on the small hill. It's still quite obvious. I borrowed 1,000 yuan from a good friend and used it to repay some classmates from earlier days. Why the rush? Lao Tu suit nun jialin. I told him it would take time to repay. I couldn't share with Lao Tu the misunderstanding with my classmates, for his short temper might lead him to confront some unfortunate souls. Instead, I explained there are too many debts, it's a bit scattered. It's easier to have just one creditor. Lao Tu nodded in agreement. After they finished eating, the 3 of us returned to school. It was still within the lunch break, with students playing cards or napping in their dorms. I instructed Lao Tu to guide me as I began to repay my debts one by one. Most recipients appeared anxious. Wow, how come you're repaying so quickly? No need to rush, no need to rush. The speed of stuffing money into pockets was nearly rivaled only by the speed of the money arriving. A few were visibly nervous. Brother Ming, consider this small amount a token of my appreciation. No need to repay, yet their eyes remained fixated on the money I offered, unwilling to let it go. A small number were quite generous. Brother Ming, if you consider me a brother, don't mention repayment. They turned away, feigning anger, but ultimately accepted the money under my insistence. The myriad of human behaviors brought a smile to my face. Lao Tu, oblivious to the subtext, continued to chuckle. See, this is what brotherhood is about. Each one more loyal than the last. Perhaps only someone like him could earn the genuine admiration of everyone as a good big brother. Lu Xing chuckled beside us, but refrained from commenting, seemingly aligned in thought with me. After finishing our tasks, training time approached, and students began to flow downstairs toward the vast playground. As per our routine, the 3 of us took a nap in the dormitory, knowing that the afternoon would herald the end of military training. Starting Monday, the students of City Number 1 High School would commence their studies, ushering in a true frenzy. Lao Tu's influence would only extend so far as to high school, and when viewed in the grand scheme of City Number 1 High School, he could only be considered a middle-tier player. This was thanks to the support of his older brother in the underworld. Otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. The 3 of us slumbered through the afternoon until the commotion of students packing their belongings roused us, signaling the start of vacation. I hurried back to my own dorm to gather a week's worth of dirty laundry, uncertain when Xiaoyu would return and with nothing else to occupy my time. I decided to wait at the school gate. Outside the gate, 2 rows of willow trees draped in green tendrils swayed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of blossoming maidens, adding a unique charm to the scene. I perched on the roadside, awaiting Xiaoyu's arrival, observing classmates pairing off to head home. A sense of urgency and fulfillment washing over me. Familiar faces approached, greeting me. Brother Ming, are you waiting for Chu Tingting? Get lost, I laughed and scolded. At this season, the willow catkins had diminished considerably, yet a few still wafted through the air, tickling my nose. Achoo, I sneezed, lifting my gaze to see Chu Tingting gracefully approaching me. It was not merely the weather that stirred my emotions, but also the scenery that evoked feelings within me. As beneath the fluttering willow branches, I found myself immersed in a realm akin to the verses of the Luo Shun Fu, reminiscent of light clouds obscuring the moon, and drifting like snowflakes in the wind. I stood there, transfixed, as Chu Tingting approached, utterly forgetting to stand or speak. With a smile, she asked, "Aren't you going home yet?" "Ah." I hurriedly rose, feeling that her smile had 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. "I'm waiting for a friend," I stammered, completely at a loss for words. "Then I'll be on my way. See you next week." Another smile. My tongue stumbled, leaving me speechless as I watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of loss wash over me. I plopped back down and gazed vacantly at the willow branches. When I looked up again, I spotted an old acquaintance. "Zhao Yanan, over here." I waved him over. Clad in designer attire, Zhao Yanan was strutting out of school, occasionally snapping his fingers at the pretty girls nearby. With his handsome features enhanced by his stylish clothing, he truly resembled a dapper young man. Had I not known his background, I might have mistaken him for a wealthy playboy out for a stroll. Anyway, since Xiao Yu was taking me back to X County, I figured he could bring Zhao Yanan along. Initially oblivious to my presence, Zhao Yanan was busy posing coolly until he heard someone call his name. Upon seeing me, his whole demeanor shifted, and he slouched over, shuffling his way to my side. Mingo. I couldn't help but click my tongue at his designer outfit. That piece alone was worth more than all my clothes combined. Sensing my thoughts, Zhao Yanan lowered his head and fell silent. Come, take a seat. I motioned to the space beside me. He glanced at the spot I indicated and then at his trousers, and I immediately understood he was worried about dirtying his expensive pants. Sit down already. No need for so many excuses. I feigned annoyance. Zhao Yanan jumped slightly and plopped down beside me. Ming Yi. I still have to catch the bus home. I'll give you a ride. I draped my arm over his shoulder. So how do you find me? Minggu is a true hero, a remarkable figure. Zhao Yanan quickly gave me a thumbs up, though his praise felt insincere. Please. I rolled my eyes at him and continued. A friend will be picking us up shortly. This friend knows your sister and they have a good rapport. Zhao Yanan beamed with a radiant smile. I knew my sister only associates with impressive people. Do you know what your sister does for a living? I suddenly asked. Zhao Yanan shook his head. I don't know. She is always busy and gives me a hefty sum whenever she returns, telling me to buy whatever I want. But she said, as long as I study hard, I can do anything. Zhao Yanan seemed to remember something and quickly added. Yes, I understand. I patted his shoulder. But earning that money isn't easy for your sister. You need to be frugal and avoid wastefulness. Minggu, do you know what business my sister is in? Of course, I nodded. She is in clothing wholesale. It's a demanding and tiring job with significant risks. She could easily incur losses. So, you must save the money she gives you. You never know when she might need to borrow from you. I spun this tale to guide Zhao Yanan away from reckless spending. Zhao Yanan nodded, grinning widely. I understand, Minggu. Just then, Xiao Yu's car pulled up, honking at me. I grabbed Zhao Yanan and headed over. Xiao Yu rolled down the window, and I introduced, this is Xiao Jiao's brother. Call him Xiao Yu Ge. Xia Yu Yi. Zhao Yanan seemed to hold a particular respect for anyone related to his sister. Get in the car. Xiao Yu smiled at Zhao Yanan. We hopped in, speeding back towards X County, the trees outside whizzing past. X County, I'm back. Following Zhao Yanan's directions, I drop him off at home. The siblings rented a small house with a courtyard. As soon as we entered, Zhao Yanan shouted, Sister, sister, Minggu and Xiao Yugu are here. Xiao Jiao rushed out from the kitchen, her apron still tied around her waist, clearly in the midst of cooking. However, her face was veiled, adding an enchanting allure that stirred something in my heart. What brings you here? She asked, her voice betraying her surprise. Xiao Yu came to pick me up from school, and he happened to bring your brother back too. I felt a wave of happiness upon seeing Xiao Jiao. We stepped into the living room, where Xiao Jiao busily attended to us, insisting we stay for dinner. After some polite refusals, we finally settled down. After few pleasantries, she poured water for Xiao Yu and me before returning to her culinary endeavors. Initially, I had planned to take everyone out to Uncle Kuei's restaurant, but recalling Xiao Jiao's veiled face, I worried she might not want to go out, so I refrained from suggesting it. Zhao Yanan mentioned, my sister fell and scraped her face recently. She loves her looks, so she has been covering it with a veil and hasn't gone out to work, saying she'll reveal her face once it's healed. She won't even let me see it. Yes, I understand. I chuckled, having seen her without the veil. She looked just as beautiful as before. Really? Zhao Yanan exclaimed indignantly. She just won't let me look. After exchanging a few jokes with Zhao Yanan, I borrowed Xiao Yu's phone to call home, informing them I'd be dining at a friend's and returning later. Using a phone for the first time filled me with excitement, a thrill of feeling affluent. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao exclaimed, Xiao Yu, call over your little girlfriend, Qin Jie? Xiao Yu retorted, what do you mean little girlfriend? She is my girlfriend. Xiao Jiao laughed. You're so grown up, yet you're dating such a young girl. It's like an old bull with tender grass. I chimed in exactly. Can't you find someone closer to your age? You're stealing from us. Xiao Yu, outmatched by our banter, left to fetch Qin Jie. Zhao Yanan said, Minggu, you watch TV for a bit. I need to study. I nodded. Zhao Yanan took out his books and sat at a small table by the window, diligently writing. I admired his dedication. No wonder he was the top student in the entire grade. Kid, when you grow up, you'll regret this. You'll complain about wanting to date early, but it'll be too late. Haha. Though I thought this, I couldn't resist sneaking a glance at his work. To my surprise, he had an English book, a math book filled with his notes, and now he was halfway through a brand new chemistry book. You finished English and math already? I asked, flipping through the pages. Of course, Zhao Yanan replied nonchalantly. I started with my weaker subjects to conquer the challenges first. The others are my strengths, so I just need a quick review. You're a weirdo. I placed the book down, feeling a chill run down my spine. The school year hadn't even officially begun yet, and I hadn't even skimmed through all my books. Zhao Yanan was entirely engrossed in his studies, as if a ghost stood beside him. I, the ghost, had to leave the study area. The television was dull, repeating my fair princess, so I wandered into the kitchen to see if I could assist Xiao Jiao. How is your face? I inquired, watching her skillfully stir-fry, 3 dishes already sizzling on the stove. Quite well, Xiao Jiao replied, her eyes sparkling. The doctor from the cosmetic clinic has examined it and assured me that these minor scars are nothing. They will treat it as good as new. In a while, I can go back. At this, Xiao Jiao shot me a particularly enticing glance. When the time comes, if you need. My mouth fell open in surprise as she seductively added, just ask someone else. There remains the matter of Zhao Yanan's tuition. Xiao Hai mentioned his intention to open a disco in New Xiong City, inviting me to be the lead dancer. His voice grew softer, as if fearing my displeasure. Noticing my expression remained unchanged, he continued, Jean Run and Jean Yi will also attend. What can those brothers do? Security guards, perhaps. Xiao Jiao was busy cooking, and Uncle Hai was quite a decent person, far more competent than his wayward son. Uncle Hai covered my and Jean Ren's medical expenses and even provided us with some extra funds. I felt a tumult of emotions, neither anger nor happiness. Xiao Hai's actions seemed merely a recognition of Xiao Jiao and the Jean brothers' residual utility. Yet, to exist in this world devoid of any value for others to exploit, what purpose remains? As twilight descended, Xiao Yu arrived with Qingjia. The girl energetically patted my back. Who is Chu Tingting? Is she prettier than me? When will you bring her around? A table overflowing with dishes was laid out, and we all took our seats, except for Zhao Yanan, who remained engrossed in his book. After several calls, Xiao Jiao had to tug him to the dining table. It had been a long time since we all gathered, and everyone appeared delighted. If only Jean Run and Jean Yi could join us. We had endless topics to discuss, and spent a considerable time jesting about my adventures as a notorious flower thief. The conversation shifted to matters concerning the city's first high school, and Xiao Jiao raised a glass in my honor. Zhou Ming, thank you for looking after Yanan. I tilted my head back and drank. It's nothing, really. Xiao Jiao then instructed Zhao Yanan to toast me again. Truth be told, I feared this boy might reveal my past actions, even if they were for his own good. Xiao Jiao might coddle her brother. Yanan, isn't Brother Ming quite nice? He hasn't let you suffer at school, has he? Xiao Jiao, slightly tipsy, wore a dreamy expression, enhanced by the soft glow of the lights. Yes, Brother Ming takes good care of me. There was a bully demanding protection money, but Brother Ming put a stop to it. I squinted. This boy certainly knew how to navigate life. Is that so? Xiao Jiao beamed, swaying slightly as she approached me with her drink, affectionately linking her arm with mine. Zhou Ming, you're a real man. Friends like you are worth having. She leaned in and kissed my cheek, perhaps a habitual gesture. My heart soared. Even though it was just through a thin veil, the softness of her lips left me utterly enchanted, lost in bliss. Under Xiao Jiao's relentless charm, and given my poor tolerance for alcohol, I found myself slightly tipsy. After dining, we departed, climbing into Xiao Yu's vehicle. Xiao Yu inquired, are you still planning to confront the sailing club? I replied, of course. Let us go now and deal with that Zhou Ming. Xiao Yu glanced at my erratic behavior. Are you in any condition to go? Absolutely, I retorted, letting out a loud belch, my mind swirling. Gesturing towards Qingjia. This is the stunning Qingjia. Then pointing to Xiao Yu. And this is the young master Xiao Yu. I waved my hands. A perfect match. A pair of beauties. Xiao Yu frowned, suggesting, perhaps we should let it go today? Qingjia echoed, you should just go home. I waved dismissively, aware that I was fine, albeit a bit dizzy. Just hand me a bottle of water. Xiao Yu passed me a bottle, and I gulped it down, feeling slightly more alert. Checking the time, he noted, now is the perfect moment to visit the sailing club. Then let us go. I pointed straight ahead, intent on leaving no trace of them behind. Are you truly all right? Absolutely fine, I assured, patting my chest. The car began its slow journey towards the lair of the sailing club. Where exactly that was, I had no clue. I merely wished to take a nap. I felt no fear, for Xiao Yu and Qingjia were both individuals I could trust implicitly. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 played in the background, its powerful notes igniting my veins with adrenaline. The road was remarkably smooth, the night extraordinarily calm. Apart from Beethoven's symphony and the faint hum of the engine, no other sounds penetrated my ears, and I soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I was greeted by a dimly yellow ceiling. This hue, likely accumulated from repeated leaks, was all too familiar. Indeed, it was my home. I lay on my hard bed, my embroidered pillow beneath my head, covered by my thin quilt. Surrounding me were my family's television, fan, and sofa. Everything remained unchanged. How'd I arrive home? I distinctly remembered falling asleep to Beethoven's music in Xiaoyu's car. As I turned, a splitting headache struck, surely a hangover. The bright sky and the cheerful chirping of birds outside heralded the arrival of a new morning. What had transpired? I sat up, suddenly aware of various aches across my body. Surely not merely remnants of drinking? Upon examining the sore spots, I discovered bruises and swelling. Had I been assaulted? Impossible. Xiaoyu was with me. How could he allow that? My mother suddenly entered. You're awake? Ah, yes. No more drinking. She scolded, her expression grim. How did I return home? A crowd of over a dozen brought you back. Where did you meet so many kids? She placed a clean set of clothes beside my bed. A dozen people. I touched my head, recalling only vague snippets. Let us eat breakfast first, she advised. I dressed and slipped on my shoes. Where's Dad? Off to work. How absurd. Working on the weekend. My mother frowned. I took a bowl of millet porridge and squatted in the yard to eat. By the way, she added, sitting on a nearby stool knitting, there's a kid waiting outside for you. Who? I set my bowl down. I don't know. He arrived with you last night and refused to leave, standing at the door. Your father and I asked him to go home, but he wouldn't budge, insisting on staying there all night. Is he still there? I asked, surprised, struggling to conjure any memories. Yes, leaning against the peach tree by our door, nearly asleep. I stepped outside and indeed spotted a young man resting against the peach tree at my door, bleary-eyed yet trying to stay alert. How could it be him? His face sparked a flicker of recognition, memories slowly surfacing. Rewind to last night, where I sat in Xiaoyu's car, deeply asleep. Zhou Ming, wake up. Xiaoyu shook my shoulder. Huh? I mumbled, disoriented as I exited the vehicle. Where was Qingjia? It turned out we were at the entrance to the sewer where the four great kings used to gather. Aren't you looking for the sailing club? Xiaoyu pointed into the sewer. I already dropped Qingjia off. The four great kings? I questioned, confused. Aren't they disbanded? Not them, Xiaoyu replied, shaking his head. Though the four great kings have vanished, the Sailing Club has adopted this place as their new headquarters, gathering here daily to engage in the same illicit activities. Is that so? I swayed slightly, awkwardly crawling into the dark sewer, which appeared desolate and empty. They haven't arrived yet, Xiaoyu said, producing a small flashlight from somewhere, illuminating the area. It's still mealtime. Their members will be here shortly. So what do we do now? My mind has been eroded by alcohol, rendering me incapable of making any decisions. We ventured deeper into the sewer, accompanied by Xiaoyu. It was already night, and within the murky depths of the sewer, visibility was nearly non-existent. I reflected on the countless slaps I had received from Ma Liang and the brutal beating I endured at the hands of a group, and a wave of emotion washed over me. With the flashlight in Xiaoyu's hand, we navigated along 2 rows of thick heating pipes for about a dozen meters. Suddenly, Xiaoyu halted and helped me sit down. The darkness enveloped us as I leaned against the wall, perched atop the heating pipes, and I felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Regardless of the 4 heavenly kings or the 3 wolf society, they typically congregated only at the entrance of the sewer, seldom venturing further in. Xiaoyu explained. I waved my hands in protest. I understand, even though I am intoxicated. My mind is still clear. Once they enter, they will undoubtedly light a few candles. From our position, we will have a clear view of them, while they will only see a shadowy figure. In the darkness, I gave a thumbs up. Xiaoyu, you're brilliant. I leaned against the wall, feeling increasingly dizzy, my stomach churning, and a low growl escaped my throat. Are you all right? I've been over. Xiaoyu, please pat my back. A hand rested on my back, gently patting. Shall we come back tomorrow? Suddenly, I retched, expelling a viscous substance from my nose and mouth. I gasped for breath, feeling utterly miserable. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above us. They're coming, Xiaoyu whispered, promptly extinguishing the flashlight. I hurriedly closed my mouth and strained to listen. At least a dozen pairs of footsteps were passing overhead. It seems today S Hall has been quite fruitful, huh? One person crawled in first, holding a lighter, the flickering flame illuminating the darkness from several meters away. Let us light our candles first. A voice, stern yet familiar, called from just outside the entrance. All right. The first to enter replied, his tone brimming with joy. One by one, the candles adhered in various spots were ignited, forming a small circle of light. Soon, others began to descend, finding their places to sit, primarily within the glow of the candles. The last individual descended slowly, standing among the group, producing a pack of cigarettes. You all have worked hard, he proclaimed, his voice unmistakably familiar. Laughter erupted as everyone accepted the cigarettes, some igniting them with the candles, while others used lighters. In no time, a dozen cigarette butts glowed in the cramped space, enveloping it in a haze of smoke. The man in the center lit one for himself and took a drag. Our three-wolf society is growing stronger, he declared with pride. It's all thanks to our leader's brilliance. One of the younger members chimed in. I am not the leader, the man retorted, occupying the seat closest to the entrance. Clearly his designated spot. Zhou Ming is, he stated coolly. The candles flickered quietly, yet I remained light-headed, my vision blurred. The man's voice was eerily familiar, but I could not discern his hazy visage. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease surged within me, prompting me to step forward for a clear view. Just as I was about to rise, Xiao Yu pressed me down, whispering in my ear, let us listen what they're saying first. I nodded, weakly sinking back down as my throat churned again, forcing myself to suppress it. My eyelids grew heavy, and I closed them, resting my head in my hands, straining to hear the conversation. The familiar voice broke the silence. How are things on your end? It seemed directed at one of the members. Indeed, over the past few nights, we've been working tirelessly, managing to saw down 3 sections of the iron fence beside the old schoolyard, which we can sell for 200. County X houses 2 schools, one on the eastern side, newly constructed, and the other on the western side. Established over 20 years ago, where my father graduated. After years of neglect, it has become dangerously dilapidated, classified as a severe hazard. This school is colloquially known as the Old School. Adjacent to the Old School is a small playground surrounded by farmland, distinguished by a 2-meter-high, 3-meter-wide iron fence. The audacity of these individuals to target such public property for scrap iron. If caught, they would undoubtedly face detention and fines. Well done. Quickly sawed down the other fences. 200 is mine, one of them added. I slightly opened my eyes, catching a glimpse of candlelight illuminating a figure producing loose change, handing it to the leader. Without counting, he stuffed it into his pocket and turned to another, what about you? Another individual spat before responding. There are dozens of supermarkets, shops, and small stores in the county. Our people have been through them all. Although we've had a few missteps, the overall yield has been satisfactory. All the goods are stored in your basement. I immediately recalled the 2 children I saw last week at the mall entrance. They had indeed formed a small criminal gang. Ha ha. The leader laughed, clearly elated. He then inquired about several others, all involved in theft and extortion from younger students. A bunch of scoundrels. I muttered under my breath, slamming my fist against the heating pipe, producing a metallic clang. What was that noise? The group turned their attention toward Xiao Yu and me. Probably just a rat, the sharp-voiced member suggested. In this dark and damp place, it would be strange if there weren't any. The familiar voice continued, drawing the group's focus back to him. So, any news on the 4 heavenly kings? Yes. One individual flicked a cigarette, but against the wall, where it rolled twice before extinguishing on the ground. Ma Liang seldom shows up these days. It seems he has even stopped attending school. Occasionally, he has seen alone. I heard his father open a nightclub in Xinjiang City, and he is helping out there. Shunzi is still missing. There is nothing to report. That ruffian remains as arrogant as ever, but he has some muscle and is quite ruthless, so our brothers are reluctant to provoke him. However, his underlings, like the mischievous dragon, are often met with violence by our crew. As for Rat, his father sent him to the lumber yard to carry wood. If our brothers ever find themselves with nothing to do, they should visit the lumber yard and give him a good scare. I hear he has become quite timid. Laughter erupted among the group. So, they were merely a bunch of bullies. A surge of fury ignited within me, intertwined with the effects of alcohol, and I felt an overwhelming urge to tear these individuals apart. Hit them hard. My fists urged me. Just as I contemplated standing up, a younger member suddenly uttered the name Ajin. The mention jolted my mind, and I opened my eyes wide, scrutinizing the familiar figure of the leader. His shape and outline unmistakably belonged to Ajing, the once timid, tearful boy. The Three Wolves Society? Of course. It represents our big brother Zhou Ming and his two sworn brothers, El Jinren and El Genie. Upon hearing this, a surge of resentment welled within me. I retched again. Who? Chaos erupted within the sewer. You bunch of bastards. I staggered to my feet, disregarding Xiao Yu's attempts to restrain me. Ajing, recognizing my voice, called out, Ming Yi, stop calling me brother. I have no brother like you. I sprinted forward, but before I could take more than a couple of steps, my balance faltered, and I fell to the ground. Are you okay? Xiao Yu hurried to support me. A glimmer of light appeared before my eyes. He had turned on a small flashlight. A group of people across the way surged toward us. Don't move. A Zheng shouted. This is Zhou Ming. Everyone froze, and silence enveloped the sewer. Zhou Ming? The drunken fool inside is the one who battled the four great kings? Summoning all my strength, I finally managed to stand and stagger forward. The 10-meter distance felt as if I had traversed an entire year. I limped painfully, as if I had injured myself in the fall, my eyes blazing with fury. Brother Ming, when did you arrive? A Zheng approached me. Xiao Yu stood behind, illuminating the path with his flashlight. My vision blurred, but a Zheng's face eventually came into focus as he reached me. Damn it! I slapped him across the face. A Zheng stumbled back 2 steps. Brother Ming, why did you hit me? Why do you think I hit you? I roared, charging at him, throwing punches and kicks at his face and body. Why are you hitting a Zheng? His followers shouted, rushing toward us, attempting to pull a Zheng away, trying to distance him from me. The already cramped sewer became even more congested. I felt a kick land on my back. I stumbled again and fell. Do you dare hit him? Shall you drag someone out from the crowd? Try touching him again. His voice was laced with anger. It was the first time I had seen him so furious. Don't lay a hand on him. Zhou Ming is my boss. A Zheng shouted, and once again, silence descended. I leaned against the heating pipe, gasping for breath as I stood up. Everyone step aside. A Zheng stood firm, yet those around him obediently parted to create a path. I stood on one end, and he stood on the other. I pointed at him. I'm not the boss. I charged at him again. Stop using my name to do these things. I swung a punch at his face, but it was utterly feeble, my drunken body seemingly beyond my control. A Zheng remained still, allowing me to unleash my rage. I slapped his face, pounded his chest, and kicked his legs. A Zheng stood resolute, his steadfast gaze silently enduring it all. It took me so much effort to disband the four great kings, and now you create the Sanlang Society. I noticed tears streaming down my face. Do you know how much I despise thugs? I grasped a Zheng's collar, attempting to toss him to the ground, but I had no strength left. Even you, I would eradicate. I screamed, but couldn't hold back, bending over to vomit. There was nothing left to expel, just a nonsensical liquid. A pack of exquisite tissues was offered to me by a Zheng's hand. I pushed his hand away. I can't afford such luxury. I was certain this was also something stolen from a store. Get your filthy hands away from me. Hey, even if you're Zhou Ming, you shouldn't speak to a Zheng like that. One of the younger thugs interjected. I shot him a glare and slapped him across the face. What gave you the right to speak? The boy covered his mouth, glaring at me in resentment. Everyone be quiet. It's only natural for a brother to hit a brother. A Zheng declared firmly. Get lost. I shoved a Zheng, pushing him straight against the wall near the sewer entrance. Disband the Sanlang Society. Now, immediately, I gritted my teeth. I am sorry. A Zheng looked at me. I can't. Footsteps approached. Xiao Yu came over and pulled my hand away from Zheng's collar. A Zheng, can you tell me why? Xiao Yu asked slowly. Because. A Zheng began. But all at once, my vision blurred into darkness, my consciousness fading, and my entire body collapsed backward. Brother Ming, are you all right? A Zheng's voice grew distant as I felt a crowd lift me, unsure of where they were taking me. My memory halted there. When I next awoke, I found myself lying in my own bed. I looked at a Zheng leaning against the peach tree and was at a loss for words. However, as the alcohol wore off, the fury from the previous day had dissipated, replaced by regret and sorrow. Go back and disband the Sanlang Society. Stop those activities. I said softly. A Zheng remained silent, biting his lip, his face showing some swelling, likely from my blows. What? Unwilling? I scoffed. Can't bear to see your own creation crumble? No. A Zheng's eyes widened. It's not that. I continued to scoff, listening to his attempts at clarification. A Zheng still bit his lip, seemingly holding back something. Speak up. My patience waned. After you left, a Zheng finally said, as that Uncle Shrimp and Uncle Chow predicted, although the four great kings disbanded, many small gangs inexplicably emerged, seizing the opportunity to expand their influence. And then, my tone softened slightly. Many of my classmates were forced to join those chaotic gangs, embroiled in intrigue and fighting. X County is even more chaotic than during the four great kings' time. I was taken aback. How'd I never heard of this? First, you left X County. Second, these gangs haven't yet gained significant power. To some, it's merely childish skirmishing. But I know that when big fish eat small fish, the ultimate victor will be a brand new four great kings. So, I moved 2 chairs from the courtyard, and we sat beneath the peach tree, hundreds of thumb-sized peaches hidden among countless green leaves. I remember you saying on the tennis court, Zheng's hand touched the peach tree. If new gangs appear in X County, we'll take them out one by one. I recall my words were not exactly as such, but the meaning was similar. A Zheng continued, when my classmates informed me about everything happening in X County, I was frantic to call you, only to learn you had gone to attend the first high school. I had no way to contact you. I wanted to organize some people to resist these fledgling gangs, but I had no influence and nobody would listen to what I said. So you thought to impersonate me and Jinrun and Jin E to form the Sanlang Society? A Zheng nodded. Yes, I believe that like you. I despise evil. Although I acted without your permission, I thought if you were here, you would surely do the same. I shook my head, but did not stop him from continuing. Many people know that you and I have a good relationship. So if I stood up and told everyone that the Sanlang Society was organized by Zhou Ming, Jinrun, and Jin E, no one would doubt it. Thus, in a short time, the Sanlang Society became the most populous emerging force. My anger began to rise gradually. So you're saying the purpose of forming the Sanlang Society was solely to combat those small gangs trying to expand their influence? A noble deed? My tone dripped with sarcasm. I was astonished when Zheng nodded. Yes, the Sanlang Society, while currently substantial, operates very discreetly. Many people haven't even heard of it. I know you dislike such things. I recalled asking those girls at Qin Jie's house about the Sanlang Society. Indeed, they were unaware. But that couldn't excuse a Zheng's wrongdoing. I stood up abruptly, pointing at him. Spare me your grandiose rhetoric. You gather people to pilfer, engage in brawls, extort protection money, and you dare to claim you're doing good? Ajing lowered his head, seemingly struck by my words. So, you indeed overheard everything. I raised my hand, intending to slap him, but halted midair, unable to bring myself to do it. Minggu, Ajing lifted his gaze. You are a true hero, albeit a tad too merciful. Furious, I seized his collar and pinned him against the peach tree, threatening, do you believe I won't end you right now? Ming, what are you doing? My mother appeared from the courtyard unexpectedly. I released Ajing and replied casually, it's nothing, Mom. You can go back inside. Auntie, Minggu is just playing around with me. Ajing added, handle matters calmly. No need for arguments. My mother admonished. I nodded, and she retreated. At times, Ajing's tone was calm. Extraordinary situations require extraordinary measures. Suddenly, the Ajing before me felt unfamiliar. He was no longer the child who cried after being extorted by Shunzi, nor was he the one who called me in tears from the supermarket, pleading for help. Perhaps Shunzi's words held truth. He had never been a straightforward child. I turned away, addressing him in a frigid tone. If you insist on refusing to disband the Sanlang Society, then prepare to accept my challenge. Ajing remained silent, stepping closer to me. Ming Yi. I shut my eyes. I have no brother like you. Ajing sighed. Minggu, would you accompany me for a moment? I scoffed. What? Do you intend to incapacitate me before I strike? Ajing shook his head. Minggu, with your courage and cunning, you wouldn't shy away from joining me. Would you? Such flattery, paired with provocation, made it impossible for me to refuse. Where are you taking me? Some things are better seen than spoken. After informing my mother, I followed Ajing. A month ago, Ajing called me brother, trailing behind me. Now, a month later, he still addressed me as brother, yet I found myself following him. This shift amused me, prompting me to take a couple of steps forward, standing beside him rather than behind. We walked in silence until entering a residential complex, where I could no longer suppress my curiosity. Where to? My home, Ajing replied succinctly, embodying a hint of leadership. We entered a unit and descended into a chilly basement. What is this? I couldn't help but ask. Ajing opened one of the basement doors, revealing 2 large black plastic bags, bulging with items stolen from various supermarkets, malls, and shops. What do you want me to see? I inquired, but Ajing remained silent, lifting the bags and securing the basement door before stepping out again. Were we going to dispose of the stolen goods? I knew even if I asked, Ajing would remain tight-lipped, so I feigned indifference, walking beside him. Though anxiety gnawed at me at the thought of being apprehended as an accomplice by a sudden influx of police. The early morning in X County was already desolate, and with it being the weekend, the streets were even more sparsely populated. The cold wind seeped through my shirt, chilling my skin. Ajing stood resolutely beside me, seemingly unperturbed by the circumstances. I suddenly realized we were heading towards the old school. What could he possibly want? Was he going to show me the playground where the fences had been sawed off? Ajing's pace was slow yet steady, each step seemingly requiring immense effort. I trailed beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The gates of the old school loomed before us, adjacent to a playground strewn with yellow sand. Ajing paused at the entrance, glancing around, but instead of veering into the playground, he proceeded directly into the campus. What was his purpose here? I quickened my pace to keep up with him. The campus of the old school had long lost its former vibrancy, with nameless weeds flourishing in every corner, and flocks of birds fluttering through the empty classrooms overhead. The dilapidated teaching building stood like a colossal beast, aged and desolate, devoid of any vitality. Once a landmark of X County, this place had indeed become a genuine hazard, rarely approached by anyone, for fear it might collapse at any moment. Standing in the overgrown campus, Ajing looked up and walked toward one of the classrooms. Could this be one of their hideouts? Ajing maintained his impassive demeanor, and I cast him a sidelong glance, perplexed by his intentions. Approaching the derelict classroom, I suddenly noticed it was distinct from the others. First, the windows were intact and clean, a miraculous anomaly in a school that had been abandoned for years. Second, a chimney protruded from one of the windows, blackened from years of soot. Clearly, someone had been residing here. Who could possibly live in such a notorious ruin? Ajing, however, navigated the space with familiarity, heading straight for the inhabited classroom. I followed closely, gradually hearing a chorus of children's laughter emanating from within. In this desolate campus, such sounds were eerily unsettling. Upon reaching the door, Ajing set down the 2 plastic bags and gently pushed the door open. Ajing is here. A throng of children surged forward. A mix of boys and girls, the eldest appearing no more than 10, the youngest perhaps 4 or 5. What good things did Ajing bring us? A dirty-faced, rosy-cheeked child exclaimed, hugging Ajing's leg with eager anticipation. A group of children gathered around Ajing, their faces alight with longing as they gazed up at him. Their faces grimy as if they hadn't washed in days, clad in tattered clothing with patches aplenty. There, over there, Ajing pointed to the bags outside. The children's eyes sparkled as they rushed towards the 2 large plastic bags. One bag was quickly opened, and an array of snacks spilled onto the ground. Yet the children surprisingly quieted, encircling the treats as an older child began to distribute them. They took their snacks in silence, each face blossoming with joy. The second bag was opened, and the older child exclaimed, "Ajing, you brought us these?" I was taken aback. It contained a plethora of educational materials: books, notebooks, pens, compasses, rulers, and protractors. However, apart from the eldest child, the rest of the children's faces fell in disappointment, likely because they were hoping for toys. Ajing whispered to me, "They're all orphans." A chill ran through me. I had suspected as much upon seeing them, but hearing it confirmed brought a wave of sorrow. Ajing took a few steps forward, and only then did I notice an elderly woman with a kind expression sitting in the corner of the classroom, smiling warmly at Ajing and me. Ajing approached her. "Grandma, how have you been?" I, too, walked over to the old woman, observing the children still curiously engrossed in the supplies. At this moment, I finally found some leisure to survey the dilapidated classroom, now occupied by a group of orphans and an elderly man. Naturally, the desks and podium had long since vanished, leaving only an old-fashioned blackboard, which curiously remained adorned with drawings of flowers, the sun, and houses, crafted with chalk whose origins were unknown. The classroom, originally spacious enough to accommodate 40 to 50 students, was now cluttered with various beverage bottles, beer bottles, and scraps of paper, presumably collected by the children over time. Near the window, a stove stood idle, as it was not yet time to cook, and beside it lay a few pots and bowls used for cooking. Upon closer inspection, It became evident that all the essential items for everyday living, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, were present, indicating that these children and the elderly man had indeed managed to sustain themselves for quite some time. In the innermost corner of the classroom sat the elderly man, surrounded by several bamboo mats and scattered bedding, which likely served as their sleeping quarters. "Ah Zheng, you always bring so many things." The elderly man smiled, his face adorned with sagging flesh and deep wrinkles resembling ravines, his gray hair casually tied back with a rubber band. Suddenly, I found this elderly man strikingly familiar. I had often seen him rummaging through trash bins in the streets and alleys of County X, always carrying a tattered nylon bag, a true scavenger, just a small token. Ah Zheng replied with a smile. "Please, have a seat. I'll fetch you some water." The elderly woman stood up and approached the stove, picking up a battered thermos she had salvaged from somewhere, removing the cap to pour 2 cups of water. She touched the thermos apologetically, saying, "It doesn't tea keep warm?" "No need. We're not thirsty," Ah Zheng replied cheerfully, then turned to me and whispered, "Do you understand now?" I clenched my fists. Their plight indeed warranted sympathy, yet it could not justify the urging of students to steal. If he already possessed so much money, why not simply buy what they needed? "No, this money is still necessary." Ah Zheng shook his head. "Necessary for what?" The elderly woman had approached by this time, and Ah Zheng pulled a handful of loose change from his pocket, presumably the result of some individual claiming to have sold off iron railings the night before. "Here, this is for you," he offered. However, the elderly woman declined, shaking her head. "Ah Zheng, I don't know where this money comes from. You're just a student, and as far as I know, your family isn't well off. How can?" Ma. Ah Zheng remained smiling, seemingly patient in his dealings with her. "Didn't I tell you? I mobilized students at school to donate for Little Radish. Everyone is enthusiastic." The elderly woman sighed, accepting the money from Ah Zheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ah Zheng seemed to sense that lingering would only lead to her weeping endlessly, and quickly said, "Ah Ma, I must go now. I'll visit you again soon." "Ah Zheng, are you leaving?" A slightly older child suddenly approached. Ah Zheng knelt down, affectionately ruffling the child's hair. "Little Radish, you're the oldest here. Make sure everyone listens to Ah Ma. Understood?" Little Radish nodded earnestly. "Ah Zheng, you're really leaving?" A group of children gathered around, each clutching some stationery. "Next time, could you bring more toys? These things don't seem very useful." "They are useful," Ah Zheng replied, wishing he could embrace all the children at once. "You will need these in the future, so remember to take good care of them." The children, filled with excitement, accompanied Ah Zheng to the classroom door. I trailed behind them, feeling like a complete invisible presence. No one seemed curious about me, their eyes solely on Ah Zheng. "Their hero." "All right," Ah Zheng said sternly. "Everyone go back now, and be careful not to be seen. We don't want anyone to chase you away." The children appeared accustomed to such warnings and obediently retreated. I stepped outside as Ah Zheng closed the door behind us. We retraced our steps and exited the campus. "This is a dangerous building, so no one is allowed to live here," Ah Zheng explained. He gazed at the clouds and the sky. "Little Radish has a congenital heart defect and needs to undergo a bypass surgery. Therefore, we must save every penny. Not a single cent can be wasted." "There will always be a way," I replied, now understanding Ah Zheng's motives, yet I still couldn't condone his methods. Stealing, robbing, extorting protection money, such earnings are tainted. "I don't care," Ah Zheng clenched his fists. "I must save Little Radish, and I will take care of Ah Ma and the others for the rest of their lives. I have to do this." "Why?" I asked, puzzled. If Ah Zheng merely felt sympathy, it would be entirely normal. Anyone witnessing such a group of orphans and an elderly person would feel a pang of compassion and desire to help. However, it seemed peculiar that he treated this like a lifelong mission. Because Ah Zheng suddenly seemed to make a significant resolution. "I, too, am an orphan." "How is that possible?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "Didn't we just visit your basement?" Ah Zheng nodded. "Those are my foster parents." I fell silent, unable to comprehend Ah Zheng's background, his experiences, and his thoughts. As we reached the school gate, Ah Zheng abruptly halted, scraping his hand against the wall, causing a layer of white dust to cascade down. "People like us have no moral compass. Even our biological parents can abandon us. What use is so-called morality? I despise those who are born into wealth and bully others. I collect protection fees only from those who are affluent yet idle, tormenting their classmates." I instigate fights against those who bully others by relying on sheer numbers. I instruct them to steal from shops because Azeng possède momentarily. I wish nothing more than for those unscrupulous merchants to perish. His face took on a frightening aspect, his mouth moving as he recounted a harrowing tale. I will never forget that winter when I was 6 years old, with snowflakes falling like feathers from the sky, clad in only a thin jacket. I had gone 2 whole days without food, crawling from store to store, begging for scraps. Yet they refused. Zheng's eyes became terrifying. They treated me like a professional beggar, mocking me, claiming my monthly earnings didn't even compare to what they made in a single day. And those despicable delinquents found amusement in my suffering. They would force me to lie in the snow, covering me with it, leaving only my nostrils exposed, then laughing as they urinated on my face. Zheng slammed his fist against the wall, his pallid face devoid of color. I was utterly stunned, rendered speechless. Zheng's hatred for those delinquents ran deeper than my own. Some things are useless to discuss with you, he sighed, then shifted to a smile. Do you know how long it took me to learn to craft a false smile, to appease those who harbored malice towards me? To avoid their bullying, I pretended to be happy, calling them father, grandfather, and even ancestors. I knelt to polish their shoes, allowing them to trample upon me for their entertainment. I thought I had sufficiently loathed those delinquents, yet I realized Zheng's contempt surpassed mine. I didn't know how many children had endured experiences similar to mine, nor did I understand why no one intervened on their behalf. Zheng Sigid. But I know that a man who has faced such trials cherishes the power he holds even more. I am still young. Zheng suddenly licked his lips, revealing a greedy expression. I want to step on the heads of those unruly youths and climb to the pinnacle. I remained silent for a long time, feeling both sympathy for Zheng's plight and a glimmer of hope for his salvation until I could no longer contain myself and exclaimed, "You must be out of your mind." Zheng shook his head. Minggu, aside from these methods, I cannot conceive of any other way to rescue Xiao Luobo or to ensure that those ruffians cease to revel at our expense. I was taken aback, indeed. What other options were there? How could I possibly amass the funds needed for Xiao Luobo's surgery? How could one rid themselves of those bullies who derive pleasure from tormenting others? Zheng, I am at a loss on how to advise you. But I know that if you continue down this path, you will inevitably lose your way. I implored him, consider this, to those children. You are as pure as an angel. If they... Enough! Zheng interrupted, suddenly grasping my hand. Minggu, join me. One day we will ascend to the position of Shaohai and then bring him down. X County will belong to us. Zheng's eyes sparkled with avarice. I recoiled forcefully, rejecting him. You madman. Zheng stepped back, disappointment and frustration flickering across his face. Minggu, do you not support me? I wish to cure Xiao Luobo and eliminate those ruffians. I wish for that too, I replied, gazing at him, but not through such means. Do you believe that my actions are no different from those ruffians? Zheng appeared to grasp the crux of the matter, questioning me with confusion. Yes, I nodded. What you are doing now is indistinguishable from their actions. No. Zheng continued to shake his head. I am not like them. My Sanlang Society's primary purpose is to uphold peace in X County, to prevent those ruffians from committing atrocities, to ensure that children can sleep soundly and that the elderly can enjoy their twilight years. Zheng grew increasingly animated. Minggu, I firmly believe that I represent the side of justice. Sometimes, justice requires sacrifice. That is merely your self-righteous interpretation of justice. I fervently shook my head, determined to eradicate his delusional thoughts. You seek to maintain peace in X County? What need is there for the police then? Them? Zheng scoffed. They are merely a bunch of useless wage earners. Minggu, do not forget that even you sought refuge with those so-called police after being extorted by Ma Yang. Did it yield any results? I found myself at a loss for words, unable to counter Zheng's assertions. Thus, Zheng gazed skyward. Justice lies in our own hands. I retreated a couple of steps, realizing that at merely 16, I was ill-equipped to ponder such profound issues. Yet, Zheng, despite being only a year younger, seemed to possess a deeper understanding due to his experiences. Nevertheless, I was certain that he was wrong and that something was amiss. Yet, I could not pinpoint where the fault lay or discern the answers to my questions. Was it truly justifiable to respond to violence with violence? After all, had I not employed the same approach a month prior to dismantle the 4 great kings? although I professed never to form any gangs. I had nonetheless allied myself with the Jean brothers. Despite my firm opposition to collecting so-called younger brothers, had I not summoned Ajing's classmates during critical moments? A sudden headache engulfed me as these thoughts swirled in my mind, resembling a tangled ball of yarn, with the elusive thread buried deep within. I felt that the argument was no longer worth pursuing, for neither of us could persuade the other. Promise me 2 things. What things? Ajing asked respectfully. First, I began, as the distant dawn cast a gentle glow, generously illuminating the world. Never engage in illegal activities. I placed my hand on Ajing's shoulder. I do not wish to see you behind bars. Ajing's eyes sparkled with joy. Minggu, do you agree to become the leader of our Sanlang society? That was precisely the second matter I intended to address. I looked at him firmly, wishing to convey my resolve. Change the name of the gang, or at least do not continue to operate under our banner. Why? Ajing's expression dimmed. I shook my head, unwilling to elaborate further or provide Ajing with additional counsel. I just hope that the justice you uphold does not lead you astray. I patted Ajing's shoulder and departed from the old school, leaving him lost in thought behind me. Ajing's companions evidently regarded him as their sole leader. Even after he revealed my identity the previous night, they remained indifferent, which hinted at their true sentiments. Perhaps when Ajing organized them, he did so under the names of Jean Run and Jean E and myself, but after engaging in certain activities, it was clear that Ajing had become the most prominent figure among his peers. Despite his Sanlang society maintaining a low profile, he had undoubtedly risen to a position of influence among his contemporaries, much like the former 4 great kings. Upon returning home, my mind was in a state of turmoil, unsure if it was due to lingering alcohol or the mental exhaustion from my debate with Ajing. In any case, I felt utterly drained and collapsed onto my bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Upon waking, the sun had begun to set, and my mother sat on a bench in the warm glow, knitting a sweater. "Mom," I softly called. "You're awake?" She rose, placing the sweater aside, and went to the kitchen. Before long, she returned with a steaming bowl of rice soup. "You must be both thirsty and hungry. Drink this first to fill your stomach, then we can have dinner." I sat up and began to sip from the bowl. "Where's Dad?" "He was called by your Uncle Chow to go drinking." Mom resumed her seat on the bench and continued knitting. Although Mom did not work, she was skilled at knitting, and neighbors often brought yarn to her, specifying the style and size they desired. Mom accepted every request, as she had little else to occupy her time. Once finished, she would inform those individuals to come collect their sweaters, and they would never arrive empty-handed, often bringing jars of pickled vegetables, bags of dried bayberries, homemade pancakes, and oil cakes, ensuring that our home was never lacking in such provisions. "Who are you knitting for?" I casually inquired as I drank. Upon hearing Mom mention Uncle Chow, I was reminded of that night at Uncle Kuei's restaurant and wondered how the pile of money on the table was ultimately resolved. If only a portion could be allocated for Xiao Luobu's surgery, perhaps it could deter Ajing from losing his way. Yet, I recognized this was a futile wish. Uncle Chow and his companions were steadfast men who would rather starve than touch a single penny belonging to Xiao Hai. "For you," Mom replied, oblivious to my thoughts. "For me?" I was somewhat perplexed. It was only summer. "It's already halfway through," she smiled. "You've grown so quickly. A new sweater must be knitted each year." "Is that so?" I chuckled, setting the bowl aside and walking over to my mother, scrutinizing her gradually aging features. Yet, in my heart, she would always be the most beautiful. "Mingming." I was counting the few strands of silver among her hair when she suddenly asked, "You seem a bit off lately." "What do you mean?" My heart skipped a beat. "Last week, in the market, the notices posted in the neighborhood mentioned a Zhou Ming. Was that you?" Mom did not look at me, continuing to focus on her knitting. I knew she must be anxious, awaiting my answer. "Of course not," I said reluctantly. "I also believe it isn't you." Mom sighed with relief, finally looking up at me with a smile. "You must be hungry. The leftover lunch is warming by the stove. Go eat." I nodded emphatically and hurried to the kitchen. As I savored the delectable, perfectly warmed meal, my resolve solidified. I would keep my distance from those troublesome youths, even for the sake of my parents. This past weekend was marked by the unfortunate events surrounding Ajing. The following afternoon, I summoned Xiaoyu and Qinjia, bringing along Xiao Jiao, and the 4 of us set off to the detention center to visit Jinrun and Jini. The brothers appeared to be in high spirits, looking even more robust than before their incarceration. It was a rare occasion for us to gather together, and our hearts were light as we temporarily set aside our concerns about Ajing. After our visit, Xiaoyu inquired about Ajing, and I recounted the events of the previous day in detail. Xiaoyu paused, reflecting, before stating that Ajing's incitement of his younger peers to steal from the mall was indeed a legal infraction. If only he could heed my advice and turn over a new leaf, I might be inclined to overlook his transgressions. Subsequently, Xiaoyu, needing to report to the Municipal Criminal Police Department, kindly offered to drop me and Zhao Yanan off at the first high school of the city. During evening self-study, once everyone had assembled, our homeroom teacher announced that a new student would join us the following morning. Speculation buzzed through the room as we wondered who this individual could be, managing to bypass military training and arrive directly at the start of the school year. Qian Kuaizai, with his keen instincts, suggested that the newcomer must come from a wealthy family. I noticed Gao Xiaoshan, who sat at the back due to his height, wearing a peculiar expression, fixating on Lu Xing for an extended period. I even began to wonder if he might suddenly hurl a flower pot from the windowsill at Lu Xing. Thankfully, the night passed without incident. With military training finally behind us, the smiles on everyone's faces were more radiant than before. After our teacher departed, discipline waned completely, marking the final celebration before the official start of school. Students flooded the hallways, chasing and playing, with no teachers in sight. After evening study concluded, I returned to the dormitory, preparing to wash up and sleep, when Gao Xiaoshan tapped my shoulder, signaling for me to step outside. I followed him to the corridor, where he handed me a cigarette. As I accepted it, he lit it for me, and I sensed he had something on his mind. "You've been getting close to Lu Xing and the others lately?" Gao Xiaoshan asked after taking a drag. I was taken aback, unsure of why he suddenly broached the subject. After some thought, I presumed he had reconsidered and was planning to reconcile with Lu Xing and the others, so I nodded. "Yes, they're actually quite nice to my surprise." Gao Xiaoshan scoffed, exhaling smoke through his nostrils before saying, "Zhou Ming, what if I advise you to keep your distance from them?" "Why?" I asked, bewildered. We stood by a window, and Gao Xiaoshan, cigarette in mouth, abruptly pushed the glass open, gazing into the distance where a full moon hung amidst a starry sky. "Because they are finished," he stated calmly. His words sent an involuntary shiver down my spine, as goosebumps prickled my skin. Gao Xiaoshan's demeanor did not suggest he was joking. I had known since the day we met that he was not one to boast. Yet, I could not fathom the source of his unwavering confidence and composure. He finished his cigarette in silence, flicked the butt out the window, cast a fleeting glance my way, and returned to the dormitory. Standing by the window, my thoughts swirled, and my unease inexplicably intensified. I recalled how Lu Xing and Lao Tu had supported me since I arrived at the first high school. They had risked conflicts with the 12 Zodiac for my sake, treating me as a genuine brother. Now, was it time for me to declare my stance? Yet, Gao Xiaoshan undoubtedly, he had been incredibly loyal to me as well, and as dorm mates, we were meant to stand united. I lingered by the window, feeling the cool summer breeze, yet unaccountably drenched in cold sweat. After deliberation, I eventually approached the door of Lu Xing's dormitory, hesitating before knocking. "Who is it?" came Lao Tu's gruff voice. Though Lao Tu and I were not in the same class, he had managed to share a dorm with Lu Xing through his own means. Fearing that my voice might alert Gao Xiaoshan in the adjacent dormitory, I remained silent and lightly tapped the door with my middle finger. "Who is it? Can't you speak?" Lao Tu opened the door in a huff, his expression transforming into a smile upon seeing me. I shushed him, and he appeared puzzled as I slipped inside. I scanned the room's occupants. Under Lao Tu's careful arrangement, everyone present was a trusted comrade, the backbone of his influence. He had previously invited me to move in, but I had declined, unwilling to part with my current rowdy companions, suggesting instead that since our dormitories were adjacent, we need not occupy another bed. Lu Xing was trimming his nails when he noticed my arrival and smiled at me. I sat at the edge of his bed, and he shuffled over, continuing his grooming. The others greeted me, and I noticed they were all hunched over, focused on the center of the room. If my presence alone had not drawn their attention, it meant they had been convening before I arrived. Lao Tu had indeed closed the door and moved to the center, surveying the group. "Zhou Ming is one of us," he declared. I swallowed my words and looked at Lao Tu, who paced for a moment before proclaiming that tomorrow marked the official start of school at the first high school. No one interjected. They were accustomed to remaining silent while Lao Tu spoke. Everyone understood that our influence among the out-of-town students, particularly in the entire first year, was formidable. However, Lao Tu paused. "As soon as you were labeled out of town, No matter where you are in this world, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, silence enveloped the room, akin to a television abruptly cutting off during an enthralling show, leaving only the sound of Lu Xing's nail clippers. Despite this, the dormitory remained hushed, knowing Lao Tu would continue. Thanks to everyone's support, after what seemed like an eternity, Lao Tu finally resumed. I have yet to disappoint you as the leader of our organization. However, he continued, entering high school is a completely different ballgame. Lao Tu gazed at the 45-watt light bulb above, contemplating deeply before continuing. Ascending a high school is akin to starting anew, but in my heart, as long as there are brothers, we fear nothing. The mention of brotherhood seemed to bolster Lao Tu's confidence, even in the face of countless obstacles. I believe that as long as we unite, there is no hurdle we cannot overcome. Upon hearing this, I realized that Lao Tu was addressing us in a formal rally before the start of the school year. Initially, I had come to warn them to be cautious, but now it seemed unnecessary. Clearly, Lao Tu possessed an instinctive awareness of the unpredictable dangers that lay ahead, akin to a beast of the jungle. He himself resembled a regal king of beasts, and his words carried a reassuring strength. By the way, Zhou, do you have something to say? Lao Tu turned to me. No witties. I stood up, my body completely relaxed. I came here solely to tell you that no matter what happens, I am with you. Lao Tu smiled and walked over to pat my shoulder. Lu Xing had also finished trimming his nails, stretched lazily, and lay down on the bed. I'm not afraid of anything. After all, I have Lao Tu, Lu Xing said languidly. This statement evidently resonated with everyone, and laughter erupted. It was then that I realized the immense respect Lao Tu commanded among this group. Previously, I thought my fortune alone had granted me the favor of someone like him. Now, I understood that to a person like Lao Tu, as long as you treat him as a brother, he would willingly entrust his life to you. Lao Tu is the true hero of this world. Such individuals will always be revered wherever they go. After lights out, I returned to the dormitory. It seemed everyone was asleep, the atmosphere tranquil. I groped my way and climbed into my bed. Did you go to their dorm? Gao Xiaoshan's voice broke the silence. I hesitated for a moment, but replied, yes. Gao Xiaoshan turned over, the bed creaking softly, and did not say anything further. Lying in bed, a vague sense of unease began to sprout, grow, and blossom within my heart. What would the landscape of Shizhong be like after tomorrow? Gradually, I drifted off to sleep. The sun shone brightly, and the willows in the campus swayed gently in the breeze as students busily moved about, carrying their bedding. The day of the official opening of Shizhong had finally arrived. The upperclassmen were occupied with registration and tuition payment. We freshmen had yet to begin formal classes. Our homeroom teacher stood at the podium, rearranging our seats according to our heights. Lu Xing and I found ourselves regrettably seated in the second row, but fortunately, a few girls, including Chu Tingting, sat nearby, ensuring that class would not be dull as we could pass notes to each other, adding an element of fun. Once everyone settled, however, an empty seat at the center of the classroom remained. It was likely reserved for the new student the homeroom teacher mentioned, someone of considerable importance. As the seat had been preemptively claimed, the teacher glanced at the clock and said, we still lack a class monitor, but I have already selected someone. He will be arriving shortly. What do you think? Teacher, we haven't even seen him yet. How can he be the class monitor? One student grumbled. Exactly. How influential could his background be if he skipped military training and still became class monitor? Another student whispered, their voice perfectly audible to the entire class. The homeroom teacher, however, paid no heed to the murmurs and continued to check the time repeatedly. I felt fortunate. Although seated in the second row, I was by the window, beside a pot of vibrant green clivia that exuded a delightful fragrance, invigorating my spirits. Looking out at the seniors bustling in and out of the campus, I finally sensed the atmosphere of a prestigious institution. This was indeed the Shizhong I had longed for throughout my 3 years of middle school. Suddenly, the door swung open. A gust of wind, stirred by the influx of air, caused several books on students' desks to flutter. A tall, handsome boy stood at the entrance, beaming with a smile. You're here? The homeroom teacher's tone held a hint of flattery. Wow, he's so handsome. It turned out the new student was quite the charmer. All right, I approve of him as class monitor. The girls already began to swoon, and Li Sijia and her friends eagerly gazed at the newcomer. My heart skipped a beat, for this was none other than Shunzi, someone I had not seen in ages. Indeed, it was Shunzi, tall and handsome, always wearing a bright smile, perpetually appearing as if he had just woken from slumber. "Hello, teacher." To my astonishment, Shunzi displayed remarkable politeness. I had no mirror to see my expression, but I imagined I looked utterly dumbfounded. "Hello, hello." The homeroom teacher approached the door and gestured invitingly. "Where's my seat?" Shunzi smiled. The teacher pointed to the vacant spot in the center. "There. Also, you will be our class monitor." "Oh." Shunzi seemed entirely unconcerned, his gaze casually surveying the classroom, igniting subtle squeals from a few infatuated girls. His eyes briefly fixed on me, offering a friendly smile in return. I smiled back, acknowledging the significant debt of gratitude I owed him from our encounter at the market. Shunzi walked toward his designated seat, but did not stop, instead heading straight to the back row. "Your seat is over there," the teacher reminded him. Shunzi ignored him and paused beside Gao Xiaoshan. They appeared nearly the same height. "Brother," Gao Xiaoshan called softly. My heart thundered. Shunzi was actually Gao Xiaoshan's older brother. Shunzi continued to smile, gently asking, "Who is it?" Gao Xiaoshan pointed at Lu Xing beside me. "It's him." "Oh," came Shunzi's indifferent reply. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and instinctively, I stood up beside Lu Xing. Lu Xing remained seated, puzzled by the unfolding events. "Zhou Ming, what are you doing standing up during class?" The homeroom teacher scolded sternly, as if Shunzi were invisible. I ignored him, focusing intently on Shunzi. Shunzi maintained his harmless smile as he approached Lu Xing step by step. Lu Xing, bewildered, asked, "Zhou Ming, why are you standing?" I remained silent, my gaze fixed on Shunzi's face. "Zhou Ming, I'm here." Shunzi finally stood before me. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shunzi's perfect profile. "Zhou Ming, do you know him?" Lu Xing furrowed his brow, sensing Shunzi's ill intentions. I hesitated, about to respond, when I noticed Shunzi's hand slowly rising. His movements were deliberately slow, gentle, almost tender, reminiscent of a mother about to caress her newborn. Shunzi smiled at me, his hand reaching for the back of Lu Xing's head. "What are you?" Lu Xing barely had time to express his disdain before his head was forcefully slammed against the wooden desk in front of him with a resounding thud. Shunzi did not halt. To everyone's astonishment, he grabbed Lu Xing's head again and struck it against the desk 3 more times. I was utterly unprepared for Shunzi's sudden aggression and the swiftness of his actions. By the time I reacted, Lu Xing had also regained his composure, springing up with an exclamation of fury. "What the hell?" Lu Xing yelled, blood dripping from his forehead, staining his hands crimson. He grabbed his chair, prepared to hurl it at Shunzi. However, Gao Xiaoshan inexplicably appeared from nowhere and delivered a kick to Lu Xing's lower back. Shunzi simply stepped aside with a smile, watching as Gao Xiaoshan unleashed a flurry of punches towards Lu Xing's head. I shoved Gao Xiaoshan aside, shouting, "What are you doing?" But I was at a loss for how to intervene. A few girls, including Song Ying, squeezed in around Lu Xing, protecting him from any further assaults. "So, he's just a freeloader," Shunzi remarked with a smirk, wiping his nose and glancing at the girls. The homeroom teacher was dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such chaos, finally shouting, "Everyone, stop it." The classroom descended into utter disarray, with several timid girls fleeing outside. "Li Sijia, go get Lao Tu," Song Ying urged, helping Lu Xing to his feet. Gao Xiaoshan snorted coldly, standing beside Shunzi, one smiling and the other with a stern expression. "None of you are allowed to cause trouble." The homeroom teacher stood at the entrance of the classroom, blocking Li Sijia's exit. "Move aside." Li Sijia forcefully pushed the teacher, who stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. She dashed out, heading straight for Lao Tu's class. Chu Tingting and Song Ying were tending to Lu Xing, wiping the blood from his forehead with tissues. Lu Xing glared at them with resentment, gritting his teeth, waiting for Lao Tu's reinforcements. I stood in front of Lu Xing and the others, facing Gao Xiaoshan and Shunzi. Gao Xiaoshan was my closest roommate, while Shunzi was the benefactor to whom I owed a favor. Behind me was Lu Xing, who had been my companion through thick and thin, and whom I had long considered a brother. What choice could be more arduous than the one I faced at this moment? They could have been friends. Why had it come to such an irreconcilable conflict? Torn between them, I felt utterly lost. When Lao Tu arrived, a fight was inevitable. With his fiery temperament, how could he possibly let Gao Xiaoshan and Shunzi escape unscathed? What was I to do? Should I intervene and prevent Lao Tu from attacking? But how could I allow Gao Xiaoshan and Shunzi to be harmed? At that moment, I wished for time to slow down, just a little longer, so I could devise a foolproof plan to resolve this chaos. Yet deep down, I knew there was no solution. Nothing could restore the situation unless Shunzi and Gao Xiaoshan sprouted wings and flew out of the window. Shunzi continued to smile, as if everything was but a fleeting cloud in his eyes. The homeroom teacher shouted for everyone to return to their seats, but no one paid him any mind. The situation had escalated. "I'm going to fetch the security." The teacher stormed out, slamming the door behind him, and a few timid students seized the opportunity to leave the classroom, while the majority remained eager to witness the unfolding drama. Before long, Lao Tu burst in with a dozen followers. "Everyone unrelated, get the hell out," Lao Tu bellowed upon seeing the chaotic classroom. The other students scrambled to exit. Lao Tu rolled up his sleeves and charged towards Shunzi and Gao Xiaoshan, followed by his entourage, ready to tear them apart. I turned around, spreading my arms wide, gazing at Lao Tu's reddening face, and uttered two words: "Don't." "Traitor." Lao Tu halted abruptly. "Zhou Ming, what are you doing?" I remained silent, still holding my arms out like a great rock spreading its wings. The youths behind him recognized me, and seeing my stance, they too stood still, perplexed by my actions. Lao Tu seemed to recall something. "Zhou Ming, are you worried that the security will be here soon? Even if Lu Jie beats me to a pulp today, I will make sure these two pay." His face twisted into a grotesque mask, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld. "No." I lowered my head and softly implored, "Do not lay a hand on them." "Why?" Lao Tu glared at me. "They attacked Lu Xing, their brother." Lu Xing, wrapped in tissues, looked at me with confusion. "Oh." Shunzi chuckled from behind. "Zhou Ming, are you protecting me?" "Because." I clenched my teeth. "Gao Xiaoshan is my good friend, and the other owes me a debt of gratitude." The classroom fell silent at my proclamation. Song Ying, furious, retorted, "Zhou Ming, how we treated you all this time. How can you betray us at such a critical moment?" "Song Ying," I said, filled with remorse, "I'm sorry. Please take Lu Xing to the school nurse first." Song Ying seemed about to protest, but Lu Xing stopped her. "Let us go." He turned and walked out of the classroom, with Chu Tingting glancing at me before following. Lao Tu pointed at me, rendered speechless and panting with rage. His followers, however, were not to be underestimated, hurling insults at me. "Zhou Ming, you ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten how we helped you during your conflict with Go? Lao Tu, just take them all down." "Exactly, don't waste your breath on him. This brat deserves a beating." Silence. "Lao Tu su den li zao." "Oh, the gorilla has lost his temper," Shunzi remarked with a grin. Lao Tu's fiery gaze fixed on me, then shifted to Gao Xiaoshan and Shunzi. Lu Xing and the others, nearing the door, halted, awaiting Lao Tu's next words. "Zhou Ming," Lao Tu stared at me, enunciating each word. "Are you certain you wish to protect these two?" I closed my eyes and heard myself declare, "They're my friends." "Fine, fine," Lao Tu repeated, then added, "Zhou Ming, think carefully." He gritted his teeth. "Today I'll grant you this favor, but..." Before he could finish, a voice echoed from outside the classroom. "Oh, I was wondering who had such clout to bring in so many lackeys. Turns out it's Lao Tu, the local tough from the first year." The speaker emphasized local tough, laced with mockery. Lao Tu turned, and everyone in the classroom looked toward the entrance. A robust boy clad in a tight black tank top strode in, looking even more muscular than Lao Tu. Behind him followed a dozen stern-faced boys, radiating an imposing aura. Among them were Go and Shi, two I recognized. Typically flaunting their authority with a gang of lackeys, they now stood behind the robust boy, subservient like newcomers. The lead boy appeared older, undoubtedly a senior. Lao Tu's expression shifted. The ferocity faded, replaced by gravity. His followers fell silent, their bravado extinguished. Noticing Lao Tu's lack of response, the boy bypassed him and glanced at me, seemingly curious about my presence, but did not inquire further. He turned to Shunzi. "Are you all right?" There was a hint of respect in his tone. Shunzi, hands in pockets, lazily surveyed the classroom. "Just teaching a wayward child a lesson. Is this really such a grand spectacle?" He yawned, casually taking a seat by the window, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Gao Xiaoshan scoffed, then returned to his place in the back row. Seeing that Shunzi was unharmed seemed to relieve the boy, who turned to Lao Tu impatiently. "Is there anything else? Should I cover Lu Xing's medical expenses?" Before Lao Tu could respond, Lu Xing, still at the door, said, "Lao Tu, let us go." But Lao Tu suddenly laughed, casting a disdainful glance at me. "So, you have the dragon brother from the Zodiac backing you up, No wonder you look down on your former friends. Lao Tu Mok Get? I don't know him. I weakly protested, aware that this explanation was futile. Lao Tu ignored me, turning to leave while muttering, "What a sycophantic little man." A throng of people surged out of the classroom, not a single one casting a glance back at me. Not even Shu Tingting. I realized that from this day forth, I would be estranged from this group. Heartache, no word could encapsulate my current emotions better than that. Once Lao Tu and his crew had departed, the security personnel finally flooded into the classroom, seemingly waiting for this very moment. The leader, Brother Bin, wore an expression of helplessness. "Can't you people spare us some concern?" Fortunately, Section Chief Liu isn't here today. Otherwise, you'd all be in trouble. Brother Long smiled as he greeted Brother Bin. "Thank you for your trouble." Ashi then produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, handing one directly to Han Yu, who stood behind Brother Bin. "Here, brothers, take this." Han Yu accepted the cigarette with a beaming smile, passing it along to others behind him. Amidst this camaraderie, I felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity. It was then that Brother Bin noticed my presence, pondering momentarily before stating, "Your name is Zhou Ming, right?" I nodded in affirmation, yet he shook his head, seemingly perplexed by my position. It was evident that he was confused. Even I struggled to comprehend my own identity. "Allow me to introduce you." Brother Long, under the impression that I was associated with Shunzi, embraced Brother Bin's shoulders and pointed at Shunzi. "This is our third member of the Zodiac." My heart surged with tumultuous waves. Shunzi was indeed part of the Zodiac. Yet, I harbored doubts. Wasn't Shunzi from our county? How did he get entangled with the city's Zodiac? Brother Bin extended his hands toward Shunzi, exclaiming, "I've long admired your reputation." Shunzi stood, smiling back at Brother Bin. "I look forward to your guidance in the future," yet did not take his outstretched hands. Brother Bin, unfazed, waved dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I will be content if you could simply keep things calm." With that, he glanced at the disarray of desks in the classroom, sighed, patted Brother Long on the shoulder, and led a group from the security department out of the classroom. "Shunzi," Brother Long said with a grin, "let's treat you to a welcome lunch at Longfeng Tower by the school gate." "All right," Shunzi replied cheerfully, his expression seemingly impervious to change. "Agu," and Ash approached, calling out, "Brother Shunzi." Brother Long looked at Gao Shaoshan and then at me, asking Shunzi, "Are you bringing these two young brothers along?" "Sure," Shunzi replied, still with that same phrase. "I want to go," I said coolly, leaving the classroom. Even if it meant severing ties with Lao Tu and the others, I would never mingle with the Zodiac. At worst, I would revert to my previous solitary existence. Let them resolve their disputes among themselves. I sought only to maintain my own integrity. As I stepped out of the classroom, I noticed the corridor filled with students from various classes, seemingly there to witness the spectacle. The crowd parted from me, yet there lingered an air of disdainful indifference. Perhaps everyone looked down on me. At the stairwell's corner stood Li Sijia. As I walked past her, I inquired, "How is Lu Xing?" "None of your business," Li Sijia replied coldly, shattering the last remnants of my self-importance. "Bah, traitor! Scum!" I heard faint voices behind me. I felt weary and thought that I needed a rest. I desperately sought perfection, striving to find a solution that would satisfy both sides. I admired the camaraderie between Lao Tu and Lu Xing, yet I did not wish to relinquish the hard-won friendship with Gao Shaoshan and Shunzi. I sought a perfect balance between the two, yet was it the power of justice? That never belonged to me. From start to finish, I had been deluding myself with a sense of righteousness. At this moment, I felt utterly exhausted. Whether it was the Zodiac or Lao Tu's group, whether they were local students or outsiders, it mattered not to me. They were all irrelevant. I sought only to remain true to myself. I descended the stairs like a wandering corpse, the school's announcement resonating. The opening ceremony is about to commence. All students should gather at the sports field. Then, rousing music played, as if the earlier scene in the classroom had never existed. The first middle school remained the prestigious institution renowned throughout the city. A tide of students surged past me, each radiating joy, running and leaping. Amidst them, I felt profoundly alone. I was, after all, just one solitary individual. Suddenly, someone kicked me in the rear, and another person playfully slapped the back of my head. I did not turn to look. I refused to acknowledge them. Tears welled in my eyes. But I firmly told myself that I must not, under any circumstances, shed tears at this moment. Just days prior, I had walked through campus, brimming with confidence, flanked by Lao Tu and Lu Xing, with many bowing to me, calling me Minggu, greeting me with respect. Yet now I stood alone, devoid of friends, head lowered like a stray dog, too fearful to look back at who had struck me, terrified of encountering familiar faces. I dreaded the thought that they might be the very ones with whom I had shared camaraderie days ago, singing and drinking together as brothers. I stumbled along, persistently keeping my head down, despite the mocking voices echoing in my ears. The Zodiac's lackey. Didn't you always boast about taking on challengers one-on-one? Where are you now? I can't stand your kind. You're nothing but trash. Those voices pierced my heart like needles. Another kick landed forcefully, sending me crashing to the ground. My mouth striking the cement, my lips scraping raw and salty. Huh, a lackey falls flat on his face. How fitting. Laughter erupted around me. Silently, I picked myself up and continued forward, aimlessly without friends. This was a path meant solely for me, and even if it brought pain and bloodshed, I would never relinquish an inch. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out behind me, the unmistakable sound of a slap. A cold female voice followed. On the very first day of school, bullying a newcomer in the campus is utterly unacceptable. The voice was familiar yet uncertain. I turned, trembling, only to find that the person before me bore little resemblance to my recollection. After careful scrutiny, I confirmed it was indeed Han Bing, the daughter of Uncle K. The reason for my initial failure to recognize her lay in the stark contrast between the Han Bing of today and the one from Uncle Kuei's restaurant. I vividly remembered that night at the restaurant, where Han Bing wore simple, slightly ill-fitting clothes, reminiscent of a girl from a poor mountain village. Even then, I considered her beauty to be the most authentic form of beauty. But now, Han Bing's allure remained cold, yet was laced with an undeniable seductiveness. Indeed, it was bewitching. She wore a black miniskirt, black stockings, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Black high heels, a black handbag, and a black belt wrapped around her waist. All these elements of black amplified her cool demeanor. The subtle makeup she wore enhanced her already exquisite features. Just 2 weeks ago, the Han Bing from the restaurant appeared as a pure goddess descended from the Tian Shan Mountains. Now, the Han Bing in the school resembled a seductive demon emerged from the depths of hell. At this moment, Han Bing's expression remained frosty, akin to a snow lotus that one could admire only from a distance. A noble black lotus. The boy before her covered his face, pitifully saying, "Sister Bing." It wasn't us bullying the newcomer. Surrounding him were students who had likely been among those who tormented me earlier, their faces vaguely familiar from previous encounters behind Lao Tuesday. To my slight comfort, none of them were individuals I could name. Stop wasting my time. Han Bing coldly glared at them. Get lost. The students, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly scurried away, heads down. Students continued to pass by, each cautiously steering clear of Han Bing. She approached me, the sound of her heels clicking against the floor echoing. What's the matter? So many people hit you, and you didn't retaliate? Han Bing spoke to me with a tone tinged with reproach. As I looked up at her, towering half a head taller than I felt as if I were gazing upon a beloved relative, and tears finally began to flow uncontrollably. After holding back for so long, they had finally escaped. If it weren't for the throngs of students bustling by, I would have leaped into her embrace and wept heartily. Why are you crying again? Honestly, Han Bing seemed a loss, unsure how to comfort me. It was likely that someone like her had never had to console anyone before. Moreover, she seemed quite renowned in the school, as students frequently glanced our way. Stop crying, she said sternly, having finally found an outlet for my emotions. I was not about to relinquish it easily, especially since she was the daughter of Uncle K, with whom I shared a significant bond. Consequently, my tears, much to my chagrin, flowed even more profusely. You, a grown man. Han Bing could no longer contain herself and shouted, "What on earth are you crying for?" Hearing her exclaim such a vulgarity rendered me momentarily speechless, staring at her in disbelief. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of many who pointed and whispered, yet her piercing gaze swept over them, causing them to feign indifference and disperse. "Come, let's go to my office," she declared, leaving no room for argument as she walked away, not caring whether I followed. Isn't she a student? Why does she have an office? With nowhere else to go and no desire to attend the tedious opening ceremony, I decided to follow her. As I trailed behind Han Bing, after a bout of crying, I felt my spirits lift slightly, momentarily setting aside the events that had just transpired. Since I could not change the situation, I might as well go with the flow. Despite her seemingly cold exterior, I knew that due to Uncle K, she had always been kind to me. My sister. I gazed at her as she led me through the graceful willows, and when we reached the small white building of the first high school, the campus was nearly deserted, with students now gathered on the sports field. Unable to restrain my curiosity any longer, I finally asked, "Where exactly is your office?" "Enough with the chatter, just follow me," Han Bing replied easily. Yet, I understood that this was simply her way of speaking, and I did not take offense, feeling secure in her presence. It seemed I was rather foolish. Though she did not speak to me kindly, I still found joy in her company. Before long, we arrived at the small white building, the most famous structure of the first high school. Situated at the heart of the campus, it featured a flagpole in front where a flag-raising ceremony was held every Monday. Although it was only 2 stories high, making it the smallest building on campus, it was also the oldest. The walls were adorned with lush green vines interspersed with unknown small white flowers, giving the entire structure an air of antiquity and tranquility. Its primary function was that of a library, with the entire first floor dedicated to students borrowing and reading books, while the second floor housed the broadcasting room, where popular music played during breaks and the national anthem was sung during flag ceremonies, as well as a space for campus poets to recite their works. Due to 2 weeks of military training, I had not had much interaction with this small white building, but as a landmark of the first high school, it had long been embedded in the hearts of every student, becoming part of campus lore. Han Bing led me straight up to the second floor, opened the door to the broadcasting room, and beckoned me inside. "My sister, are you part of the broadcasting team?" I asked as I settled into a spacious leather sofa, marveling at the array of broadcasting equipment by the window, hesitant to touch anything for fear of causing a mishap. "Not quite," Han Bing replied dismissively. "I'm in the student council. I merely have the key to this place." Oh, I was not surprised to learn that someone like Han Bing worked in the student council. On the coffee table sat a small fish tank, housing 2 goldfish swimming about. I reached out to gently touch the water, causing the fish to dart away in fright. Han Bing pulled up a chair and sat across from me. "You seem to be feeling better, huh?" I touched my face, still bearing traces of dried tears, and couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of my public display of emotion. "So what happened?" Han Bing inquired, her demeanor cool, yet attempting to feign the concern of a caring older sister, which struck me as somewhat amusing. "My sister, are you genuinely interested in my troubles?" Ever since I had witnessed her stand up to those students, who scuttled away with their tails between their legs, I felt a considerable weight lift from my heart. "What are you saying?" Han Bing shot me a sidelong glance. "Is that why you call me sister?" I chuckled softly, attempting to keep the mood light, and recounted the events that had transpired. As I reached the conclusion, my previously lightened spirit began to cloud over again. "That's how it is," I admitted, lowering my gaze, awaiting her reprimand. "Whatever it is, call me weak, timid, indecisive. Feel free to scold me." "It's no big deal," Han Bing scoffed. "So you know both sides, and try to play the peacemaker, only to find yourself caught in the middle." Yes, with her summation, I realized the situation wasn't as complicated as I had imagined, yet the pain still lingered deeply within me. "Just talk it out." Han Bing stood up, poured a glass of water from the cooler, and set it before me. "You've shed quite a few tears. You need to replenish your fluids." Reflecting on how childish my earlier crying was now brought me shame, yet Han Bing brought it up again. I picked up the cup, pretending to sip, eager to shift the conversation away from my emotional display. "Honestly, how can a man like you display such lack of resolve in public?" She continued, bringing the subject back. "Enough already." I decided to dip my fingers into the fish tank again, distracting myself with the fish. "Be careful. Those are piranhas. Although small, they could easily bite your finger off." "What?" I quickly withdrew my hand, staring at her with a mix of disbelief and concern. "Are you serious?" Han Bing looked me in the eye and said, "I'm just joking." You're not even smiling." In truth, resolving this matter was quite simple. Han Bing stood once more, positioning herself by the window to gaze out at the campus scenery. "I know both sides. Let me handle it." "Really?" At that moment, genuine joy surged within me. If we could truly bring both sides together and foster friendship among everyone, it would be an incredibly heartwarming outcome. Just as Han Bing nodded in agreement and opened her mouth to speak, a delightful melody filled the air. At that time, I had little understanding of mobile phone ringtones and instinctively glanced at the sophisticated broadcasting equipment, mistakenly believing it was the source of the sound. Instead, I watched as Han Bing retrieved a small, sleek red phone from her bag. I was taken aback. Wasn't Uncle Kuei's family quite impoverished? Didn't they struggle just to put food on the table? How could they possibly afford such high-end technology? My mind raced with questions that I had no time to pose. As I heard Han Bing say, "Is everyone here? Are the leaders present? Has the principal arrived? Those old geezers are always half an hour late." "Okay, I'm coming now. I know, you're so verbose." Han Bing hung up and turned to me, still in a state of astonishment, asking, "I have to give a speech representing the students at the opening ceremony. Are you coming?" I blinked in confusion. "I, sister. What exactly is your status at school?" Han Bing frowned slightly. "Just a student. What is wrong with that?" "No, irreplaceably. Why would they ask you to represent the freshmen in a speech?" "Oh," she shrugged nonchalantly, "because I'm the president of the student council." The shock within me was profound. Han Bing's capabilities were beyond question. I was aware that she held a significant position at school, yet I was taken aback when such a term abruptly emerged. I pondered over my connections. Lu Jie, the head of the security department, and Han Bing, the president of the student council. Such prominent backing, yet I found myself subjected to humiliation by a group of students in plain sight. If I were to be bullied again in the future, would I approach Lu Jie in tears or Han Bing with a long face? Neither option seemed appropriate. Strangely, my powerful connections felt almost non-existent. Regardless, I feigned a necessary reaction, expressing surprise at Han Bing's status as the student council president, remarking on how impressive it was and that I would rely on her care going forward. In truth, I had no desire to attend the opening ceremony, as I dreaded standing in the same formation as Lu Xing and his friends, unable to fathom the looks they would cast my way. Perhaps this was my ostrich mentality. When storms approached, I longed to bury my head in the sand and evade all. Han Bing seemed to sense my unease, but refrained from probing further. Moving to her desk to turn on the computer, I thought how considerate she was, fearing I would be bored alone, and thus opened the computer for me to play with. At that time, I had just begun to explore computers and had discovered the allure of computer games. Seeing the computer was akin to an addict encountering their drug of choice. Once the computer booted up, Han Bing immediately sat down and began typing away. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Didn't TU just receive a call to represent the freshmen in a speech?" "Indeed. I am currently searching online for content for my speech," she replied without looking up. I was left speechless by her actions. This was true last-minute preparation. However, after a brief glance at the information she found, she shut down the computer, grabbed her bag, and exited, reminding me not to touch the broadcasting equipment. Once she left, I lingered alone in the broadcasting room for a while, hesitating to touch the expensive equipment. My nature dictated that I follow what others said. I mused on Han Bing's impressive efficiency. Merely skimming online resources had prepared her to speak at the opening ceremony, a decisive work ethic I could never emulate. After playing on the computer for a while, I discovered an online chat room, a delightful space to converse with people from all corners of the world. I whimsically chose the username Lonely Wanderer, only to find it was already taken. Thus, I shortened it to Lonely Wave. Henceforth, Lonely Wave would embark on adventures in the vast expanse of the internet. Registering my name consumed considerable time, and just as I began to feel comfortable, chatting with a girl whose name was quite melodious, I heard a cacophony of voices outside the window. It seemed the opening ceremony had concluded. Fearing that other students or teachers working in the broadcasting room might enter, I considered that while I could explain my presence was due to Han Bing, it was best not to cause her trouble. Reluctantly, I shut down the computer, closed the door, and departed from the broadcasting room. With the ceremony wrapped up, the students flocked to the cafeteria as noon approached. I, too, fell in line, blending with the crowd. Although a tinge of loneliness accompanied me, it was a significant improvement compared to before. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, I collected my meal and randomly chose a seat, only to lift my gaze and spot that familiar group sitting directly across from me. My heart raced. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. I quickly averted my eyes, stealing glances at them from the corner of my vision. The leader of the group, still brash as ever, was eating heartily, his saliva flying as he spoke animatedly. Lu Xing, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, appeared to be unharmed but bore a dejected expression. His usual charming smile replaced by one of defeat, likely due to the rare beating he had received. The others, including Chu Tingting and her friends, sat in silence, their usual chattering replaced by quiet eating and the occasional whisper. They numbered about 10, occupying a large table. As I contemplated discreetly changing my seat, I suddenly sensed that they had noticed my presence and were pointing in my direction. The leader abruptly stood, exclaiming loudly, "What are we doing here? The boss has arrived. We must give him our seats." My heart sank. Who was this boss? The group echoed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed, the boss is right across from us. What audacity, we have to sit with him." Were they referring to me? Their boldness was astonishing. I had the backing of the 12 zodiac signs, with Lu Jie from the security department and Han Bing from the student council firmly in my corner. Trouble was not something to be trifled with. In unison, the group stood, shifting to a table far from mine, yet their mocking voices continued to drift toward me. "Be careful with your words. What if the boss comes over to teach your lesson? Surely, he wouldn't waste his time on us lowly fish, ha. Indeed, we are beneath his notice." I grasped my food, but the effort felt futile as tears threatened to spill from my eyes. My hands trembled gently, and my heart ached as if pierced by needles. After a while, the group seemed to finish their meal and rose, causing my heart to leap. It appeared they had conspired to approach me. What were their intentions? I lowered my gaze, too frightened to look up, my legs trembling inexplicably. The leader swaggered over to my table, his hand sweeping across it, sending my bowl of food crashing to the floor. My fist clenched tightly. "Oh dear, my apologies, boss. I truly did not mean to." The leader, digging in his nose, mockingly offered, "Shall I pick it up for you?" The food that fell, while dusty, is still edible. He absurdly bent down, scooping the food from the floor, placing it back in my bowl, only to deliberately tip the bowl over again. "Oh, how clumsy of me." He chuckled, straightening up, but the food, now tainted with dirt and his nasal discharge, lay in a grotesque heap on the table. "Well, animals eat like this. You might as well get used to it." He sneered, embodying the essence of a rogue. I kept my head bowed, uttering not a word, praying desperately, "Please, do not let the tears fall. I beg you eyes, do not betray me now. Any time but this moment." My pleas seemed futile as the laughter of his companions echoed behind him. "Eat up, beast. What, do you really fancy yourself the boss?" It was the first time I had been humiliated by those I consider brothers. Why did I feel so helpless? This sensation was more unbearable than receiving a barrage of slaps from Ma Liang or being beaten in a dark alley. If it were a dog, Ma Liang a thug, or any random stranger standing beside me, perhaps I would have retaliated without hesitation. But they were my brothers, the very ones I would fight to protect with all my might. "Please don't do this." I heard Chu Tingting's voice. Perhaps she had her reasons. Her desperate plea was drowned out by the jeers surrounding us. Tingting, the leader of the group, suddenly spoke, and naturally, the others fell silent. I, the old-fashioned one, have always held the deepest disdain for traitors. My voice, unwavering and powerful, commands attention. Whenever I speak, others are compelled to listen. My loyalty to my brothers is unwavering, while I show no mercy to betrayers. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, I sent the fragile plastic dining table crashing to the ground, splintering into pieces. My bowl of food tumbled and rolled across the floor. The cacophony of the cafeteria fell into a brief silence, all eyes turning towards us. I must have been blind. I spat, leaving those words behind as I led my companions away. Yet one remained. Shu Tingting bent down to retrieve my bowl, helping me up and guiding me to another intact table. I felt like a marionette, devoid of strength, moving only as she directed. "Wait here. I'll wash your bowl and get you some food," she said, carrying my bowl toward the sink. The earlier commotion had only briefly hushed the cafeteria, and as my tormentors departed, the noise resumed as if nothing had transpired. I could no longer contain myself and buried my face in my arms on the table, allowing tears to flow silently, cascading down my forearms and pooling on the surface. My tears flowed like an unending stream, a deluge unlike any I had ever experienced before. None of the previous disappointments, extortions, or beatings had brought forth such sorrow. This time, it was my heart that was wounded. Before Chu Tingting returned, I wiped my tears away. It was never appropriate to weep in front of a girl. She returned with my bowl, setting it before me, and took a seat across the table. "Are you all right?" she asked, concern etched on her face. I managed a strained smile, but my face felt frozen, my lips failing to curl upwards. "You should eat," she urged gently. I attempted another smile, but it faltered once more. "Please eat." Her puzzled expression prompted me to open my mouth. No chopsticks. "Oh." She sprang up to search beneath the table that had been kicked over and then rushed to the sink. Watching her busy figure flit about stirred a deeper sense of gratitude within me. Here, eat, she said, handing me the clean chopsticks. I accepted them, feeling little appetite. Yet unable to refuse her kindness, I picked at my food. Don't mind him. That's just how Lao Tu is, she remarked as I began to eat. Oh, I mumbled in response. Can you tell me why this is happening? She cautiously inquired. Shunzi and Gao Xiaoshan are both my friends, I replied slowly, chewing my food. Chu Tingting frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with my answer. What about us? You're also my good friends, I asserted firmly. But they hurt Lu Xing. The normally gentle Chu Tingting's tone grew impatient. Why must violence be the answer? My pent-up emotions erupted. Both sides are my friends. Why must I be forced to choose? No one is forcing you to choose, she returned to her soft demeanor. Your dilemma arises because your relationship with Lao Tu and Lu Xing is not as solid as you believe. That's impossible. They are my dear brothers, I exclaimed, my voice rising in intensity. Proving it is quite simple, she replied calmly. If the person being hurt were a family member, say your parents, would you still struggle with choosing a side? That's different, I gasped. But the image of my parents being harmed did flash through my mind. If it were them, even if the assailants were Gao Xiaoshan and Shunzi, I would fight to protect them. Of course it's different. You don't truly regard Lao Tu and Lu Xing as your genuine brothers. Chu Tingting's words pierced through me like needles. It's not the same. It's not the same. I grasped my head, unable to formulate a counterargument, merely repeating those words. By this time, most of the cafeteria patrons had left, leaving only a handful behind. Chu Tingting sighed and began to rise. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Wait, I called out, prompting her to look at me in confusion. Comparisons aren't so straightforward. I took a deep breath and shared my thoughts. Gao Xiaoshan is my roommate, and we have a good relationship. Shunzi is an old friend from X County. You all, Lao Tu, Lu Xing, are the best friends I have made since coming to Shizhong. Chu Tingting listened attentively, not interrupting. I found myself increasingly drawn to her gentle nature, compared to the enigmatically Sijia and the cool, yet passionate Han Bing. Chu Tingting's quiet thoughtfulness made her the most pleasant company. In my heart, both sides are excellent friends, I continued. So when conflict arises between you, it feels like a quarrel between family, perhaps my own parents. From my perspective, my only duty is to quell the discord, not to take sides and stoke the flames. Upon finishing my explanation, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Surely this reasoning would persuade Chu Tingting. Indeed, she smiled, and I couldn't help but notice how beautiful her smile was, bright and enchanting. You make a valid point, she said with a shrug, acknowledging my perspective. Let us not call it that. Our playful banter lifted the weight from my heart, revealing the truth. I did not wish to see either side harmed. I understand, she said softly, her words captivating me with both her beauty and her voice. I will convey your sentiments to them. I gazed at her in gratitude. Such a kind-hearted girl must surely be an angel in disguise. But not right now, she added. Lao Tu is furious and won't listen to anyone. If someone speaks on your behalf, he will only lash out at them. Oh, I was taken aback. Lao Tu's reaction was as expected, given his straightforward disposition. But I hadn't anticipated anyone speaking for me. That would be me, she said, pointing to herself. Hee. I scratched my head in realization. So, Lao Tu is angry at you? Yes, Chu Tingting chuckled. We have long since grown accustomed to his temper. Moreover, he forgets his anger quickly. It's hardly worth anyone's concern. I nodded, pondering how Lao Tu resembled an ancient tyrant, seemingly intoxicated by the adoration of the masses. In fact, two others have spoken up for you. Who? Lu Xing and Li Sijia, she replied, her smile radiant. Those two? I never would have guessed. I was astonished. Lu Xing had suffered the most in this incident, both physically and in terms of reputation, being humiliated by Shunzi before the entire class. Anyone would find that intolerable. Just when he was on the verge of avenging himself, I had intervened to prevent the confrontation. Yet Lu Xing had spoken on my behalf, and Li Sijia, being Lao Tu's girlfriend, had countless reasons to side with him. Li Sijia exclaimed, did you decline the invitation from the 12 Zodiac to welcome Shunzi at Longfeng Building at noon? Chu Tingting inquired further. I recalled that I had only seen Li Sijia as I was about to descend the staircase. She couldn't have overheard our conversation in the classroom. Then it occurred to me that perhaps the students gathered at the entrance had informed her. Indeed, I nodded. I'm only acquainted with Shunzi and Gao Xiaoshan. I hardly know those so-called 12 Zodiac. I emphasized the disdainful words deliberately. I grasped Chu Tingting's hand, which elicited a delightful laugh from her. igniting a flutter of excitement within me. It seemed that, as a student from out of town, she harbored a lingering resentment towards the local representatives, the 12 Zodiac. Perhaps it was also due to the persistent pursuit of that nuisance, a dog. Suddenly, a cleaning lady shouted at us. The dining hours are long over. The cafeteria is about to close. Hurry back to your dorm. It was then I realized the cafeteria had become desolate, devoid of any diners, leaving only Chu Tingting and me engrossed in our conversation. However, being scolded by a cleaning lady was rather irksome. Just as I was about to retort, Chu Tingting, perceptive to my intention, playfully nudged me and sweetly replied to the lady, "All right, we'll leave now." Yet when she patted my back, I wondered where her audacity had come from. It had started as a pretense to block me, yet her hand ended up in mine. This was the first time I had held Chu Tingting's hand, but this time felt entirely different. After enduring the scorn, humiliation, and alienation from others, having her small hand willingly clasped in mine filled me with newfound energy. "Rascal!" Chu Tingting retracted her hand, scolding me playfully. Yet, I could see through her feigned anger. She was not truly upset and was about to extend her hand again when she dodged mine. This scene felt familiar. It reminded me of the last time I tried to pat her head, and she had evaded me then too. I understood that when this girl was stubborn, she was incredibly obstinate. Last time, no amount of effort had succeeded in reaching her head, and this time, the challenge appeared even greater. I hesitated to surrender, unwilling to let go, and made another attempt to capture her hand. In an instant, I felt the softness of her little hand in mine. To my surprise, Chu Tingting did not evade this time. Overcome with excitement, I was momentarily at a loss for words, simply holding her hand in a daze. Chu Tingting seemed to blush, her shy demeanor enhancing her beauty. We stood there in the empty cafeteria, hand in hand, momentarily forgetting our surroundings. Ah, the youth of today. The cleaning lady's voice drifted over with a hint of exasperation. It was only then that Chu Tingting snapped back to reality, quickly pulling her hand away and muttering, "Rascal." Her tone carried a playful reproach that sent delightful shivers through me. Is this what it feels like to be in love? I pondered sweetly. Chu Tingting, however, had turned away, humming a tune, seemingly indifferent to me, and walked towards the cafeteria exit. What was going on with her? Just moments ago, we were so close, and now she was retreating into silence, heading for the door. The thoughts of a girl's mind are indeed perplexing. I called out to her twice, urging her to wait, yet she showed no signs of stopping. I followed behind, puzzled by her behavior. My gaze traced her hair, her straight posture, and then her waist. I dared not look further, for I noticed her hands, which were clasped behind her waist, subtly opening and closing, as if waiting for another hand to join. I'm not one to miss subtle signals. I quickly caught up and seized her delicate hand. The sweetness of holding Chu Tingting's hand was indescribable. If our earlier conversation had merely alleviated my previous gloom, this moment swept it away entirely, replacing it with bliss and affection. Are Chu Tingting and I now in a romantic relationship? I mused happily, holding her hand as sunlight streamed through the cafeteria's large windows, bathing us in warmth. After taking just a few steps, we reached the cafeteria's entrance. As I lifted the plastic curtain to exit, she withdrew her hand, and in that instant, it felt as though my heart had been wrenched away. Observing the scattered students on campus, I understood that Chu Tingting preferred to remain discreet. Yet I couldn't shake a sense of loss. We walked in silence. I attempted to guide her down a quieter path, but she shook her head, suggesting we return to the dorm for a rest before afternoon classes began. All right, I nodded. Have you prepared for the class? Chu Tingting asked again. No. Irreplionasly. She fell silent for a moment before stating, at City Number 1 High School, the competition is fierce. It's not like your junior high. I acknowledged her words, sensing a subtle distance beginning to grow between us. What does love truly feel like? I pondered as I strolled beside her. Exiting the cafeteria while holding her hand filled me with overwhelming happiness and sweetness. That sensation must be love. Yet now, under the scrutiny of fellow students, a sudden chill seemed to envelop us, severing the intimate connection we had just shared. Was I overthinking it? If Chu Tingting felt shy merely because of our surroundings, would we still hold hands the next time we were alone? Will we still exchange those heart-fluttering words? Would she still teasingly call me a rascal? My mind raced as we reached the fork between the boys' and girls' dormitories, both of us halting our steps. Chu Tingting bit her lip. What? I temporarily cast aside my chaotic thoughts. If Lao Tu approaches you again, just keep your distance. Understood, I replied nonchalantly. He asked that kind of person. Ju ding ding, zaitet. I understood, for she was likely concerned for my well-being. Well, I'll take my leave then. Okay. I watched as she walked towards the girls' dorm, my heart silently pleading for her to glance back at me. Counting her steps, 25, 26. Just as she stepped through the girls' dormitory door, she finally turned to look at me. Then, with a subtle smile, she lowered her gaze, and I felt a myriad of emotions swirling within me. With a heart brimming with happiness and sweetness, I made my way toward the boys' dormitory. Upon reaching the dormitory floor, I felt a sudden urge to relieve myself and headed straight to the restroom. Upon entering, I found Lao Tu and a few others joking and laughing by the urinals. I hesitated briefly before approaching them. They had already occupied most of the long urinal, so I deliberately positioned myself at the far end and unzipped my pants. Oh, look who decided to grace us with his presence. Lao Tu jeered upon spotting me, resuming his mockery. I closed my eyes, wishing to finish quickly and depart before any trouble arose. Sharing a urinal with the notorious gang leader, what an honor. The excitement made me feel uneasy. Lao Tu wiggled his hips, carelessly spraying everywhere, and some of his urine inevitably splashed onto my shoes. In truth, I would have preferred Lao Tu to just beat me up and then treat me as a stranger. But the humiliation of this situation was far more potent than a few punches or kicks. I realized that at City No. 1 High School, Lao Tu was one of the last people I should provoke. When he was merely a friend, I thought him generous and carefree. However, standing on opposing sides unveiled a whole new level of trepidation. I feared that Lao Tu might approach me directly and urinate on my shoes. If he truly did so, I would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. I began to grasp the feelings of Ajing, who had been buried in the snow by a group of unruly youths, subjected to the humiliation of having urine thrown in his face. Such an experience must be 1,000 times more distressing than my current predicament. Ajing was indeed a pitiable child, and those malicious boys who found amusement in tormenting others were even more detestable. Yet, I too found myself in a lamentable situation, having been subjected to Lao Tu's snot in the cafeteria and now his urine in the restroom. I still had the time to ponder Ajing's plight. However, Lao Tu was far removed from the hero Qiao Feng from demigods and semi-devils. While Lao Tu's attitude toward his brothers mirrored that of Qiao Feng, the latter never resorted to such degradation against his enemies. The differences were glaring. Fortunately, Lao Tu ultimately refrained from approaching me to urinate on my shoes. Otherwise, I would have had to sever all ties with him. After finishing my business, I noticed Lao Tu still going, his bladder remarkably large, humming a tune as he swayed. I adjusted my pants and exited the restroom, only to be met with Lao Tu's scornful remark. Boss, next time you need to relieve yourself, skip the restroom and just find a telephone pole. His entourage erupted in laughter reminiscent of canned laughter from a sitcom. At that moment, I could bear no more. Casting aside Chu Tingting's advice, I turned around. My face flushed and pointed a finger at Lao Tu, declaring, if I'm a dog and you call me boss, then what does that make you? Upon uttering those words, I felt a sense of relief, uncaring of how Lao Tu might react. I secretly hoped he would confront me, so I could stand my ground. It was utterly intolerable. Lao Tu appeared taken aback by my retort, momentarily stunned, mouth agape but silent. I scoffed, then stepped out of the restroom, making my way back to my dormitory. I pondered whether Lao Tu might emerge to confront me. Upon entering my dorm, I was relieved not to see him. My body and mind had been on high alert, but I relaxed significantly, exhaling deeply as I entered. I hoped Han Bing would resolve our issues soon. After all, turning against former brothers was truly disheartening. If Lao Tu continued to challenge my psychological limits daily without resorting to physical confrontation, it would become a true torment. This pressure far outweighed the prospect of a mere beating. The dormitory was quiet, most students napping, except for Gao Xiaoshan, who sat half-reclined on his bed, engrossed in a newspaper. I did not disturb him, quietly climbing into bed, closing my eyes for a moment of contemplation. Soon, someone knocked on my bedside. I opened my eyes to find Gao Xiaoshan standing beside my bed, gesturing for me to follow him outside. After a moment's hesitation, I got up, put on my shoes, and followed him. Gao Xiaoshan stood by the corridor window, and upon seeing me, offered me a cigarette. I accepted it, glancing in the direction of the restroom. Lao Tu and his gang had likely returned to their dorm. At this critical juncture, If they saw us standing together, it could provoke Lao Tu's fury even further. However, their dormitory was right next door, and any of them could easily observe us. Two students, each with a cigarette, wearing serious expressions. They would likely misinterpret the scene as a conspiratorial gathering and rush back to spread the news. Yet, on the summer day, most students were napping, and the corridor was eerily quiet. Students prefer to hold off on bathroom visits until just before classes unless they were urgently ill. Standing by the window, a gentle breeze wafted in, refreshing against the backdrop of lush greenery outside. The campus was predominantly adorned with willows, gracefully swaying in the wind. "Have you fallen out with Lao Tu?" Gao Xiaoshan inquired softly. I remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. That group was inherently bullies, preying on the weak. Gao Xiaoshan expressed his disdain. "Don't say that. Our dormitory has never paid protection fees, thanks to them." "Bah," Gao Xiaoshan scoffed. "Do we still need their protection?" His words held merit. Given his connection with Shunzi and the 12 Zodiac's influence at City No. 1 High School, they would likely steer clear of our dormitory. "Shunzi is your brother?" "Yes, I call Shunzi's mother Annie." "Oh." Through our conversation, I learned that Shunzi had originally been from Xinjiang City, residing in a reputed high-end neighborhood. He was one of the brothers in the 12 Zodiac. However, after his parents' divorce, his mother, disheartened, took him back to their hometown in X County, leading a modest life. It was only upon entering high school that he returned to the city to live with his father, explaining his sudden disappearance after the disbandment of the Four Great Kings. Even someone as proud as Shunzi had such a backstory. Indeed, every family has its struggles. My brother has trained extensively under our family's guidance, mastering various martial arts, including Taekwondo, Muay Thai, and even some long-lost Wing Chun. He can easily take on 3 or 4 peers. Gao Xiaoshan's face lit up with pride as he spoke of Shunzi, revealing his admiration for his brother. Shunzi had every reason to be proud. His prowess was evident. It was no wonder he remained composed when Lao Tu and his gang stormed in. I had initially thought it was merely because he anticipated Long Ji's imminent arrival. A person like Shunzi, when engaged in a fight, was genuinely fearless. Others could not harm him, and even if he incapacitated someone, the cost of medical bills would merely be a burden for his father. In contrast, Lao Tu and Lu Xing came from impoverished backgrounds, despite their ruthlessness in fights. They faced considerable difficulties in dealing with the aftermath, often relying on collective contributions, even if it was to assist me. "What are you planning to do?" Gao Xiaoshan gazed into the distance. Our dormitory was on the 3rd floor, and from that vantage point, I could easily see over the campus walls to a distant green mountain. It was said to be a popular outing spot in Xinjiang City, crowned by a towering Buddha statue, which many students had visited during military training. Meanwhile, I was preoccupied with handling one matter after another. Never having made it to the city, let alone visiting the mountain to see the Buddha, I understood Gao Xiaoshan's implication but feigned ignorance, asking, "What should we do? Are you with us or with Lao Tu?" Gao Xiaoshan inquired straightforwardly. Who is trying to force me to take sides now? I felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "I stand with neither." Gao Xiaoshan chuckled. "Sometimes one is compelled to make choices." I was determined to see who could force me into making a choice. I bit down on the cigarette, losing all desire to smoke, and tossed it to the ground, stamping on it in frustration, though I wasn't sure whom I was angry with. Gao Xiaoshan remained unfazed by my reaction and continued, "We are but feeble streams, and once we merge into the vast ocean, we have no choice but to be carried along by the winds." I fell into contemplation, pondering the implications of Gao Xiaoshan's words. Since the establishment of City No. 1 High School, no group of outside students had dared to challenge the local students to such an extent. Thus, Lao Tu's faction needed to be dealt with decisively. Whose idea is this? I realized that someone of Gao Xiaoshan's stature could not utter such audacious words. The leader of the 12 Zodiac, Jin Laoshu. Gao Xiaoshan replied nonchalantly. The protection fees levied on students from outside the area amount to nearly 100,000 each month, a sum that, while seemingly trivial to the 12 Zodiac, left me momentarily speechless. The mere act of collecting protection fees yields such a staggering income, and yet, this is considered a modest gain? Just days ago, I was overwhelmed by the prospect of earning a mere 1,000 yuan. I silently calculated. In our first-year class alone, there are nearly 400 students, each required to pay 10 yuan weekly for protection. Adding in the 3 middle school grades and 3 high school grades, I had never consciously tallied this before. and the realization shocked me. This method of amassing wealth is downright lucrative. What, I wondered, is the purpose of the school security department? Are they merely ineffectual? Though this sentiment included Lu Jia, my indignation remained. Has no one ever voiced dissent against such blatant gang activity within our campus? Gao Xiaoshan paused. While the money may not be substantial, it symbolizes the status and face of the 12 Zodiac in the first municipal high school. Anyone who dares to obstruct this would undoubtedly face the wrath of the 12 Zodiac. I remained silent, my anger simmering, in comparison to the shamelessness of the 12 Zodiac. The character Lao Tu could almost be considered an angel. Gao Xiaoshan continued. Due to Lao Tu's influence, the 12 Zodiac has shown considerable restraint in the past. His expression darkened suddenly, revealing his lingering resentment over the slaps he received from Lao Tu and Lu Xing. His pupils dilated slightly. However, Lao Tu has not tempered his behavior due to the 12 Zodiac's leniency. Rather, he has grown bolder, quietly expanding his own power. In the entirety of our school, including the first-year high school and middle school, at least 30 dormitories are exempt from paying protection fees due to Lao Tu's patronage. 30 dormitories exempt from fees equates to a significant reduction in the 12 Zodiac's income. No wonder that Golden Hair Mouse is furious and wishes to eliminate Lao Tu. I realized there were so many dormitories involved. Despite the insults I had endured from Lao Tu and my desire to confront him, I respected him in this matter. He is indeed formidable. I squinted at Gao Xiaoshan, my tone laced with sarcasm. So, what do you think? Was Lao Tu's action right or wrong? Gao Xiaoshan's plan was clear. I recalled that on the first day of school, during a discussion about protection fees, he had boldly declared he would not pay a single cent. His defiance had significantly improved my opinion of him. Although he had connections with Shunzi, I doubted the 12 Zodiac would dare intimidate him. I suspected that Gao Xiaoshan, being new, was still unfamiliar with the complex dynamics at play. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent for days after being slapped by Lao Tu and Lu Xing. Though his desire for revenge never waned, he did not seek out a Shi, a Go, or others from the 12 Zodiac after being struck. Instead, he bore the humiliation, waiting for Shunzi to come to him. This demonstrated Gao Xiaoshan's remarkable patience. Like a rattlesnake lying in wait, poised to strike when the moment is right, he would not act unless assured of success. Gao Xiaoshan calmly stated, "There is no right or wrong in this. The rules of First Municipal High School have remained unchanged for years. Only the collectors of protection fees have varied, and recently, it is the 12 Zodiac's turn to assert their dominance." I scoffed. Gao Xiaoshan, let me ask you, if you did not have an older brother like Shunzi, how would you seek revenge on Lao Tu? I would wait for them to reveal a flaw, and only then would I retaliate. I pressed further, and if, during your 3 years of high school, Lao Tu and his cohort remain at the pinnacle of power, leaving you no chance for revenge before graduation? I scrutinized Gao Xiaoshan's eyes, searching for even a flicker of emotion. There was none. His gaze was as still as stagnant water. He replied slowly, "Then I would continue to wait. Whether it takes 10 years or 20, as long as they remain alive, I will wait and bide my time for revenge." A chill ran down my spine, leaving my limbs icy. From Gao Xiaoshan's words, I understood he was serious. What he said, he would undoubtedly do. Anyone who heard Gao Xiaoshan would have no reason to doubt him. Just this morning, I regarded Lao Tu as one of the most formidable individuals. Now, it seemed Gao Xiaoshan surpassed him. Lao Tu, even when he insults or strikes you, does so openly, allowing you the opportunity to endure, to deflect, or even to retaliate. Gao Xiaoshan, however, is different. When you offend him, he shows no immediate reaction. You might think the matter's settled, even greeting him with a smile when you meet, unaware that he is silently observing your every move, awaiting the moment you reveal a weakness. Only then does he emerge from the shadows, baring his fangs to deliver a lethal blow. I nearly averted my gaze from Gao Xiaoshan's eyes. Let me ask you one more question. If you had no brother like Shunzi, and the 12 Zodiac demanded protection fees from you, would you comply? I have yet to encounter such a situation, so I cannot say how I would respond. I merely wish for you to imagine it. I fixed my gaze on Gao Xiaoshan's eyes, even if they harbored a devil. And even as I struggled to maintain my composure, I pressed on. 2 weeks prior, this very individual had proclaimed he would not pay a single cent. That statement had significantly enhanced my regard for him, leading me to consider him a potential confidant. What would his answer be now? Would he disappoint me? Gao Xiaoshan spoke slowly. After discerning the various interests at play, Once I realize I cannot stand against the 12 zodiac. My eyes narrowed slightly, my heart quickened, anticipating his next words. I would strive to build a good relationship with them, ensuring that none of us in the dormitory would have to pay protection fees. I fell silent, knowing that with Gao Xiaoshan's capabilities, he could indeed achieve this. His response did not leave me feeling disillusioned. What did he mean by building a good relationship? I inquired, eager to learn from him, as socializing was not my forte. Gao Xiaoshan, usually expressionless, smiled when answering this question, a hint of surprising shyness evident in his demeanor, such as identifying which students come from affluent backgrounds and are extravagant with their money, then sharing those names with them, enabling them to extort more funds, or gathering information on attractive female students and providing it to them. My mouth fell agape in astonishment. Gao Xiaoshan paid no heed to my surprise and continued. Whenever money and beauty are involved, everything in this world becomes ambiguous and intriguing. To quickly gain someone's friendship, simply offer them money and beautiful women. Their relationship with you will grow so close that they would be willing to share everything, stand by you through thick and thin, and declare that your affairs are theirs. And to completely turn someone against you, just take away their money and beautiful women. They will view you as their greatest enemy, yearning to exact revenge upon you. Though his words were blunt, the principle was sound. For years, this has been an unchanging truth, Gao Xiaoshan concluded. I stood there, utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe that such words were uttered by someone of my own age. Gao Xiaoshan, surprised, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Do you think it's remarkable that I, being so young, can articulate such sentiments?" I nodded, genuinely finding it somewhat incredulous. In truth, Gao Xiaoshan chuckled. This wisdom comes from my brother. You mean Shunzi? I found it hard to fathom that the pampered Shunzi could possess such insights. Indeed, Gao Xiaoshan did not shy away from the truth. My uncle, Shunzi's father, is quite formidable, a well-known tycoon in Xinjiang City. However, he is ruthless in his dealings, even towards his own kin. Gao Xiaoshan's gaze dimmed slightly. I could surmise that Shunzi's father's demeanor had likely caused discontent among his relatives. Growing up in such an environment, it was not surprising that Shunzi had come to associate wealth and beauty with certain conclusions, passing them down to Gao Xiaoshan. Realizing he had digressed, Gao Xiaoshan then inquired, "Which side do you stand on? Does it truly matter?" I replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I am but an inconsequential figure. Why the insistence to draw me into your ranks? Joining the Zodiac to extort money from students, flaunting power as if I were a tiger in wolf's clothing. I'd rather perish." "No," Gao Xiaoshan said solemnly. "You witnessed how, when Longgu emerged this morning, Lao Tu bore a defeated expression, scarcely daring to breathe. And what of it?" I retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Shall I align myself with the Zodiac simply because of that? If I were to follow the strongest, how many leaders would I have to switch allegiance to in my lifetime? Every formidable individual has someone even more powerful above them. Even Liu Bang, once the ruler of the realm, had to face reprimands from Empress L upon returning to the palace. These tales may be apocryphal, but they illustrate a truth. I refuse to believe there exists a man who is not wary of his wife, assuming he genuinely loves her." Gao Xiaoshan interjected earnestly. "That is not my intent." He continued, "Given Lao Tu's temperament, he is bound to treat you," and he left the statement hanging, the implication clear. Indeed, Lao Tu's nature ensured that he would mock me whenever he saw me, indifferent to the setting or those present. If displeased, he would dare to spit in my face before the principal, calling me a scoundrel. Yet if I were to align myself with the Zodiac, Lao Tu would certainly exercise caution. At the very least, he would think twice about insulting me, wary of Long Gu. Gao Xiaoshan's concern was evident. He hoped I would find protection with the Zodiac, shielded from Lao Tu's barbs. It became clear that he was not interested in my abilities, but rather in my safety. Though I was reluctant to join this inexplicable underworld, I felt a twinge of disappointment at the realization of his intentions. Nevertheless, Gao Xiaoshan's heart was in the right place, so I softened my stance, saying, "Lao Tu is just that way. He isn't inherently malicious. Given some time, I can clarify matters. But what if, after some time, Lao Tu continues to treat you as he has?" Gao Xiaoshan countered. I sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed a concern of mine. "I hope you can become friends," I said, fully aware of the improbability of such a scenario. Gao Xiaoshan shook his head. "Do you think my presence is the reason for the discord between the Zodiac and Lao Tu?" "Zhou Ming, you are mistaken." I nodded, understanding the truth. Even without the incident involving Gao Xiaoshan, conflict between the Zodiac and Lao Tu's group was inevitable. As long as Lao Tu continued to expand his influence or maintain his stance against paying protection fees, the Zodiac would eventually confront him. The altercation with Gao Xiaoshan was merely a catalyst, a pretext for the Zodiac to openly sever ties with Lao Tu. Now that matters had escalated to this extent, Lao Tu's nature would prevent him from extending an olive branch. This suited the Zodiac's interests perfectly, providing Lao Tu's outside allies with a convenient justification for their grievances. Thus, Gao Xiaoshan had expressed such confidence last night, declaring that Lao Tu's faction was doomed. It turned out he had spent days analyzing the power dynamics at one high school before collaborating with Shunzi to deliver a significant blow to Lu Xing on the very first day of school. Who is Lu Xing? He is Lao Tu's childhood companion. Striking Lu Xing is tantamount to striking Lao Tu himself. In fact, knowing Lao Tu's character, attacking Lu Xing would be even more severe than if Lao Tu were to be attacked. If Lao Tu were a snake, Lu Xing would be its vulnerable spot. By seizing this weakness, the Zodiac was poised to provoke Lao Tu into retaliation, leading seamlessly to his downfall. As I pondered this, cold sweat trickled down my back. What means could possibly save Lao Tu from the grip of his vulnerabilities? Han Bing assured me that it was a simple matter she would resolve. But could she truly resolve it? When I discussed these matters with her, I had not considered the deeper implications, and she too had not thought it through, which is why she so boldly claimed she could handle it. Now, however, I questioned whether Han Bing possessed the capability to navigate the impending turmoil at one high school. My conversation with Gao Xiaoshan ended on an unsatisfactory note. In the days that followed, to my surprise, nothing of consequence transpired at one high school. Yet beneath the calm facade lay an undercurrent of tension, an atmosphere pregnant with anticipation, as if a storm were looming. The atmosphere was as deceptive as a placid sea, concealing tumultuous currents below. After all, Gao Xiaoshan, Shunzi, Lu Xing, and I were all in the same class, creating an unusually tense dynamic. It seemed that my classmates sensed this discord. During breaks, no one dared to speak loudly. Sitting next to Lu Xing, I found myself stealing glances at him throughout the lesson. He still bore a bandage on his head, diligently taking notes, as if the altercation from days prior had merely been a figment of my imagination. Yet, Lu Xing never made eye contact with me. He never once turned my way. His indifferent demeanor served as a stark reminder that the incident had indeed occurred. Shunzi, on the other hand, slumped over his desk in slumber, seemingly unable to awaken. Only during breaks did he open his bleary eyes to accept snacks from the adoring girls around him, showing no interest in anything else. Aside from the homeroom teacher's excessive flattery, the other instructors appeared oblivious to his status. Particularly, Shunzi's seat was strategically placed at the very center of the classroom, a choice made by the homeroom teacher for optimal visibility. Consequently, whenever a teacher glanced down at the class, their gaze would inevitably fall upon Shunzi, who was sleeping in the most impolite manner, making it nearly impossible to avoid noticing him. In one high school, teachers typically did not emphasize discipline. Students were too engrossed in their studies, and even the occasional troublemaker was deemed inconsequential. Thus, teachers enjoyed a relaxed teaching environment, focusing solely on delivering their lessons. However, with Shunzi's persistent slumber in plain sight, teachers could not help but feel irked, regardless of their otherwise amiable dispositions. On one occasion, a teacher called out, "The student in the center, please come to the front and answer this question." To be honest, I struggled with the problem on the blackboard myself. Due to the extreme laziness of the teachers at the first high school, they seemed to be aware that all the students had prepared in advance. Thus, during lectures, they rushed through the material, skipping over content whenever possible. This poses a great challenge for me, someone who has never prepared, as I find attending class akin to deciphering an ancient text. My mind often drifts to thoughts of the so-called old folks, and by the time I realize I'm supposed to be paying attention, the teacher has already progressed through numerous pages. Consequently, when the teacher poses a question to Shunzi, all eyes turn to him. I think to myself, this lad is finished with his attitude. He is unlikely to study earnestly. Shunzi remains unmoved, still resting his head on his arms, clearly oblivious to the teacher's words. The teacher furrows his brow and raises his voice. "The student in the gray shirt at the center, please wake up and answer this question." Shunzi does not budge, seemingly lost in a sweet dream, reluctant to awaken. Some classmates begin to chuckle softly, and the teacher, visibly embarrassed, shifts his gaze to a girl sitting next to Shunzi, sternly instructing her, as his desk mate, "Can't you show some concern?" This implies that she should rouse Shunzi. The girl promptly nods, shyly removing her jacket and draping it over Shunzi, glancing at the teacher as if to inquire about her concern. This prompts a wave of laughter from the entire class. Even Lu Xing cannot suppress a smirk. At last, Shunzi stirs awake, sitting up and gazing around at his classmates who are laughing, completely bewildered about what has transpired. Feeling something unusual on his body, he turns to discover he is adorned with a pink floral jacket. Whose is this? Shunzi furrows his brow slightly. Accustomed to seeing him smile, his sudden frown only enhances his handsome essence, adding an extra charm that is likely to captivate a few more girls. The girl beside him blushes deeply. Among those secretly enamored with Shunzi, she is one of them, reportedly having spent half of her weekly allowance on snacks for him. Seeing Shunzi finally awake, the classmates, mindful of the fact that he had previously managed to remain unscathed after hitting Lu Xing, gradually quiet down. The teacher's expression has turned a deep shade of frustration. Shunzi, unaware of what has transpired, continues to converse with the girl beside him. Were you worried I would feel cold while sleeping? The girl shyly nods, her face resembling a ripe Fuji apple. Thank you, Shunzi replies, his frown lifting to reveal his signature charming smile, akin to the thawing of a long-frozen river. Oh, it's nothing, the girl stammers, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Finally, the teacher, unable to contain his irritation, slams the podium with the eraser. That student in the gray shirt, please come up to answer the question. Upon seeing the teacher's gaze fixed on him, Shunzi quickly looks down at himself, realizing he is indeed wearing the girl's pink floral jacket, and breathes a sigh of relief, preparing to sink back into slumber. The teacher is calling you, the girl nudges him. Not me, Shunzi chuckles, gesturing to the jacket. It's you. The teacher nearly erupts with frustration, pointing at Shunzi. Come up and answer this question. At last, Shunzi rises, scratching his head in confusion as he glances at the teacher and then at the blackboard, asking the girl beside him, what subject is this? Math class. She replies, nearly floating with joy, despite having handed snacks to Shunzi continuously. She has spoken more today than in all their previous interactions combined. Oh! Shunzi takes off the pink jacket and hands it back to the girl, adding, thank you. It's no trouble. The girl can hardly contain her delight, wishing that Shunzi would wear it just a bit longer. Shunzi looks down at his gray t-shirt, confirming that he is indeed being called upon, and offers the teacher an apologetic smile as he approaches the podium. I am taken aback, observing Shunzi's confident smile, pondering whether he might be an exceptionally intelligent prodigy. It seems implausible, after all. His name was absent from the list of the 20 students who passed the entrance exam for first high school. I glance back at Gao Xiaoshan, who is also watching Shunzi, his expression a mix of intrigue and a hint of bitter amusement. Shunzi grips the chalk, standing at the podium, contemplating the problem. The entire class holds its breath, eager to see if this charming figure, who captivates so many girls, sleeps through class, and comes from a wealthy family, can surprise them once more. The teacher, too, watches Shunzi with curiosity, as typically, students who struggle with a subject would admit their inability while seated to avoid embarrassment. Shunzi shifts at the podium, raising the chalk as if to write, hesitating, furrowing his brow slightly, then breaking into a smile, as if stirring a calm pond, pointing at the word Sina on the board and asking, does this mean Sina? The entire class erupts in laughter, and I stare at Shunzi in disbelief. He has always struck me as aloof and cold. Though he often smiles, it seems to carry an air of detachment. I never expected him to deliver such a dry joke. The teacher stands there, momentarily speechless. Shunzi furrows his brow again, murmuring, isn't this math class? He lightly complains, tossing the chalk onto the desk, and slowly descends from the podium, returning to his seat, where he promptly rests his head on his desk to sleep once more. The girl beside him dutifully drapes her jacket over him again, inciting envy among the other infatuated girls. It is unclear whether this leniency comes from the homeroom teacher's instructions or if the teacher simply chose to overlook Shunzi's antics. Regardless, from that day forth, no teacher objected to his habitual slumber. As for me, I find myself perpetually vigilant, always scanning for the presence of the old folks whenever I detect their approach. I take care to discreetly avoid them until they have passed, whether in the cafeteria, hallways, stairwells, dormitory corridors, or restrooms, honing my ability to be acutely aware of my surroundings. A fitting idiom for my behavior would be, like a mouse sensing the cat. Yet, No matter how cautious I am, I cannot escape the embarrassing moments when the old folks intrude unexpectedly while I am in the restroom. At such times, my face flushes, and I feel a wave of heat wash over me, fearing that they will cause a scene, yet I cannot simply turn off the faucet and leave. Such abruptness would be uncomfortable and detrimental to my health. I can only hasten to finish and exit. The temperament of the old folks ensures that they would not let my lack of reaction go unnoticed. Even if they are too late to mock me, they would still snort derisively to express their disdain, especially on several occasions when I am conversing with Gao Xiaoshan. Our paths inevitably cross with the old folks. Embarrassed to avoid them in front of Gao Xiaoshan, I force myself to act as if I do not see them, stealing glances at their reactions with my peripheral vision, only to feel disheartened afterward, a classic case of self-inflicted misery. This anxious existence is indeed burdensome. Yet, at least I have Lu Jie and Han Bing to shield me, which makes my plight all the more pitiful, as I cannot even walk the campus in peace. In the dormitory, the old folks who once dominated several rooms have gradually fractured. Aside from those closely allied with them, at least half have reverted to paying protection fees. Fortunately, our dormitory has Gao Xiaoshan, sparing us from such obligations. In the dormitory of Zhao Yanin, I spoke with Gao Xiaoshan, and the final information I received was that Zhao Yanin could be exempted, while the other 7 students were still required to submit. The situation appeared increasingly urgent, as the territory developed by Lao Tu was breached and reclaimed within just a few days, bearing a hint of deliberate provocation that aligned perfectly with my earlier thoughts. The 12 zodiac signs seemed to be intentionally inciting Lao Tu's anger. Strangely, Lao Tu showed no reaction. Perhaps he sensed a faint whiff of danger. Gradually, disappointment towards Lao Tu grew among everyone, and I could even hear whispers, with some privately disparaging him, claiming he was unworthy of being a leader, too timid to show his face after being bullied, yet adept at flaunting his superiority over the weak. There was still no news from Han Bing. I wondered if she had completely forgotten about this matter. I thought it was time to seek her out personally. One afternoon after the second class, I heard a boy reciting his own poetry over the school broadcast. He seemed young, his voice still slightly childish yet melodious, capturing the attention of several girls. "Hello, I'm Xiaomai from the 3rd year." The summer heat enveloped the campus as he continued to recite a poem about summer, its beauty transporting me back to childhood summers filled with the sounds of cicadas and frogs at night. After listening, I remembered how Han Bing had previously taken me to the broadcast room, so I decided to try my luck and see if I could find her there. Given Han Bing's reputation at the city's top school, it would be easy to learn about her whereabouts, yet for reasons unknown, I hesitated to let too many people know about my close connection with the student council president. Perhaps it was the aftermath of Lao Tu's ridicule that left me wary of further mockery regarding my connections. As I approached the small white building entwined with vines, I found Xiaomai reciting his second poem about summer nights. Listening to his pure voice, the chaos within me gradually quieted. I reached the 2nd floor and gazed at the tin door inscribed with the words broadcast room, yet I hesitated to knock. Xiaomai was still reciting, and I feared that knocking would disrupt his performance. After a lively pop song played on the broadcast, I finally tapped lightly on the door. To my surprise, it was ajar, and my gentle knock pushed it open. Inside, I saw a youthful boy seated in front of expensive broadcasting equipment, wearing large headphones and operating unfamiliar devices. He appeared to be merely a middle school student, remarkably handsome, resembling a young girl. When he noticed my sudden entrance, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he removed his headphones and asked, "Who are you?" He must be Xiaomai. Witnessing such an adorable boy, it was impossible not to feel affection. I smiled and inquired, "Is Han Bing here? You're looking for Bing Jie?" Xiaomai beamed, clearly admiring Han Bing. "Yes." His pure smile brought me a sense of joy. "Bing Jie hasn't come here today. She should be handling affairs for the student council." "Oh," I felt a bit embarrassed, scratching my head, and asked, "Could you tell me where the student council is located?" The campus of the city's top school was neither small nor large. But as a newcomer, I was still unfamiliar with various places, especially the student council. "You must be a senior, right?" Xiaomai dismissed my uncertainty. "Behind your teaching building, there's a red building. The student council is on the 2nd floor inside that building. You'll see the sign when you get there." "All right, thank you." I gave Xiaomai a grateful glance, gently stepping back and closing the door, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over me. It seemed that in the presence of this child, all my worries faded away. As I stepped out, the lively pop song just concluded, and Xiaomai's pure voice returned to the broadcast. On this scorching summer day, do you yearn for your own refreshing breeze? Following Xiaomai's directions, I arrived at the second floor of the red building and indeed spotted the student council sign. Just as I was about to knock, I noticed an office nearby. The transparent plastic sign beside the door inscribed with blue letters, Student Council President. Han Bing actually had her own office, akin to Lu Jie's status. I shifted to the side and finally knocked on the door. "Come in," a faint voice called from within. I pushed the door open, astonished to find that this office was significantly larger than Lu Jie's, with much better lighting. Han Bing sat at a massive desk, engrossed in her writing. A smile spread across my face. Seeing Han Bing was warmer than encountering anyone else on campus. "Ice Jia." Han Bing looked up, her expression unchanged upon recognizing me. She slightly moved her chair back and turned towards me, asking, "What brings you here?" I pondered, wondering if she had forgotten about that matter. Was she playing with me? Just a few days ago, she had downplayed it as a minor issue, while I endured great humiliation daily. However, though I was once naive, I had learned that subtlety often yielded better results. So, I chose not to display any overt emotions and simply smiled, saying, "It's been a while since I last saw Ice Jia. I've missed you, so I came to visit." Han Bing had changed her outfit today, yet her overall style remained the same, strikingly alluring. She revealed just enough skin to ensure that wherever she went, heads turned. "You can forget it," she responded coolly, but stood up to fetch a disposable cup, pouring me a glass of water and placing it on the coffee table, inviting me to sit on the sofa. As Han Bing moved away from the desk, I finally caught a glimpse of her lower half. Beneath her ultra-short skirt, her long, fair legs danced before my eyes. To be honest, among the girls I knew, perhaps only Xiao Jiao could rival Han Bing in allure. Yet Han Bing's tall stature added an air of nobility that Xiao Jiao lacked. I made a concerted effort to keep my gaze in check. But when Han Bing accidentally spilled a little water while pouring, she gracefully retrieved a mop to clean it up, each movement akin to a work of art. After she finished mopping, Han Bing glanced back at me and caught me staring at her legs. I panicked and quickly lowered my head, chastising myself internally. "What a little brat," Han Bing murmured, but there was no trace of anger in her tone, and I felt relieved. Han Bing returned to her desk and inquired, "You're here about that matter, right?" I nodded, murmuring in agreement, then lifted the cup before me, noticing it contained tea leaves. I hadn't realized Han Bing had prepared tea. It seemed the tea leaves had already been placed in the disposable cup, awaiting the arrival of guests. I couldn't help but admire Han Bing's efficiency. I looked at the vibrant green tea leaves, still unfurling in the water, floating beautifully on the surface. Yet I couldn't name the variety. I casually asked, "What kind of tea is this?" "Green Mountain and clear water," Han Bing replied nonchalantly, getting up to stroll over to the window. Han Bing's office is situated on the sunny side, and the window is exceptionally large, seemingly eager to transform the entire wall into glass. Consequently, the office is remarkably bright, with sunlight streaming in abundantly. Outside the window, one can observe the school's small garden, with lush green grass, vibrant flowers of various hues, and butterflies gracefully dancing among the branches. I noticed that some individuals enjoy standing by the window, gazing at distant scenery, such as the low hills, and, of course, Han Bing. They share a common trait, an immense ambition, desiring to seize control of everything. The sunlight perfectly illuminates Han Bing's face, filtering through her legs. Well, my eyes are wandering again, and I compel myself to look up. Lao Tu and his group are preparing to retaliate. After a long pause, Han Bing calmly utters her thoughts. It seems she has meticulously analyzed the entire situation within a short span of time. The underlying conspiracy and the individuals involved have left her restless for days, delaying her contact with both sides to accomplish what she deems a simple task. As for Lao Tu's intention to counterattack, I am not the least bit surprised. With his temperament, how could he possibly swallow this grievance? Han Bing continues, "As far as I know, Lao Tu and his group have prepared an arsenal, but the location of their concealment remains unclear. I fear that once this matter erupts, it will yield unforeseen consequences." Once the topic is broached, I refrain from speaking frivolously and share my analysis in detail. Han Bing appears astonished, seemingly unprepared for my profound insights. At this moment, I finally comprehend why even the 4 great kings fell to your hands. I give an embarrassed smile, acknowledging that luck played a significant role in the affair concerning the 4 great kings. The emergence of Xiaoyu, the withdrawal of Shunzi, and the addition of the Jean brothers were indeed pivotal to our victory. This school is destined to undergo a tumultuous storm. Han Bing remarks currently. Lao Tu resembles a wolf cornered at the edge of a cliff. Will he leap into the abyss or turn back to confront the monstrous adversary before him? I remain silent, awaiting Han Bing to elaborate further. She hesitates, seemingly uncomfortable with her comparison of the 12 Zodiac members to monsters, and then adds, "This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Your presence is timely, solidifying my resolve. As the president of the student council, I cannot remain aloof." Having made her decision, Han Bing turns and retrieves a red phone from her bag on the desk, dialing several numbers in rapid succession, causing my jaw to drop further. Each call she makes signifies a singular message. Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock at the Longfeng Hotel by the school gate. Attendees, core members of the 12 Zodiac, key figures from Lao Tu's group, and the security department's main members. Purpose, to resolve the impending conflict. My heart races like a stampede of wild horses. Han Bing's brief yet swift calls are capable of gathering multiple factions in a hotel for a meal, leaving me astounded by the energy she wields. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the weekend, and students are on break. Han Bing's choice of this day is deliberate, aiming to keep the matter as discreet as possible. Thus, after the weekend, will harmony be restored, or will chaos reign? Will Lu Jie attend? I timidly inquire, feeling hesitant before Han Bing. Han Bing replies coldly. Such a trivial matter is beneath his notice. A trivial matter indeed. I cautiously ask, may I attend? You. Han Bing smirks icily. If you go, which side will you stand on? This presents a rather perplexing dilemma. However, if I am not allowed to experience such a moment firsthand, it may haunt me for a lifetime. I gaze at Han Bing with a pitiful expression, pleadingly calling her Sister Bing. Han Bing furrows her brow, conceding, "Very well, you may accompany me as part of my team. But remember, do not speak recklessly. Be cautious not to draw danger upon yourself." Although Han Bing's tone is not severe, her words send shivers down my spine. That evening, I find Zhao Yanin to inform him of my address, asking him to bring me some living expenses next week. Then, I call the small supermarket outside the campus to relay instructions to my family. Recalling that I have not contacted Uncle Chow for a long time, I wonder how that old champion of duels is faring and dial his number. Uncle Chow's wife answers, informing me that he has gone out drinking again. Sometimes, I ponder why Uncle Chow is so enamored with alcohol. A significant part of it likely stems from his desire to escape reality. The stark contrast between his former glory and his current decline compels him to sink into a drunken stupor repeatedly. The following morning, my dorm mates begin to pack their belongings, preparing to return home. I lie motionless in bed, and Wang Chong asks, "Zhou Ming, aren't you going home?" "I will," I reply, "but I'll sleep a little longer before heading back." I stretch under the covers. I notice that although Gao Xiaoshan has risen, he has not packed his things. Has he also received an invitation to the Longfeng Hotel? Though he stands with the 12 Zodiac, his status hardly qualifies him as a core member. However, if Shunzi insists on bringing him along, no one would object. Gao Xiaoshan is typically reticent in the dorm, perhaps because he looks down on conversing with these individuals. Others are well aware of his disposition and do not provoke him, so no one questions why he isn't going home. Gradually, Wang Chong and the others leave, leaving only Qian Kuai Lai, who remains seated on his bed, lost in thought. Curiously, I ask him, "Aren't you going home?" "I plan to take the evening shuttle." He responds, "That way I can save 50 cents. Once classes commence, the holiday schedule is no longer as lenient as during military training. Back then, we could return home on Friday afternoons, but now we must wait until Saturday morning." However, due to his oversleeping, Qian Kuai Lai has clearly missed the morning shuttle. Gao Xiaoshan chuckles, and I find myself amused, calculating, but to save 50 cents, you remain in the dorm, eat breakfast and lunch, which will cost you much more. "Then I won't eat," Qian Kuai Lai asserts, resolutely lying down, deciding not to expend any energy until he can catch that shuttle. This won't do. I retrieve $1 from under my pillow and wave it at him. The scent and sound of money immediately catch Qian Kuai Lai's attention. "You should take the bus home now," I say with a wry smile. He happily takes the money and, before leaving, helps me make my bed, stating that he cannot take my money without providing value in return. Yet I haven't even gotten dressed. I must unfold the covers again. After Qian Kuai Lai departs, the dorm finally settles into silence. Sunlight streams through the window. Gao Xiaoshan's bed is beside it, and he sits there, basking in the sunlight, holding an ear scoop and gently cleaning his ears. After a while, he brings it to his mouth to blow. Watching his actions makes my own ears itch. I feel increasingly uncomfortable and say, "Make sure to let me use it later." "Sure," Gao Xiaoshan replies, continuing for a bit before asking, "Tonight at 8? I understand what he means and respond softly, "Yes." Gao Xiaoshan falls silent again, and the dorm descends into quiet once more. After a lengthy pause, he finally cleans both ears thoroughly, wipes the ear scoop with a tissue, and places it beside my bed. "Later, I'm going to find my brother and the others for dinner. Are you coming?" Gao Xiaoshan's reference to my brother was quite explicit, indicating that the core members of the 12 zodiac signs would undoubtedly be present at Longfeng Tower this evening. The notion of dining together carried an ambiguous undertone. Was Gao Xiaoshan merely speaking casually or attempting to draw me into their circle? Regardless of the motivation, I would certainly decline, smilingly shaking my head. "Tonight, I'll be with Han Bing. Let us meet at Longfeng Tower later." Gao Xiaoshan, being astutely perceptive, grasped my intent and chose not to press further on that topic. Instead, he casually inquired about my relationship with Han Bing. It seemed this question was indeed a source of considerable curiosity among many. Engaging in light conversation, I revealed the truth. Han Bing is my uncle's daughter, and we share a close bond. After a short while, our discussion shifted to matters concerning X County. Gao Xiaoshan informed me that Shunzi had already briefed him on my confrontation with the four great kings. My curiosity was piqued, as I had long been puzzled by Shunzi's sudden withdrawal from the fray. Gao Xiaoshan explained that Shunzi had already known he would be attending the first high school in the city and was preparing to step back from the four great kings. However, upon witnessing my alliance with Jin Run and Jin Yi, which led to the defeat of both the rat and the rogue, an intense curiosity compelled him to delay his exit and challenge me. The outcome, of course, was my utter defeat. But why, I wondered, did he ultimately spare me? Even if he had planned to leave the four great kings, there seemed to be no justification for his leniency. Because, Gao Xiaoshan stated, he found you quite intriguing. Intriguing? I mused, clutching my ear-cleaning tool and gazing at Gao Xiaoshan seated by my bedside. He appeared feeble, having cried to the police after being beaten by Ma Yang. Yet he had the audacity to stand guard at the door and confront me. He seemed like an inconspicuous student, lacking both strength and influential connections. Yet he stirred up such tumult in X County. Gao Xiaoshan laughed heartily. My brother remarked that someone like you is simply too interesting to confront harshly. A warmth blossomed within me, and my nose tinged with a hint of emotion. Indeed, just months ago I was an ordinary, unremarkable student, perhaps akin to you, the reader, lacking strength, background, or formidable siblings to shield me. My few friends were even weaker than I, bullied at school. I refrained from sharing my woes with my parents, fearing their distress. I had contemplated revenge, even preparing a weapon, but ultimately chose to endure in silence, awaiting the day. Had I not summoned the courage to strike Ma Liang, I might still be living a frugal life, surrendering half my allowance to him every weekend. I would not have uncovered Uncle Chao's true nature, nor would I have met Uncle Kuei and Han Bing. I would not have been inexplicably drawn to a hotel by Qin Jie, leading to my acquaintance with her new boyfriend, Xiao Yu. I would not have forged a brotherhood with Jin Run and Jin Yi at the Guandi Temple, thus dismantling the four great kings. I would not have come to know the enigmatic Shunzi. This chain of events felt like a predetermined butterfly effect, allowing me to meet so many individuals. Shunzi is a good person, I silently affirmed, hoping for a favorable outcome at tonight's gathering. After a brief chat, Gao Xiaoshan checked the time and departed from the dormitory. I surmised he was off to find Shunzi. Before 8 o'clock, the core members of the Zodiac would undoubtedly convene to strategize. If I were not mistaken, the Old Earth group would likely be discussing similar matters in the adjacent dormitory. Alone on my bed, I sensed an undercurrent of restlessness stirring within the campus. A storm was brewing, and I wondered who would yield, who would compromise, and who would solidify their claim to true dominance after tonight. I lingered in bed until noon before rising for a quick wash, donning slippers, and meandering through the campus. The school was not devoid of life. Some students from distant homes remained in their dorms, returning only during extended breaks. Thus, the cafeteria remained open, albeit with only one serving window operational. The vast dining hall hosted but a few souls, and I casually took a seat with my meal. Having arranged to meet Han Bing at her student council president's office at 7, I pondered where she might be dining at noon. Having spent considerable time at the first high school, I had yet to explore the city. Perhaps I would take a stroll after lunch. Resolute in my decision, I hastily consumed my meal. I had heard that Yanhua Alley was the most fashionable and bustling street in Xinjiang City, a must-visit for young people, often nicknamed Little Tongluan, though I wondered if there were a little Chun Haonan to be found. Yanhua Alley, renowned for its vibrancy, had historical significance as a place where poets and scholars of old once reveled. With a flask of wine, they would compose verses embraced by soft, beautiful companions, a truly delightful existence. Following the founding of the People's Republic, the area underwent transformation, yet it remained a magnet for visitors. Its prime location at the heart of Xinjiang City contributing to its fame as a fashionable shopping district. Rumor had it that Xinjiang residents might be oblivious to the locations of government buildings or central squares, yet none could be unaware of Yanhua Alley's whereabouts. I boarded a bus, marveling at the city's scenery, which surpassed our counties in splendor. Having heard Wang Chong and others boast of the many beauties on Yanhua Alley, I seized the opportunity to indulge my eyes, even if I could not afford luxury brands. Stepping onto Yanhua Alley's pavement, I was astounded by the broad thoroughfare, opulent shops, and the seemingly endless array of bustling activity, not to mention the countless handsome men and beautiful women. I spent 3 yuan at Yonghe soy milk for a cup of chilled soy milk, savoring its refreshing sweetness as I walked. My gaze roamed over the stylishly dressed women, and I couldn't help but marvel at their allure. In comparison, my classmates like Qin Jie and Chu Tingting were merely students, still maturing and unable to rival the women here. I mused that only Han Bing might stand a chance in this arena, if she were to sway her hips. Her exquisite legs adorned with high heels striding down Yanhua Alley, she would undoubtedly capture the attention of many admirers. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed a girl ahead whose silhouette strikingly resembled Han Bing's. Tall, with hair cascading to her waist, and those exquisite legs were nearly identical. The more I looked, the more convinced I became, yet I hesitated to approach for a closer inspection, as a middle-aged man's hand rested on her waist. I quickened my pace, my suspicions mounting, but I dared not confront her for 2 reasons. First, upon noticing me, she would inevitably recognize me. How should I feign nonchalance or greet her casually? Second, if this were indeed her secret, how awkward would it be if I inadvertently stumbled upon it, and how would we navigate our future interactions? However, if I cannot ascertain the true identity of the girl I saw earlier, every subsequent encounter with Han Bing will inevitably lead to tumultuous thoughts. After all, her attire and demeanor hardly resemble that of a girl from a humble background. I glanced at the broad street of Fireworks Alley, crossed the road, and positioned myself beside the girl who resembled Han Bing. I then slightly turned my face to observe her from a distance. At first glance, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. The girl was indeed Han Bing. The street being quite wide, Han Bing remained oblivious to my gaze from across the way, continuing to engage in jovial conversation with a middle-aged man beside her. This man, dressed casually and appearing to be in his 40s, exuded a refined charm that complemented Han Bing remarkably well. My heart raced. Such an air of sophistication could only stem from a life of aristocracy. I pondered whether he might be a relative of Han Bing, but their intimate gestures suggested otherwise. Han Bing was likely being supported by him. This conclusion left me with an overwhelming sense of disappointment, as the image of Han Bing I held in my heart crumbled in an instant. I followed them for a while, watching as they entered and exited brand-name stores, their shopping bags multiplying in number, each already weighing down their hands. The man seemed reluctant to continue shopping, slightly out of breath, while Han Bing leaned against his shoulder, appearing as delicate as a kitten, completely devoid of the commanding presence she held as the student council president. The man laughed heartily, affectionately tousling her hair, and after some time, they finally settled into a luxury car, driving away with a flourish. I stood there, watching that black luxury vehicle vanish into the distance, gradually shrinking into a mere speck, and the sorrow in my heart deepened. What would Uncle Kuei think if he knew? A man of such formidable stature, who wouldn't even blink at a pile of money laid before him. Yet his daughter chose to consort with a middle-aged man for monetary gain. I finally understood the origins of Han Bing's clothes, bags, and phone. Judging by that man's age, he might very well have children the same age as Han Bing. My heart felt as if it were being torn apart piece by piece. Although my interactions with Han Bing were limited, I had long regarded her as family. How could I not feel heartbroken upon seeing my sister entangled with a married man? Perhaps, I thought, Han Bing had her own set of grievances. I tried to rationalize her actions, yet the pain within me showed no signs of abating. As I wandered aimlessly through the bustling fireworks alley, surrounded by fleeting shadows, I remained motionless. On the bus ride back to school, my mind was a chaotic blur. I missed my stop and walked back a kilometer in a daze. Money. That wretched money. It was only at this moment that I truly comprehended the phrase, "Money is the root of all evil." I had read it before, yet never grasped its meaning. Later, when I listened to Uncle Chow recount stories from the 80s, I learned how Xiao Hai betrayed all his brothers for money, a tale that had once felt distant. Yet now, with Xiao Jiao sacrificing so much to fund her brother's education, how many unsavory men had she endured? And then there was Ah Zheng from the Sanlang Society. Despite his own troubled past, resorted to despicable acts to gather funds for Xiao Luobu's surgery. Even my father, who had once groveled before Xiao Hai, seeking to minimize the medical expenses for Ma Yang. Everyone has their own burdens, each with reasons to bow down for a mere handful of rice. Returning to school in a daze, I collapsed onto my bed in the dormitory, utterly exhausted, unwilling to think or move. I longed for a moment of tranquility, to temporarily escape this money-driven society. At 7 in the evening, I arrived at Han Bing's office as promised. Upon opening the door, I found her as usual, immersed in her work at her desk. She nodded upon seeing me, gesturing for me to take a seat on the sofa. Han Bing wore her customary icy demeanor. Once perceived as regal and aloof, she now stirred feelings of disdain within me. The image of her playfully leaning on that man's shoulder was etched in my mind forever. The mere thought of Han Bing entwined with that married man made me feel nauseous, followed by a heart-wrenching pain akin to being gnawed by 1,000 insects. I sat on the sofa, silent and withdrawn, desperately trying to conceal my emotions. However, at 16, I was not adept at masking my feelings, and Han Bing soon noticed my distress. "What's wrong?" she asked, her concern palpable. I looked up at her, this only family member I had in the city. "Bing Jia," I stammered, my voice trembling with emotion. "What is the matter?" Han Bing stood up and approached me. "Why are you crying again? You don't seem like a man." "I'm only 16, I retorted, struggling to suppress my feelings. What does being a man have to do with it? Seeing her concern for me nearly brought tears to my eyes. "You're upset about this afternoon, aren't you?" Han Bing suddenly remarked. I froze. Had she seen me? Noticing my confusion, she nodded. "You followed me, didn't you?" I lowered my head, biting my lip. "Then why didn't you talk to me?" "He is quite possessive, and doesn't he want me speaking to boys like you?" Han Bing replied, surprisingly reaching out to pat my head in comfort, her expression still emotionless. I knew who she referred to, and an inexplicable sadness washed over me. At that moment, Han Bing stood close, her hand gently touching my head, a gesture that would surely evoke envy among other boys. I inhaled the scent of her perfume, yet my mind was devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. All I felt was compassion for Han Bing, understanding her struggles and burdens. "Bing, yeah." I wept openly, enveloping her in a hug. This girl, who always carried herself with an air of authority, must have endured countless silent tears. My embrace was devoid of any romantic intentions, purely stemming from familial concern. Han Bing seemed to understand, gently patting my back. "I really don't get why you're crying." I released her, sniffling. "Bing, yeah. Is he good to you?" "He is my boyfriend. How could he not be good to me?" Han Bing frowned slightly. However, I was taken aback by her referring to that man as her boyfriend. Did she truly harbor feelings for him? From everything I had read and seen, this was an exceedingly dangerous sign. Han Bing must have sensed my apprehension, as her expression softened. Doesn't he have a wife?" "What?" I exclaimed, astonished. "So, I'm not a third party, nor am I what you think of as a kept woman," Han Bing clarified, her tone slightly bashful as she mentioned the latter. "He is merely older. It's no wonder you misunderstood. We're in a normal relationship." Though her demeanor remained frosty, her words hinted at a sense of happiness. "I see." I smiled through my tears, though I still found it difficult to accept the idea of her dating a man so much older. Nonetheless, it was a relief compared to the notion of being kept by a married man. "But you must keep this a secret. You can't let my dad know." Han Bing's expression turned serious. "Not a problem," I assured her, sealing my lips with a gesture and flashing her a smile. If Uncle Kuei were to discover that Han Bing was dating someone of his age, even if it weren't for financial support, he would likely unleash his wrath upon that man. "But Bing Jia," I asked hesitantly, "are you planning to marry him?" Han Bing fell silent for a moment. "I have never considered this, nor dared to think about it. Yet I truly love him. To my surprise, Han Bing, when confronted with matters of the heart, seemed no different from other young women, devoid of her usual decisiveness. How did you two meet? I was curious about how Han Bing had come to love him. After all, during our days at school, I had heard plenty about her. At least a whole group of boys was vying for her affection. Are you a reporter? So many questions. Han Bing shot me a cold glare, causing me to shudder. I'll tell you about that later. She glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated it was 7:30. It's almost time. Let's head to Longfeng Building and prepare. This time, Han Bing was treating, so naturally we had to arrive first. I followed her downstairs, stepping out of the school gates. It was summer, and although it was already 7:30, the sky had not yet surrendered to darkness. A faint glow struggled between heaven and earth. Having resolved a significant uncertainty within me, I felt a sense of ease wash over me, instilling an immense confidence in the gathering of various individuals later that evening. With such a formidable sister like Han Bing, how could there be anything she could not handle? Longfeng Building, the most luxurious hotel near the gate of our school, was a favorite haunt for wealthy young science. Individuals like myself, of ordinary means, had never even approached its grand entrance, for the sharp gazes of the patrolling security guards seemed to convey a clear message: no entry for the impoverished or their ilk. Chun Jiping from the dormitory once received an invitation from fellow townsmen to dine inside, and upon his return, he brimmed with newfound confidence, as if he had ascended into high society, speaking to us with a pompous air. "Ah, you mischievous little rascals." Later, after a collective reprimand from our dorm mates, he returned to his former self, lamenting about the grains of sand in his meal and questioning why there was a caterpillar in his dish, topics befitting the impoverished. As I walked behind Han Bing, passers-by inevitably fixated their eyes on her before glancing back at me, their expressions filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if to say, why is this peculiar man trailing such a beautiful woman? After enduring a few disdainful glances, I resolved to walk alongside Han Bing, even daring to take her hand to provoke those onlookers. Han Bing shot me another glare, but did not pull away, likely viewing me merely as a young boy, a little brother of sorts. Naturally, I regarded her solely as an elder sister. Do you believe me when I say this? Please comment to let me know. Trembling, I followed Han Bing into the opulent revolving door of Longfeng Building. The receptionist at the entrance immediately greeted her with warm smiles. "Welcome, Ms. Han Bing." To the east of the lobby stood an enormous, elegantly designed aquarium, replete with lavish decorations. The bottom was lined with fine white sand, adorned with little bridges, pagodas, pavilions, and various aquatic plants. A dozen orange goldfish swam in formation. Beside the aquarium stood a man in his 30s, his bald head glaring under the lights. Upon hearing the receptionists, he turned to face Han Bing and me, his gaze landing on our clasped hands. Even without uttering a word or displaying a menacing look, I instinctively released Han Bing's hand, as if jolted by electricity. The man bore a frightful scar that sliced from his brow down to his cheek, transforming an otherwise handsome face into a ghastly visage. This was the owner of Longfeng Building, Jianghu, as Han Bing quietly informed me. I nodded, yet I could not shake the overwhelming aura he exuded, reminiscent of the oppressive feelings Lu Jie had once instilled in me. I wondered if Uncle Chow had been like this in his youth. However, his current frail appearance only inspired fear when he intentionally displayed his harsh demeanor. Zhai Guang approached us with a smile, yet his scarred countenance still evoked trepidation. Han Bing, her high heels clicking against the floor, stepped forward and extended her hand. Greeting him, Mr. Zhai. Zhai Guang grasped Han Bing's hand, his smile broadening as he said, "The private room has been prepared for you. It's the largest one, bamboo room." He then turned to me, inquiring, "And who is this?" "Zhou Ming, my younger brother." Han Bing waved me over. I walked her side, still too intimidated to meet Zhai Guang's gaze, feeling a profound sense of dread. I remained silent, my natural reticence exacerbated by the moment. Zhai Guang, unfazed, assumed I was merely a little brother brought along by Han Bing, showing little interest in me. After a brief conversation with her, he departed to attend to other matters. I pondered how such a fearsome figure could run a restaurant. Who would dare dine there? It was indeed a wonder that Longfeng Building was thriving, with wealthy young heirs flocking to it. As Lu Jie and Zhai Guang continued their discourse, I grew increasingly bored and wandered over to the Grand Aquarium. Observing the intricately crafted underwater world and the slowly swimming fish helped to ease my mind. After Guang left, Han Bing approached me, noticing my fixation on the fish. She asked, "Do you like fish?" I shrugged, replying, "Not particularly. I just find it amusing to watch them swim around." The last time in the broadcasting room, I had teased those two little fish in Han Bing's presence, only to be tricked into believing they were piranhas. "These are fortune fish, symbolizing prosperity," Han Bing explained. I shot her a skeptical glance, recalling how she had previously deceived me about the fish. Without further explanation, Han Bing instructed the front desk staff, "Please arrange for someone to guide us to the bamboo room." I followed her, led by a receptionist through the lobby, which opened into a small garden adorned with tropical plants. The ground was paved with cobblestones, and a man-made stream babbled nearby. The fish within were significantly larger than those in the aquarium, carp and grass carp, presumably for the guests to enjoy fresh catches. Bird cages hung throughout the garden, each containing colorful, playful parrots. Upon seeing us approaching, they chirped delightful greetings. "Welcome, welcome." As we moved further along, one parrot with a mix of white and yellow feathers exclaimed, "Sister Han Bing is so beautiful." I stood there, astonished, while Han Bing shot the bird a disapproving look and commanded go. The parrot flapped its wings and continued to repeat, "Sister Han Bing is so beautiful." Clearly, Han Bing was a regular here, though I wondered whether this parrot had been trained by someone or had simply learned from the countless praises directed at Han Bing. Crossing a stone bridge, we reached a slightly elevated platform where a piano rested, draped in velvet, seemingly unplayed and perhaps merely decorative. Regardless, the hotel exuded an air of elegance that made even me feel somewhat elevated, explaining why Chen Jiping had been so elated after just one meal here. I straightened my posture, feeling a hint of nobility within myself. After passing through the garden, we arrived at the dining area, a long corridor lined with private rooms. I noticed that these rooms were not numbered like those in other hotels, but rather named after flowers and plants, such as narcissus, peony, lily, and iris. The elegantly dressed hostess did not pause, but continued guiding us deeper into the corridor. As I admired the names on the doors, I increasingly appreciated the refined atmosphere and tasteful decor. If this were indeed the work of Jianghu, he truly was a man of sophistication. What is truly astonishing, however, is that the beige walls between the private rooms are adorned with socialist propaganda posters, reminiscent of the 1980s. Phrases such as "Mao Zedong is the brightest red sun in the hearts of the world's revolutionary people," "The invincible Marxism-Leninism," "Long live Mao Zedong" thought. All reactionaries are paper tigers, and workers of the world, unite. Defeat the American aggressors and all their running dogs. Evoke a sense of humor, as these images seem utterly incongruous with the hotel's overall decor. Yet, for reasons unknown, their presence here creates a peculiar sense of harmony, leaving no room for discomfort. As I reached the end of the corridor, the hostess paused, turned around with a gentle smile, and said, "Ms. Han Bing, we've arrived at the bamboo room." Han Bing nodded and replied, "You go ahead and attend to your duties. Call me when the others arrive." The hostess, seemingly aware of whom Han Bing was referring to, acknowledged her with a nod and left gracefully. I gazed at the characters "bamboo" and found the name quite elegant. The door to the private room was crafted from mahogany, and as Han Bing pushed it open, I noticed that the space within was nearly twice the size of the other rooms. Inside, two large round tables could comfortably seat at least 10 people each, with a rear projection television mounted on the wall, flanked by 2 plush sofas. A standing air conditioner and a water dispenser were neatly arranged, and the room even boasted its own restroom, creating the illusion of having stepped into a private living room. Having worried about the evening chill when leaving school, Han Bing had donned an extra jacket, but upon entering the room, she felt a bit warm and removed it, hanging it on the rack by the door. I surveyed the spacious room and quietly inquired, "Sister Bing, how many people are coming tonight?" Han Bing, une certain musid. "At least a dozen, I suppose." "Who are the core members of the 12 animals?" I asked, referring to our school group. "There are 6 of us in total," she replied, identifying the members I already knew: Shunzi, Longu, a she, and a go, and she added, 2 more will join us. Indeed, the other 2 are Hu Xiaoyang and Chunja, whose respective animal positions are the horse and the pig. I pondered for a moment and asked, "Why aren't they called a ma and a zhu?" I caught a glimpse of Han Bing's expression, marked by a hint of exasperation. "Don't you think a ma and a zhu sound rather unpleasant?" "Ah." I considered her words, contemplating whether a go was any more melodious. Han Bing continued, "Not all members of the 12 animals go by such nicknames. Everyone has their own name. Those monikers are simply habitual. I nodded in understanding and remarked, but aren't there only 6 members of the 12 animals? Oh, Han Bing looked at me in surprise. There's also a Gao Xiaoshan, who shares a dorm with me and is Shunzi's younger brother. He'll be here as well. I then asked, how many will Lao Tu bring? Certainly 6, Han Bing asserted confidently. He thinks just like me, only accounting for 6 members of the 12 animals. Not realizing Gao Xiaoshan is included. Known for his stubbornness, he neither likes to suffer losses nor take advantage of others. So he will bring along 6 people to match our number. Apart from himself, there will be Li Sijia and Lu Xing, but the other 3 remain unknown. My eyes widened. Li Sijia is coming too? Han Bing nodded, saying, yes, this girl is quite infatuated with Lao Tu. She follows him wherever he goes, even into perilous situations. I found myself momentarily stunned, recalling Li Sijia's claim on the playground that she had no affection for Lao Tuesday. Why then did she shadow him so closely, creating the impression of deep admiration? A vague unease washed over me, reminiscent of Chu Tingting's note, beware she might devour you. Unaware of my musings, Han Bing continued, Xiao Bin and Han Yu from the security department will also be coming. Including you and me, that makes. She paused to calculate, a total of 17 people, which is why such a spacious room is necessary. I observed the empty room, knowing that soon it would be filled with the illustrious figures from our school, and I wondered whether the evening would be marked by toasts and laughter or escalate into a fierce altercation. Concerned, I asked, what if they cannot reconcile and a fight breaks out here? How will you handle it? Despite her formidable nature, she was still a girl, physically unarmed. Even with Xiao Bin and Han Yu present, they could hardly contend against a dozen combatants. Han Bing did not answer my question directly, but instead countered. Do you know why I chose Longfeng Lu as the venue for their negotiations? Is it not because of its luxurious grandeur? I ventured. Incorrect. Han Bing glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that there were still 5 minutes until 8. She stepped out of the room, standing at the entrance, gazing at the small bridge and flowing water in the garden, expecting the guests to arrive shortly. I followed her outside, continuing to listen to her insights. Since Longfeng Lu opened, no one has dared to stir trouble here. Han Bing's gaze remained fixed on the stone bridge that led into the garden. Regardless of the guests' backgrounds, they must afford Zhai Guang a modicum of respect, for, after all, a glimmer of admiration shone in Han Bing's eyes, clearly expressing her esteem for this man. After all, Zhai Guang once fought alongside Lu Jie to carve out his domain, though he has long since retired from the world. A chill ran through me as I realized that operating such a grand establishment requires not only wealth, but also influence across both the legal and illicit realms to maintain its footing. Otherwise, how could Longfeng Lu survive amidst petty disputes and unruly factions? Yet, Han Bing refrained from mentioning these realities, choosing instead to elevate Lu Jie's name, underscoring Zhai Guang's exceptional status, a man who once fought alongside Lu Jie.